Chapter 291. Li Sun was stunned. He suddenly remembered that it was Zhang Xiaobao who told him directly. There was no one else. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao also had the same ability? Teacher, when I was looking for Zhangjie Zhuangzi, it was Xiaobao who told me about the workshop. These days, I didn't see any forces from the Zhang family specifically looking for information in the county. Could it be that when Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about making money, the people behind him found out something? Li Sun told the middle-aged man what happened that day. The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either. Unless Zhang Xiaobao was so powerful that he directly predicted that someone was going to cheat Li Sun. This was absolutely impossible. And the Zhang family had been busy with other things. How could they have the time to train people to look for information? Ah! Little Prince, could it be? There are many yamen runners in the county. There are many yamen runners. Those yamen runners didn't do what they do now. They have some tricks up their sleeves. With the relationship between the Zhang family and the yamen, they can mobilize these yamen runners. It was the yamen runners who helped them find out. Zhang Zhongren felt that this was the case. There had to be a reason. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, I know that in the future, I will look for Zhang Xiaobao. Don't be afraid of being cheated. This time, we even made a profit. No wonder his family kept delaying taking out the 20,000 strings of coins. They didn't plan to take it out at all. Li Sun was worried just now, but now he felt that it was fine. He captured them first and didn't have to worry about them causing trouble. At this moment, a guard hurried over. Little Prince, when those people went to look for them, they didn't see them. I heard that they left together and took a boat to the west at Wei River. As for where they are now, I don't know. What? Headed west. Ran away. Then they must be related to the people who were almost killed by Little Red's poultry 2 days ago. Now that they know the news, they think that the matter has been exposed, so they ran away. Chase them for this marquis. Send a fast horse over, and send a letter to the prefecture to let my father search the entire prefecture. When Li Sun heard the guard's words, he knew that there was no need to investigate further. Those people were in cahoots. Thinking of the consequences if he didn't cooperate with Zhangjie Zhuangzi, he was scared and angry. He shouted for people to chase after them. The middle-aged man was relieved and advised, "Little Prince, don't be angry." They ran away. The shipyard, workshop, and school, as well as the money they took out before and the money they swindled, all belonged to the Little Prince and Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Yes, that's right. It saved me some effort to have people catch them. I'm not angry at all. After all, I'm the one who made the profit. Xiaobao also told me about the shipyard. I can find someone to invest and build a good shipyard. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good place. I'll discuss with Xiaobao. Li Sun was still angry, but he wasn't as angry as before. Thinking of his gains this time, he smiled. As long as he kept in contact with the Zhang family in the future, there was no need to worry. After saying this, Li Sun excitedly went to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He still had 2 sample plows to bring back. The matter of writing a letter was left to his master. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay idle either. They received the letter from Mr. Zhang. They took the official route and sent it directly to Sanshui County through County Magistrate Qing. When Sanshui County saw the letter, they sent someone to deliver it to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. It took 6 days for the 3 letters and several small items in the capital city to arrive. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It was so fast to take the official route. Otherwise, it would take more than a month to bring the letters back. It was considered abusing power for personal gain. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter from Old Master Zhang and Old Madam Zhang. Zhang Xiaobao didn't see the letter from Jiang Wang clan at all. In the letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she praised Zhang Xiaobao a little and asked him to be obedient at home and not cause any trouble. She also asked him to reply to the letter. Zhang Xiaobao told his family not to tell others what happened here. He only told them the good things. After he finished writing the letter, he asked the Yamen runners to bring it back. At the same time, he also brought back a few new plows. He wanted to send them to Registrar Zhao and Zhou Shihu. This time, he asked him to do it. There was only one thing left to do, which was to plan the digging of the river. After the digging was done, the spring plowing would be almost done. The river would rise and his father would start the examination. As for whether the road that was blocked by the Qin family could be opened or not, Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. Who would want to travel by land when there was a waterway? Carriages weren't that sturdy. It was easy for them to break down after a while, especially Golu. Usually, those who traveled by carriage would have to bring along good tools to repair the carriage and some oil for the axle. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't care about the Qin family. The relationship between a businessman and an official couldn't be compared to the relationship between an official and an official. If someone were to find someone to deal with the Zhang family, that person's first consideration would be the Zhang family status. Keep the mud and throw it into the pond. Or dig a mud pond. Didn't Grandpa Bai want to occupy the 2,000 mu of land? Let him find a broken piece of land and occupy a bit more. When the time comes, we'll give him the mud. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood on the small bridge and looked at the scene of those people working. They saw that the mud that was cleaned was black. From time to time, some red insects and leeches would flip out. They thought of an idea. Zhang Xiaobao was talented in this aspect. He immediately understood Wang Wan's plan. That's good too. Just put the mud in the places that can't be used for farming. We should dig a mud pond and put a layer of water on top. Every once in a while, we can let it out and replace it with new water. We can raise these red insects in it and use them to feed the fish. Even if there are leeches, it's fine. They can be used to make medicine and expel blood clots. Have you tried it before? I've tried putting the leeches in places with blood clots. They will drill their suckers in and suck the blood clots. I've heard that some people with rheumatism also use these leeches to recuperate. As for the rest, we can raise loaches. I still like to eat them. They don't like to eat them. We can keep them for ourselves. As long as we raise them in clear water for 2 more days, the earthy smell will be reduced. We can wrap them in egg white flour and fry them. Dip them in salt and pepper to eat. They are not worse than eels. They can also be snacks. What snacks? Li Sun came over from Zhuangzi. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao mention snacks, he smacked his lips and asked. He liked to eat snacks behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them could always get some snacks to eat according to the seasons. Every one of them tasted good. Loaches. Do you eat them? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, as long as you can eat them, I can eat them. What's the big deal about loaches? I've eaten insects. I've survived in the wild. Since then, I've not been picky about food. I'll eat whatever you cook for me. No matter how bad it is, it can't be compared to those insects and wild vegetables. Li Sun puffed out his chest and said. He seemed to feel very proud. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed at the same time. They didn't know if Li Sun had written a book about it and sent it to the top, but the effect was good. At least Li Sun was more frugal when eating. In the past, when he went to between the clouds and the water, he would ask for a table full of dishes and eat only a few bites. Now, he asked for 2 of his favorite dishes and ate them all. What's so funny? I have a place to dig out the silt. Give it to me. Li Sun also knew the value of the silt. After settling under the water for so long, there were rotten leaves and dead fish and shrimps. It was good to use it for farming. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite to Li Sun at all. No, I've talked to Cuckoo. I'll give it to Grandpa Bai. I'll get some wasteland and put the silt there. Grandpa Bai will have more food and money. It's useless to give it to you. When you get the land and run away, the land here will be taken care of by the servants. You won't need it. It's fine to give it to old Shangshu. Xiao Bao, those people ran away. My people were a little late. Now, everything belongs to both of our families. You can't spend money blindly. Hurry up and fix the dock and build some boats to transport things. After the spring plowing is over, hurry up and fix the restaurant here. A wooden restaurant must be built before summer. I'm still waiting to make money. When Li Sun heard that the silt was left to Minister Bai, he did not argue with him. Looking at the unfinished restaurant between the clouds and the water, he became anxious. Zhang Xiaobao was also waiting for the spring plowing to end. At that time, he would follow the plan he had discussed with Wang Wan. He would build some small canals at the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. He would also plant some flowers and raise some small fish. He would also build a road on the mountain. When the time comes, this place would become a paradise. He promised, don't worry. When they finish digging the river, I'll find someone who knows how to do that kind of work. It won't take too long. I don't know if my father can be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Sanshui County can't do it. It was not easy to get the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Didn't Minister Bai say that he will help? As long as someone recommends him, he should be able to come over. When the time comes, the two counties next to each other will become your families. It's over. The Qin family is in big trouble. Li Sun imagined that after Zhang Zhong became the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Jie Zhuangzi would be here. He also thought about the Qin family. When that time comes, won't they be constantly making things difficult for them? Zhang Xiaobao immediately denied, I am a good person. My father will also be a good official. He will not accept bribes, nor will he be greedy. He will also not bully the people. Li Sun curled his lips, your father accepts bribes. He is a fool if he is greedy. Your family is not short of money. I don't know if your father is a good official or not. Anyway, I feel that the Qin family is finished. What if someone forces them to give you money? Then accept it. But it can't be less than what my family has. Ask someone to take the person who wants to give you money to the warehouse. As long as he or she is willing to take out the same amount of money, accept it. My family does not have much money. We are still in debt. Really? Zhang Xiaobao sincerely said to Li Sun. Chapter 292. Sprouts sprouted on both sides of the broad road, and the swallows returned to their homes. There should be no idle people during the spring plowing, and the downtown area was bustling. In Sanshui County, there were not many people buying and selling things in the market at this time of the year. The people were busy farming or waiting for others to bring the plows for repair. However, this year was different. There were many people coming and going, and all kinds of hawking sounds came one after another. The registrar Zhao Xiang and the deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing were busy with some small things. They walked around together, looking at the lives of the people and the bustling scene. All these were thanks to the two of them. Both of them thought so. They had been doing their jobs and did not make trouble. They also did not look for trouble with the Zhang family. That was why Sanshui County could be so prosperous. They greeted the people they knew one by one, and the two of them walked to the dock. There was still a sea of people here. There were fewer people studying, but there were still many people working. There were some people from other counties who did not have fields and did not know how to do any handicrafts. After knowing that there was a shortage of people at the dock, they came to work because they had some strength. There was indeed a shortage of people at the dock. Many people who had fields at home had gone back to farming, and the people from other counties had just replenished the manpower. Those who had finished farming would be given new things to do. The Zhang family had a lot of work, so they were not afraid of not finding a place to work. The people who sold liangbi came out early. They went to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to ask for liangbi, and Zhangjie Zhuangzi had to make some for them, even if the weather was not hot yet. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar Zhao Xiang walked and looked, and sighed at the changes in Sanshui County in the past 2 years. Brother Xuyang, if there was no Zhangjie Zhuangzi, what would happen to us here? Would there still be a dock? Would there still be those businesses? The registrar Zhao Xiang said happily. The deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing. Wei Wei shook her head. No, who bought this broken mountain in the first place? When they bought it, many people said that they were stupid. Now we know who is stupid. It's a pity that county magistrate Qing won't be able to see it. He's still busy over there. This summer, we can make a lot of money from selling ice. In winter, we can sell a lot of ice, so we can still sail here. That's right. Zhangjie Zhuangzi is still here. It's not easy for County Magistrate Qing to come here. After Jia Shan came here, he didn't know how to be stable. He made a lot of trouble and got himself into trouble. I wonder who the next county magistrate will be. Will he also want to make a lot of trouble and suffer losses before giving up? Zhao Xiang had always been thinking about the position of county magistrate. Last time, someone else had taken it away. This time, he felt that there was not much hope. However, he would rather be a registrar here than be a county magistrate elsewhere. He had already fallen in love with Sanshui County, so there was nothing much to worry about. If there were some problems in the county, it was nothing more than someone's chicken running away, someone's child falling down, someone's house leaking. No one in the family could work. Just take the yamen as an example. Now, the yamen's function had been adjusted. Basically, all they did were trivial things like this. Even if it was just building a fence for the yard, someone would come and find them. The people were not afraid of the yamen at all. Of course, they did not just want people to work without paying. Occasionally, there were people who killed pigs at home. They would bring some pig's intestines and make some food according to the recipe given by the Zhang family. They would also make some wine and eat with the yamen runners who were guarding here. When the deputy county magistrate and the registrar caught up, they would also eat together. There was no need to worry about public security. It turned out that the local government runners were all very smart. Out of the 700 local government runners, 600 of them were patrolling everywhere. Even the farthest place of the Qin family now had a local government runner an hour away. Those who wanted to cause trouble were frightened when they saw such a dense patrol. The deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing knew what Zhao Xiang was thinking. In fact, he also wanted Zhao Xiang to be promoted. He himself was not in the top class. If one said that he was a member of the yamen, then he was. If one said that he was not, then he was not. He could not be promoted directly to the position of county magistrate. He could only wait for Zhao Xiang to be promoted so that he could replace Zhao Xiang's position. Seeing that Zhao Xiang was silent after talking about the next county magistrate, Zhang Mingxing said, "Brother Ji Fang, don't worry. Maybe the next county magistrate will be you. I will also be popular. In the future, Sanshui County will be better. We don't have to worry too much. Just follow what the Zhang family says." I also want to, but the hope is slim. In fact, Zhangjie Zhuangzi also helped a lot. But there are too many people who want this position. Zhao Xiang was not confident at all. This year's Sanshui County was better than previous years. When the river was expanded and connected, maybe a 6th grade official would be willing to come over. Then why don't we go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and ask if they have any ideas? There is a master there. They are also willing to find an obedient person to take this position. Who among us in the Yamen is disobedient? When Zhang Mingxing talked about Zhang Zhuangzi, he suddenly came up with an idea. The two of them went to ask. The Zhang family should have a way. If the new county magistrate could be removed, it would not be too troublesome to find an original county magistrate. Zhao Xiang was also moved, but he shook his head and said, the Zhang family has too many things to do recently. Zhang Zhong went to take the imperial examination. His family spent a lot of money. They have so many things to do. How can they have time to care about us? We will only make trouble for them. Sigh. We can't do this, and we can't do that. Are we really waiting for a new county magistrate? I have my eyes on your position. I am not satisfied. Zhang Mingxing did not hide his thoughts of wanting to go further. For a moment, Zhao Xiang didn't know what to say. He couldn't just resign and give the position to Zhang Mingxing. If that happened, his mother would beat him to death. His mother was also from a scholarly family. She expected him to be a high-ranking official and support the family's reputation. Just when the two of them were worrying about the next county magistrate, a few Yamen runners rushed over. When they saw the two of them, they wiped their sweat and said, Deputy County Magistrate Zhang, Registrar Zhao, good news, good news. What good news? Let's hear it. The Deputy County Magistrate looked at the card and asked. The Registrar General has good news. The Registrar General saw that the curved plough was not used well. Therefore, he made a slight improvement. He shortened the original plough arm and increased the degree of curvature. He also engraved patterns on the armrest. This way, it is more convenient to change the direction of the plough. The force of impact is less. Even if there is sand on the hands, there is no need to worry about the discomfort. The people all agree that this improvement will benefit them a lot when they are farming. Many people will increase their food supply because of this. The Yamen runner did not know how to practice. When he spoke, his face was full of respect, as if what he said was true. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang were stunned. They stood still and looked at the plough on the cart. It was as if they were in a dream. Zhang Mingxing was the first to react. He said to Zhao Xiang, how is it? Zhang Zhuangzi really did not forget about us. It's fine if we don't do anything, but if we do, it will be a political achievement. Quickly, go back and write a memorial and hand it to the higher-ups. Brother Ji Fong, with this political achievement, the position of County Magistrate of Sanshui County will be more secure. Quickly get promoted and don't block my way. Zhao Xiang was not the kind of person who did not want to be an official. Looking at the new plough on the cart, he knew without guessing that the Zhang family did not want another county magistrate. He was already annoyed. If he did not know what to do, he might as well find a rope and hang himself. He laughed and ran directly to the yamen. After running for dozens of steps, he turned around and ran back. He said to the yamen runner, bring this plough back. I have to draw it. Otherwise, how can I say that there are so many ploughs sent here? Is there still some with Zhou Shihu? Quickly send them back. It's spring ploughing again. County Magistrate is right. There are some with young Master Zhou. I will arrange for someone to send it over. Sir, please. The yamen runner was also very happy. He even changed the way he addressed Zhao Xiang. He carried a plough and ran back. The others took the plough from the cart and sent it to Zhou Shihu. Don't call me that. It's not even close yet. Zhao Xiang was willing to listen to this title, but he still had to say it. Sir, I am not speaking nonsense. This time, if you were not the county magistrate, the Zhang family would be angry. Last time, it was fine. This time, another person came. I think the Zhang family will directly take him away. Don't you know the ability of the Zhang family? The Yamen runner knew that the registrar official was just saying this, so he continued to flatter him. Back at the Yamen, Zhao Xiang took out the 4 treasures of the study. His hands trembled as he wanted to grind the ink, but he did not have the strength. Zhang Mingxing had to take it. Brother Ji Fong, don't be anxious. Sit down and rest. You can write when the ink is ready. Zhao Xiang took a few deep breaths. He was not as steady as usual. He also wanted to not be anxious. How could he not be anxious? He was going to be promoted soon. Who would not be anxious? Zhang Mingxing looked at Zhao Xiang and had to chat with him. Brother Ji Fong, as long as you become the county magistrate, there will be money in the county's account. At that time, you have to be careful. Don't touch things that you shouldn't touch. The Zhang family can give us things and money, but we will not allow any corruption. Of course. The Yamen's money is for the people to work for. It is not for me. Even if I have the courage, I will not touch the money. Just look at County Magistrate Qing. As long as you do well, the money given by the Zhang family will definitely be more than the money you embezzle. Zhao Xiang did not need Zhang Mingxing to tell him what to do. In the past, he was not greedy for money. His life was ordinary. Now, his life was better. The Zhang family sent things to him from time to time. It would be unreasonable for him to be greedy for the people's money. The two of them talked back and forth. Zhao Xiang felt much better. His hand was not as trembling as before when he picked up the brush. He drew the outline of the new plow and then took it apart. He also drew every part of the new plow. He was grateful to the Zhang family. If he did not take the credit, the Zhang family could also use it. After a while, Zhao Xiang finished writing about the new plow. He gave the credit for the improvement of the plow to himself. He was a little embarrassed, but he could not refuse. Chapter 293. What's the good news? Zhang Mingxing asked first. The two of them had not recovered from the bad news just now, and now there was another good news, which made them feel uncomfortable. That Minister Bai wrote a memorial and asked the officials to send it to the capital. He said that Sanshui County's registrar and county magistrate thought that the transportation in the county might be lacking. The river and canal can be expanded so that boats can travel to and from Benzhou to the capital. This move is beneficial for draining water when there is a flood, storing water when there is a drought, good for the health of the people, and good for increasing taxes. It is a great policy. The county magistrate should be able to protect the people and show the kindness of the imperial court. My lord, this river was built by you. Not only did you widen the river and clear the silt, but you also persuaded the local rich to set up small rest pavilions on both sides for people to rest. You also let the people buy and sell on both sides of the pavilions to increase their family's wealth. My lord, you are a good official who serves the country and the people. You did not spend a single cent of the imperial court's money. If you don't take the position of county magistrate, who else has the ability? Congratulations, milord. The Yamen runner said according to the contents of the memorial, and then began to congratulate him. Why is the minister speaking up for us all of a sudden? The credit of digging the river is also counted as mine. Zhao Xiang could not believe what he heard. He just felt better, but now he was trembling again. He understood that if he had another credit, the position of county magistrate would be stable. No one could take it away from him. Otherwise, where would he be arranged to be? He was also a registrar, and he was so familiar with Sanshui County. The position of county magistrate could only be him. Brother Ji Fong, calm down. Now you know how powerful the Zhang family is. They pushed Brother Ji Fong to the position with 2 hands. I did not expect that they still have the energy to take care of us when they are so busy. But how can the minister help us? He came here to play. Zhang Mingxing was now sure that he was the registrar. He asked others to calm down, but when he spoke, his voice was trembling. The Yamen runner explained, the Zhang family said that no one can touch the silt dug out from the river. The minister has written a memorial to retire and return to his hometown. He is going to buy some wasteland here and keep the silt for the old registrar. I see. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang understood. So much silt had been used to return the favor, but the silt did not belong to them. It belonged to the Zhang family. It seemed that the Zhang family had paid a price. That's great. Let's submit the two booklets together. Zhang Mingxing smiled. Reporting. Good news, I have good news. Just as he finished speaking, another bailiff ran in and said to Zhao Xiang, County Magistrate, I have good news. Again. Zhao Xiang stood up and supported himself with the back of the chair. He looked at the bailiff and waited for him to continue. Your Excellency, and the county magistrate felt that there were many commoners in the county who had nothing to do after the spring plowing. As such, they asked the Shang family to build 3 workshops so that the commoners could earn money during their free time. They also set up 3 workshops to teach the commoners survival skills. Your Excellency, quickly write the memorial. The Yamen runner winked and said. Zhao Xiang knew that there were 3 workshops and 3 schools, but weren't they built by the little prince? Why did he take the credit for this? Did the little prince agree to it? Zhang Mingxing asked directly. Reporting to Your Excellency, the little prince seemed to be building a dock with the Zhang family recently. Unfortunately, the dock isn't here. Otherwise, the river here seems to be smaller. I think it's because of this. The Yamen runner changed the way he addressed Zhang Mingxing and began to explain. If that's the case, what did the Zhang family use to exchange with the little prince again? Could it be that they were still worried after having those 2 hands and wanted to use a 3rd hand to settle this matter and stabilize their own promotion? Zhang Mingxing said to Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang nodded. Sigh. The Zhang family really put in a lot of effort this time. They used 3 hands in a row. Let's see who else dares to take this position. Reporting. Your Excellency, good news, there's good news. Another bailiff ran in from outside. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang felt numb at this time. They sat back in their chairs and waited. What was going to happen would happen. What was the Zhang family doing? They came one after another. Did they still think that the position of county magistrate was unstable? The bailiff who came in seemed to be in a hurry. He panted heavily and couldn't speak. Take a rest first. There's no hurry. Brother Anren, what do you think the master of the Zhang family plans to do? Zhao Xiang asked Zhang Mingxing as he gestured for the bailiff to drink water. I don't know. That expert is amazing. He always does things one after another. How can we guess? If we can guess it, won't we also be experts? No wonder the little prince stayed there and didn't go home. He wants to learn something. Zhang Mingxing said with emotion. He was now full of admiration for the master of the Zhangjie Zhuangzi. After he finished talking with Zhao Xiang, he said to the bailiff who finished drinking water, Tell me, what's the news? Your Excellency thinks that the river in Sanshui County is unstable due to the river being repaired. Therefore, they ordered people to build 40 boats in half a year to patrol the river and occasionally help to transport some overstocked goods. Such a good deed should be passed down by erecting a stone tablet at the Xiaoyuoshui Pier. Your Excellency, congratulations. In the future, all the people who were saved and helped in the river will remember your kindness and pass it down from generation to generation. The bailiff told them the news about the establishment of the fleet. It's the 4th hand. What does the Zhang family want? Logically speaking, those 2 are enough. Why do they have to push it down? The 2 of them became excited again. Unlike the previous 3 pieces of news, if this matter was done well, the two of them would be able to show off in the future. Why don't we go and ask in person? At least we have to figure it out. This again and again will always make people think about it. Zhang Mingxing suggested. Okay, it's good to ask. I can't figure it out either. I don't know which part of the chain is this. Zhao Xiang's face was full of yearning. He also wanted to go to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to be apprenticed to the master. Even if he could learn a little, he would be better than him now. This was called a method. It made people unable to guess the meaning even if they saw it. Reporting. Good news, Your Excellency, there's good news. It came again. No need to congratulate us. If there's any news, just say it. We know. One of us is the county magistrate, and the other is the head of the government. We can't run away. Zhang Mingxing didn't want to hear any congratulatory words and let the bailiff say it directly. The bailiff was stunned for a moment. When he saw the other bailiffs in the room who hadn't left, he said with a smile, in order to educate the people, the two of you and the head of the government have specially set up an academy in Tuqiu village. You have also asked Master Bai, who wants to retire to be an official, to preside over everything and raise money for the construction of the academy. This will allow the people in the county who want to study to be educated and also allow the outsiders to learn the way of the sage. The two of them who had been shocked by the news again and again thought that they wouldn't be so excited this time. However, they couldn't control themselves and stood up from the chair again. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Building an academy. How much would the status of Sanshui County rise in the future? The Zhang family was able to invite the head of the government to take care of this matter. It was a matter of the scholars. With an academy, it could be said that the common people would be educated. This credit was too big. It was so big that it was frightening. Okay, you can all leave. I will discuss it with the head of the government. Zhang Mingxing didn't dare to continue waiting like this. He asked them to leave. He wanted to have a good discussion with Zhao Xiang. However, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi didn't seem to want to give him the chance. There was another reporting. My lord, good news. Congratulations, my lord. In order to show the prosperity of our country, you have specially allowed some merchants to unite. You want to cover the supermarket where everything in the world can be bought and sold. Only in this market, you can buy and sell many things that are not commonly seen in the local area. My lord's public virtue is boundless. The Yamen runner was quick to talk and told them about this matter. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang looked at each other. What supermarket? What was it for? Which merchants were involved? What kind of goods were they buying and selling? The two of them didn't know at all. The only thing they knew was that this matter was caused by the Zhang family. What did the Zhang family want to achieve? It was enough. Not to mention a county, even if it was given to a state, these achievements would be enough to get people promoted. Moreover, it was the kind of promotion that could be given to several people at once. Brother Ji Fong, why do I feel like I'm having some misgivings in my heart? That expert always sends people to tell us his plans. What should we do this time? No, I'm going to go to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to ask now. It's too uncomfortable to keep it in my heart like this. Zhang Mingxing felt that there was no part of his body that wasn't numb. Even his tongue couldn't work. His eyes were in a trance. Zhao Xiang wasn't much better than him. He nodded and said, I'll go with you. But I feel that this matter isn't over yet. There should be more. Quick, let's go out and have a look. No need. I heard the sound of horse hooves. Zhang Mingxing said. Sure enough, there was another shout from the other side. Reporting. My lord, good news, really good news. The person ran and shouted. As soon as he came in, Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang said together, Congratulations, my lord. My lord, congratulations. My lord, thank the people of the county. What's next? Ah. How did you know that I was going to say this? Could it be that the two of you can predict? The yeoman runner was confused. He hadn't said anything yet. How did they know? When the surrounding yeoman runners heard the words of the two who were about to be promoted, they all laughed at the same time. The yeoman runner who came to report the news didn't know what to do. He touched his face and scratched his head. He felt that there was something wrong with him that made others laugh. My lord, you too, already know? The yeoman runner asked tentatively in a low voice. We don't know shit. Tell me, what good thing did Registrar Zhao and I do this time? Zhang Mingxing asked. He felt that the things he encountered today were more than all the things he had encountered in the past. It was also puzzling. Chapter 294. The runner heard Zhang Mingxing's words and said, The Zhang family said that you must have doubts in your heart. You don't know why the Zhang family has pushed you so many times, so you are anxious to ask. The Zhang family said that you don't need to wait. You will know what they mean when you hear the last piece of news. The Zhang family said that some of the seeds can be brought to the Zhang family first. The Zhang family will be responsible for planting the seedlings. When the time comes, the seedlings will be distributed to various parts of the county. Based on the Zhang family's farmstead's direct planting of the seedlings last year, it should be able to increase the yield by 10%. Sirs, this humble one has finished speaking. Hiss. When Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang heard the last piece of news, they couldn't help but gasp. Increase the output by 10%. As long as they got the seeds to the Zhang family and planted the seedlings according to their method. 10% of the output, how much was the whole county? But why did they say that they knew what the Zhang family wanted to do when they heard the news? What was so different about this news? Counting from the head count, the Zhang family had already pushed them 7 times. Including the current one, it was exactly 8 times. Why? What did 8 times have to do with the purpose? The two fell into deep thought. Their thoughts were basically the same. The first thing was to push them to the position. This was already enough. If the two of them didn't insist on staying in Sanshui County, they could directly push them to the capital and become officials of the capital. When they first entered, it seemed that they could only be 7th-rank officials, unless the emperor summoned them alone and they could mention it. Of course, they couldn't go. There were still many things to do here. When they heard the last piece of news, they understood why they pushed them so many times. They even knew that the two of them would go to Zhangzhou Zhuangzi. Sure enough, they didn't let anything go wrong. It seemed that they knew their every move. While the two of them were thinking about it, the runners were also thinking about it. This time, they were completely relieved. No one could push the two of them down. If they occupied that position, Sanshui County would be better in the future. They wanted to say something to their colleagues, but they saw that the two of them were silent, so they also waited. I know. It's too scary. The Zhang family, they want to, brother and Ran, can you hurry up and say what you want? What does the Zhang family want? Before Zhao Xiang could figure it out, he heard Zhang Mingxing's exclamation and urged him on. Zhang Mingxing opened his eyes to the maximum and looked in front of him. His mouth was open, and there was an expression on his face that could not be described as either surprised or frightened. Zhao Xiang reached out and pushed him. Brother and Ran, are you trying to suffocate me to death? Tell me quickly. Brother Ji Fong, you see, there are business matters, agriculture matters, industry matters, official matters, as well as matters of merit and virtue. If you count them all, we have officials, agriculture, industry, and education. Moreover, none of them are simple. You see, Brother Ji Fong, we have business matters, agriculture matters, industry matters, and education matters, and none of them are simple. What do you think Sanchue County was like? What do you think Sanchue County is like now? Also, this river has become an important road. In the future, there will be a lot of people coming and going, right? Zhang Mingxing explained to Zhao Xiang one by one and finally summed it up. Zhao Xiang nodded. He also knew that these matters included various aspects, but it had nothing to do with Zhangjie Zhuangzi's plan. He looked at Zhang Mingxing in confusion and said, I understand. In the future, Sanchue County will not be comparable to the original one. Although we are a middle county, we are better than some upper counties. Especially when many people come from other places to settle down in our Sanchue County, as long as the number of people is a little more. Then we can report to the higher-ups and let this place become the Zhang family. It turns out that not only do they want to promote us, but they also want to promote the whole county from a middle county to an upper county. They want to promote 8 hands, including officials, agriculture, industry, and education. So it turns out that they want to promote the county. What a big plan. When the time comes, I won't be a lower 7th grade official. I will be upper 7th grade official, and you will be lower 7th grade official. Maybe with more people, I will be lower 6th grade official, and you will be upper 7th grade official. It's crazy. Either we are crazy, or the Zhang family is crazy. Using the power of Zhuangzi to promote the county to an upper county. 8 hands in a row, this is the first time I've heard of this in my life. It's also the first time I've seen it. Which Zhuangzi has this kind of plan? Which Zhuangzi has this kind of ability? Zhangjie Zhuangzi can and dare to. He is the best Zhuangzi in the world. When he said these words, Zhao Xiang's hands were already cramping. He wanted to clench his fists, but he couldn't. He wanted to open his hands, but he couldn't. His eyes were also wide open. Zhang Mingxing's hands trembled as he picked up the teacup on the table. He wanted to drink a mouthful of water, but the edge of the teacup hit his teeth. No matter what, he couldn't drink it. He just held it and said, honestly, using the power of a Zhuangzi to promote a county, this is unheard of. If they were given a county, wouldn't they dare to promote a province? If they were given a province, would they promote a country? Someone, come here and feed me some water. After saying so much, Zhang Mingxing still couldn't drink any water. He shouted at the bailiffs. No bailiff came over. They were also trembling. It was too scary. Zhangjie Zhuangzi actually had this kind of plan. If they didn't hear it clearly and saw it with their own eyes, they would definitely slap the person who told them this. It was just like a dream. Sir, I can't go over. Sir, are you telling the truth? Our Sanchue County is going to become an upper county. A bailiff wanted to go over and feed the deputy district magistrate, but he found that he couldn't walk over. His legs were cramping. He used his hand to support himself on the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. He had a reason to do so. If it was an upper county, the bailiffs would be different from the middle county. Their monthly salary would be higher, and their equipment would be different from the previous ones. Previously, they were allowed to use knives, but in fact, it was already a violation. They used hunting bows. If it was an upper county, they could directly equip themselves with bows. They were not allowed to use them during normal times, but they could use them during critical times. What's up to them? Even if the county had to pay for it, the Zhang family would take care of it. For example, the most powerful counties, Chang'an and Wanyan, could even equip themselves with crossbows. Although they were not as good as military crossbows, crossbows were still crossbows. It was already good enough for the bailiffs in the lower county to have a water and fire rod. In the future, it would be more awe-inspiring when they go out. They wouldn't have to be afraid when they encounter something. They wouldn't have to carry knives around in the middle county. They wouldn't have to worry about being questioned when they go out. If they were in the upper county, they could ride a good horse and walk around with knives. What could they do? Zhang Mingxing could understand the feelings of the bailiffs. He sighed and stopped drinking. Trembling, he put the teacup back down. He sat there and panted heavily, waiting for the trembling to subside. He would be fine once the trembling subsided. His trembling body did not affect his speech much, but his voice was a little shaky. Since he couldn't move, he could only chat. Brother Ji Fong, how is it? Are you convinced? In the future, Sanshui County will be more stable. The bailiffs will be able to use good bows. When the time comes, I don't know if the higher-ups will give them to us. After all, our bailiffs are a little overstaffed. It's good enough that they don't investigate. It seems that we still have to wait for Zhangjie Zhuangzi to do it. The Zhang family's continuous actions will cost a lot of money. Zhang Mingxing said to Zhao Xiang. He was also happy. His position was promoted, and his rank was also promoted. As long as Zhangjie Zhuangzi could do it, it would be easy for him to become an upper county. Every year, he would have to pay taxes and hand in food. Who would dare to be unconvinced? Yes, there are so many things. The higher-ups will not give them. If they give them out, will they rebel? But we didn't do anything wrong. When we recruited bailiffs, we did it for this step, right? There are 40 boats patrolling in the water. Each boat has 10 people, which means there are 400 people. There are not enough people patrolling in the county. 5 people is still 200 people. When we forced Jia Shan to recruit bailiffs, we only knew that the Zhang family would not leave so many people idle. But we never expected that the Zhang family had considered this point at that time. Their plan was too big and too far, but it was so thorough. Not only did they spend the last bit of money in the Yaman's account to restrain Jia Shan, but they also made arrangements for today's events. What an expert! I finally understand what it means to be intertwined. The Zhang family never makes mistakes for no reason. They even had such considerations when roping in the little duke to build Shuiyun Club. Money, it was all about money, and also reputation. Since the invention of the curved plow last year, he had been pushing it all the way. Little by little, he had finally pushed Zhongshan to Shangxian and controlled the entire Sanshui County in his hands. Yes, he had even pushed Zhang Zhong from a small family to the capital. I think Zhang Zhong must be one of the top 3. I understand now. Those who are useful to them, they will push them away. Those who are not obedient, they will push them away. They will push you until your heart is blooming with joy. They will press you until you are heartbroken. Fortunately, we are obedient. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death by your mother. I know. Zhang Mingxing didn't wait for Zhao Xiang to finish his sentence. You won't be able to get better. Zhao Xiang said unconvinced. You are the most rigid one. As a chief clerk, you can't get along well with others. You are the most dangerous one. Fortunately, you spoke up for the Zhang family. I am not. If the Zhang family treats me better, I am willing to listen to them. What kind of position is a deputy county magistrate? He doesn't have that ability. Zhang Mingxing mentioned what happened in the past. At that time, when they met the higher-ups, Zhao Xiang didn't speak up for the Zhang family. Instead, he spoke ill of them. What would happen to Zhao Xiang now? It was not easy for a rigid person to lie for them. It was really lucky. Zhao Xiang also thought of what happened at that time. He said, "What do you know? I am afraid that Zhangjie Zhuangzi will be angry and kill the cucumber sprout. My mother wants to eat it. I am doing this for my mother. I am also obedient." I listen to the Zhang family. They are very good to me. When my little sister is sick, they send ginseng to my little sister for her to use. They also give her a lot of delicious food. If anyone dares not to listen to the Zhang family, I will fall out with that person. The Yamen runner who was holding the wall also said. Chapter 295. Spring is full, the plum blossoms fall, the apricot blossoms bloom, the moon shines on people, love is always there. Half a month has passed since Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang reported the 8 matters. The river is completely connected. Some people are still there to clear the silt, and some people are left to build the embankment. Most of the craftsmen who can be used are hired by Li Sun to build the restaurant. Bai Go is still alive. He bought a piece of wasteland north of Zhuangzi. The higher-ups have agreed to his resignation, and they are arguing for a new minister. Most of the silt had been dragged to his wasteland. Once the spring plowing was done, he would quickly get someone to dig it up. He had yet to find a farmer. The new home that Zhang Xiaobao had built for him occupied a medium-sized field. No one pursued this matter, and no one reported it. The 4 Zhuangzi family's spring plowing speed was faster than other Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi were naturally the fastest. Li Sun complained to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more than once that they knew the new plow was better, but they still said that they wanted to try it first. As a result, their speed was faster than the new plow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tried to avoid this topic. They talked about the workshop, the docks, and the things in the workshop. The Zhang family prepared a large number of tents for the farmers to live in. While the people digging the river were idle, they built houses for the farmers. According to the original agreement, the houses were 2-story buildings. In this way, the farmers could help to build the academy after the spring plowing, and then build the 2 Zhuangzi to the appearance on Wang Wan's blueprint. It seems that those people can't be found for a while. I raised 100,000 strings of coins to build the docks. Xiao Bao, you have to do it well. Don't lie to me anymore. Li Sun couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, thinking about the restaurant between the clouds and the water. He got up and walked around, and then found Zhang Xiaobao's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Zhao Xiang were studying. When they saw Li Sun coming, they had to stop and walk outside together. Don't worry, we won't cheat our own business. You can use the money to help us first. My family is going to build a supermarket with the money from Little Luoshui. After the imperial examination, Sanshui County must become Shang County. Zhang Xiaobao agreed, and at the same time, he made a request. Otherwise, it would take a few months. With Li Sun's help, it would be much faster. His father also. Li Sun did not think that this matter was difficult to handle. Definitely, Xiaobao, I don't understand why your family is in such a hurry to move Sanshui County to Shang County. I have to do all these things at the same time. Fortunately, there are some people who are willing to invest. Tell me, what is your family's plan? Li Sun really wanted to know. The matter of the Zhang family's manor pushing 8 hands in a row to turn Zhong Xian into Shang Xian allowed him to see the ability of the person behind the scenes. Even his father wrote a letter of praise and said that the Zhang family's manor was the #1 manor in the world. He asked him to find a way to get closer to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He said that many people knew about this matter. Maybe people around Zhangjie Zhuangzi would move over. The reason was the same as his. Therefore, Li Sun didn't think that the Zhang family emphasized several times that they would settle this matter after the imperial examination. There must be a deeper meaning. Those who understood the situation and were a little bit smarter didn't dare to think that what the Zhang family did was too simple. Buddha said not to say. Zhang Xiaobao did have a plan, but he couldn't tell others. Even Wang Wan didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Hearing Li Sun's question, Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the moon and replied. Li Sun curled his lips and said, "What Buddha said. Now they are dismantling the Miao and returning to the secular world. Buddha is so powerful. How can it be dismantled? The moon is full and the moon is waxing and waning. I don't know if there is a Buddha, but Buddhism is a good philosophy. You won't understand even if I tell you. Don't be depressed because of a failure, and don't be arrogant because of a moment of happiness." Zhang Xiaobao finally decided to teach Li Sun well. He couldn't just ask for help without paying. Li Sun's family didn't teach him these things. They just wanted him to be a carefree marquis and a carefree prince in the future. If he knew too much, his heart would be too big, and it would easily attract trouble. He didn't have much contact with it. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he thought that it was taught by an expert. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "Why do I feel a little uncomfortable when Xiaobao said this? Is it like this? If it is, then it is. If it isn't, then it isn't. Who can clearly say what is right and what is wrong? Everything has its own way, but it is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble. Like fog, like lightning. You should observe it like this." Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning and also taught him. Li Sun had never heard of this before. The great Tang didn't have it yet. After hearing it, he felt even more confused. "Can you say it in another way?" "Good. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The nameless world." "I know. You don't need to say any more. I'll recite the rest. Xiao Bao's meaning is that one shouldn't be happy when encountering good things, but shouldn't be sad when encountering bad things, right?" Li Sun didn't let Wang Wan continue. This kind of thing was just like the rest of the words, mysterious and wonderful. Wang Wan shook her head. "Why can't one be happy when encountering good things? Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires in life. They must know how to enjoy life. When they should cry, they should cry. When they should laugh, they should laugh. When they should laugh, they should cry. If they don't have anything, are they still human?" "Xiao Bao, what do you say?" Li Sun heard that the two people had different opinions, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. A capable person must always remember that happiness is followed by sorrow. He must also have the willpower to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Fortune is where misfortune lies, and misfortune is where fortune lies, Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Cuckoo, what do you say?" Li Sun asked again. "When the false becomes the truth becomes false. Who knows what will happen in the future? We can only enjoy the present to the fullest." Wang Wan said to Li Sun. "Xiao Bao, it's your turn." Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao. "If one doesn't think about the future, there will be immediate worries." "Cuckoo. If you always think about the future, you will neglect the present. Why don't you, Xiao Bao?" Li Sun followed the two of them out for a stroll in the middle of the night. Hearing the two of them say completely opposite words, she didn't know how to choose. It seemed that what they said was right, but why were they opposing each other? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately did this. In fact, real life was very simple. The daily necessities contained the philosophy of heaven and earth. The two of them wanted Li Sun to find what he should have in this contradiction, and not listen to others. Li Sun didn't know the two's good intentions. He listened and felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be full of talent. How could they teach this? It seemed that he had to work hard to learn. The three of them walked and walked until they reached the place where the houses were built. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked the workers to build the houses in a more unique way. They didn't want them to be so neat, and they had to be well arranged. In the future, there would be corridors and small canals here. An almond tree that had already bloomed swayed gently in the evening wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers could be smelled. The villagers lived in tents, and from time to time, there would be people walking by. Not only did the footsteps not wake the people in the tents, but they also made them sleep more soundly. Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao stood under the tree and looked at the people walking by. They said, "Are these people from your family's inner courtyard? Are they keeping vigil?" "Yes, keeping vigil. We can't let the villagers keep vigil by themselves. We still have things to do tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Sun wanted to say. Wasn't it just that the main family did this differently from the other Zhuangzi? In his mind, there was only the reasonable use of manpower, and he didn't care about whether someone's identity should be doing what they should do. "Yes, that's right. If the villagers can sleep well, I'll do the same later." "Xiaobao, I still don't understand. When your father changes places, your family will naturally move as well. Although the Zhuangzi here will still belong to your family, what does Sanshui County have to do with your family?" Li Sun often asked when he couldn't solve the doubts in his heart. This was the 5th time he asked. "We'll know when the time comes." Zhang Xiaobao still had the same expression. He wouldn't say, he definitely wouldn't say. "Well, I'll wait." "Xiaobao, I've written the letter. When the time comes, your father will definitely be in the top 3. As for whether or not he will be in the top 3, I'm not sure. If he isn't, don't blame me." Li Sun suddenly remembered Zhang Zhong's matter. There was only half a month left before the examination. He was also not sure if he was in the top 3. Zhang Xiaobao was full of confidence. He said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you write the letter, there won't be too much of a difference. There are other people working hard to help. Let's go over there and take a look. The child is crying at night. If it doesn't work, we'll find a doctor." While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he heard the sound of a baby crying from one of the tents. It was very loud and penetrating. There was no need to worry about the baby crying. Zhang Xiaobao knew some ways to deal with it. In the past, he had a younger brother and sister like this. He led Wang Wan and Li Sun to the tents. Chapter 296. Zhang Zhong really wanted to write a poem about the beautiful spring scenery, but when he looked at the peach blossoms reflected by the lights in the water, he felt a little sour in his nose. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and muttered, "A cup of wine in a river, the bright moon in the sky is far away from home." Out of the door, the plum blossoms compete in the spring, the branches shine in the night and the peach blossoms are beautiful. Across the bridge, the father returns to Yen. Strategizing between the clouds and the water. Bribing the officials, not sparing any expense. After the provincial capital, there is Chang'an. After Zhang Zhong finished reciting this impromptu poem, he raised his sleeve and rubbed the corner of his eyes. Without saying a word, he poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank there. The other scholars who came with him did not know why Zhang Zhong wrote such a sad poem about such a beautiful scenery. Only County Magistrate Qing could understand Zhang Zhong's thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged everything. He had money and people. From the moment Zhang Zhong left home, he did not suffer any grievances. These days, he arranged countless places. Except for the imperial palace, there was no place that he could not enter. For example, this crooked river pond. Was it a place that ordinary people could enter? For example, the hibiscus garden. Was it his own home? However, Zhang Zhong could enter. Moreover, he brought some officials or students who were also going to take the exam. How much effort did he put in? In addition to the care of the minister and the little prince, just the dried wood ears and white fungus were sent over in large bags. All kinds of fresh vegetables and soil were shipped over at the fastest speed. Countless money was thrown in and countless things were given out. For this matter, the two best restaurants gave many officials free cards. As long as they ate there, they would not have to spend money. Not to mention other things, just the money that flowed out from his hands was more than 26,000 strings of coins. Every small matter would give a big gift. As long as it was a 6th-ranked official or above, he would not miss out on any. That was only one aspect of it. There were also those shops. In total, there were close to 30 of them. No matter what they sold, he didn't remember much. However, he remembered clearly the mansions of some of the officials. As long as he saw people from those mansions come out to buy things, they would either give them money or not. Even the servants had to give him some benefits. That was how Zhang Zhong was able to get so much information, allowing him to live like a fish in water in Chang'an. Behind all this, there was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if there were people guiding him when he was doing it, he was still a child after all. He had to be busy, and it was not easy to be a messenger. Other children might not be able to remember these things, but Zhang Xiaobao had to memorize them first before making arrangements. He had never heard of that expert handling anything personally. Zhang Zhong thought more than County Magistrate Qing. County Magistrate Qing only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. However, Zhang Zhong's father knew that his good son not only had to take care of money, but also think of ways to exchange benefits with others. Furthermore, he had to take care of the family. Xiaobao had always been reluctant to let Qiao or overwork herself. The letters that were written never mentioned any difficulties at home. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that there was a lot of trouble at home. Those who came from Huayuan County to take the exam would also write letters to home. He should go and ask. Otherwise, he would not know what difficulties his family was facing. Good poem. Brother Yongqing can come up with such a good poem even on the spot. You are indeed a talent that can be spread around the surrounding prefectures. I think Brother Yongqing will definitely win the exam this time. A person next to him first applauded, and the others followed suit. Only Zhang Zhong knew that what he wrote was far from the mark. However, that was what reputation was all about. Listening to the applause of others, Zhang Zhong came to a person with a cup of wine and said, "Brother Qiyun, have you received any letters from your family?" "What did they say?" "I haven't received any letters from my family yet." This person was called Guan Feng, Guan Qiyun. He was from Huayuan County. His family was quite rich. He received a letter yesterday. Zhang Zhong knew about this, so he came to ask. Many people did not know about Zhang Zhong's identity. They only knew that he was talented and lived in Sanshui County. When Guan Feng heard Zhang Zhong's question, he immediately thought of his family situation. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongqing, you are too polite. In fact, there is nothing serious in my family." However, it is not entirely true that there is nothing serious. There is a Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. Brother Yongqing is also surnamed Zhang. I don't know if you are related to the Zhang family. Let's not talk about this first. There are two powerful Zhuangzi in the county. They are the Han family and the Yuan family. However, they offended a marquis and were arrested. Their family sold the Zhuangzi. Guess who they sold the Zhuangzi to? They sold the Zhuangzi to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Zhangjie Zhuangzi is really rich. He took out 50,000 strings of coins at once. The Zhang family is even more powerful than before. However, there are still people who are not afraid of them. The Qin family, which used to be next to the Yuan family, is the head of the family who is in the cloth business. When the Zhang family took over Zhuangzi, it was just in time for the spring plowing when the Qin family cut off the water supply. The river flows from the Qin family. Not only did they cut off the water supply, but they also cut off the road leading to the river and planted thorns. I heard that many people have been taken advantage of by the Zhang family, but the Qin family still dared to do this. They are really bold. What? Cut off the water supply. Then how can the spring plowing in Zhuangzi continue? Zhang Zhong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He immediately thought of the consequences of this matter. Without water, they could not plow the land. What would happen to Xiao Bao and Qiao Er? They must be very worried. Where would they get water? Guan Feng deliberately paused for a moment. He picked up his bowl and took a sip of wine. Then, he picked up a piece of cucumber and garlic and looked at the eager eyes of the people around him before he said, I heard that the Zhang family's housekeeper went to look for them twice in a row. In the end, the Qin family made things difficult for him both times. They said that it was useless. The Qin family even mocked the Zhang family, saying that they did not dare to have anything to do with them. Guess what happened after that? What happened? A few people who liked to hear about this kind of thing asked in unison. Zhang Zhong did not ask. He was already clenching his fists. He was thinking that after he passed the exam, he would definitely let the Qin family know how powerful they were. He would not let them off so easily for bullying Qiao Er and Xiao Bao while the head of the family was not at home. After that, those who wanted to watch the show once again witnessed the power of the Zhang family. The Qin family cut off the water supply in their area, and the Zhang family changed the most critical part of the river. The next morning after the Qin family finished planting the thorns, the Zhang family set up everything in a single night. The Qin family was dumbfounded this time, and they went to beg the Zhang family's housekeeper again. What karma? Oh, you might not know what happened to the river over there. Let me tell you, that river. Guan Feng spoke excitedly as if he was a member of the Zhang family. He also introduced the terrain of the area to those who did not know the situation. Zhang Zhong did not need to listen to this introduction. How could he not know where his family was? He was angry and worried just now, but now he smiled. He knew that this must be the work of his son, Xiao Bao. Other than Xiao Bao, there was no other person who could do things this way. Zhang Zhong could not help but laugh when he thought of the Qin family's reaction when there was no water. County Magistrate Qing came over and said to Zhang Zhong, Brother Yongqing, don't worry about your family. Do you think your family is afraid of this kind of thing? It's just Zhuangzi from the Qin family. It's too easy to deal with them. Yes, County Magistrate Qing is right. Zhuangzi is quite safe. Did County Magistrate Qing receive a letter from Sanshui County? I received one the day before yesterday. It didn't say anything except that the flowers had bloomed and the farmers were working fast. Zhang Zhong did not expect to receive a letter from his family that he needed to think about. If he wanted to know, he could only ask someone else. County Magistrate Qing hesitated for a moment and said, Well, to be honest, I did receive a letter. If Brother Yongqing wants to know, I will tell you. But you must not miss the important matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me. Tell me. Let's see what it is. Zhang Zhong was not so worried now. He just felt sorry for his son. The Zhang family's business was very big. His son and daughter-in-law had to manage people, settle accounts, and study at the same time. There were also one or two troublemakers. They were busy from morning to night. They were still children. When County Magistrate Qing was about to speak, he suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Zhong, I can tell you, but you can't get too excited. This time, your family is determined to arrange people for the County Magistrate of Sanshui County. They gave the new plow, the expansion of the river, the construction of the workshop, all these benefits to Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang there. County Magistrate Qing said those things one by one. As he spoke, he drank and was afraid that he could not control his trembling. Zhang Zhong was also stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Bao had done so many things after leaving home for such a long time. However, he did not understand and asked, what do they want to do? Yes, Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang also thought of this. What does the Zhang family want to do? The result is, your family not only wants to promote them, but also wants to change Sanshui County from Zhongshan to Shang County. This big thing has been reported. I think it will not take long before Sanshui County becomes a Shang County. As long as County Magistrate Qing thought of this, he could not control himself. He held the chopsticks tightly in his hand. Zhang Zhong was also excited. He did not expect his son to be so capable. He could not tell what he was feeling. Zhangjie Zhuangzi was famous now. In this big world, which Zhuangzi could promote a county? His Zhangjie Zhuangzi could. His precious son had this ability. Perhaps he was used to his son's power, so Zhang Zhong did not tremble. He just stood there and laughed. He thought about how his manor would be in a county in the future. He did not know that he could no longer return to Sanshui County to be an official. Chapter 297. Zhang Xiaobao naturally didn't know that his father was also thinking about him. He, Wang Wan, and Li Sun went to the tent where the child was crying and said, "Can we take a look?" The sudden voice made the child stop crying. After a few breaths, the crying sounded again, louder than before. The farmer inside didn't know who was talking outside, but he knew that there were people patrolling outside, so it couldn't be bad people. He opened the tent and looked up, then immediately greeted, "So it's the young master and young lady. You came so late, come in and rest." After all, Zhang Xiaobao's identity was different, so the farmers were very respectful when they saw him. The three of them entered the tent one after another. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed and found that there was no unpleasant smell. There was a brazier lit with smokeless charcoal, so it wasn't cold either. The child was placed on a thick cushion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both remembered that the child was only 9 months old, and he was crying with his mouth open. The man at home had a helpless expression. "Come, Xiaobao baby, let me hold you. Tell me, why are you crying?" Wang Wan went over first and stretched out 2 hands, preparing to put one hand on the child's back and the other hand on the child's leg. Zhang Xiaobao quickly pulled Wang Wan away. "You can't hold a child like this. The child's waist is soft, and this will make him cry even more. Watch me." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao half knelt on the ground. His right hand passed under the child's arm and placed under the child's armpit. His left hand arched and supported the child's buttocks. He placed the child on his lap and said to Li Sun, "Go outside and get a lantern." Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, so he turned and went out. He called a patrolling person and asked for a lantern, then returned to the tent. "Hold it above the child's head. Cuckoo, come over and sit with me. Tilt your body slightly outward. We'll block his back together and use our bodies to block the places he can see from the corner of his eyes." Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, then arranged for Cuckoo. Wang Wan curiously followed Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. "You two sit next to me and Cuckoo, not on both sides, but in front. Make space for one person on both sides of the child. You two block there, but don't worry about the front of the child's eyes." Zhang Xiaobao continued to instruct the couple. The two of them sat in the wrong place at first, but they quickly corrected themselves. If it were anyone else doing this, they would have been angry. But when the young master of the main family carried their son, they felt happy instead. After the arrangements were made, the crying child suddenly stopped crying. Her mouth was slightly open, and she allowed her saliva to flow out. Blinking her big eyes, she looked in front of her, then turned her head to look around. She giggled and placed her 2 small hands on one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and the other on his chest. "Xiaobao, why did he stop crying?" "I thought he was crying because he peed or pooped, or because he was hungry." "What's wrong with you?" Wang Wan felt that this was too strange, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put his head next to the child's head, gently nudged it, and kissed the child. The child laughed even louder and tilted his head to nudge Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer and nudged him. The child laughed and tilted his head to Wang Wan again. This time, Zhang Xiaobao explained, in fact, it's very simple. Just like in our Zhuangzi, there are people on night watch and patrol. Everyone knows that there are people around to protect them, so they can sleep soundly. It's the same principle to arrange people to patrol here. Adults know that they will think of ways to hint to themselves, but children don't. As long as they find that their living environment has changed and the temperature has changed, they will feel uncomfortable, or more accurately, fear. Especially when there are no more people around them and no bright lights, they will cry to seek what they want. The position we are in is just enough to block the child's left, right, and back. He knows that there are people around, but he doesn't need to be in front. If we narrow his field of vision, he will feel that he can deal with the threat from the front. This is an instinct. If there are only one person in the house, then we have to put a thick cushion in the corner and let the child's back lean against the cushion. Then we have to pull up 2 pieces of cloth or curtains that can block the child's view. The child can see the front and lean against the back. With the light on, he won't cry unless he is hungry or needs to pee. After Zhang Xiaobao finished mouthing these words to Wang Wan, he kissed the child, and the child also laughed. Wang Wan had never heard of such a thing. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then why do children stop crying when they are breastfed?" The reason why children stop crying is not because they are hungry and can drink milk, but because of the mother's body temperature and the mother's embrace. Many children don't drink milk at that time. They just want a kind of warmth and a feeling of being protected. If the child is not too afraid of emptiness, as long as he is in the arms and kisses, he will feel that he is not lonely, and the child will stop crying. But sometimes just hugging is not enough. We have to create a big atmosphere, just like now. Li Sun is standing there. We may not be able to see it, but the child can feel it. It is very magical. When people grow up, they will hide this instinct or deliberately change it. Zhang Xiaobao was very experienced in this aspect. After he became famous, he specially studied it, just to make the children in the orphanage better. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say so mysteriously. She shivered and said, "That is to say, the adults are not like this. But why do the adults feel empty?" That shows that the 6th sense is inherited from the genes. The oldest primitive people will not deliberately change this feeling, so they have a unique perception of danger. We have to cultivate this feeling again after we grow up. Isn't it a bit sad? Why are the children willing to play in the passage we make with straw? Why do adults like to decorate their own homes? This is because they can't eliminate the information from the genes. They want to protect themselves and hide themselves. Think about it carefully. We always hope that there is a high wall behind us in an empty place. If you still don't understand, look at animals. For example, when a dog is raised in a house, as long as the temperature drops and there are fewer people in the house, it will run to the corner of the wall and stay there, so that the surrounding scene can be seen in its own vision. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had been using his left hand to cover the baby's navel. He mouthed a few words to Wang Wan. The baby closed his eyes and fell asleep, one hand on Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, the other hand clenched into a small fist. Wang Wan looked at the baby, and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She felt very strange. It was so simple, but the baby stopped crying. It turned out that loneliness and not being able to control were the most difficult things to bear. The parents of the 2 children saw that the children were asleep, so they were relieved. When they heard the children cry but couldn't do anything, they were worried. Little young master is amazing. The master is the master, and we farmers can't compare to him. The child's father looked at his son who was sleeping soundly and praised him. Zhang Xiaobao carefully handed the child to the child's mother and said, "Sleep with the child tonight." Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. When he held the child just now, his whole body was relaxed. That way, the child would be comfortable. He was still young. When he held the child, he started from the age of 5. Under the grateful eyes of the couple, the 3 people walked out of the tent. Li Sun was still holding the lantern in his hand. He shook it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are amazing. The child stopped crying when he was in your hands. What kind of ability is this? I will learn in the future. This is everyone's credit. When you have a child and cry, come to me. I will teach you." Zhang Xiaobao felt that he could come up with a teaching material on baby care. Otherwise, if the villagers saw that he and Wang Wan were easy to follow, how could they learn? He and Wang Wan could feel what was happening to their bodies. They could adjust and exercise reasonably. Other children couldn't. What did they know? The reason for the high mortality rate of children here was that they didn't take good care of themselves. There was no systematic discipline. Even if the children didn't know how to speak, their every move was actually to express their thoughts. Wang Wan walked next to them and thought about what had just happened. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you have something to do? Otherwise, why did you tell me so much? I don't understand." "It's nothing. It's just nonsense. Don't take it to heart," Zhang Xiaobao replied very naturally. "It's nothing. People like you have to be watched carefully. If others say it's nothing, I will believe them. You, hurry up and tell me, what are you going to do?" Wang Wan certainly didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's deliberately relaxed appearance. "You will know in the future. It's the same as turning Sanshui County into Shang County. It's directly related to the development of civilization." Zhang Xiaobao only revealed this sentence. Wang Wan lowered her head and began to ponder. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of a reason. Li Sun stood at the side and did not say a word. She recalled what she had just seen. That child could not even be coaxed by her own parents. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for her and she immediately laughed. It was too strange. Could it be that the expert even taught her this? After thinking for a while, Li Sun thought about the matter of the dock and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, the dock over there will start construction tomorrow. Don't you want to go with me to take a look?" "No, it's too far. It's in the provincial capital. It will take at least half a month from here to there, right?" Zhang Xiaobao estimated the distance. His father went there to take the provincial capital examination. It took half a month to walk there. Chapter 298. Li Sun left under the protection of the guards, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strolled back slowly. They didn't need to have someone protecting them all the time, at least not on the surface. In Zhuangzi, it was too difficult for ordinary people to hurt them, unless there was a legendary master who could fly and pick leaves. If that was the case, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would accept it. When others came to Zhuangzi, they had to be searched first. Last time, when housekeeper Chen came, he was not allowed to bring anything dangerous. If he felt that it was unfair, he could not come, or he could go to the yamen of Sanshui County to complain. "Xiaobao, why didn't you tell me your plan? You always hide things from me," Wang Wan said unhappily as she held Zhang Xiaobao's hand and walked home. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "It's not that I want to hide it from you, but we know different things. My plan has always been very big, and it contains too much information. If I tell you, you will think about how to perfect it, and it will delay your plan. You also said that international swindlers are not ordinary, and it's true. The things they think about are very complicated. Every step they take needs to be adjusted and connected with the previous step. It's not easy, and it's tiring. When my father has an official position, he will probably be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. When that time comes, when you train the army, when it's the yamen or people in the government, I won't care. There are specialties in every field. I believe in you, and at the same time, I hope you will believe in me. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a serious conversation, and they dissected their ideas. Before, they cooperated with each other, but they also concealed their ideas. Wang Wan was also facing this kind of thing for the first time. She thought for a while and said, "This is the independence of personality, right? What you and I discussed were the small things and the big part. I really didn't expect that you would set up such a big scheme and push Sanshui County up. I've never thought of setting up such a big scheme. I've always rushed things out one after another. You know me. What I used to do was to link up some information and then operate it. People without abilities will always do things independently. I've been practicing for so many years. The first thing I think of when I encounter a problem is to join forces. When Li Sun confirmed that those people in the dock were swindlers, I thought of pushing Sanshui County up. Then I began to connect it with my father's imperial examination, and then other arrangements appeared. In fact, it's not strange at all, it's a matter of habit." Zhang Xiaobao told her what he thought, including some of his operation process. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. After a while, she said, "Don't make it sound so easy. If I really listen to you and think it's simple, then I'm a fool. Well, I don't care how you operate. It's still what we agreed at the beginning. You can't just go and help ordinary people. Ordinary people refers to the people who come to help dig the river, not including Zhuangzi of the Qin family. When your father really has real power, I will train some people to help you. I believe that you will arrange it reasonably. What else do you need me to do?" "Yes. Compose some nursery rhymes and dance routines. That's your forte. I'll write some nursery rhymes and dance routines for young children. I've read some books on this subject and have experienced it myself. The thing I can't stand the most is to watch a sick child die in front of me." Zhang Xiaobao had always liked children very much. Unfortunately, he didn't have his own children, so he could only be a little better to other people's children. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's character. Whether he was sick or not was not important. What was important was that this obsession allowed Zhang Xiaobao to achieve such a great career and benefit many children. It was just like how they made Li Sun have contradictions in his thoughts. The ability of human existence was contradictory. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan promised, "I will make that children's song. It's simple. First, I will write down what you said at that time, which is the words of West Wind. Then I will write something like, planting the sun. What do you think?" "Good, planting the sun is good. This children's song can make children with a kind heart to harm others." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly laughed. "How is it harming?" Wang Wan was puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao suppressed the idea of continuing to laugh and said, "This song has been circulating for more than 100 years. What are the lyrics?" "The general meaning is that if you plant the sun and hang it in the Antarctic and Arctic oceans, it will shine regardless of day or night. The result is that the ice and snow will melt and the sea level will rise. Do you get what I'm saying? How many people in Japan will be drowned?" According to the current saying, Lingnan Province, Hunan Province, Huainan Province, and Jiangnan Province are all gone. It's okay if those places are gone, people can move to the mainland, but what about the surrounding islands? Where will they run to? When Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a nationality. He only had the thoughts of a nation, but he also came back to deceive people. Wang Wan was different. She was educated like that. When she thought about planting the sun, she turned her eyes to the east and covered her mouth to laugh. After laughing for a while, she asked, "Xiaobao, Li Sun will come to find us tomorrow. Do you want to go to the shipyard over there? It's fine if you want to go, but it's also fine if you don't want to go. If you want to go, we can go and take a look." It's just that we can let the people here do something. If we don't go, it's safer. With the two of us here, we don't have to worry about anything uncontrollable. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for the children of the Zhuang family to grow up so that they could help out. There shouldn't be any problems with raising them since they were young. But now, he was a little too busy. He had to personally understand such trivial matters. Steward Zhang could be used, but Zhuangzi couldn't be without Steward Zhang. Otherwise, his mother would be tired. Song Jinggong could also be used, but Song Jinggong was in charge of the docks at Little Luoshui. He was already not simple. Then there was Erniu. He was smart and could arrange things well. He was now in charge of contacting the Hunan circuit, which was Shandong. It was impossible for him to take time out to put his mind on other things. Shirlu, Yingtao, and Xiao Hong were also good. Unfortunately, they were women. It was no longer the era of Wu Meinyang. Princess Taiping had died, so they could only do things at home. At this time, the two most useful people were Su Si and his assistant, Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang would be transferred to Beijing to be the supervisor. Su Si wouldn't be of much use now. Everything would be taken care of by Urgu. It's Su Si. Let's go there and play. Let Su Si take care of more things and see if he can adapt. There are 3 things: the restaurants between the clouds and the water, the closure of the river behind the river, and the layout of the cloister in Zhuangzi. After doing it well, he can take charge of it alone. If he can't do it well, he will continue to follow orders obediently. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned Su Si to Wang Wan. He wanted to test him. Wang Wan wasn't worried that Su Si would mess up. She trusted Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that in the face of such economic matters, Zhang Xiaobao could handle it very easily. If Su Si did something wrong, how much could he compensate? If there really was someone who dared to cheat Su Si, then it would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao would have something to do. Xiaobao, then do we need to prepare some information about the ships? Wang Wan also wanted to go out and take a look. The furthest place they had been to was Little Luoshui. If the road was better, it would take less than an hour to reach that place by car. No, I don't know how to build a ship at all. Unless you want me to cheat, don't even think about it. The ships here are different from ours. Find more old and new shipwrights. The old shipwrights are more experienced, and the new shipwrights are more courageous. We are not afraid of failure, but we are afraid of losing the courage to challenge. Zhang Xiaobao knew his place and advised Wang Wan. Well, as long as there is one person who can guide the intelligent people, they will be able to show their wisdom. I will listen to you. Wang Wan also didn't know how to build a ship. She originally wanted to draw some ship diagrams. The two of them talked all the way back to their own courtyard hand in hand. The moon shone on their slanted shadows. Except for the people in the inner courtyard, outsiders would never think that the owners of these 2 shadows were the people who completed Shangxian in Sanshui County. They each had their own strengths, 2 swords, and 2 walls. Li Sun came over the next morning. He didn't eat. As long as he had a reason to come over, he wouldn't eat. The food in his house was not as good as the food in other people's house. The place that was similar to Beijing restaurant was the first restaurant in Lin Shui. The place that was better than the first restaurant in Lin Shui was between the clouds and the water. If he felt that between the clouds and the water was not good, then he would go to the courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao, the head of the Zhang family. This was Li Sun's idea. The food made in the restaurant was not the same as the food made in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. There was always a lack of freshness. Only Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao had hidden a kind of seasoning, chicken essence. The real chicken essence was better than MSG, but it was a bit of a waste of chicken. A chicken essence could be made a little bit. The thing that was used to deceive people was like the method of growing vegetables in winter. Now, it didn't cost a lot of money. Another reason was that Zhang Xiaobao had requested for the chefs in the courtyard to make home-cooked dishes, such as steamed eggplant with sauce, small root cabbage box, and the soup of the mao, plant. When it entered the mouth, it did not have the taste of the restaurant that everyone would think was acceptable. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, the best taste of food was the taste of home. It didn't need to be too fresh or too fragrant. As long as it made people feel like they were at home, it was the best thing, even if it was shallots mixed with tofu. Li Sun was attracted by this taste. After eating a meal, he couldn't forget it. Even the methods of the imperial chef in the palace couldn't compare to the food in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. Therefore, as soon as Li Sun entered the place where Zhang Xiaobao was eating, he said, "Are you eating? What are you eating? Is it delicious?" Chapter 299. After chatting with Li Sun for a while, the three of them finished their meal and prepared to leave. There wasn't anything big at home. If there was something that couldn't be solved, he would ask housekeeper Zhang to look for Minister Bai, who had retired. Don't think that he didn't care about this kind of person who took the initiative to retire. Even the emperor wouldn't dare to ignore him. If he presented a memorial to the emperor, no one would stop him. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaobao found Su Si and said to him, "Su Si, I have seen some of the things you have done recently. My family has decided that you will no longer be in charge of the market and the grocery store. Ergu is enough." Ah. Su Si felt that his head was buzzing. When he heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was that the master felt that Ergu was better and didn't want him anymore. What ah! From now on, you will have new things to do. The end of the river, the arrangement of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, and the design of the cloister between my family and the Wang families. You will be in charge of all of these. If something happens, don't blame the master for not giving you face. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Su Si to start crying and gave him the job. Su Si had signed a death contract, so he didn't need to use his previous methods to suppress him. Ah! Su Si called out again, but his tone was a little different. He thought that the master didn't want him anymore. He didn't expect that he would be given a job with more power. What ah! What I want to tell you now is that when you do something, don't do it casually if you don't have confidence. If you don't understand something, ask someone who knows. Don't worry, no matter who you ask, as long as the job is done well, the credit will go to you. If I find out that you deliberately suppress some people, you will find a better job. Zhang Xiaobao warned Su Si. There were many cases of supervisors bullying their subordinates and denying the suggestions of their subordinates. Those people would rather the company not develop well than to use the better methods of their subordinates. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to his subordinates. Su Si nodded vigorously. He knew that this little ancestor had taken a liking to him, so he had to listen to her. If he made the main house unhappy, his monthly allowance might be deducted. If he made the little ancestor unhappy, no one would say anything if he lost his life. He hurriedly agreed. Only when the three of them were seated in the carriage did he let out a sigh of relief. He muttered, "If you don't understand, just ask. Tell the person who came up with the idea to the young master and young lady. I will also be rewarded. I can't go and suppress others. I will die." Xiao Bao, if someone comes up with a better idea, how do you plan to deal with Su Si? Li Sun sat beside Zhang Xiaobao and thought of what Zhang Xiaobao had just said. Arrange for him to go out and let him take care of things on his own. Zhang Xiaobao said without thinking. Li Sun didn't understand. Then what about the person who came up with a better idea? Keep him by your side and see if he can be like Su Si. If he can, arrange for him to go out. If he can't, just do what you were doing before, Zhang Xiaobao said again. Why? If he can come up with a better idea, won't he be better than Su Si? Li Sun asked. There are many good people. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can find them. What the Zhang family wants is not this. What we want is a kind of unity. For the Zhang family, talent is not the most important thing. Knowledge and experience can be cultivated, but character is not. Our family doesn't care about talent. What we want is character. Zhang Xiaobao almost said that he didn't care about talent. He really didn't care. It wasn't like he was making an atomic bomb. It was just a small business. At most, he would do it himself. It was better than finding someone with bad character to worry about it all day. If he had the energy to worry about it, he would rather do it himself. Li Sun couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaobao would say that. He could only keep it in his heart for the time being. He could slowly think about it himself or ask someone else. The car wasn't slow. It was shaking. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's willpower was stronger than a scream. They didn't vomit. Li Sun's car was really worse than his. There were some bent pieces of bamboo between the carriage and the axle to act as a buffer. The car shook as it moved. When it was time to eat, they had to look around to see if there were any small wine shops. Li Sun was not like Zhang Xiaobao's father, who carried a bunch of things when he went out. In the past, he might have been able to do so. Now, he felt that he was the best person. Even if there were no wine shops around, he felt that he and Zhang Xiaobao would be able to reach their destination alive. After surviving in the wild, he was now full of confidence. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to persist like this. The two of them didn't think that surviving in the wild was good. They had already suffered enough. At this time, they were sitting in a roadside shop and eating. There was only one dish, fried with beans and meat. There were a lot of beans and very little meat. When they looked at the plate, they saw that it was all lean meat. This wasn't because the people in the shop knew that the three of them didn't like to eat fatty meat. It was because there was very little fatty meat. Everyone else liked to eat it, so they didn't use it to cook. The food in this shop is good. Look, how is this shredded meat? It's obviously a steak. The medium rare kind. If you don't have the ability to cook, can't you first blanch the meat with water? It's eaten together with beans. Zhang Xiaobao picked up some meat. As soon as it entered his mouth, he spat it out. When he looked carefully, there were still traces of blood in the meat. If it was just fried meat, he would eat it. However, if it was fried together with beans, it would be easy to become laxative after eating it. It was just right for people with indigestion. Wang Wan only picked beans to eat. Fortunately, the beans were cooked. She asked someone to bring her a spoon. She ate with the steamed buns that she didn't know. Li Sun glanced at the meat that Zhang Xiaobao spat out. After thinking for a while, he said, "If I had known, would have brought my own chef or used their ingredients in kitchen. I think that eating insects is better than eating this meat. Isn't it easy to eat this meat? Shopkeeper, bring me some garlic and some salt." Zhang Xiaobao naturally had a way to deal with it. He waited for the only shopkeeper, waiter, and owner to bring the garlic and salt. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the salt, and stuffed it into his mouth. He also asked for a mouthful of garlic. He ate it very happily. Li Sun also learned. He found that he couldn't eat the fishy taste of the meat, only the saltiness of the salt and the spiciness of the garlic. He said with admiration, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have seen it. You are really not ordinary. You can even eat this thing. Okay, I will remember it. I will eat it like this when I see it next time." Well, there is actually another way. Let them make soup with the vegetables. When we go back and boil it, the meat may be a little bit worse, but it will definitely be cooked. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to find more trouble. If it wasn't cooked, then eat it. What else could he do? The three of them made do and finished eating. They decided that if they came across this kind of restaurant in the future, they would only order salted vegetables and pancakes. They wouldn't eat anything else. The carriage didn't travel slowly. It only took 6.5 days to reach their destination. If Li Sun wanted to, he could directly enter the manor. That was his home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to see a prince so early. It was difficult to talk to him, so they pretended to be ignorant children. In fact, the other party already knew that the two of them had learned a lot. But if they said too much, then it would cause trouble. If they didn't do well, then there would be many talented people fighting to teach the two of them. The three of them directly walked towards the dock. The river here was not something that the river in Zhuangzi of the Wang family and Zhuangzi of the Gu family could compare to. It was also not something that the small river in front of the Zhang family could compare to. The surging river water was vast and mighty. From time to time, the waves in the river would splash onto the shore. The location of the dock hadn't changed. It was still the location chosen by those people. Those people had good foresight. The ground here was flat, the water was deep enough, and it wasn't as turbulent as it was just now. The general framework of the dock had already been built. Half of it was on the shore, while the other half extended into the river, making it convenient for boats to enter the water. At this time, there were already people making small boats. This was easy to make. As long as the current wasn't too fast and there were some reefs, then it would be unimpeded. Moreover, there were fewer places to enter the water. When there was no sail, the boat's speed would be faster. Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan looked around. As they looked, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discovered a problem. To be precise, it was the technology. This boat was beautifully made. It was 2 zhang long, 6 feet wide, and about 6 feet tall. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was not a single nail in the entire place. All of the connections between the pieces of wood were made using the method of riveting. This method was not too unusual, and many of the furniture in the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads were also made using this method. However, it did not seem to be very reliable when used in shipbuilding. Especially when building boats in the future, if they still used this technology, the advantage was that when the waves hit, the connected parts could borrow the force of each other and disperse the force. There was no need to talk about the disadvantages. If a part was damaged slightly, it was easy for other parts to be damaged as well. Zhang Xiaobao asked a person who was building a boat there, "Master, why don't you use nails here?" "Little guy, you don't know. Nails are easy to rust. When a boat is built, it won't be used for more than a few years. As long as it is hit by water, the place with nails will rot. It won't be used for long." The worker smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know how to build a boat. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "You really don't use nails on the boat? What about the iron boat?" "The anti-rust technology is different. A layer of paint is applied here. It has a function, but the paint will always fall off. For a boat that is soaked in water all day, the protection is not so good." Wang Wan felt that this should be the reason. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the time when the boat was in use. He found Li Sun and said to him, "When we build a big boat, we will add another layer of nails. It won't be long if the boat is in use. 3 or 4 years is enough. It can't be like building a small boat now. Using nails." "Xiaobao, where do you want these big boats to go in the future?" Li Sun was already used to it. He probably found these skilled people. Chapter 300. Li Sun didn't know where Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. He thought he was referring to Japan, where there were also people coming over, and even officials in the imperial court. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was really good, so he agreed, "Well, we'll do as you say. I think before you came here, your family has already told you." Yes, that person at home has already told me. Zhang Xiaobao was willing to keep this misunderstanding. He and Wang Wan had already thought about it. They didn't know how long it would take to wait for others to come over, so it was better to go over themselves. As long as they could get some things back, such as tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and so on, then they could plant them. Of course, the most important thing was the chili. The chili sauce they were eating now didn't taste so good, so with chili, there would be more varieties. As for the potatoes, they also liked them. They could make some mashed potatoes, or roast some potato slices, or even directly steam them and mix them with eggplant, put some chopped green onions, and stir in the sauce. After eating a big bowl, they would be full and wouldn't need to eat anything else. These things could only be thought about in their hearts, and that day was still far away. The three of them walked around the dock, and only Zhang Xiaobao proposed to use nails. Li Sun and Wang Wan didn't find any problems, and they didn't know how to find problems. At noon, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, do you really not want to go to the mansion to have a look?" "No, your family has a lot of rules, and you can't eat peacefully. It's nothing more than the people sitting here asking you a question, and then praising me in cuckoo. When they are happy, they will reward me in cuckoo. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. Cuckoo and I will find a restaurant to eat." Zhang Xiaobao very straightforwardly pointed out the things that he could encounter, and no matter what, he wouldn't go. Wang Wan was also annoyed by this kind of thing, so she didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacitly agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Sun sighed. His mission today was to bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back home. However, Zhang Xiaobao was right. Once they were back at the residence, there was nothing new. Seeing that the two of them were determined not to go, and it was not easy to force them, he thought about it and decided not to go home. It was better to follow the two of them. Under the protection of a group of guards, the three of them arrived at the restaurant that Zhang Xiaobao had someone buy. The three-story restaurant had already been painted, but it still could not hide the vicissitudes of life within. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared themselves. They didn't expect to see a fiery scene, but when they arrived, they discovered that there would always be differences between imagination and reality. At this time, the first floor of the restaurant was already filled with people, and all the windows on the second floor had been pushed open from the inside. It was unknown whether those people were not afraid of the cold, or were deliberately doing so. On the third floor, there was only one room with its windows tightly shut, right in the middle. There were actually people waiting outside the restaurant. From time to time, they would ask the waiter if there was anyone who had finished eating and left so that they could go over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other, but couldn't figure out the reason. They walked to the door of the restaurant and saw that the signboard was not painted at all. The three words Wangjun Restaurant faintly appeared on the signboard. It was unknown whether it was a name given by a woman who longed for the person in her heart, or by a person who yearned to see a real gentleman. It was not wrong to say that a man thought of a woman and gave this name. The waiter's eyes were sharp. He stood at the door and chatted with those who were anxiously waiting. Then, he smiled at those who had just arrived. Almost all the people who came were under his control. His ability was not small. Zhang Xiaobao also remembered this waiter. Don't underestimate this matter. Many times, it was precisely because of this kind of person that a business deal could be negotiated. Isn't this steward's son? You also came. Now all the places are occupied. If you want to go to the third floor, wait a little longer. When the time comes, there will be people coming down. They will definitely serve you your favorite home-cooked tofu. At this time, the waiter saw another person come over. He trotted over and respectfully said. When steward's son heard that there was no place, his face became ugly. However, when he heard the following words, he revealed a smile and said, I only came here once half a month ago and said that the home-cooked tofu was good. How did you know? Steward's son, you are testing this little one. This little one dares to forget others, but how can this little one not remember you? The last time you came here, this little one will never forget your elegant demeanor. The waiter was clever and immediately said there. This made Steward's son's face light up. He said to the people who came with him, let's eat here. The food here is delicious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this scene and nodded. They had already approved of this waiter and were ready to put him in an important position. Half a month ago, he was able to recognize them immediately and remember what they liked to eat. It was a pity that such a person was a waiter. Li Sun saw that the place was full and did not pay much attention to the waiter. He frowned and asked someone to go over and ask. That person directly found the waiter who was still flattering others. My family's young master came from afar. Give him a place. The guard said to the waiter without any trace of politeness. The waiter immediately turned his smiling face and said to the guard, this big brother, you also saw that the place is full. If your family's young master wants to eat, then please wait here for a while. The guard did not buy it. He stared and said, do you know who my family's young master is? I don't know. How would this little one know? If you remind me, this little one will be very grateful. The waiter's eyes swept around, wanting to find this person's young master so as not to offend him. Humph. Who is he? The young master of this prefecture's king's manor. Who do you think he is? The guard coldly snorted and said. The waiter slapped his thigh, oh, so it's young Master Li, look at this little one's memory. Someone had already reserved a place on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, you can't see this side. It's on the other side. Hurry up, this little one is finished. I actually forgot about this important matter. Li Sun heard clearly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, how is it? When you heard that this young master is coming, you got a room on the 3rd floor. Although you can't see this side, it's not easy. As he spoke, he stuck out his chest and raised his head. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Sun in confusion and asked, you don't know what's going on with this restaurant? Who said that I don't know? This year's village tribute, the top 10 people all stayed in this restaurant, including your father. Your father doesn't count, but the other 9 people are here. It's just in time for the release of the results. It's very lively. When people know about this place, they all say that it's a blessed place. Otherwise, why would so many people come here? Li Sun explained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood that all 10 people were here, and they were the top 10. No wonder the business was good. However, Li Sun did not seem to know who owned this restaurant. At this time, the waiter came over and said to Li Sun with a smile, young Master Li, the place has been arranged. Would you like to go up now? And, is there anyone who wants to finish eating here? Li Sun still wanted to see this place. It was spacious and bright. In reply to young master, there is no more. The 3rd floor is also empty. It was specially set aside. Fortunately, it was not given to others. Otherwise, if young Master Li had to wait here, my head would be gone. At this time, the waiter lowered his voice, but Li Sun and the other 2 could still hear. Xiao Bao, come with me. This is the benefit of authority. Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and took out a small rolled-up flag from his chest. He slowly unfolded it and showed it to the waiter. There were 2 cute seedlings on it. After the little flag was completely unfolded, the waiter's eyes suddenly straightened. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. He suddenly knelt down and saluted, young master, young miss, I didn't expect you 2 to come here. This little one kowtows to you too. As he spoke, He kowtowed again and again. Don't, quickly get up. Is there a place upstairs? Zhang Xiaobao reached out to help him up and asked at the same time. Yes, young master is here. How can there not be a place? Do you see the room with the closed window on the 3rd floor? It is there. You can see it clearly from here. There is also a staircase in that room that can go up to the roof. If young master is willing to eat on the roof, this little one can send the food up to you. The waiter stood up and pointed to the room with the closed window and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Li Sun was stunned. The waiter just said that there was no place. In the blink of an eye, there was a place. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and just happened to see Zhang Xiaobao's indifferent gaze. He felt his face burning. He asked the waiter, didn't you say that there was no place? If young master doesn't come, then there is no place. If young master comes, then there is naturally a place. That room is where master used to stay. It has never been used by outsiders. This time, the waiter had no intention of compromising. The young master was above everything else. No one could come here. Don't make things difficult for the waiter. Let's go up to the roof and eat. After we finish eating, I have decided to go to the capital with Cuckoo. When we arrive, my father will also be taking the exam. Zhang Xiaobao helped the waiter. This kind of waiter was good. He had a good memory, was clever, and was loyal to the young master. You want to go to the capital? Then I will go too. When the 3 people entered, Li Sun seemed to have found something interesting and said at the side. When the people who were waiting heard the waiter and Zhang Xiaobao's words, they didn't have any thoughts of getting angry, especially when they knew that the best room was occupied. How could the young master's house not have a place? Zhang Xiaobao's group of 3 ate a meal on the roof and ate a stomach full of wind. They didn't plan to rest here and directly went to the dock. Chapter 301. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never been to the capital before. They only knew that it was very big. Only when they saw the road that could allow more than a dozen carriages to run side by side did they know how big it was. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the road in front of him and the trees planted on both sides of the road and muttered, "It's really beautiful and grand. It really is the capital of a country. When we go back, we should also make a road like this between the 2 newly bought zhuangzi. We don't need to farm anymore." Wang Wan didn't say anything. She kept looking at the capital city that had left behind many stories and legends. The streets were more lively than the docks of Sanshui County. There were people wearing all kinds of clothes. From time to time, they could see people who were obviously from a foreign country walking by. Li Sun didn't find this place strange. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing there looking around, he said, "We're here. Do you 2 want to go to the palace with me or go to your family's restaurant?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "We're not going to the palace. I don't know where my father is. I won't meet with him today. I'll wait until after the exam tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to disturb his father now. He asked the people around him to ask around. He and Wang Wan strolled slowly on the streets. Li Sun didn't force him. He left with the guards and found a place by himself. He didn't want to go to the palace. It didn't take long for the people here to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Little young master, little miss, master is now resting in Savant's restaurant. Do you 2 want to go to Savant's restaurant, or?" The person in charge respectfully stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked. "Then we'll go to Savant's restaurant. Don't let my father know that we're here." "Okay, let's go to Savant's restaurant." Zhang Xiaobao ordered and pulled Wang Wan and prepared to go there. The steward hurriedly found a car and invited the 2 of them in. From here to Pleasure House, there would be a long way to go. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage. They lifted the curtains and looked out. At this time, there were residences on both sides. At first glance, they saw that the houses were lined up. There was a special ditch between the houses and the road. There were also elm and locust trees planted beside it. Xiao Bao, this place is indeed not bad. Perhaps because of this, the later generations have always remembered this dynasty and treated it as a spiritual symbol. It's a pity that when they accepted so many people, they didn't think of keeping some of the technology a secret and letting others learn it. Wang Wan thought of something and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then shook his head. Actually, maybe these people thought that in the future, their future generations would also have a bright future. To be able to maintain this prosperity is a kind of confidence, confidence in themselves, confidence in their future generations. Unfortunately, success is because of Xianzong, failure is because of Xianzong. He pushed the Kaiyuan dynasty to a new high in history and made Tianbao a precursor to the destruction of the Tang dynasty. The advantages and disadvantages of the imperial system are perfectly reflected in him. When it's time to delegate power, you have to delegate power. You can't treat the entire country as a game. Then shouldn't we do something? We can't just watch a powerful dynasty disappear, right? Wang Wan asked a little unwillingly. There's no hurry. We haven't reached the peak of Xingshi dynasty yet. We have time, so let's take it one step at a time. Tomorrow's exam will depend on my father. As long as he can do what needs to be done, the rest will be easy. He will be an official outside the capital and may stay in the capital and scheme against others all day long. And it shouldn't be a problem. Your father has a solid foundation and came here to experience it in advance. Moreover, in these days, he has been writing poems from time to time. He has already practiced it. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was a little nervous, so she softly persuaded him. The two of them chatted as they walked along the road. They wanted to get a good feel of the atmosphere here. As they walked, they arrived at the West Market. At this time, they could see many shops standing on both sides of the road. There were even some foreign merchants hawking their wares. Xiao Bao, look at the things they are selling. There are a lot of different things. When your father is done with the exam tomorrow, let's walk around here and buy some small things back. We can't go out without bringing anything. Wang Wan looked at the people hawking and bargaining and said excitedly. And we should buy some. We can also give prizes to children who study well. Look over there, they are selling flowers. Some have bloomed, and some are just bare branches. Especially that one, it doesn't look like it's going to bloom at all. That thing. Stop the car. Zhang Xiaobao also said, pointing to a place where flowers were sold in pots. As he spoke, he shouted. The carriage immediately stopped. Xiaobao, what flower did you see? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Wan asked when Zhang Xiaobao pulled her out of the carriage. Good flower, cotton, I finally found it. I'm convinced. They actually put cotton in a pot. Our quilt is stuffed with cotton. How can it be compared to cotton? Zhang Xiaobao said happily. With cotton, things would be easier. In the future, there would be more things to do. The convenience of life came from cotton. Wang Wan was also happy. She had been thinking about looking for watermelon and cotton. She didn't expect to see them here. She said, they originally planted cotton as flowers. It seems that it was only in the Song dynasty that it had other uses. This thing doesn't seem to be called cotton. What is it called? Just ask and you will know. Flower seller, how much are you selling these flowers? Zhang Xiaobao stood in front of the cotton that was about the same height as him and asked. Young master, are you asking about the white fold Z? If you only want to buy flowers, you can take 2 coins and I will also give you some mountain soil. If you want to buy it together with the pot, then it will be 12 coins. The flower seller turned his head and saw two children. He lowered his voice and said so as not to scare them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also thinking and said, "Flower seller, where did you find the white fold Z? We want to buy more. Can you still get it?" "Yes, no matter how much you want to buy, I will find it for you. The price is even cheaper. But, will your parents agree?" The flower seller felt that a big deal was coming, but he was afraid that the two children were just talking and couldn't take out the money. Zhang Xiaobao calculated and said, "We want to buy 10,000 plants. How much do you think it will be?" While talking, he gave a look to the steward who got off another car and walked over. The steward immediately said, "Flower seller, don't worry about the money. As long as the young master and the young lady want to buy it, we will naturally give you 1 coin less." With his words, the flower seller was relieved and showed a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "If you want to buy 10,000 plants, we will have to wait a few days. If I can't find so many today, I will have to go to other people to get them. It may be possible if several families work together. If you want to buy these, why don't you give me 17,000 coins? 15,000 coins. Okay, we will pay the deposit first." Zhang Xiaobao made a counteroffer. He could have lowered the price, but he felt that the flower seller didn't have it easy, so he gave a little more. The flower seller paused for a moment and immediately agreed. As for how to transport it, it was the steward's business. After finding the cotton and ordering 10,000 plants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan happily got in the car again and went to Joy House. "Xiaobao, the cotton is here. Where do we plant it?" "We can't plant it in the field. If someone reports it, we will be punished." With the cotton, Wang Wan began to worry about the planting again. "Plant it in Grandpa Bai's field. He hasn't planted anything yet. It turned out to be a wasteland. No one will say anything." Zhang Xiaobao thought of the old man's field, which was just right. "Okay, when we make the bedding, give it to him first," Wang Wan said generously. As expected, no one told Zhang Zhong that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come to the capital. The servants knew that if the master knew that the young master and young lady had come, he wouldn't be so calm. Maybe he would be absent-minded during the exam. At this time, Zhang Zhong was eating a simple and light meal. There was also a pot of warm wine. He was not going to see anyone today. A few days ago, he had seen the people he wanted to see and sent the invitations. He was just waiting to see how things would go after the exam. County Magistrate Cheng sat opposite him and explained what to do during the exam. County Magistrate Cheng had not taken the Jinshi exam, but he had taken other exams and knew some things about the Jinshi exam. Zhang Zhong listened carefully to County Magistrate Cheng's words. The two of them ate for a full 4 hours. When the dishes were cold, they were taken away and replaced with new ones. The wine was also kept warm at all times. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhong read for a while and then went to bed early. He still had to wake up early tomorrow. The servants began to prepare the things for tomorrow. They prepared 3 sets of the 4 treasures of the study, some food and some things that might be useful. Early the next morning, countless high scholars were accompanied by their servants. Some of them were alone and some of them were outside the examination hall prepared by the Ministry of Rites. Zhang Zhong brought a few servants with him. When he saw so many people waiting in front of him, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He calmed himself down and walked over. There were soldiers maintaining order over there. Many people were not sure and were whispering to each other. Some people even closed their eyes. After Zhang Zhong came to the capital, he had met many people. As he walked, he was greeted by many people. Those who were taking the Jinshi exam, those who were taking the Jinshi exam, those who were taking the Jinshi exam. They gathered together to guess what the exam would be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also secretly came over and watched from afar. The servants around them surrounded them so that they wouldn't get lost in the crowd. When it was time for the exam, a few officials came over and talked about the things that they should pay attention to during the exam. They also asked the soldiers to check the things that the high scholars brought. As for the body search, they did not appear. These people also began to enter one by one. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fists and muttered, "Dad, don't be afraid. You can do it." "Xiaobao, why are you trembling? You said that others are not afraid. Look at you being so nervous." Wang Wan grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said. Chapter 302. The entrance exam was only 1 day long. As for the other subjects, it would depend on the results of the exam. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan waited for their father to enter the examination hall. They brought their servants along with them and prepared to wait here for a day. If they want to eat, they would need someone to send them food. Zhang Zhong entered the examination hall and looked at the things he brought. The weather was still cold, so he took out a blanket and put it under his butt. He also took out the smokeless charcoal and lit it in the brazier. Only then did he start to answer the questions. Everyone else also did the same. Only the poor scholars did not have so many things. The soldiers patrolled from time to time. There were people who dared to bring their notes. They were caught and thrown out. It would be difficult for them to make a name for themselves in the future. Zhang Zhong felt that he had learned enough and did not prepare any notes. Furthermore, he was unable to prepare any notes. This time, the examination was about poetry, prose, scripture, and Laozi's essay. First, he wrote the essay. Zhang Zhong's father finished writing the essay in the morning. When it was time for lunch, the smell of various dishes floated in the examination hall. The poor scholars only drank some water and ate some dry food. The rich people naturally served all kinds of delicacies. Zhang Zhong's father opened his lunch box. There were not many dishes in it. There were only some small steamed buns and garlic sauce. It seemed that the servants prepared for him to eat this. There was also a tightly wrapped bamboo tube with soup on top. The steamed buns were still warm. Seeing that there were only these two things, Zhang Zhong did not complain. He picked up the steamed buns and ate them. This kind of steamed buns were not sold outside. Only his family often made them. The stuffing inside the steamed buns was frozen before it was wrapped. When it was time to eat, there would be juice inside. He quickly finished the steamed buns and drank the soup. He leaned back and began to rest. After he finished writing the poems and prose, he would wait for the results. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate steamed buns outside. The rest of the servants also did the same. There were also people who came from other families. The entire area outside was almost full. Everyone looked at the entrance of the examination hall anxiously from time to time. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Zhong's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the examination hall. He carried the things he brought in. When he went out, he was stunned. "Dad! You're finally out. Quick, let's go back and celebrate. When the results are released, we'll go back and become officials with real power." Xiao Bao pulled Wang Wan and ran over from the other side. He immediately threw himself into his father's arms and said happily. Zhang Zhong touched his son's head and said, "Why are you here? Does your mother know? I missed you, so I came over. My mother should know by now. Originally, she only knew that we went to Zhouzhong. Father, don't talk about it anymore. Let's go back. We only had some buns for lunch. We'll eat something good when we get back." Zhang Xiaobao held his father's hand and walked back. A servant came over to take the things. Along the way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept talking to Zhang Zhong about what they saw. Zhang Zhong was originally a little worried that he would not do well in the examination this time. After listening to his son and daughter-in-law's words, his mood gradually calmed down. He did not expect to meet the person he wanted to meet right after the examination in Beijing. The three of them talked as they walked. This time, they directly went to Savant's restaurant. A table full of dishes was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao poured wine for his father and began to change the topic. He did not mention the imperial examination anymore. Zhang Zhong was also happy to chat with his son and daughter-in-law. He talked about the scenery here and talked about what the foreign merchants were selling. After eating for more than 2 hours, the sky was completely dark. Only then did the three of them drink some tea and go back to sleep. The next few days were waiting for the results to be released. Zhang Xiaobao did not have much to do. He dragged Wang Wan to the east and west markets all day long and bought a lot of small things. Those cotton balls had already been sent back home and the bottom was covered with mud. When the time came, as long as one could survive, he would buy another one. After all, it was cheap. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. Seeing that a new round of official appointments was about to be released, it was finally time to release the results. Early in the morning, there were servants who went to watch. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Zhang Zhong also went to the nearest small restaurant. It was a place where ordinary people ate. It was also bought in the beginning. At this time, it was already full of people. Only a seat by the window was left for them. "Father, I have already thought about it. When you become the top scorer, we will not be an official in Beijing. Instead, we will be in Huayuan County. After you experience there for a few years, we will return to Beijing. Don't worry, you will definitely have achievements. Every year, during the selection, you will be in the upper middle class. You will not even be in the middle class." Zhang Xiaobao and the other two sat down. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to his father. Zhang Zhong was still a little nervous. He did not know if he would become the top scorer. He did not expect to become the top scorer. As long as he could become the Jinsher, it would be fine. When he heard his son's words, he felt that his greatest ability in life was to have a good son. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely think that person was stupid. But if it was his son who said it, it would definitely not be bad. He also lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Bao, the matter of being in the outside world is not that simple, right? I believe in your ability. As long as you are outside, you will be able to have a good political achievement. It's simple. The arrangements for officials below the 6th rank will be made by the Ministry of Personnel. This time, the person in charge of the imperial examination is only a small 6th rank official. In the future, it might be someone with a higher status. As long as you spend the money, you will be able to do it." Zhang Xiaobao was very confident in this. Now, it all depended on his father's results. Most of the other people in the store were also waiting for news from the other side. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there would be people riding horses to various places to report the good news. In the end, after waiting for a while, there was no one who came to report the good news. The three of them placed all of their attention on the ranking board and ate the dishes one mouthful at a time. When it was difficult to endure, someone finally ran over. As soon as he entered the store, he shouted loudly toward a scholar sitting there, "Young master, you won, young master, Ming Jingyi, weight 15. Everyone in the store turned to look at that scholar. AB grade meant that there were some questions that he did not answer correctly. Or he did not answer the examiner's questions properly. But after all, he had made it. His good days had come, and his family would also benefit from it. When that scholar heard that he had made it, he stopped eating. He threw some money on the table, turned around, and ran out, shouting as he ran. Zhang Xiaobao looked at this man who was in his 40s and shook his head. Was there a need to be like this for AB grade? Moreover, it was not for the advanced section. Just as that person ran out, another person came in. However, this person's complexion was not good. He walked to the side of a table and said to that person, "Brother, your name is not on the list. Let's go back." "Ah. Not there. How could it not be?" The scholar was dumbfounded. He sat there and repeatedly muttered a few words. Perhaps it was because they had seen too much of this. Everyone turned their gaze elsewhere. Zhang Zhong's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled. It was as if he was the one who did not make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and stepped on the stool to look outside. He did not see the person he sent out come back. After a while, just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to go and take a look himself, the person he sent out ran back in disheveled clothes. He cried and shouted at the same time, "I made it. Master made it. I'm first in Jinshe grade A. Master, I'm the top scorer. Wow!" Accompanied by a clamor, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Zhong. At this time, Zhang Zhong was already stunned. He sat there motionless. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and kissed her on the cheek. He whispered, "Money and connections finally worked." Wang Wan raised her hand and pushed Zhang Xiaobao's face away. She said happily, "Look, it's like this. I'll ask my father to come and take the exam. After 2 more days, we can go back. Hurry up, tell this good news to the family. Father, let's go back. You have a busy day tomorrow. How did you get your clothes? Why did you come back so late?" Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. He then turned to the person who reported the news and asked. Replying to little young master, "Just now, this one saw that the old master had been hit, so this one shouted." As a result, many people surrounded this one and asked this one about this one. This one managed to break free with great difficulty, so this one came back late. The person who reported the news did not look unhappy at all. It was as if being surrounded by people was also a happy thing. The few of them left the store under countless envious gazes. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked someone to send the news back to his family as fast as possible. His family was still worried about it. On this day, the Savant's restaurant and the Joy House held a banquet. Anyone who could find people came to the 2 restaurants. From this day on, the 2 restaurants became more popular and their business became more prosperous. The next day, Zhang Zhong went out. He had to report the news and go to the apricot garden to eat and drink. If he had a good idea, he could meet the emperor. After that, he went to the big wild goose pagoda. After a busy day, he was tired enough. Of course, he also had to ride a horse and parade through the streets. Zhang Zhong rode a horse with flowers. He was dressed like a bridegroom. He rode the horse around Chang'an city. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also squeezed into the crowd to watch. It was a pity that there was no camera. Otherwise, they would definitely take a picture of this scene. The servants who protected them behind them also puffed out their chests and raised their heads. This time, their identities were different. They were servants of the savant's family, not ordinary servants. After this matter was over, it was time to start the official selection. Zhang Xiaobao's mediation was effective again. Zhang Zhong, who was supposed to stay in the capital, was arranged to be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was also given a goldfish bag to press his lapel. "Let's set sail." Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow of the ship and shouted. Looking at the water in front of him, he felt high-spirited. This time, they did not follow the way they came. Instead, they took another waterway. It was the one that the old man's nephew had taken. From that waterway, they could directly reach the capital. Chapter 303. The boat went against the current, following the original river that would stop after a certain distance. At this time, the river was no longer the same as before. There were boats going down the river. Some were carrying goods, and some were carrying people. All of them seemed to be very happy. "Father, this river flows through Huaiyuan County. It's a pity that it was taken by the nephew of the minister. Otherwise, our family would have a big income." Zhang Xiaobao introduced the river to his father, who smiled from time to time. Zhang Zhong knew the reason. It was because he was the top scorer this time. After a lot of trouble, he finally got the top scorer. His family spent a lot of money for this. "Xiaobao, you are tired. You have to take care of the things at home, but you also have to worry about the things outside. Sigh. You can even help me, your father, with his official career. It's all thanks to my son. If it was someone else, what would the Zhang family do?" Zhang Zhong looked at his son's chubby face and said with emotion. He had already stopped thinking about why his son was so powerful. That was not important. What was important was his son. Filial and sensible. Even if his son suddenly flew in the sky one day, it was still his son. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about tiredness. He really did not do anything. It was just a small matter. As long as he took some time to think about it, he could arrange it. With this waterway, the distance from the capital to Zhangzhou Zhuangzi was reduced by 2/3. The value of this waterway was reflected in this. The boat was in the front, followed by several boats. All of the things on the boats were bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There were many things to eat, drink, and play. The capital was indeed the capital. It was much more prosperous than Sanshui County. There were also many kinds of goods. The two of them bought things for their family, for the villagers, and for the children. All of these things cost more than 500 strings of coins. Among them, there were many things that were not too expensive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could imagine how happy the people in Zhuangzi would be when they returned. If they had taken a detour like before, it would have taken them half a month to reach their destination. However, now that they were going against the current, it would take them about 6 to 7 days to reach their destination. After 5 days, they entered the territory of Huaiyuan County. While the boat was moving, many people suddenly appeared on the shore. The man on the left bank flung a rope to which a stone was fastened to the right bank. The man on the right bank caught the rope, and with a tug on both sides, the rope was stretched out in front of the boat. Zhang Xiaobao and the others were looking forward to going home one day later, but they didn't expect that someone would block the boat. Zhang Zhong hadn't taken office yet, so he couldn't use his identity as the county magistrate to pressure them. He originally had the 3 official titles of Cloud Cavalry Officer. Maybe someone forgot or something, but they didn't take it back. Who is blocking the boat? Who was responsible for protecting Zhang Zhong on the boat, shouted to both sides. "Your boat is crossing our river. Naturally, you can't do it for free. You have to pay. A boat needs to be paid. If you pay, the boat will go over. If you don't, go back the same way you came." A man on the left bank shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. The people on both banks also shouted a few times to boost their morale. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It seems that we still have to put in some effort. Huaiyuan County is not like Sanshui County. Unexpectedly, there are such unruly people. Should we use good words to educate them, or should we use violent means?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she carefully looked at the people on both banks and said, "I guess we have to use both. Looking at the clothes these people are wearing, they are not so poor. They actually found such a simple way to make money. They are very smart." She didn't say that they didn't work for it. After all, they threw a rope. A rope was actually nothing. If they wanted to go over, they could just go over. The key was that there was still a rope over there. If they wanted to go over, they had to break the rope. She was afraid that these people didn't throw ropes, but stones to the boat. That would be troublesome. Who shouted, naturally wouldn't give money to others. How could a river become someone else's? He immediately shouted again, the person on the boat is Cloud Cavalry Officer, who is about to take office as the County Magistrate of Huayuan County. If you don't get out of the way, you will be charged with robbery. Whose words were effective. The people on the shore didn't know whether it was true or not. They could only say that they would rather believe it than not. They covered their faces with their hands, turned around, and ran away. The rope was also pulled by a person and disappeared in front of the boat. The boat continued to move forward, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel happy at all. If those people could think of a way to block the boat, they would definitely block other people's boats. If they didn't do something about it, who would be willing to take this road in the future? I have to talk to Grandpa Bai's nephew about this. He is in charge of the wharf. If every boat is blocked, then the wharf can't be prosperous. When my father takes office, he will start to deal with these people. I don't know what kind of resistance he will encounter. If there is someone like Zhang Zhuangzi here, it will be really difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao planned to let Grandpa Bai's nephew test the water to see if it was deep. When the time came, he would think of a solution according to the specific situation. Wang Wan also thought of this situation. It depends on how the Yamen runners in the Yamen are. If they are like the Yamen runners in Sanshui County, then your father can't expect to do anything. He will be deceived all day long. There are also the county's deputy secretary and the county's deputy secretary. Originally, the deputy secretary also had the opportunity to be the county magistrate. Do you think he will cooperate with your father? I'm not afraid. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. When my father takes office, we will give those Yamen runners some benefits and see what they do. If they are respectful to my father and obedient, then we will treat them better. If they take the benefits and still act contrary to my father, then we will let them see what we can do. Zhang Xiaobao had already decided that as long as his father took office, he would first gather the Yamen runners. Otherwise, if he couldn't do anything, how could he build up Huayuan County? How could he make political achievements? He still had a lot of ideas that he didn't take out. He kept them for his father. Zhang Zhong was also thinking about the same thing. He didn't know what to do. When he heard the two children talking about the future, he felt that he was a little old, even if he was only in his 20s. After a short delay, the boat sped up again. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and looked at the rushing water in front of him. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Father, the boat can't move at such a fast speed. When it comes to places with strong currents, it can't move anymore. We have to move bit by bit. Why don't you find some work for the people who don't have land to do after you take office?" "Xiaobao, what kind of work do you think we should find?" Zhang Zhong put his hand on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and asked softly. His son was too smart. He could think of a job that could increase the income of the people in the county in the blink of an eye. Trackers. Ask them to put in some effort and arrange for trackers to be sent to those places with strong currents. It's good to send trackers over there. It's just a few coins per tracker. Along the way, we have encountered 4 trackers. There are 2 trackers in the county now. When we move forward, we can send 10 trackers to each tracker. 2 trackers can send 20 trackers. If each family sends 1 tracker, then all 20 families will benefit. If we send 8 to 10 trackers a day, each tracker will earn 10 coins. 10 coins can buy a lot of things for the people. Needless to say, how much do you earn in a year? Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. However, Zhang Zhong was a little disappointed. "Xiaobao, there are only 20 or so families. Even if there's another tracker ahead, there will only be 30 families. It's still too little." "Father, it's not little. A small idea can solve 20 or so families. Think of a few more. Many a little makes a mickle. You can also ask those who don't have much labor at home to set up stalls by the river and sell some things. If the people on the boat want to eat and drink, or if they want to buy some trinkets for their families, they can solve some of the problems. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father didn't have any experience in this area. Even if he learned a little from County Magistrate Qing, it was just an armchair strategist. He didn't know how big of an effect it would be to solve the problems of a few dozen families with the poorest living conditions. He could only counsel his father slowly. When Zhang Zhong heard this idea, he felt that it was a good idea. He nodded. Xiaobao, it's a pity that you are still too young. Otherwise, you should be the top scorer. If you were in the imperial court, the people in the imperial court would be blessed. Father, it's not easy to do things in the imperial court. You can't just do whatever you want. Obviously, your idea is good, but after some debate, you still can't do it. Father, if after you take office, the deputy magistrate and registrar in the yamen are not on the same side as you, you can fight with them yourself. If you can't win, we can think of other ways. In the future, when you become an official in the capital, you can't avoid these kinds of fights. Politics is a kind of art. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao now decided to let his father train more, just like how he trained Wang Wan's father. Wang Wan's father was much more mature than before. After suffering a few losses, he finally learned some things. Zhang Zhong understood that his son was leaving him some face. What he meant by, think of other ways if you can't win, meant that if the father can't win, the son will do it himself. Sigh. I wonder who's the father. The boat continued to move forward. Sure enough, they saw a place with turbulent water. This way, they could arrange for 3 places to pull the fiber cable. Each time, they only needed to pull the cable less than 1,000 steps. The boat was small, so it was not as tiring as the boats in the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Those who were not willing to spend this much money could slowly row there. Seeing that they were about to reach home, those who were eager to return home continued to row even when the sky was dark. They had no intention of stopping. They wanted to reach home early. When the sun rose, they could already see the restaurant between the clouds and the water from afar. The people on the boat cheered. This time, they were returning with supreme glory. Those people had already seen Zhang Xiaobao's boat. The telescope was still very useful. When the boat got closer, the sound of firecrackers began to ring out. For Zhuangzi villagers gathered around, wanting to welcome the top scorer. Chapter 304. Zhang Zhong, who was on the boat, was also excited. He knew what his parents were thinking. They were waiting for him to pass the exam, but he suddenly became the top scorer. The top scorer could be born every year. In the future, the Zhang family would become a big family. He was already the top scorer, so Xiaobao didn't have to worry at all. Or they could have a few more children in the future and let Xiaobao teach them. Even if they couldn't compare to Xiaobao, they wouldn't be too bad. There was also Cuckoo. When they grew up and had children, wouldn't they be even more powerful? 2 people teaching 1 child, and they could also teach 1 child. The Zhang family would no longer be the same as the Zhang family that had to sneak back when the imperial court was in chaos to get a wife. The villagers opened their eyes wide and controlled their breathing. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that they would blow up the top scorer. The people of Zhuangzi were the most proud, especially the old men. They had watched Zhang Zhong grow up. They didn't expect that the naughty young master from back then would become the top scorer. The people of Zhuangzi were also happy. They didn't expect that the new master of the family would become a manor just by going around the capital. In the future, when they went out, they could say that they were the top scorers villagers. That feeling, wouldn't others die of envy? The Wang family and Zhuangzi villagers also had reason to be happy. Who didn't know the relationship between the Zhang family and the Wang family? The Zhang family was the Wang family, and the top scorer was everyone's. Under everyone's expectations, Zhang Zhong's boat sped up and stopped at the shore between the clouds and the water. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for the boat to come to a stop. He jumped onto the boat and knelt down in front of the old master without saying anything. "Father, your unfilial son is back. Father, you don't have to worry about the Zhang family being unable to make a name for themselves." The old master narrowed his eyes and smiled, but he couldn't control his eyes. Tears flowed out and down his cheeks. The old lady also wiped her tears and went forward to help Zhang Zhong up. "Zhonger, get up quickly. Go back to the ancestral house in Kowtow. The Zhang family has produced a capable person. All the ancestors are happy. Husband, I knew that you were very capable. Back then, when my family objected, I followed you here because I was waiting for this day. Before you came back, my family gave me hundreds of bolts of silk. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also gave me longevity locks. They finally recognized you as their son-in-law. No one said that this concubine is a fool anymore. They all praised this concubine for her good eyesight. Husband, this concubine thanks husband. In a few days, this concubine will have the status of a noble lady." At this time, the Jiang Wang clan came over and spoke to Zhang Zhong with deep feelings. Her family had sent many gifts over in the past few days. At that time, the Wang family clearly knew that Zhang Zhong had gone over. After sending people to pick him up, they didn't care. They thought that even if he passed, he would only get a B grade. At that time, they would help to mediate and become an official. Then, wouldn't Zhang Zhong obediently go over? Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong would actually become the top scorer? This was not only because of his talent. Without some power, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to become the top scorer. Because of this, the Wang family was anxious. Seeing that Zhang Zhong had the ability, if they didn't go and express their goodwill, when the time came that he would ignore the Wang family, many people would laugh at the Wang family. It was just like the saying that one shouldn't bully a poor young man. In a short 5 years, Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who didn't dare to refute. He was no longer the person who had to secretly take a wife with him. It was only in the past 2 years that the Zhang clan had transformed from a manor that barely made a living into the current Zhang clan, which was rich and famous. Yes, with a scholar who was the top scorer in the Jinshi examination, the Zhang clan could be considered a clan. After hearing his wife's words, Zhang Zhong's eyes turned red. The sullenness in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Who would dare to look down on him, Zhang Zhong? Then, would the servants of the Wang family dare to say to him, "You are not worthy of my wife, give up"? Letting out a long breath, Zhang Zhong said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Qiao, you have been wronged these past few years. I, Zhang Zhong, will definitely fight for a higher title for you in the future." After speaking to his wife, Zhang Zhong said to the old master and old master, "Father, mother, let's go back to worship the ancestors. At noon, I will have a good drink with the in-laws." Wang Wan's family was also watching from the side. They were also gratified by Zhang Zhong's success. Cuckoo would have a better life in the future. Knowing that they were going to worship the ancestors, they didn't say anything and just laughed at the side. Zhang Zhong's family returned to the main courtyard. After placing the incense, they began to kowtow and worship the ancestors. They talked about the unfilial descendants of the Zhang family and how they had done today. After a few words, it was considered that they had finished worshipping the ancestors. After that, they began to deliver things to the villagers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought back things to be delivered. They also took out the things in the main courtyard storeroom. Everyone was happy. Even the villagers of the Li family and the Gu family in Zhuangzi received a gift. Zhang Zhong went to find Wang Wan's father to drink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to between the clouds and the water to see the old man. The two of them had to persuade the old man to plant cotton. When the old man saw Zhang Zhong upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he really didn't enter the top 3, he didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had already promised them. "Grandpa Bai, did you plant the white fold seeds that we asked people to bring back?" Zhang Xiaobao asked the old man when he saw him. "Yes, I did. I didn't plant them in the muddy ground. I found another place. The muddy ground can't be planted this year, so I have to turn it over." "Xiaobao, tell me, why are you raising so many flowers?" After the old man saw the flowers that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bought, he didn't have a place to plant them, so he put them in his nephew's field. Some of them died, but there were still more than 6,000 flowers left. It was quite a lot. "Flowers? Oh, yes, flowers. Grandpa Bai, those flowers are different from other flowers. We usually stuff cotton wool in the bedding. When the flowers bloom and bear fruit, they can replace cotton wool in the bedding. They can also be woven into cloth to make clothes. It's much better than cotton wool." Zhang Xiaobao explained to the old man. Wang Wan also said, "When the time comes, the price of silk will drop. More people will be able to wear silk, and more people won't have to worry about not having clothes. That cotton can be plucked." "Oh, it's the white fold seeds. Put it in a pot and steam it. If there are wounds on the body, use that to bandage them with medicine to make the wounds heal faster." "Oh. There's such a thing. I've never heard of it. I'll listen to the two of you this time. If it's really that useful, I'll submit a memorial to let the emperor know and plant it in some state capitals." The old man had never thought that the white fold seeds could be used to make clothes. In the past, he had always thought that it looked good when it bloomed. "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. It will definitely be useful. It's just that it will take some time to remove the seeds. Xiao Bao and I will think about it and make something to press the seeds. When the time comes, it will be convenient. The first bedding we make will be given to Grandpa Bai." Zhang Xiaobao promised the old man. The old man only thought that this was taught by someone else. He thought about using the white fold seeds as a bedding in the future, but he didn't know how it would feel. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the old man had agreed, they bid farewell and went to find Li Sun. Li Sun also followed them back. He didn't want to stay in the capital. When he came back, he also brought some things. There were more than 100 watermelon seedlings with mud wrapped around the roots. This was his housekeeper's cold melon. It was an ornamental thing in the imperial gardens. Occasionally, people would eat it, but no one used the seeds to make melon seeds. Zhang Xiaobao had asked him what was in the gardens. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about other things. When he heard Li Sun describe the watermelon, he became interested and asked Li Sun to get some to plant. This thing was easy to raise, and it was better to put it in the sand. When the time came, he would get some iced watermelon to eat. The seeds could also be used as snacks. The watermelon seeds tasted better than sunflower seeds. The layer inside the watermelon skin could also be used to cook. He could fry melon slices or eat cold. When the time came, he and Wang Wan would each hold half a watermelon and eat it with a spoon. The taste was really good. Li Sun planted these watermelon seedlings in his home. He specially chose a place with a lot of sand to plant. He didn't feel that this thing was good. It was just a little sweeter in the mouth, and he often had to spit out the seeds. It was strenuous. "I planted it. It's all here. Take a look. I don't know why you are willing to eat this thing. Why don't you eat some peaches?" When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looking for him, he knew that it was about the watermelon. He took the two people to the place and pointed to the watermelon seedlings. Well, when the time comes, I will make something good for you to eat. You must have not eaten it before. Especially when it ripens in summer, you can use it to relieve the heat. You can't eat it directly. You have to throw it in the well town. When the time comes, I will make cold melon slices for you. It's not worse than cucumber. In the future, when you have time, you can go to the garden and have a look. If you find something strange, you will find it. Zhang Xiaobao began to promise Li Sun again. He also asked him to go more often in the future. If he found something that could be used as food but was treated as ornamental plants, wouldn't it be a crime? Then I'll wait for you to make some kind of melon slices. If it's not delicious, I won't take anything out for you in the future. Li Sun said with some doubts. He didn't think that this thing could be delicious. If it wasn't from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, he wouldn't have any hope. Well, leave it to us. There is one more thing to discuss with you. Can you lend some of your guards? Not many, 20 are enough. Lend them to my father for a few months and then return them to you. My father is a new county magistrate there, and some things may not be so easy to do. Zhang Xiaobao finished talking about the watermelon and began to ask Li Sun to get more guards. Chapter 305. Zhang Xiaobao's original plan was to bring some local yamen runners over, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. There would definitely be conflicts between the yamen runners from both sides, which would make things difficult for his father. The local yamen runners would feel that the new county magistrate looked down on them, which would make things difficult for them. After all, the local yamen runners were the ones who knew the most about the local affairs. Those from outside would need some time to adapt to the local affairs. Li Sun's bodyguards would not have such concerns. Li Sun's bodyguards had a higher status, so the yamen runners would only think that the new county magistrate was capable. As for the specific situation, there was no need to think about it now. He would think about it when he encountered something. After some preparation, Zhang Zhong was about to take office. Originally, he wanted to bring his family with him. Zhang Xiaobao considered that the yamen there would be very shabby and could not compare to Sanshui County. He planned to take a look at the situation with Wang Wan and his father first. After laying the foundation, he would let his family move there. At that time, Wang Wan's family would also move there. He couldn't possibly let Wang Wan see her family all the time, right? There were also some farmers. If possible, he could also arrange for them to leave a person in charge here. Anyway, the two counties were close to each other. It wouldn't take more than a day for them to come over and take a look. On the third day after Zhang Zhong returned to Zhuangzi, they set off. They drove a few carriages with some daily necessities on them. Most of them were gifts for the yamen runners. The population of Huayuan County was not less than that of Sanshui County. In fact, it was even more than that of Sanshui County. However, there were only 67 bailiffs in the whole yamen. No wonder someone dared to stop a boat at the river. Try it in Sanshui County. As soon as you stopped a patrol boat, you would be scared to death. Zhang Xiaobao prepared a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers for each of the 67 yamen runners. Now, the cucumbers in the normal fields had not come out yet. He would first send these things to the yamen runners to see their reaction. If they knew how to be grateful and know how to know their place, then he would treat them well. Next time, he would send them fungus and tremella for their family to try. If they took the things and still scolded the new county magistrate behind his back for not doing his job properly and always dragging things out, Zhang Xiaobao would let them know what it meant to be stupid. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and put on his official robes. He had to go to the other side to get them. This was his first time being an official, and he was already a county magistrate. It wasn't a small position. He didn't count his previous position as an official. Other than being able to provide some food for his family, he didn't use it at all. The only thing it was useful for was to let the people from the inner court go out and say, "How's my manner?" Zhang Zhong was recalling some of the things that County Magistrate Qing had told him. County Magistrate Qing had taught him step by step without hiding anything. He had told him everything he knew, including some techniques for solving cases and so on. It was all based on his experience. For example, if you were to encounter some cases where you couldn't find the relevant information in the law, you could only rely on a certain one. If you didn't have a good relationship with them, who would teach you such a crucial thing? This was the ability to make a living. First, you have to accept the seal. Then, you will officially be in office. After that, you will have to solve cases in the Hall of Life. Who knows what kind of cases are waiting for you? Be careful. Brother Qing had said that sometimes when a new county magistrate is in office, there will be people who will deliberately make things difficult for him. For example, the Zhang family's melons are planted in the Li family's garden and can't be taken out after they grow up in the jar. Also, the Wang family's pigs are mixed up with the Song family's pigs and can't tell which one belongs to which one. All these can happen. Well, the former one should be soaked in salt water and the latter one should be starved. When the time comes, they will go home to eat. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and muttered. He was already prepared to face what was coming. He couldn't hide from it, so he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. In fact, for officials like him who were sent out for the first time, they would start from the position of registrar official. The registrar official had fewer things to do and he didn't need to take on too much responsibility. He would only continue to be promoted after he had figured out the ropes. But Zhang Xiaobao couldn't wait any longer. The registrar official's authority was not as high as the county magistrate's. He just needed to spend some money to get a position as a county magistrate. He was also a rank 7 official. Originally, he could be promoted to rank 6, but Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to suppress it. After all, Zhang Zhong had contributed a method to grow vegetables in winter and was also the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Giving him a rank 6 official was not high. But Zhang Xiaobao knew that there was no such thing as a rank 6 official. Except for the 2 county magistrates who were rank 6 officials, the rest were all rank 7 officials. Some county magistrates were even rank 8 officials. If they were rank 6 officials, they would not be able to go out and be a county magistrate. Rank 6 officials were usually civil servants who did some things in Beijing. Xiao Bao, can you tell me your original plan now? Why did you promote Sanshui County to Shang County? Why did you tell me so many things about the child? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also sitting in the same car. She was still thinking about that matter. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to smile reservedly. After his face was pinched by Wang Wan, he said, I promoted Sanshui County for 2 reasons. First, our family's business needs more people. Second, I did it to show Huayuan County. When the time comes, my father can write a notice saying that he wants Huayuan County to be Shang County like Sanshui County. This is good. It can divert some of the people's attention. It can also give the people some hope. In the future, when my father does things in this name, the people will be willing to support him. It is like an inauguration speech. At least, it can let the people know that he is a responsible official. Also, when they know that Sanshui County was promoted by Zhangjie Zhuangzi and that the new county magistrate is the head of the Zhang family, the people will naturally feel that this matter is reliable. If they can promote one county, they can promote another. At the same time, the deputy secretary, the deputy magistrate, and the bailiffs will also know the benefits of being a Shang County. It can reduce some of the pressure on my father. Of course, maybe some people are too ambitious and want the position of county magistrate. Then, they will have to rely on their own methods. Once my father makes Huayuan County a Shang County and becomes an official in the capital, how can he not be a vice minister? He can sit in the vice minister position for a few more years. He can also sit in the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Ministry of Works. When he is familiar with them, he can become a minister. He can also sit in 2 different positions. My father is still young. He can't be promoted too quickly. After all these are done, he can compete for the position of Prime Minister. Without Li Linfu, can An Lushan sit in that position? Even if he is lucky, with my father holding the power in the court, we don't have to be afraid of living in the abyss of suffering for the rest of our lives. Wang Wan nodded as she listened. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she said, "You are quite far-sighted. Do you think it will work?" "How do I know if it will work? I can't not think about it, right? When the time comes, I will deal with it as I see it. Anyway, this is how the county magistrate is now." Zhang Xiaobao was also not sure if his plan would succeed, but he had to work hard. "I know. Xiaobao, you are indeed not ordinary. What about the children?" Wang Wan asked again. "Children? This is simple. It is to have my father specially train a few people like this to take care of the children. For example, setting up a nursery or something. Every family's children have to be taken care of by their own people. This will reduce the time to do other things. With a fixed place, a few people can take care of a group of children. This will allow those with children to worry less. At the same time, it will also free up the labor force. We will pay for this. It won't cost too much, but we will gain many benefits. As long as it succeeds, then in the court, my father's method will be valued. This is another contribution. It will give my father an additional layer of insurance when he enters the capital in the future as an assistant minister. The problem of children has always been a serious problem since ancient times, especially in an era where children are prone to die young. Whoever can make children live better lives will be respected. Children represent hope and the future." Zhang Xiaobao said this matter in one breath. Wang Wan listened and stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face. She nodded and said, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have already admired you many times, but this time, I have to admire you again. You really have a long-term plan. Then, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell me about the other rings." "What other rings?" Zhang Xiaobao was at a loss. "Don't play dumb with me. Zhang Xiaobao's actions have always been linked. I don't believe that you will do things so simply. I want to know the other plans and arrangements." Wang Wan didn't buy Zhang Xiaobao's tricks at all. A person like Zhang Xiaobao couldn't be treated as a normal person. She had to be vigilant at all times. Even if it was a small matter, she had to think about what he was planning. "Since you asked, then I will tell you a little bit. In fact, it was just an idea before, but now I have decided to stick to it," Zhang Xiaobao finally said again. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with an expression of "sure enough." "Well, if we gather all the children together, we will specially make some uniform clothes for them to wear. I have seen the children here. The style of the clothes they wear is monotonous. They even run back and forth naked. We will dress the children up and make them cuter. He can sell clothes in the future. Every once in a while, when others learn to imitate, we will update it. At the same time, we will promote our brand. We will brand toys, clothes, and so on. The children will be used to our things from a young age. When they grow up, as long as they see the same brand of things, they will choose first. I just thought of it because of the cotton. When the cotton comes out, we can ask the old man to plant more. When the time comes, we can make clothes for the children first. Pure cotton clothes are comfortable to wear. Before others react, we can have the advantage of time and make a lot of money in advance." Zhang Xiaobao voiced out his thoughts. Just like what he had said before, he was always able to discover things around him and then connect a few things together. He had just discovered cotton ball, so he came up with this plan. Wang Wan shook her head. I hope that Huaiyuan County's department registrar and county deputy magistrate know what is good for them. Otherwise, they will not know what kind of people they are facing. Chapter 306. In the spring breeze, willow catkins stick to the carriage. Half a li away from Huaiyuan, how many people are coming from afar? Zhang Zhong's team finally arrived at a place half a li away from the county town of Huaiyuan after a bumpy journey. There was also an earthen wall made of mud and grass. In this season, there was also a spring rain, so there were weeds growing on the wall. Zhang Zhong pointed the monocular clairvoyance that Zhang Xiaobao asked for at the three people standing outside the city gate. Two of them were wearing the uniform of yamen runners, and the other one was standing with his hands behind his back. They must be the people who were here to pick him up. There were only 3 people. Compared to when Jia Shang arrived at Sanshui County, there were fewer people. Well, just a little. Zhang Zhong put down the clairvoyance and hesitated whether he should send someone to inform the 3 people or go directly to meet them. It was impossible for the 3 people not to see such a large team from half a li away. Why didn't they come over? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this kind of thing. Less than 300 meters away, he had already seen the 3 people. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the people outside, "Continue to move forward." The team, which had already slowed down, returned to normal. This short journey only took a few dozen breaths. When the team arrived outside the city, the 3 people looked at each other, and under the lead of the person with his hands behind his back, came forward to welcome them. Is the person in the carriage the new county magistrate? His surname is Zhang Zhong, Lord Zhang. I'm the Huaiyuan County's Kangji officer. My surname is He. Due to the busy affairs in the county, I was sent by the deputy county magistrate and the chief minister to pick you up personally. Thank you for your hard work. The person with his hands behind his back came to the front of the carriage and said to the carriage with the most obvious sign. When Zhang Zhong heard this official position, he felt a little helpless. They actually sent a 7th-class Kangji officer to pick him up. Thinking of what County Magistrate Qing said, Zhang Zhong still walked out of the carriage. So it's He Tsang's plan. It doesn't matter. My home is nearby. It's just a few steps away. Since the county is busy, we should go and hand over everything first. It's faster to have more people to do things. While speaking, Zhang Zhong didn't take the carriage anymore. He directly walked forward. The 20 borrowed guards immediately surrounded Zhang Zhong, frightening the 2 yamen runners who wanted to approach him. These 20 people were all wearing leather armor, with knives on their waists and leather bags on their backs. Without opening the bags, one could tell that they were crossbows just by looking at the outside. The 2 bailiffs were secretly shocked. That He Kangji was quite knowledgeable. He smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, "Darren, the bodyguard of the Wang mansion is really different. There are some things in the county that are not easy to deal with. With such a brave warrior, I think the county will be much more stable." Oh. Could it be that there were bandits here? The yamen runners in the county are not easy to deal with. Zhang Zhong showed a surprised expression and deliberately exaggerated his question. He Kangji quickly waved his hand. "Darren, what are you talking about? The new policy of the dynasty is peaceful. How could there be bandits near the capital? It's because there are too few yamen runners. They can't travel fast enough. The deputy county magistrate and the secretary are discussing whether to hire more yamen runners to listen to Darren's orders." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also got off the carriage and squeezed beside Zhang Zhong. When they heard He Kangji say that they were hiring yamen runners, they looked at each other and smiled. They thought of what happened when Jia Shan came here in plain clothes. The yamen runners used one move and spent the last bit of money. Could it be that Huaiyuan County also wanted to learn this? Zhang Zhong also thought of this point, but he didn't care. If he had money, he would spend it according to the way he had money. If he didn't have money, everyone had no money. He wasn't like Josh Sean who relied on the Yaman's money. He had enough money at home. At this moment, Wei Wei nodded and didn't say anything about this matter. He Kangji also didn't mention it at the right time and talked about some trivial things in the county. Zhang Zhong listened as they walked and occasionally asked a few questions. He learned this from County Magistrate Ching and never talked too much about things he wasn't familiar with. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao followed with their little legs and looked at the situation in the county. The spring plowing in Sanshui County had already ended, but there were still a few people working here. Although it was not as prosperous as Sanshui County, there were still many people. There were shops and stalls on both sides of the street and the sound of hawking could be heard from time to time. When the people in the county bought things, they bartered. Unlike in Sanshui County, they could carry a few coins with them. There was also a difference in their complexion. They were not as rosy as the people in Sanshui County. This was not only a matter of food, but more of a matter of mentality. It's not bad. It's easy to get results in this kind of place. We just need to improve a little. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and moved her lips. Zhang Xiaobao also felt the same. What we need to solve now is the problem of team unity. It's more convenient to do things when the government is unified. It depends on what the original people want. They sent a mediocre official and 2 absent-minded Yamen runners to welcome us. How can such Yamen runners want to do things? Maybe there are people who are willing to do things. Wang Wan looked at the bright side. Who cares? Only a fierce dragon will cross the river. Since we're here, we don't plan to start everything smoothly. We'll go to the Yamen later. We'll live behind it and repair the house. As Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old child holding a chicken. He stuck a straw stick on the chicken and left the crowd. He jumped over and asked, "How much is the chicken?" The child looked at Zhang Xiaobao first. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao's clothes, his eyes lit up and said, 70 coins. I won't sell it for less. 70 coins is a bit expensive, but this chicken seems to be able to lay eggs. Why are you selling a chicken that lays eggs? Isn't it better to keep it to lay eggs and sell them? Zhang Xiaobao was not like other rich young masters who didn't know how much things cost. In Sanshui County, he could give an accurate price according to the quality of things. A chicken like this in Sanshui County was usually 58 to 62 coins, depending on the size. Wang Wan also came over and asked, "Yes, keep it to lay eggs. Is it because this chicken doesn't lay eggs? It shouldn't be. Is it because it lays soft eggs? Don't worry, go to the river and get some river snails for it to eat. The eggs will be hard. My mother is sick. I'll sell the chicken to buy medicine for my mother. 70 coins can buy 3 sets. I'll buy some meat for my mother with the rest of the money." The child gently touched the chicken's neck with his hand. The chicken cooed twice at its owner. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the child's eyes for a while and nodded. He told Erniu, who had been following him for a long time, give him 200 coins and cut a piece of meat from the cart. When Erniu heard the order, he turned around and went to get it. Zhang Xiaobao said to the child, "Take the chicken back. I will give you money to get the medicine. Hold on for a few months. After a few months, life will get better." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and turned to walk back. The child suddenly asked, "Why are you so good to me?" "No reason, I'm willing," Zhang Xiaobao said without turning his head. This scene was seen by Zhang Zhong and He Kangji. Zhang Zhong didn't do anything and let his son do whatever he wanted. He Kangji, however, asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, even if you can help him, so what? There are too many things like this in the county. Why don't we make Huayuan County like Sanshui County? The lives of the people will naturally be better. I don't understand these things." I just know that they are the people of Huayuan County. Great love helps one side, small love helps one person. If I don't have the thought of small love, how can I say great love? I'm still young and don't have the ability to love, so I'll do small love. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said to He Kangji. He Kangji was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Zhong. He felt that this must be what the new county magistrate taught the child. Otherwise, how could such a child know so many things? Lord Zhang really loves the people as his own children. He actually teaches the child such words of love. I admire him. He Kangji cupped his hands and said to Zhang Zhong. Well said, well said. Zhang Zhong laughed. He didn't teach his son such things. At this time, Ernie had already handed the money and the meat to the child. The meat weighed 5 kilograms, so it was very difficult for the child to carry it. With the addition of the money, the child had no choice but to hang the money on his shoulder and cover it with his clothes. He held the meat with both hands and let the chicken follow him. He didn't leave directly. He wanted to know who was so good to him. He squeezed forward and happened to see an official of the yamen bowing to another person. He mustered up his courage and asked the guard beside him, Who is the child who gave me the thing? The young master of the new county magistrate's family. Go back quickly to get the medicine for your mother. You will have a good life in the future. The guard didn't take any precautions against the child and said casually. Oh, I know. The child carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong, turned around and left. He said to the chicken, Hua Hua, let's go home. I won't sell it to you. The hen cooed and followed behind, pecking at the ground from time to time. Lord Zhang, the deputy county magistrate and the registrar shouldn't have returned to the yamen yet. Do you want to go to the restaurant to eat first, or? He Kangji asked Zhang Zhong. His tone seemed to be more respectful. There's no hurry to eat. Let's wait at the yamen and see where we will live in the future. Zhang Zhong had brought a few carriages this time. He had to distribute the meat on the carriages as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would spoil after a long time. He didn't prepare much meat. Each yamen runner could get about 20 kilograms. The rest was to be frozen and used to cook at home in the next few days. He Kangji didn't say much about this matter. He led the way and arrived at the yamen. Sure enough, it was as dilapidated as he had imagined. The beating drum was gone, and the side of the drum was cracked open. The door of the yamen was half closed and half open. Not only was the paint peeling off, the wood was almost rotting. One of the copper rings on the door was broken, and the other one was missing. People didn't want to enter this yamen. He Kangji blushed and said, Sir, the yamen doesn't have much money. We also need to help the people in the county. Therefore, we don't have enough money to repair the yamen. Okay. Zhang Zhong grunted and looked back at his son. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to feel anything. He still seemed to be curious. Chapter 307. He Kangji coughed softly and said, Sir, this way please. Only then did Zhang Zhong turn around and follow him in. When he got closer, he realized why the door was half closed. The door had actually fallen off and was propped up by a stick. If it was opened, it would be too obvious and wouldn't look good. The group of people walked inside, passing through the lobby in the front, and the courtyard used for doing things at the back. Walking further back, it was the place where Zhang Zhong and his family would live in the future. After turning a small corner, the future home appeared in front of them. Zhang Zhong was dumbfounded. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The roof of the dilapidated main house was full of holes. The paper on the windows had long been gone. Only the window frames were left, which were either open or closed. With a clang, a stray cat came out of a hole in the window and meowed at them. It twisted its body and ran away in the blink of an eye. From this courtyard to other courtyards, there were also houses that were too dilapidated for people to live in. It had to be said that this place was bigger than the courtyard behind the yamen in Sanshui County. Unfortunately, most of the courtyards did not even have a house. There was only a pile of mud piled up there after the snow had melted. There were beams, doors, and windows. It seemed that someone had taken it back to use it or used it to make a fire. Zhang Zhong smacked his lips and asked He Kangji, the previous county magistrate actually worked in such a dilapidated place. He was really a role model for us. My lord, county magistrate Wen didn't live here in the past. He had a house outside, but it's gone now. It said that he sold it to someone else and his family moved away. Why don't you buy a house outside? He Kangji lowered his voice and said to Zhang Zhong. No, this place is fine. My family will find an inn to stay in for the next few days. When it is repaired, we will move back. If we don't live in the yamen, it will be easy for us to get into big trouble. When Zhang Zhong came, he was already mentally prepared that the yamen would be a little dilapidated. After discussing with his son, he could repair it and not live outside. However, he did not expect it to be so dilapidated. Well, his son liked a big place and his family was not short of money. He could leave it to his son. Sir, there doesn't seem to be enough money in the Yamen's account to repair the courtyard. If you want to buy it outside, you can find a few local merchants to raise the money. He Kangji had to remind him. Zhang Zhong smiled. You don't have to look for others. I still have some money at home. I live in my own house and pay for my own repairs. Hitsang-ji, do you know how much money I have in my account? I'm not too sure either. It's true that I'm in charge of the warehouse, but there's not a single grain left in the warehouse. There's not even a single copper coin left. I heard that there's still around 30 strings of coins in the account, which is around 100 silvers. He Kangji told Zhang Zhong the truth. He wanted to tell him that he was in a deficit now. There was money in the account, but there was no money in the warehouse. He had to find a way to make up for it himself. At this moment, Zhang Zhong looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads. They meant that they couldn't use their own money to make up for the deficit in the warehouse. Building a house was one thing, but the Yamen's affairs were another. They didn't lack money, but they couldn't do that. Zhang Zhong understood. He said to He Kangji, there's no hurry now. Let's wait for this year's rent and tax to be collected. By then, we can repair the yamen too. Sir, there's no tax this year. We collected this year's tax in advance last year. County Magistrate Wen's case has been jointly reported by the Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen has been convicted of several crimes. I don't know if he can keep his life. He Kangji brought up another matter. Before Zhang Zhong could react, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already understood. When they were greedy, everyone was greedy together. Now, all the blame was pushed to County Magistrate Wen. The Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate Wen had no responsibility. Naturally, they wouldn't return the money that they had embezzled. Good calculation. I like this kind of person. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. You should think about how to get money. The spring plowing has just ended. The tax that was supposed to be collected in autumn this year will be gone. You can't possibly collect it again, right? I don't know how the people are doing. They have to pay rent for 2 years a year. Can they still survive? It's a small matter. Take it slow. It's not like the higher-ups don't know what happened here. They just want to see what my father will do. We can only stay outside today. Let my father contact the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General first. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this at all. He had lost a little money and collected a year's worth of rent in advance. It wasn't much. In the past, the officials he met could lose a few years' worth of rent and nothing happened to them. Zhang Zhong had seen the house and was only waiting for the deputy magistrate and the registrar general to come back. He would officially take over after the handover. Before that, he still had something to do. He said to He Kangji, "Since the yamen is still in deficit, I think the bailiffs are not doing well. I have brought some things. Why don't we get the bailiffs and some people from the yamen here? We can take the things back and deal with them for a few days." "What are they again?" "Xiao Bao, remember what you said before you came. Recite it for me." Zhang Zhong really didn't know what his son had brought. He could only let his son recite it himself. "Father, are you testing me?" "I remember. A bag of white flour, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 20 kilograms of meat, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers. The bag of rice and noodles are 5 buckets each. When everyone is here, you can give them to them." Zhang Xiaobao had to support his father at this time and counted the things at the side. He Kangji and the 2 bailiffs were delighted when they heard it, especially the 2 bailiffs. Usually, they couldn't be greedy and could only bully the common people. The common people didn't have much money at home. It was good enough to get a few eggs. If they were more ruthless, they would catch and kill the chickens and eat them together. They didn't expect the new county magistrate to give them so many things. The rice was good, the noodles were good, and there was vegetable oil. What the family lacked the most was oil. If there was oil, they could eat some wild vegetables. If there was no oil, they would waste food. With the addition of meat, chickens, and cucumbers, they could make a lot of good dishes. "Sir, is what you said true? Please wait, I will go and find people. I will find all 67 bailiffs and the rest of the people in the yamen. In total, there are 13 people." When one of the 2 bailiffs heard Zhang Xiaobao's last sentence, he immediately ran out. Zhang Zhong looked at him and didn't say anything. The other 13 people were naturally people like He Kangji. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't care about these things. It didn't matter whether they came or not. No one knew where they went. Otherwise, how could they not bring the bailiffs with them when they went out to do things? If they did, the bailiffs wouldn't say that they didn't bring all of them. Zhang Xiaobao originally thought that the 2 bailiffs could meet his father face to face and sound each other out. Then they would consider whether to confront or compromise. He didn't expect that they would directly use such an unpresentable method to make their intentions clear. In the future, they could only be enemies. After waiting for the other bailiffs to come back, they began to unload the things from the cart. Half of the 20 guards were divided into 2 groups to help, and the other half continued to be on guard. Some people from the Zhang family also did the work. Even He Kangji and the rest of the bailiffs didn't stand aside and just watched. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, just stood there and watched as the bags of rice and noodles were moved down and put down properly. He also watched as the barrels of vegetable oil were poured out, but he couldn't find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao had to help at this time. He said to He Kangji, "When my father came, he said that this is only a part of it. There will be more in the future. In Sanshui County, even the Zhang family can give the bailiffs some things they need, let alone our own people. You have to do a good job. If you don't do a good job, we won't give you anything in the future." Zhang Xiaobao deliberately said the last words that could easily offend people. Only in this way could people think that he was a child who didn't know how to behave. The bailiff who helped to move the things nodded and promised, "Qi Dafei will definitely do a good job in the future. There are so many things to eat for 2 months. I will sell the cucumbers later." Ha! He Kangji was also not angry. He stopped what he was doing and stood there thinking for a while. Finally, he lowered his head and came to Zhang Zhong, saying, "Sir, to be honest, I didn't go to pick you up today because of anyone's order. I didn't do a good job here at all. I heard that you are capable, so I took the risk to go there. The two of them also did the same. They are usually ostracized. If they can, they will try their best. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. The main thing was that his son had used a trick. He guessed that he had arranged for people to be drawn to his side by Jia Shan. What if they were also the same? So he said, it doesn't matter. It's not easy for everyone. It will be better if we work together more in the future. If we want to get some benefits, we have to let the people in the county live a good life anyway. This is the case in Sanshui County. Write a few notices tomorrow and let the people in our county know what I, the new county magistrate, am thinking. Sir, what are you thinking about? The bailiff threw the chicken down and asked curiously. I am thinking that since the Zhang family can promote Sanshui County to Shang County, Huayuan County can also be promoted to Shang County. Sanshui County has a wharf. Isn't there a wharf in Huayuan County about to be built? Zhang Zhong repeated his son's words and appeared to be very confident. He Kangji and the bailiff didn't expect Zhang Zhong to have such a plan. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Zhang Zhong took this topic and continued, as long as you do your job well, it won't take long for Huayuan County to change. At that time, the salary that should be increased will be increased and the people who should be promoted will also be promoted. Originally, I could be a 6th grade official in the capital, but I feel that I should do some things in Huayuan County. When the things are almost done, I will come to the capital. The benefits here will be left to the next one. Chapter 308. Before all the goods were moved down, there were already many bailiffs at the entrance. One by one, they came in to look at the goods being moved down. Then, they looked at Zhang Zhong, who was their county magistrate. Zhang Zhong also looked at them one by one. Those who were looked at immediately looked away and did not dare to look at Zhang Zhong. It had nothing to do with their status. It was mainly because they did not go to welcome him today. They only came after he gave them the goods. They felt that they were in the wrong. As for the people with integrity, they could not expect to find any among them. It was impossible to find anyone with integrity among the county magistrate, registrar and deputy magistrate. They would have thought of ways to get rid of those people. When the last few people came, all the goods were unloaded. Other than the deputy magistrate and registrar, there was still a scribe who did not come. Everyone else was present. Some of them squeezed out a smile and greeted Zhang Zhong. Some of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. He Kangji, just give them what my Baolang said just now. Don't forget to give me the rest. I will keep it for myself. Zhang Zhong deliberately did not say anything to those people. He also did not give them the goods himself. After telling He Kangji, he went out with a group of people to find an inn. They could only come back after the building in the yamen was repaired. Ernie had already left in advance to find someone to do the work. He Kangji knew what the county magistrate meant. He repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said just now. If you do your job well, there will be more in the future. If you don't do your job well, you can just watch others take the goods home. He Kangji agreed and started to work. Those in the county who were doing other things gave the goods first. The bailiffs lined up behind and said while giving out the goods. Today, you all did not go to welcome His Excellency. His Excellency is already angry, but he still gave you the goods. There will be more in the future. But you all have to listen to His Excellency. Otherwise, there won't be any. His Excellency is the head of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. I think you all know His Excellency. If anyone takes the goods and plays tricks behind his back, don't blame me for not warning you. He Kangji, what do you mean? Are you not afraid of Registrar Zhan and County Deputy Xiao? The two of you are eating at Jinlai restaurant. It's not far from here. A person who was taking something from He Kangji said to him with a cold expression. Regarding Jiang Dian, if I were you, I wouldn't have taken these things. Perhaps you haven't heard much about the Zhang family. How dare you speak like this after taking these things? Just wait for the Lord's thunderous anger. I'm just an insignificant official. I don't care if he's a county deputy supervisor or a county deputy supervisor. At most, I'll just quit. He Kangji laughed at Dianshi Jiang. His words were full of sarcasm, which made Dianshi Jiang's expression change again and again. He couldn't say anything for a while, but he was reluctant to throw away the thing in his hand. He had to turn his head to look at others, hoping to get some support. The surrounding people didn't care about Dianshi Jiang anymore. They only cared about the things that were placed there. After taking them, they could make dumplings when they went back today. The Yamen runners were even more excited. They couldn't be greedy. Even if Shangwan Zhuangzi was greedy, he wouldn't give it to them. Regarding Jiang Dian, think about what Zhangjie Zhuangzi has done in the past 2 years. You're on your own. Next, oh, Chao Dao, your child is sick. Are you feeling better? I'll pick a bigger chicken for you to go back and nourish yourself. Why don't you go today? The Zhang family is sending ginseng to the Yamen runners of Sanshui County. The registrar Zhan gave you last time isn't enough to buy medicine, right? He Kangji didn't show any mercy today. He glanced at Dianshi Jiang and said some harsh words to another person. Chao Dao pursed his lips and looked at the bigger chicken that was picked out. He sighed and said, "It's my fault. I didn't expect the new county magistrate to come and give us things. I thought he would only give up after he dealt with some people. The new county magistrate is also good. But we're poor and have short ambitions. Let's talk about the future later. I'll go back and cook some meat for my son to eat." As he spoke, he directly walked out after receiving the things. He didn't take anything and needed someone to help him carry it. When the others heard his words, they also regretted it. They didn't care about the common people. Those who cared about the common people had already been cleared out. They were only here to get some benefits. The registrar Zhan and the deputy county magistrate would occasionally give some benefits, but it was too little. The money they took out was less than half. No matter how rich they were, they couldn't compare to the Zhang family. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong didn't deal with the people here first and gave them things first? They originally didn't want to take the things and forced Zhang Zhong to restrain himself. Now that he had given them things and they had just met, what should they do if they still took the things from him? Zhang Zhong didn't know the nature of these people. He was still worried that someone wouldn't take the things, so he left first to avoid embarrassment. He didn't know that the rest of the people had persisted until now because they wanted to get benefits. A group of people walked without a guide. They could only stroll slowly. When they saw a good restaurant or inn, they went in to stay. After walking for a while, they came to a 3-story restaurant. They looked up at the signboard and saw the words Jinlai Restaurant written on it. This is it. It looks good. Zhang Zhong decided to stay here for a few days. As for whether the restaurant was more luxurious or spent more money, he didn't care at all. When the group of people just arrived at the door, a sharp-eyed waiter came up to them. When he saw Zhang Zhong's official uniform, he immediately said with a smile, "Sir, are you here to eat or to stay overnight? Please come in first. Someone come quickly and take these horses to feed them. Use good ingredients." Seeing this waiter, Zhang Zhong was stunned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. The waiter's uniform had a picture embroidered on his chest. It was a very cartoon picture. A small rice seedling was placed there. Rice seedling. Which part is it? Wang Wan thought carefully and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was next to her. The restaurant in the state capital. Look, there are some weeds under the rice seedling. Why did they open their business here? Or did other people also think of the picture of the rice seedling? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. Some of the businesses that his family sold out had their own unique symbol. Different rice seedlings represented different identities. He didn't expect that there would be a picture of a rice seedling here without his arrangement. The two of them looked at each other and stood out from the crowd so that the waiter could see the two of them. To be precise, the picture of the two of them was on their uniforms. Zhang Zhong was wearing an official uniform, so naturally, he didn't dare to embroider a rice seedling on it. The servants were behind him, so only the guards were around to block the waiter's line of sight. Zhang Zhong was also thinking. When he saw his son and daughter-in-law stand out, he quickly moved half of his body. The waiter's eyes immediately followed them. When he saw, his mouth immediately opened wide. After taking a closer look, he quickly bowed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It's actually the young master and young lady who came. This humble one greets the two of you. The two of you. Follow my father to take office. Zhang Xiaobao signaled with his eyes. With a put-on sound, the waiter actually knelt down and said to Zhang Zhong, this humble one didn't know it was master. I was negligent just now. Please forgive me. Who taught you the rules? Get up. Why did the restaurant open here? Zhang Zhong was happy. His family actually had a restaurant here. He had a place to stay and didn't have to worry about being bullied. Master, the young master and young lady go in first. Let this humble one slowly explain. The waiter stood up and said excitedly. He had never seen the main family's people before. He had only memorized the picture. He didn't expect to see 3 people from the main family today. Moreover, he served them. The waiter walked in front with his chest puffed out. Zhang Zhong and the others followed behind. When they entered the restaurant, everyone who saw the waiter became curious. Especially the other waiter, they didn't know what happened to Najiu today. Najiu wasn't like this normally. When they saw the Zhang family servants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming in, their eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 little seedlings on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's chests weren't just cute in their eyes. They were status. The young master and young lady of the main family came together. The shopkeeper on the first floor was still using the abacus to pay the bill. At this time, he felt the difference in the surrounding atmosphere. He also turned his head to look. His hands suddenly stopped on the abacus and didn't move. The surrounding diners couldn't help but look over. When they saw Zhang Zhong's 7th-rank official robe, they understood that an official had come. Some people in the capital curled their lips in disdain and muttered to the people beside them, "That's right, Zhang Zhong. Only officials in this place wear officials' robes to eat. No one in the capital dares to, let alone a 7th-ranked official. There are more people in the capital than cow's hair. It's embarrassing to wear it out." When the group went directly to the 3rd floor, the waiters on the 1st floor quickly looked at their robes to see if there was anything inappropriate. Even the shopkeeper arranged the account book on the counter properly. Zhang Zhong came to a room on the 3rd floor and ordered the waiter, arrange for them and serve some home-cooked dishes. Those people were naturally the guards and the servants of the Zhang family. They were led away by another waiter on the 3rd floor. The waiter called Na Jiu stayed and asked another waiter to tell him what to cook. He didn't ask for a menu and directly ordered 8 dishes in one breath. The waiter quickly ran down and told the chef in the kitchen behind. He didn't dare to let an ordinary chef cook. First, 4 small cold plates were served. Zhang Zhong tasted them and looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao also took a bite. He ate shredded cucumber and dried tofu. He nodded and said, "It's okay. Remember to heat the dried tofu with hot water next time. Tell me about how you opened a restaurant here." Chapter 309. As Zhang Zhong and the others listened, the waiter, Na Jiu, began to explain. This time, he was not as concise as usual. After a few words, Zhang Xiaobao and the others understood. The shopkeeper sent by the Zhang family could make a profit and make an investment. If he succeeded, he could continue to invest. If he failed, he would have to obediently guard the store. The one in the provincial capital was naturally a success. Zhang Zhong was the first to enter, and there were 9 people there at the same time. With the booming business, the shopkeeper surnamed Xan became active. He went to Zhangzhou Zhuangzi later. His family was in Zhuangzi, and he worked alone in the provincial capital. He used to run a small store, but he fled and followed his nephew here. In Huaiyuan County, he had a nephew who worked as a cook. He had a lot of money, so he only handed it in once every season. Then he contacted his nephew. The original Jinlai building was run by a relative of County Magistrate Wen. County Magistrate Wen was unlucky. Without a backer, his relative wanted to sell the building, so he asked his nephew to buy it. However, the place was not under his nephew's management. It was directly under his name. Then, according to the Zhang family's rules of opening a shop outside, he would teach the shop assistants well and deposit the money into the account. When the season changed, he would send the money to the main family to make the main family happy. He had signed an irrevocable contract, so if the money fell into his name, it would fall into the main family's name. The waiter, Na Zhou, left after he finished speaking, leaving Zhang Zhong and the others in the room. Not bad. You have courage. You can seize the opportunity when you see it. That shopkeeper Xan can be trained well in the future. Father, are we going to live here? Zhang Xiaobao felt very gratified. He praised him and asked his father. Zhang Zhong was also happy. This was his son's business and the rules were set by him. He did not expect to have his own business here. It seemed to be not small. It was a 3-story building. He nodded and said, "Let's live here. We'll move back when the yamen is repaired." At this time, the hot dishes were served one after another. There wasn't much of each dish. Zhang Xiaobao and the other 2 had been on the road for such a long time, so they were also hungry. They shook their cheeks and began to eat. While they were eating, the waiter named Zhou came in again and said to Zhang Zhong, "Master, I forgot to mention one thing. Yamen's Minister Zhan and County Magistrate Xiao are also eating on the 3rd floor. They are in the room next door. There are also some businessmen coming from outside." "Oh. Did they come here to do something?" "Good, let's go take a look. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo eat. Father will go over for a while." Zhang Zhong wanted to see what the 2 men were up to, so he got up and walked out after informing his son. The waiter pointed at the side. In the room next door, laughter could be heard from the corridor. Zhang Zhong wanted to eavesdrop, but when he just arrived there, a man came out. When he saw Zhang Zhong, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong's clothes, turned around and ran back in. Zhang Zhong did not continue to eavesdrop, so he followed the man into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw the man talking to a fat man. "County Magistrate Xiao, I just saw a man wearing a level 7 official uniform at the door. Is he the new county magistrate?" "Yes, I am the new county magistrate. I wonder who is County Magistrate Xiao and who is Minister Zhan." Zhang Zhong looked at the waiter who reported the news and then looked at the messy table. He asked calmly. Everyone at the table looked at Zhang Zhong at the same time. The businessmen were a little uneasy, while the fat man and the thin man changed their expressions a few times. So it's Lord Zhang. We still have some matters to attend to here, hence the delay. Once we're done with the matters here, we will personally look for Lord Zhang to hand over the matter. By then, Lord Zhang will be the county magistrate of Huaiyuan County. I'm the deputy county magistrate Xiao that Lord Zhang mentioned. The fat man smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, but he did not stand up. The thin man beside him also said, "In the future, we will work together to do the things in the county." "Oh, it's late now. Lord Zhang, why don't you have a rest first and go to the Yamen early tomorrow morning to take over? The businessmen who were sitting there also smiled when they heard the two talking. At the same time, they were relieved and looked at Zhang Zhong, wondering what he would say. Zhang Tsong understood the meaning of the county magistrate's words. You are not the county magistrate now. Wait until I take over. You are just an ordinary official now. Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable. He hesitated and said, well, I will go there early tomorrow morning. You wait here and do your work slowly. After saying this, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked out. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, and carefully looked at the faces of those merchants. The merchants felt uncomfortable being looked at. They all stopped smiling and slightly lowered their heads. Zhang Zhong then said to the person who had just reported the news, Brother Zhang Zhong, I'm going to tell you something. You are the copywriter in the county, right? Good, do a good job. You didn't even take the things I brought. You must be a good copywriter who is not flattering. After saying this, Zhang Zhong walked out and went back to his original room with a sullen face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the waiter did not give him face and drove his father out. He advised, Father, the official career is like this. You can't be straightforward. It is important to hide a knife in a smile and have a knife in the belly. What they did is actually inferior. You can take it slowly after you take over. Zhang Zhong also knew that, but he was not happy. He did not know what the two men said to so many businessmen. It might be related to Huayuan County. The two men were now doing things on behalf of the county magistrate. What if they took advantage of this opportunity and did something that should not be done? What should he do? Thinking about this, Zhang Zhong also felt uncomfortable while eating. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped. He just sat there and muttered something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to his father, Father, do you have the official document and pardon from the imperial court with you? Yes, they are here. Zhang Zhong said as he took out the two envelopes from his arms. Then let's go and hand them over. Bring the guards with you. Do you think they dare to not hand them over? Zhang Xiaobao stood up and prepared to accompany his father. Zhang Zhong just remembered that he took two things. The other party could not refuse to hand them over. He just forgot about it. He looked at his son in confusion and asked, Why didn't you say it directly just now? If I said it just now, they and the businessmen have nothing to do. Now that you are here, they will definitely speed up and sign some documents and stamp some things. At this time, the documents are probably only half finished. We will know when we go and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He touched his son's head and went out to call the guards. He brought the guards to the outside of the room and directly pushed the door open. He said to the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official who were writing something in the room, I think it's better to hand them over immediately. I feel that it's better to hand it over immediately. Since I'm already here, I can't trouble the two of you. This is the imperial court's letter for the handover. As he was speaking, Zhang Zhong put the two envelopes in front of the both of them. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official stopped writing at the same time. They stared at Zhang Zhong and did not know what to say. They then looked down at the two envelopes on the table. Their hands trembled and a drop of ink fell on the paper. This, Lord Zhang, you don't have to be in a hurry, right? The registrar official stared into Zhang Zhong's eyes and said. Of course, don't tell me the both of you still want to do something beyond your authority. Then this official can only report today's matter as it is. Zhang Zhong was not at all polite now. His eyes also looked at the unfinished paper. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were nervous at the same time. They quickly rolled up the paper in front of them. The deputy magistrate Xiao smiled and said, The registrar official and I are competing to see who can write better. Since you want to hand it over, we have already done it over there. Oh, the seal seems to be in the yamen. Registrar official, accompany His Excellency to get the seal over there. I will go back after talking to the others. No need. Let's go back together. I can wait. Zhang Zhong did not give the deputy magistrate official any chance at all. He knew that the seal was on the deputy magistrate official and he wanted to send him away so that he could do something better. The deputy magistrate official was still smiling and said, Lord Zhang, the registrar official and I are here for some personal matters. These people are also my old friends. It is not convenient for His Excellency to be here, right? Oh. So you two are not here for official business. Then I am here to take office and you don't want to hand it over. Are you trying to use your personal matters to overturn official business? Where are the laws of the imperial court? Official business. Or personal matters? Zhang Zhong finally caught the faulty wording in the two's words and interrogated them. Official business, it is definitely official business. I was just joking. Since His Excellency wants to do this, then let's go back now. The registrar official and deputy magistrate official could not say anything else at this time. As they said that they wanted to go back, they kept winking at those businessmen. Those businessmen did not expect that things would turn out like this. When they saw the two people's winks, they could only hold it in and think of a solution in the future. It seemed that it was not possible now. The 20 guards let the registrar official and deputy magistrate official go first as if they were escorting them. Zhang Zhong said to his son angrily in a low voice, Xiao Bao, you are right. They are indeed writing a document. They want to sell the land next to the river that connects to the capital city to those businessmen. That land is obviously fertile land, but they actually wrote it as a wasteland. It is really infuriating. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he smiled. He had seen this kind of thing many times. So what if there was one more time? He turned around and looked at the businessmen who were standing more than 10 steps away. He said to his father in a low voice, arrange people to watch those businessmen. Don't let them go. In the future, they have to contribute to the business of Huayuan County. Xiao Bao, what do you want them to do? Zhang Zhong asked puzzledly. Chapter 310. You still want to sell it to them? Zhang Zhong looked at his son in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and didn't say anything. He knew his son's ability. He always did things in a bold and unconstrained way. Since his son said he could sell it, then he could sell it. It just depended on how he sold it. When they returned to the yamen, there were still people in the yamen who hadn't taken the things away. He Kangji was waiting there. Not only did he distribute the things to others, but he also had to look after the things that were left behind. He couldn't pick the other things like rice and noodles. He just needed to take a bag of them. However, the remaining chicken was all small. The meat was all lean. The 5 layers and the fat ones were all taken away by others. Needless to say, the 5 layers and the fat ones were all wanted. The fat ones were also not bad. They could be eaten with oil when they went back. The fat ones could be eaten with oil and could be used to make dumplings and pancakes. Ordinary people didn't want the lean ones. Zhang Xiaobao liked to eat the lean ones. It was just nice. As for the cucumbers, he picked the straight ones and took them. The rest were all crooked and some were even rolled into balls. Even so, he still had to look after the rest. He believed that once he left, these things would all be gone. Not to mention other things, it would take at least half a month for the cucumbers to be harvested. During this period of time, whether he ate it himself or took it out to sell, it would be good. Waiting for Zhang Zhong and the others to arrive, he Kangji took a small bite of the cucumbers. When the registrar and the county premier saw him, they stared at him as if they wanted to stare him to death. The clerk who followed them back was lost in thought when he saw the things that hadn't been distributed. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong, the registrar and the county premier. Finally, he resisted the idea of going to take the things. When County Premier Xiao returned to the Yamen, he directly said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, wait for a moment. I will go to the signing room to get the seal. When I come back, we will hand it over." Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything. No matter what, he had to give them a chance to take out the seal. It was useless to ask someone to search for it. If they found it, they would say that they forgot it. They were too busy. What could he do? The registrar official had also sorted out some of the matters that had been handed over to him. When the time came, he would hand them over to Zhang Zhong together. When He Kangji saw his master return, he immediately approached him and said, "Your Honor, I've given all the people in the Yamen what you gave them. There are still some left, but I'm just picky. The rest are not very good. The meat is lean, the cucumber is bent, and the chicken is small." Ha ha ha. It's not like you don't know what my family does. Leave the lean meat for the sauce. Xiao Bao loves to eat it. Bend some cucumbers and make them into garlic cucumbers. Roast the chicks. It's easier to hold them and eat them. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. Just now, he had inadvertently seen the way the registrar and deputy district magistrate looked at He Kangji. This was the time for him to win over people's hearts. Other county magistrates might not be able to do this when they had just taken office, but he could. He had already gotten used to some things related to his status. Occasionally, when he went out of the house, he would see a villager and chat for a while. Even if he was a 7th-rank official, just like how his son often played with the children of the villager. Who could say that the villager didn't respect the master's family? But it was different for He Kangji. This was the first time he had spoken to the county magistrate like this. In the past, a county magistrate one had always been cold. He said excitedly, "Your Honor, are you going to hand over immediately?" "Your Honor, the most important thing in our county now is that river. The one that connects to the capital. I forgot. You know, from your house to the river, the land on both sides of the river is worth a lot. Your Honor, you must be careful. Otherwise, the land will be sold cheaply and our yamen will have no money." When He Kangji said these words, he was gritting his teeth. Even if the registrar stood there and secretly glared at him from time to time, he still said it. Zhang Zhong had seen it just now and knew this was the case. But when it came from He Kangji's mouth, it gave him a different feeling. He was now more certain that this small official with the surname he was ready to surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such an important thing to gain his trust. He nodded at He Kangji. "This matter is indeed important. I will remember it." While they were talking, Deputy District Magistrate Xiao walked out of the signing room with a square seal made of brass in his hand. It was heavy. He reluctantly put it on the document and said to Zhang Zhong, "Your Honor, let's hand over now." Zhang Zhong took out the 2 letters. After verifying each other, he picked up the seal and the document. From this moment on, he was the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was ready to play a game of intrigue with these 2 people. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came to the place where things were handed out. Each of them was holding a cucumber and gnawing on it. "Xiaobao, it seems that your father is not easy to deal with. The 2 of them are actually of the same mind. Should we try to drive a wedge between them first?" Wang Wan asked as she patted the bag of rice with one hand. Her hand was dusted. "It's fine to use it or not. It's just to deal with 2 small figures. If it's to deal with some ministers or prime ministers, I have to be well prepared. At that time, I may not be able to guarantee that it will work. But to deal with 2 people like them, it's not worth so much effort. They are not young either. One of them looks like he is almost 30, and the other is 25 or 26. If the chief secretary is 25 or 26, I will be worried. Many prime ministers started from this position when they were young. Although I have never heard of his name, it's a pity that the young one is the county magistrate. He is below the 8th rank. He has a lot of experience. The most important thing is that the two of them are on the same side as County Magistrate 1. If they didn't push all the blame to County Magistrate 1, they would be fine. The people above have long been used to this kind of thing. It's County Magistrate 1 who is dealing with them. They still have to help stabilize Huayuan County. But they refused. They are too cowardly. People like them can't expect to be promoted in the future unless they meet a noble. Otherwise, no one dares to promote them. If they are promoted, what if they commit a crime? Will they continue to push the blame to themselves? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. Sometimes, things in the officialdom were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. No one would hire someone who would hit a senior official when he was down at a critical moment. Then what are you going to do next? You have already watched the businessmen. You can't just watch them like that, right? Wang Wan asked again. Of course we can't do that. They are here to invest. We have to treat them well. Let Ernio lead them to the river to see the place. Tell them that they can buy the land, but they have to negotiate the price. Also, they have to tell them how to manage the land after buying it and how much tax they have to pay. Zhang Xiaobao had already come up with a good idea just now. At this time, it was just the right time to tell Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, they can negotiate the price and manage the land. But the amount of tax they have to pay seems to have been fixed, right? Do you dare to let your father decide the tax privately? I don't dare. There are still 2 wolves watching over there. But they want to do business. Both sides of the land are fertile land. They should pay the fine, right? As long as they occupy the land, they can be punished according to the year. After all, they have to farm every year. Is this okay? Zhang Xiaobao said another idea. Wang Wan nodded after hearing it. Good. You can even come up with this idea. That is, you are using the fine to replace the tax. How much are you going to pay? There are also rules for the fine, right? We have to see what can be planted in the land. If they say they want to plant millet, they will be fined a few strings of coins per mu. But if I say they want to plant fungus, how much do you think they will be fined per mu of land? What about vegetables in winter? Even if others know about this method, the price of vegetables will not be cheap. The cost of the vegetables is high. Then I know. It seems that we have to stop the deputy magistrate and the registrar from saying that the county magistrate agreed to occupy the land. Wang Wan could not calculate the fine for planting fungus. She still did not know the yield of each piece of wood. She had to let Pomegranate do the calculation. Don't stop them. We have to give them a chance to talk. Let them take the initiative to tell my father about occupying the land. Take it slow. Don't rush. Let's find Ernio first. I will tell him what to do. Zhang Xiaobao took another bite of the cucumber and said with a whimper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked while eating. On the other side, Zhang Zhong had become the county magistrate. He had to check some of the old account books and the records of the prison warden. Now, there were more than 120 people in the county jail. He did not believe that so many people had committed crimes. Moreover, it was the kind of crimes that needed to be locked up. The previous county magistrate had set up many unjust prisons. Now, he had to clean them up bit by bit. Those who should be released would be released. Those who should be sent to higher positions would be sent to higher positions. Those who should be caught for making money would also be caught. Also, the old account books could be figured out one by one. Based on the previous county magistrate, the registrar, and the deputy magistrate's actions, the account books were in a mess. Zhang Zhong's actions made the registrar official and the district deputy feel relieved. When they reached the place where the items were placed, they took them one by one and piled them up like a small mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with dust and cobwebs. "Sir, everything is here. You must take care of yourself. If you are tired, you can sleep for a while." Looking at those things, Deputy Magistrate Xiao wanted to laugh but could not. He could only hold back his laughter and said with concern. Zhang Zhong did not touch those books. He just glanced at them and said to the registrar and the deputy magistrate, "Well, put them here. I will read them one by one. From tomorrow onwards, the Yamen can ask for cases. We will listen to your orders. Then we will go back first. Will you be at home tonight?" the registrar asked. "No, I will stay at Jinlai Tower tonight. I will move back after the yard behind the Yamen is repaired. If you have any urgent matters at night, you can find me at Jinlai Tower." Chapter 311. After the registrar and deputy county magistrate left, Zhang Zhong and his companions returned to Jinlai building, where they had already prepared a place for them to rest. Zhang Zhong could have had the most well-protected courtyard, but no one had expected that he would choose a courtyard with a bad location. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there were 20 guards protecting the courtyard, and the environment was very good now. It was impossible to assassinate a county magistrate, so he agreed. When they were having dinner, he went to find his father. "Dad, let me have a look at that seal. I'll take a good look at it tonight and give it to you tomorrow," Zhang Xiaobao said to his father before he and Wang Wan went to rest. If it were someone else, Zhang Zhong would not give it to him. But since his son wanted to have a look, then he had to. He wrapped the seal with a silk cloth and asked his two children to take it back. That night, the lights in the courtyard where Zhang Zhong was resting were not extinguished the entire night. If one were to lean against the wall from outside, they would be able to see a figure with his back to the window moving from time to time in the study room. In a private house in Huayuan County, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had not slept. They sat on the floor with some wine and dishes on the small table in the middle. They were eating and drinking slowly. "Brother Baiyong, do you think we can get rid of this new county magistrate? We know his family. They don't lack money. It's not easy to get him to be greedy or accept bribes." Registrar Zhan asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao picked up the wine and took a sip. He picked up the cleaned cucumber beside him and dipped it into the sauce bowl directly. He took a bite and chewed slowly. This cucumber was not bought by him, nor was it given to him by Zhang Zhong. It was given to him by two Yamen runners. They wanted to please them, so they sent the cucumber to them. Seeing that they had accepted the cucumber, the two bailiffs were quite happy. However, they didn't know that the two men had taken note of the two bailiffs and decided to find an excuse to resign. The two men's thoughts were simple. After giving them so many things, they just gave them some cucumber to fool them. If they didn't resign, who would they resign from? After finishing the cucumber, County Deputy Xiao said, "Brother Shang Yun, if you want to get rid of him, it's impossible to make him accept bribes. But we can use other means." He took those booklets back. What did we say at that time? Ha! Ha ha ha! As he spoke, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao burst out laughing. Registrar Zhan was stunned for a moment before he also burst out laughing. He said, "Baiyong is so thoughtful. We deliberately left some flaws in those booklets. When he finds them, he will continue to look for them based on these flaws. At that time, he will offend someone he shouldn't offend." That's right. And the person he offends has nothing to do with the flaws in those booklets. What do you think that person will do to him? What a pity. With so many booklets, it will take him a while to read them. Every month, he definitely won't be able to finish reading them. Even if he reads them for a month, he will just take a quick look at them. Those booklets are accumulated over several years. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed for a while and finally stopped. He took another bite of the cucumber and said, "He is also a fool." He clearly gave the recipe for the winter vegetables, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, so the credit for giving advice will be gone. A good top scorer ran to a county. After a while, who will remember him? If I were him, I would be a 6th-grade official in the capital. My family is rich, so I can find some people to get together and recite a few poems. My reputation will spread far and wide. The emperor has also built a pear garden. At that time, the emperor will definitely pay attention to him. Maybe he will be given a higher official position. Of course. Who doesn't know that the emperor likes music? As long as he writes a few more poems and the emperor sings more, it may be easy for him to be an assistant minister. Registrar Jean also said with regret. At the same time, he was jealous. Why could a fool be the top scorer in the exam and come here to be a county magistrate? Wasn't this cutting off the road for him and others? The two people chatted while eating. They ate slowly. There were no hot dishes on the table, so there was no need to heat them up. It didn't matter if the wine was cold. They ate until it was almost midnight, but they still hadn't finished eating. They were still in high spirits. After eating for a while, there was a knock on the window. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao went to open the door. A man in gray lowered his head and said, "Zhang Zhong hasn't gone to sleep yet. He has been reading the booklet." "Okay, go back quickly and see when he goes to sleep. When he falls asleep, come and tell us." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao ordered and closed the door. He went back to the place where he was sitting and sat cross-legged. "Brother Byong, how is it?" Registrar Jean didn't hear the conversation between the two people, so he asked. "Okay, he hasn't gone to sleep yet. It seems that he is really a newcomer who doesn't know anything. Let's go and see. We will arrange something for him tomorrow. Let's see if he can still read at night. It's best if we can give him some refreshing medicine. At that time, we don't need to do anything else and he will be exhausted to death." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao smiled sinisterly. He picked up another beef tendon and threw it into his mouth. He chewed hard and said angrily, "I didn't expect that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by their family. In the past, when we ate there, no one dared to charge us. But they are good. They charge us nothing. I only found out today that there is an embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on their clothes. I don't know who drew the rice seedlings. It is so ugly. The waiter of Jinlai restaurant has such rice seedlings on his clothes. Zhang Zhong's son and that little girl also have the same pattern on their clothes. Yes, I only found out about it today. It's just that the picture doesn't look too ugly. It's quite interesting. It looks like a person. There are even eyes. Well, it's not that ugly. Let's do what we thought of yesterday tomorrow." Registrar Jean originally wanted to praise the cartoon rice seedlings, but when he found Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's expression was not good, he quickly changed his words and talked about other things. "Well, let's do that. Don't let him be idle all day." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was very satisfied with Registrar Jean's attitude. Originally, he should be in a lower position, but Registrar Jean was a little stupid and always listened to him. The next day, when Zhang Zhong woke up and saw that it was almost time to do something, he walked out of the courtyard of Jinlai restaurant with a pair of red eyes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's work and rest schedule had always been relatively stable, so they also woke up and skipped around for a while to do morning exercises. After freshening up and having breakfast, they also followed their father to the yamen. They were still holding the silk cloth package with the seal yesterday. When they saw their father, they gave it to him. Xiao Bao, you two take some guards and walk around this county. I have to deal with something in the yamen. Zhang Zhong saw that the two children wanted to follow him, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao. Father, I have never been to the hall of the yamen. I don't know how they solve the case. I want to go and have a look. Xiaobao knew that the two silly playthings were going to play tricks on his father today. Of course, he couldn't go anywhere else. He wasn't a child. He didn't have any thoughts and only thought about playing all day. At that time, the yamen runner asked you and Cuckoo to go and have a look at the hall, but you didn't go. Now you remember. Besides, there may not be a hall today. How can there be so many things? Speaking of this, Zhang Zhong didn't know whether to be proud or laugh. The yamen in Sanshui County was no different from his own. When the yamen runners had nothing to do, they would ask his son and daughter-in-law to go there to play. However, the two children wouldn't go no matter what. The emperor's nephew also asked his son and daughter-in-law to go there and have a look, but the two children also refused. Now, the two children wanted to go with him. They were not ordinary people. It was not easy to go to the court, but it was easy to go to the court. When they returned to Sanshui County, they would go to the court from time to time. Presumably, Na Xiangxiang would not refuse, and the people would not say anything. Couldn't the children of the Zhang family go to the court to play once? Zhang Xiaobao could guess his father's thoughts, so he said, in fact, I have been waiting for this day. When you get a hall, I want to see your majestic appearance. Then let's go. Zhang Zhong didn't want to drive his son and daughter-in-law away, and the two children wouldn't make trouble. Under the protection of the guards, the three of them arrived at the yamen. As soon as they arrived, before they could go to the signing room at the back to take a look, there was a person wearing mourning clothes pounding on the silent drum. The pounding sound was ear-piercing. Sir, you are finally here. Someone has been beating the drum since dawn. The yamen runner tried to persuade him several times, but it was useless. They didn't dare to do anything to him, so they had to let him continue. Fortunately, the drum is not loud. Otherwise, the people around would be awakened. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao came earlier. As soon as he saw Zhang Zhong, he trotted over and said to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked at the broken drum and naturally knew that it was not loud. He yawned and asked, Do you know what happened? Sir, I have asked. His father is dead. He said that he was killed. He wants to come here and ask you to help find the murderer. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao told the case. He didn't write a complaint, but just said it with his mouth. This man was called Zhang Motzi. He came to Huayuan County with his father 5 days ago. As a result, they met a group of criminals on the mountain in the east of Huayuan County. They were attacked by the criminals. As a result, his father died. Zhang Motzi was lucky. But he didn't want to give up, so he secretly followed the masked criminals. He followed them to Yushu village in Huayuan County and found that one of the criminals entered a yard. He waited there for 3 days. Then he knew that the criminal was Tian Guzi, a villager of Yushu village. Chapter 312. Zhang Zhong looked at pockmarked Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground. This person was crying so miserably that people felt that he would cry his last breath if he continued crying. He was wearing a white linen robe, which was not bright white. The robe was not dyed. It was just the original color of the linen thread. It was white, but it was a little gray. At this time, many people had gathered around. They all heard the man's crying and heard County Deputy Zhao's words. In the future, they all wanted to help Mr. Zhang seek justice. Zhang Zhong carefully looked at Mr. Wang, who was kneeling there, but couldn't find anything. He yawned again and said, Is there a witness? My lord, I came here with my father. How could there be a witness? If there was a witness, my father might not have been harmed. My lord, you have to give me justice. I haven't taken good care of my father yet. Mr. Wang, whose voice had gradually become softer, started crying again at this time. He knelt there and hugged Zhang Zhong's leg, refusing to let go no matter what. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over, grabbed one of the man's arms and tried to lift him up. He said while lifting, "My father is a good official. He will help you. Get up, get up." It was naturally impossible for a child to lift one arm. Zhang Xiaobao ran to Mr. Wang's back and put his hands on both sides. He wanted to hold Mr. Wang from behind and lift him up. He tried several times, but it didn't work, so he had to stand aside. Zhang Zhong yawned again and rubbed his eyes. His eyes were redder, and tears were about to flow out. County Deputy Xiao, who was watching at the side, said, "Sir, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" While speaking, he couldn't help yawning. Registrar official Jean also covered his mouth and tears appeared in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Let's get down to business first. Men, go to Elm Tree Village and bring that dog Tian here. Let me ask him why he did such a thing." Zhang Zhong forcefully shook his head and ordered a yamen runner who was standing there with his head tilted. Seeing the yamen runner look over and open his mouth to speak, he remembered that he hadn't given the yamen runner the stick. He quickly walked into the hall. "My lord, you can't let the bailiffs arrest him first. You have to take a look at the corpse first. If this incident is fake, my lord, arresting Tian Guzi of Elm Tree Village and delaying his normal business, he will definitely be dissatisfied. The life of a commoner is not easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time. The person kneeling on the ground also said, "Sir, my father's bones are still outside. I don't know if they were eaten by the wolves. Sir, you'd better go and see my father first." Well, then let's go to the mountain and see your father first. We'll make plans after we come back." Zhang Zhong narrowed his eyes and said. Some related people here took the cart and went all the way to the mountain in the east. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Zhong. Feeling the shaking of the cart, they said, "This road really needs to be repaired properly." "So does the cart. Can't we use some bamboo boards to dampen the shock?" "Then let's make a cart with bamboo dampening. Let's see the effect. Should we make circles of bamboo and then put our cart on them?" Wang Wan asked beside him. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "What you said might work. At that time, even if the cart doesn't move, we will shake back and forth in the cart. Dampening requires toughness and strength in addition to elasticity. To dampen the cart, we should start with the wheels. When the cotton comes out, we can wrap the wheels and then think of other places." Zhang Zhong listened to his son and future daughter-in-law talking about something he didn't understand. He decided not to listen and simply looked outside. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said to him, "Father, later you pretend to be sleepy. When the time comes, they will be happy. I'm afraid that people are always so happy. When they are happy, it is easy to make mistakes. Let's wait." "Father, I have to say that your idea is really good." "What's so good about it? Isn't it just a paper doll, facing the back of the window, lit the lamp, and let the guards who take turns to keep watch use a rope to pull it? Then apply some garlic juice on the eyes. County Magistrate Ching has already told me about it. This idea is just a so-so." Zhang Zhong said modestly, but he couldn't hide the proud expression on his face. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to continue to flatter his father and make him happier, but he really felt that flattery was a little false. This little trick was nothing. When he was hesitating, Wang Wan suddenly pinched him secretly and moved her lips to say, "White lies." "Father, I don't think it's simple. I think that all tricks are simple. If it can deceive people, this needs to be grasped. If it were someone else, even if they were told such a trick, they might not be able to do it. Not to mention, Father, you did it so well. Father, that pockmarked Zhang's hemp clothes are actually new. They cost at least 20 copper coins. He didn't bring a bag with him. Where did he get the money to buy hemp clothes? Also, the flesh on his body was hard. His son had pinched him when he helped him up. How could this kind of person watch his father be harmed and run away alone? If that dog Tian was an ordinary person, how could he beat him? Even if there were several people, it wouldn't work. At that time, people would risk their lives regardless of their own safety. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't care about his father. If that dog Tian was not an ordinary person, but a strong and powerful person, the first person he would deal with would definitely not be pockmarked Zhang's father. If he traveled normally, who would take the money? Dog Tian wouldn't kill people for fun, right? In any family, money should be taken by the strongest person. Money is also heavy. Zhang Xiaobao first said a sentence of kindness, yes, that lie. Then, he told his father his analysis. Zhang Zhong was also confused just now. Pockmarked Zhang had waited for 3 days to find out who killed his father. He had waited for such a long time, but when it was time for him to arrest dog Tian, he couldn't wait anymore. Then why didn't he find his father's body at night and drag it to the yamen? Wasn't he afraid that the surrounding people who knew dog Tian would report to him? At this moment, after hearing his son's words, he was sure that pockmarked Zhang was lying. He must be with County Deputy Xiao. Xiao Bao, how should we deal with this matter? Do we have to be involved in this matter to become a father? Zhang Zhong thought it through, but he didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only ask his son. Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, but Wang Wan pinched him again. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, and then said, Father, when I was reading the Analects of Confucius a few days ago, I didn't understand a sentence. Didn't you finish learning the Analects of Confucius? Father Zhang asked doubtfully. Yes, but I suddenly found that there was a difference. He could use another way to understand it, Zhang Xiaobao said. Which sentence? Zhang Zhong asked. Raise one corner, but not 3 corners, and the opposite is no more. This sentence. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan was stunned. She didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao could say. His little brain works too fast. While listening to Zhang Xiaobao, she picked up a glass of juice and drank it. What do you think? Father Zhang didn't know what his son meant. Did he want him to draw inferences about other cases? What about the other one? Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and said, I think the meaning of this sentence is like this. I raised a wall to smash you. If you don't raise 3 walls to fight back, then you don't exist. In other words, you are finished. This is what it means to raise 1 corner. If you don't counter with 3 corners, then there will be no more. Pfft. Wang Wan spat out a mouthful of juice and kept coughing. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration. How did he think of this? Zhang Zhong listened to his son and thought carefully. That's not right. You can't say this sentence like that. Dad, you're right. I know the meaning of this sentence. I'm just saying it. When I think of how that pockmarked Zhang randomly found a corpse to trick us, I also feel that way. Isn't he just a corpse? Let's make 3 corpses. If he dares to hit us, we'll hit him. Zhang Xiaobao was anxious. Why didn't his father take the bait? He explained again. Father Zhang pondered for a while. After a while, he said, then find 3 people to wear hemp clothes and follow them. When they suddenly appear, they will tell their families about it and look at the corpses. Then it will be easy. Elm Village is not an ordinary village. It's not easy to go there. That's why they lured me there. Dad, you're really amazing. I didn't think of that. Zhang Xiaobao quickly followed up. Zhang Zhong frowned and reached out to touch Zhang Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao, you're my son. Blue is blue, but blue is blue. Ice water is colder than water. As a father, I'll only be happy if my son is capable. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He didn't expect his father to not be as stupid as he thought. He just didn't say it sometimes. He nodded. Dad, I'll say whatever I want to say in the future. Dad, send someone to Elm Village to look for that dog Tian. Tell him that someone is framing him. When he comes, everything will be clear. Okay, I'll listen to Xiaobao. Xiaobao, tell me again. What about those merchants? Zhang Zhong asked again. He didn't think about why he was like this. After all, he didn't study psychology. He didn't know that he was like his son, especially caring about family. He used to listen to his parents. After he found a wife, he studied for his wife and parents' wishes. Now that he had a son, he was willing to let his son have a better life. He never felt that he would lose his position in the family. He felt that no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't dare to disobey his father. His son was the same. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and jumped out. As the car was moving, he fell when he landed, scaring the surrounding people. Only Wang Wan thought it was normal. If he didn't fall, he wouldn't be Zhang Xiaobao. The speed of the body rolling was just the speed of the muscles and bones that could bear the force. This was the real Zhang Xiaobao. He whispered something to the person who carried him. Zhang Xiaobao was sent to the car that had stopped. When the car started again, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "It's all arranged. I accidentally fell. I need 100-year-old ginseng to treat it. Dad, you have to buy 100-year-old ginseng at all costs." Chapter 313. The news that the county magistrate's son accidentally fell off the carriage was soon known by the surrounding people. Zhang Zhong took this opportunity to stall for time. He stopped the carriage and carried Zhang Xiaobao, who pretended to be unconscious, out of the carriage. He kept shouting to find a doctor. Only the guard who carried Zhang Xiaobao knew that the young master of the Zhang family was fine when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's order. The others who saw the scene were guessing how badly the county magistrate's son was injured. It wasn't easy to find a proper medical student in Jiayuan County. Fortunately, there was Jinlai Restaurant. According to Zhang Xiaobao's request, the restaurant would hire a few doctors or doctors like those in the capital. The people here immediately went to look for the person from Golden Descent Tower, who was slightly less skilled than a doctor. This person was still an apprentice, so he took Zhang Xiaobao's pulse. He thought of many possible scenarios, but he couldn't match them. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Zhang Zhong felt that he had wasted enough time. He said to the doctor, "Doctor, how do you think my Xiaobao is?" "This. It's hard to say. He may have hurt his head when he fell. I'll give you a prescription first. Take the medicine according to the prescription and let's see." The half-baked doctor could not see what was wrong, so he tried to give a prescription. Even if he did not wake up, nothing would happen to him after taking the prescription. The guard who left just now came back at this time. He nodded to Zhang Zhong and said, "Sir, do you think we should not go to the mountain this time? The young master is still unconscious." "What if?" "Don't say more. Since I am the county magistrate, I naturally have to make decisions. I will take care of Xiao Bao along the way. We must go there." Zhang Zhong spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. His voice was not soft, and the surrounding people, including the registrar official and the deputy district magistrate, could hear him clearly. Just now, when they were in the carriage, they heard that the county magistrate's son had accidentally fallen off the carriage. They even asked the person beside the carriage. After getting confirmation, they were overjoyed. At this time, when they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they could not guess whether Zhang Zhong really cared about the situation in Huayuan County or if he was pretending to be sad. But in any case, when the people knew that the new county magistrate could continue to do things for the sake of Huayuan County, they remembered Zhang Zhong. The registrar official and the deputy county magistrate were helpless. They could not care about the people's thoughts. Looking at the people's deep eyes looking at Zhang Zhong, the two of them sighed at the same time. Brother Baiyong, this Zhang Zhong is really good. At this time, he can still bear the injury of his beloved son and continue to do things. It seems that it is not easy to do things. The registrar official said to the deputy county magistrate. Deputy county magistrate Xiao couldn't do anything about this. Seeing Zhang Zhong, the new county magistrate, trying to win people's hearts, he looked at the baby in his arms and said, Brother Shang Yun is right. Then we can only take it slow and tire him out for a few more days. It would be best if the one called Xiaobao continues to be in a coma. After saying those words, Zhang Zhong squeezed out a few more drops of tears. He carried Zhang Xiaobao back to the carriage. A while later, the doctor was ordered to prepare the medicine and send it to Zhang Xiaobao to drink. Amidst the chaotic cries of a good official from the people, the procession went to the mountain in the east again. At this time, pockmarked Zhang was a little scared. He adjusted his pace slowly and came to the side of the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate's carriage. He found an opportunity to get close to the deputy county magistrate's carriage and said to the inside, Officer Xiao, should I continue to follow them? If the county magistrate finds out something and his son is injured because of this, he will vent his anger on me. What should I do? What should I do? Shut up. It's too late if you don't want to do it. Let me tell you, if something happens because of you, you don't have to think about it. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said in a low voice. The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he became. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, look around, and continue to follow the procession. He would cry from time to time to let others see his sad face. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was sitting in the carriage, also felt that this matter was a little awkward. It seemed that it was not so smooth. But after all, he did not know where the business trip was. He was obviously scheming against the county magistrate, but he felt depressed. At this time, Zhang Zhong had already let go of Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at his son sitting there as if nothing had happened, he thought of the situation when his son jumped down just now and asked, Xiaobao, are you really okay? Dad, don't worry. This carriage is not fast and the carriage is not high from the ground. What can happen to me? Dad, don't forget what I said. After today's matter, I will put up a notice to ask people to get some 100-year-old ginseng. We can buy it with our own money or we can agree to some conditions of the people who send the ginseng. Zhang Xiaobao was really okay. If there was something wrong, it would be that his clothes were dirty. Not to mention the potholes here, the sanitation was not good. It was not like Sanshui County, where there were special dustbins on both sides of the road in the county town. He did not know who had eaten something, but there was a big stain on Zhang Xiaobao's leg. It was oily and it seemed that it could not be washed clean. Zhang Zhong could not figure out why his son made such an arrangement, but he did not ask too much. When the time came, his son would tell him. What he needed to do was to release the news. Seeing his son frowning from time to time to look at the stain, he said, Xiaobao, in the future, I will make Huayuan County like Sanshui County. I will repair the roads, especially the county town. Even if we can't use long blue stones to pave the roads, we will use some stones and yellow sand to press them down. At that time, we will also put a dustbin at a certain distance on both sides of the road. I have known this for a long time. Not only can we make the streets look comfortable, but we can also gather the people. The people in Sanshui County are much better than the people in other counties. Zhang Zhong said what was on his mind. At the same time, he decided that he could not always study in the future. He still had to read books, but he had to choose the right time to see more of the outside world. Otherwise, he would become a bookworm and would be useless. After leaving the county town, the speed of the procession increased slightly. There were fewer people watching, and only a few curious people followed behind. Zhang Zhong's words had spread throughout the county town in a short time. In a few days, all the people in Huayuan County would know about it. At that time, Zhang Zhong's reputation would increase. The mountain in the east was not close to the county town. The procession did not arrive until it was almost noon. Zhang Zhong walked to the front with an uneasy heart. He said to Zhang Zhong, who got off the carriage and looked back at his son, "County Magistrate, you have to help me. My father's bones are in front of us." Zhang Zhong's face showed a trace of grief. He looked at the carriage again and walked forward resolutely. He said, "Lead the way, where is Chizhua?" The person in charge of this matter in the yamen stood up. He also received something from Zhang Zhong yesterday. He, who had a low status, could receive something from the county magistrate, so he was very grateful. He did not deliberately not go to greet him yesterday, but even if someone went to greet him, it would not be his turn. Hearing the county magistrate's call, he quickly ran up from behind and said respectfully, "Sir, I am here. Later, you have to take a good look at how that person died and how long ago he died." Zhang Zhong ordered. "I understand." Chizhua was clear in his heart. Last night, he received a full amount of money. The person who came only told him what to do today, but did not mention who gave him the money. If it was in the past, he would have just listened. But the things he brought home yesterday were worth a lot, especially the cucumber. He sold it for more than 200 coins. At this time, he had already made a decision. He was going to do an honest check, not only because of the things he got yesterday, but also because the county magistrate did not care about his son's injury for the sake of Huayuan County. As a local, he felt that he should do something. Zhang Zhong did not seem to dare to look at Chizhua. He kept muttering to himself. Others could not hear him clearly. If they could hear him louder and clearer, they would know that he was saying, "Deputy County Magistrate, you have to arrange it well. Otherwise, when he does not follow what you said, I am finished." Of course, Zhang Zhong did not know how effective his words were. He followed pockmarked Zhang to the top of the mountain and asked the others to stop first. He only asked pockmarked Zhang, the deputy district magistrate, the chief registrar and a pestle to go over, in case there were too many people. Zhang Zhong walked directly to a big tree and pointed at a corpse with torn clothes and said, "Sir, this is my father. Father, I have asked the county magistrate to come here. I will definitely avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Mozi burst into tears. As soon as his cries rang out, the same cries came from the side, even more miserable than his. Everyone looked in that direction and saw 3 people wearing mourning clothes. Their eyes were red and swollen. They rushed to the corpse and just like Zhang Mozi, they only cried, but none of them threw themselves at the corpse. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhong asked even though he already knew the answer. "County Magistrate, the person lying on the ground is my father. I couldn't find him a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be here." One of the 3 people shouted first. A woman beside him also said, "Sir, this is my father. He said that he went up the mountain to pick herbs, but he never came back." "Sir, this is my cousin. He left home a few days ago and did not come back. I didn't expect that he would die here." An old man also joined in the fun. Chapter 314. The sudden appearance of the 3 people stunned everyone except Zhang Zhong, especially the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. They looked at the situation in front of them and looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they knew that this matter was not arranged by them. Pockmarked Zhang was also stunned. He knew what had happened to this corpse. It was dug out from another grave and dragged here. Did someone really come here to identify him? Then he would be exposed directly. He dared to lie about the case and let the county magistrate's son pass out on the way here. He had not woken up until now. Wouldn't the county magistrate peel off his skin? What should he do? What should he do? The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he was. He stopped crying and turned to look at the deputy county magistrate. At this time, the deputy county magistrate was also nervous. He was afraid that one of the three people was really a relative of the deceased. Would pockmarked Zhang tell the truth about him? At that time, Zhang Zhong would send a booklet to the county magistrate and he would be finished. He also looked at pockmarked Zhang. When they looked at each other, they saw the panic in each other's eyes. The deputy county magistrate signaled pockmarked Zhang with his eyes and shook his head. He meant to tell pockmarked Zhang that he could not tell the truth about him no matter what. Pockmarked Zhang opened his mouth slightly. He looked at the corpses on the ground, then looked at the three crying people over there. He raised his head and looked at the county magistrate who was sneering at him. With a thump, he piled up on the ground. At this time, Chueswa started to do something. He went to check the corpse one by one and stood up. He did not look at the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. He knew that the money was probably given by these two people or one of them. Therefore, he only said to Zhang Zhong, "My lord, I've finished my investigation." The wounds on the victim's body were inflicted a few days after he died. There was no thick blood flowing out at all. It was all blood from his body. There was also a hole in his clothes. It was made with the same knife. There was a gap on the knife. Since pockmarked Zhang said that several people besieged him, it was impossible that there was only the same knife. Besides the knife wound, there were no other wounds. "I have finished." When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and looked at pockmarked Zhang. He just stared at him, unblinking. Zhang Mozi's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the county magistrate and then at the county deputy. He couldn't say a word. "Zhang Mozi, how dare you make a false report? I think you don't want to live anymore." The deputy district magistrate couldn't hold it in anymore. He glared at Zhang Zhuo fiercely and rushed towards Zhang Zhuo. He kicked him and shouted at the same time. "County Deputy Xiao, what do you mean by this? This official hasn't even said anything yet and you're already acting on this official's behalf." Zhang Zhong watched from the side and didn't stop him. He simply said a few words. County Deputy Xiao deliberately turned his back to Zhang Zhong and kicked Zhang Mozi while blinking his eyes. Zhang Mozi used both of his hands to block back and forth. Suddenly, he couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed County Deputy Xiao's leg and flipped him over. Pockmarked Zhang rolled and crawled to the front of Zhang Zhong. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, County Magistrate, I know my mistake. I deliberately went to the Yamen to report to the officials and deceived you. But I had no choice. I had committed some small crimes and should have been locked up. But I was released after I gave them some money. Sir, 2 days ago, County Deputy Xiao found me and asked me to do this. Otherwise, he said that he would continue to lock me up. I had no choice. Sir, please have mercy on me. I know my mistake." Pockmarked Zhang Mozi was ready to risk everything this time. Even if he took the blame, he didn't believe that County Deputy Xiao would help him. He told the truth with the thought that if he couldn't get out of this, County Deputy Xiao wouldn't help him. Nonsense. Zhang Zhong, County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official shouted at the same time. It was still acceptable for County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official to shout, but Zhang Zhong also shouted, so the two people didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhong gave County Deputy Xiao a reassuring look. Then he said to pockmarked Zhang, "Wicked person, you not only deceived us to come here, but also dared to frame County Deputy Xiao. Where are the Yamen runners?" "Here." Several Yamen runners ran over. "Come on, tie pockmarked Zhang up. We'll punish him when we go back." Zhang Zhong shouted. Several Yamen runners took out ropes and started to tie pockmarked Zhang Mozi up. Pockmarked Zhang Mozi naturally didn't want to be tied up. He struggled while telling County Deputy Xiao how to arrange this, which made County Deputy Xiao panic. Fortunately, when he looked at Zhang Zhong, he found that Zhang Zhong was calm all the time. It seemed that he didn't believe what pockmarked Zhang Mozi said. Zhang Zhong obviously knew what was going on. If he wanted to get County Deputy Xiao involved, it was very easy. He just needed to send pockmarked Zhang to the capital together with him. There would naturally be a way to find out the truth. But he couldn't do that now. He had to make use of the registrar official and County Deputy Xiao. Pockmarked Zhang Mozi struggled for a while, but he still couldn't get rid of those Yamen runners. Finally, he was tied up and his mouth was stuffed, which made County Deputy Xiao feel much better. "Lord Zhang, since you know that pockmarked Zhang Mozi is lying, should we go back?" County Deputy Xiao didn't want to stay here any longer. It was more important to go back and lock up pockmarked Zhang Mozi. But Zhang Zhong didn't want to go back now. Guzi Tian from Elm Village hadn't come yet. He had to know why County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official wanted him to go there. What exactly was there? After hearing County Deputy Xiao's words, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. There are 3 people here to identify the body. Let them identify it carefully. You 3 come here and see if it's your relatives." The 3 people originally came here to help. They were the people who did odd jobs behind Jinlai restaurant. At this time, when they heard the master's words, they understood that he wanted them to stall for time. The woman came close first and looked carefully. Then she walked slowly around the body. She didn't say anything until she felt that it was enough. Then she shook her head. "Sir, this is not my father. I came to the wrong place. I'll go back now." "Sir, I won't be arrested, will I?" "Of course not. You didn't report it to the officials. You just came here to take a look. Then go back." Next one. How could Zhang Zhong punish his own people? He called the old man over there. The old man also came over to take a look. Then he looked at the road where they came from. Seeing a figure running towards here, he said to Zhang Zhong, "He's not my cousin either." "Sir, I'll go back too." The other guy was more straightforward. "I just saw that my father doesn't look like this. Maybe he has already gone home. I'll go too." At this time, the person who was running towards them had also arrived in front of them. This young man was very sturdy, more than 6 feet tall. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was more than 1.8 meters tall. This guy ran to the place, looked at the people around and asked, "Who is the county magistrate?" "I'm here." "You are Guzi Tian." As soon as Zhang Zhong saw this young man, he felt happy. This young man's name was not very pleasant to hear, but he looked upright and honest. Moreover, he gave off a simple and honest feeling. "Sir, I didn't kill anyone. I've been staying at home. The house over there is going to collapse again. I have to fix it." Guzi Tian said honestly. "I know you didn't kill anyone. You were framed by someone. This person is called Zhang Damozi. He said you brought people here to kill people. Do you have a grudge against him?" Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Damozi and asked Guzi Tian. Guzi Tian looked at Zhang Damozi carefully and shook his head. "I don't know him. How can I have a grudge against him? Why does he want to frame me?" At this time, the gag in Zhang Damozi's mouth was taken out. He took a deep breath and immediately said, it's not me. I didn't frame you. It's County Magistrate Xiao. He asked me to say so. Guzi Tian, if you want to find someone, go to County Magistrate Xiao. When Guzi Tian heard this, he looked at County Magistrate Xiao. County Magistrate Xiao took 2 steps back and said, I didn't say it. It's not me. It's him. It's Zhang Demotzi. I didn't go to your place to collect taxes. It's exempted. It's already exempted. Zhang Zhong watched from the side and understood some things. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen and the others had gone to Elm Village to collect more taxes. Since they did not want to pay, they did not seem to dare to use force. That was why they wanted to send him over. When the time came, not only could they capture Guzi Tian, but they could also mention the matter of collecting taxes. At that time, the people they couldn't deal with would be handed over to him. It didn't matter whether he could deal with them or not. After this, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Zhang Zhong wanted to know about the matter in Elm Village, but he wouldn't ask now. He said to Guzi Tian, I'll go back and investigate this matter. You go back with me now. I have something to ask you. Sir, you didn't wrong me. You're a good official. I'll go with you. Guzi Tian glared at the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao. Then he followed behind Zhang Zhong and went down. Zhang Zhong deliberately yawned again. When the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao saw it, they felt better. They planned to continue to make trouble and not let Zhang Zhong have a good rest. Zhang Zhong brought Guzi Tian to the side of the carriage. Thinking that his son was still pretending to be sick, he said to Guzi Tian, my son fell when he came here. When we go in later, you will sit beside me. After saying this, he opened the carriage door. Zhang Xiaobao was already lying there. His head was resting on Wang Wan's lap. He was motionless. Guzi Tian glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and sat beside Zhang Zhong obediently. Fortunately, the carriage was high enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit down. Guzi Tian, how are the days in Elm Village? Zhang Zhong wanted to understand the situation there, so he started to ask about it. Guzi Tian shook his head. Sir, it's not good at all. As long as it rains, there will be black water rushing into the fields. There isn't much food growing in the fields. Sir, look, there's a lot of black mud on my shoes. Chapter 315. Wang Wan looked at the sticky stuff on Guzi Tian's clothes. Even though he said it was coal, he had to clean it thoroughly. She reached out her hand and wiped it off. She put it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. She asked, Brother Tian, didn't anyone dig this coal in your village? No. Who would dig this thing? It's useless. Guzi Tian looked at the little girl in front of him and didn't dare not to answer. The person who could sit in the county magistrate's car would not be so simple. Wang Wan couldn't understand. According to the records, it seemed that coal had been used since the Western Zhou dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, it was used to make cokes. Why didn't anyone use it? Was the output not high? Was the quality of the coal not good? She wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao, but Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be unconscious. Just now when she was talking about the coal, Zhang Xiaobao didn't move at all. He was quite calm. Cuckoo, what's the use of this thing? Zhang Zhong looked at his daughter-in-law who was lost in thought and asked. It's faster to make rice bloom. Wang Wan could only think of this use now. As for smelting iron, she and Zhang Xiaobao had tried, but they didn't succeed. They would try again in the future after thinking about it. Is this thing good? Zhang Zhong asked again. Wang Wan couldn't say how good the coal was at this time. She just said, it's okay. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Zhong turned his head and continued to ask Guzi Tian, how much grain can you harvest in a year? 1 mu of land. Less than 1 shire. Some of them only have grass. The original county magistrate was there at that time. Last year, when there was a drought, he still wanted to collect the original rent. It still took 2 years. The 300 people in our village were ready to fight. Later, they were afraid and didn't dare to come and collect the rent. Once Guzi Tian mentioned this matter, he clenched his fists and his voice grew louder. It was so loud that even the people outside could hear it. The chief secretary and the deputy district magistrate's car was not far away. Both of them also heard it. They sat there with different expressions. The yamen runners who followed them also heard it. They sighed almost at the same time. There was no other way. They had no choice but to go. It was all according to County Magistrate Wen's words. Who would dare to not go? Fortunately, the new county magistrate's family was rich. They did not know how much money they had. They only knew that on the first day he came, he gave more than 100 strings of coins. Now, he did not have to worry about collecting rent from Elm Village. 100 strings of coins was not something that could be collected even after 10 years in that shabby village. Zhang Zhong didn't expect County Magistrate Wen to be so greedy. He said angrily, "This is not just greed. This is murder." "Milord, you are right. If we really hand over the rest of the food, we will starve to death. Milord, will you go and collect rent?" Guzi Tian had always felt that this county magistrate was quite nice. He actually allowed him to sit in the carriage that only county magistrates could sit in. He could even speak so amiably. Therefore, he felt that this county magistrate would not collect rent. Zhang Zhong did not directly say that he would not go. Instead, he said, "That will depend on how your village is doing in the future. If there is a lot of food, I will naturally go. If there is little food, there is no need. I will not take the rent even if I collect it." "Oh, then there probably won't be a lot. If the land is not good, milord, is it because you don't have much to spend in your daily life? Do you have few people in your family?" Guzi Tian asked again. "Yes, few. There are only about 2,000 people. They usually don't go to other places to eat. They just eat casually at Jinlai restaurant. Do you think I will be greedy for that little bit of rent?" Zhang Zhong felt that Guzi Tian was simple and honest, so he deliberately teased him. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Guzi Tian was shocked. He opened his mouth wide and his throat moved. He said, "Milord, why are there so many people in your family?" "There are 3 farmers in Zhuangzi. That's all I have. And that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by my servant." Zhang Zhong wanted Guzi Tian to go back and tell this matter. When he went to Elm Village, the people there would not have to worry about him collecting rent. Guzi Tian looked at Wang Wan opposite him. Wang Wan nodded and admitted this fact. "Milord, then you must not be short of money or food." "Milord, I want to get off the car. I want to go back and tell the people in the village that they don't have to be afraid of the new county magistrate coming to collect rent for 2 years. No matter how much we pay the rent, it is not as much as the Jinlai restaurant owned by your servant. Milord, you still have Zhuangzi at home. There are 3 of them. You don't have to worry about food anymore. Milord, let me get off quickly. I will kowtow to you first. You are a good official. A good official who is not greedy for money is a good official." Guzi Tian spoke excitedly and insisted on getting off the car. Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and asked someone to stop the car. He asked, "Then do you still have food now?" "Yes, milord. It is spring now and the wild vegetables are all out. As long as you get some wild vegetables and mix them together, you can eat them. Our place is Elm Village. We can eat elm money and elm leaves, as long as there are no insects on them." Guzi Tian seemed to think that eating some wild vegetables and elm money was a good day. He happily gestured to Zhang Zhong and even told him a few ways to eat them. Wang Wan looked at Guzi Tian, who was happy to eat wild vegetables because of the arrival of spring. She closed her eyes and lowered her head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth actually curled up. He seemed to be very happy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's lips hard. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao's lips move. Elm tree money is really delicious. First, I'll ask my father to send them some food. After we're done with those two people and get rid of them, we'll go over there to dig coal and give them some compensation. We can also ask them to help dig. Their lives will be better than other places. Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. There was no need to be sad. They could send some food, oil, meat, and other things now. The past could not be chased. It was fine as long as they lived a good life now. Brother Tian, in fact, you can ask for some food back. My father-in-law will give you some in the future. Wang Wan finally spoke. She was still too embarrassed to call him father-in-law directly. She was not as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaobao, who kept calling his father father-in-law. Zhang Zhong understood. His son and daughter-in-law must have discussed and prepared to give food and other things to Elm Village. He also said, Guzi Tian, give me a number first. How much do you need for the entire village? When the time comes, I will get Zhuangzi to give it to you. Sir, we work and eat our own food. We can't take other people's things for free. We don't have anything to return. Guzi Tian actually did not want it. He clearly knew that with one sentence, the people in the village would have enough food, but he did not ask for it. Zhang Zhong now understood why County Magistrate Wen did not dare to send people to forcefully take it. It was the custom of the people. When they saw that others did not want it, they could only look to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also secretly praised. This was what it meant to have a backbone. It seemed that the entire village was like this. This village was going to be successful. She advised, Brother Tian, it's not for free. In a few days, you will have to help out with work. When the time comes, it will be calculated from your wages. It's quite tiring work. Really? You're not lying to us. Guzi Tian also wanted to eat better, but he could not take other people's things for free. The people in the village would not agree. Now that he heard that he could exchange it with work, he asked hopefully. Really? How much does Brother Tian want? Wang Wan asked again. Guzi Tian started counting with his fingers. How much do you want? If one person eats 1 kilogram of food a day, how much food do 322 people eat a day? 200 kilograms of food. No, it's more. 250 kilograms of food. Wang Wan listened to Guzi Tian's counting and finally understood the importance of education. She had to say, Brother Tian, do you only eat food? Of course, it's expensive to only eat food. You can also eat some meat and fry some wild vegetables with oil. That day, about half a kilogram of food will be enough for adults and children. 322 people, each person will eat half a kilogram of food a day. First, give 1 kilogram of food for 30 days a month, 4,830 kilograms. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat a day, that's 966 kilograms of meat. No, it's 603 kilograms of meat and 12 kilograms of meat. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat first. Let's have a good meal of dumplings first. We can't give the meat all at once, or it will spoil. What do you need? Wang Wan listed the quantity of all kinds of things in one breath. They only gave 1 month's worth. They could go there to dig coal before the next month. At that time, they would be paid directly. Those who were willing to ask for money would give them money. Those who were willing to ask for things would give them things. Guzi Tian listened to Wang Wan's counting and didn't know how she got it. He nodded in agreement because he wanted to have meat. Then let's have these first. With the oil and water, we don't need to eat so much food. You have to work for us quickly. Otherwise, we have to find a way to pay you back. At this time, Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law were going to do something there. He said, well, we'll definitely work for you. If there's no work, we'll find people from your village to be government runners. We'll deduct from there and transport the food there tomorrow. Guzi Tian got off the carriage happily. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he turned around and knelt down. He kowtowed to the carriage and said, Sir, you're a good official. We, the people of Elm Tree Village, won't forget you. In the future, you can go to Elm Tree Village and have a look. We'll carry you all the way. We won't let your feet touch anything black. After saying this, he kowtowed 9 times. He stood up, looked up at the sky, and strode back. The government runners didn't know what was said in the carriage just now. When they saw Guzi Tian kowtowing to the new county magistrate and saying that he would carry him all the way, they felt as if they had seen something incredible. When did the people of Elm Tree Village become so easy to talk to? Looking at the county magistrate's carriage, there was an unusual feeling in their eyes. The registrar and the county magistrate also heard what Guzi Tian said. They were even more jealous of Zhang Zhong, who didn't know how to conquer a village. Chapter 316. After Guzi Tian left, they wandered around for half a day before returning to the yamen at night. Before resting, Zhang Zhong wrote a notice. He wrote that he needed a lot of ginseng that was more than 100 years old. They could come over to sell it or exchange it for something that could be fulfilled. When the notice was posted, many people were anxious. They heard that the new county magistrate had put his son's matter aside to deal with the case. Now, he was going to get ginseng for his son. Everyone was asking around. Some people even wanted to go to the mountains to see if they could find ginseng. Some did it for money, some wanted to ask the county magistrate for help, and some just wanted to help the county magistrate's son get better. The registrar and the deputy were very happy. Now, there was one more thing for Zhang Zhong to think about. They could not do anything else. The registrar, Zhang Kaijin, originally wanted to find something to do tomorrow and send Zhang Zhong to a faraway place to work. However, he was stopped by the deputy, Xiao Qi, brother Shang Yun. We can't do this. What if that person says that it was us who ordered him to do this? Zhang Zhong will be angry and send both Zhang Zhong and that person to the capital. If the people there really find out something from the interrogation, we can't think it through. His son has not woken up yet. Let's wait until nighttime to see if he is still reading those books. If he is still reading them, he will not have much energy tomorrow. Brother Byong is right. We can't continue to take risks. Doesn't he want ginseng now? Why don't we find some ginseng for him? Those businessmen who came over are still being detained by him. When the time comes, the fertile land can be turned into a wasteland. Then, we can reap the benefits. The registrar finally thought of the best idea. The deputy listened with a smile on his face. However, he was a little unwilling. Zhang Kaijin had thought of a good idea. If he could not think of it, it would mean that he was not as good as Zhang Kaijin. Hence, he said, this is not right. We can't do this. We should tell those businessmen. They know a lot of things. You have to learn more in the future. Otherwise, it will be easy for you to get into trouble. Brother Byong is right. We should let those businessmen take care of this. We have to be quick. Otherwise, when the weather gets hotter and it rains a few more times, someone else will think about it. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin was easy to talk to. If someone pointed it out, he would listen. After that, he said, Brother Byong, that Zhang Motzi is just locked up now. He hasn't been interrogated yet. Do we need to do that? Speaking of this, he gestured around his neck with his hand. The county deputy hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You can't do that. Didn't you see that we left 4 guards behind tonight? Even the food that the prisoners ate was prepared by Dreamy Tower. If we want to make a move, it'll be easy for him to get hold of our weakness. We need to plan for the long term." "That's fine. Let's take the long term into consideration." Fortunately, the food was delivered from Dreamy restaurant. Those people who were locked up seemed to have been starving for 3 days. Let's take away the money and food in the account. If we don't give them something to eat, they will starve to death. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin said with a lingering fear. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also just thought of this matter. In the past 2 days, he was so focused on how to deal with County Magistrate Zhang Zhong that he forgot about the people in the prison. The Yamen runners didn't go there either. Today was the 3rd day. While they were thinking about the prisoners in the prison, Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about it. There were more than 120 prisoners in the prison. From the files, it seemed that they didn't commit any serious crimes. Some of them didn't pay the rent and tax, some of them snatched the steamed buns to buy steamed buns, and some of them stole money from others on the street. What was even more ridiculous was that one of them ordered 6 dishes in Dreamy Tower and ate all of them by himself. Then he didn't have money to pay the bill, so he was locked up. Dreamy Tower was originally owned by County Magistrate Wen's relatives. The test papers of more than 120 prisoners were directly drawn out. There was no time to care about the rest. Zhang Zhong put 2 cucumber slices on his eyes. After reading them one by one, he said to the guard next to him, "Tomorrow, you protect Erniu and take those merchants to the riverside to have a look. Also, take a walk around the wharf. I'll ask the county deputy and the chief secretary to follow them. They must walk around for a day so that I can handle the case and release them." Yes. The guards carefully trained by the prince's mansion were indeed different. They answered directly. Zhang Zhong closed the papers and lay down to rest. Naturally, someone would turn on the lamp and put the dummies in place. When it was that person's turn to keep watch, he would pull the rope every once in a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought back some things they wanted to learn, so they rested in one of the rooms. They would only wake up after a while. The 2 of them lay on the bed, thinking about the coal. They couldn't fall asleep, so they could only chat. "Cuckoo, there must be a lot of coal yellow, which is amber. We can dig it out and make jewelry for you." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. "I don't want that. I want diamonds. You'd better think about how to use the coal. We can't just put it there." Wang Wan was not interested in those things. "How else can we use it?" "Of course, we'll burn it. First, we'll find blacksmiths and ask them to help us melt the molten iron. Then, we'll make something like a furnace. Then, we'll continue to burn it in the furnace. Then, we'll make all kinds of blast furnaces, open hearth furnaces, and converters. Then, we'll start to use those to make guns. After that, we'll make cannons. After that, we'll make cannons. Just keep dreaming." Seriously, Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She moved the pillow and turned sideways comfortably. "Seriously. Look at Li Sun's bodyguards, they all have crossbows. We can make our own. A fully metal crossbow, the kind that you have to step on to load. When the time comes, we can use it to shoot birds for fun. If not, we can make knives. We can make fewer of them. When we have nothing to do, we can just take one and hide it. In case something happens, we can use it to protect the seedlings. As for the rest, we'll make some daily necessities, such as kitchen knives. In the future, all the chefs in our restaurant will use steel knives and scissors. We can sell them. Or we can wait and let the blacksmiths work hard to make more steel ingots. Then, we can sell them to the country. Well, we have to keep it a secret. Maybe other places are using coal to make things. Also, we can use it for heating. The simplest is honeycomb coal. We won't mix it with other things. We can use yellow mud and coal. We can also use it in the kiln. That's what we'll do. Zhang Xiaobao really could not make use of the key advantages of coal, such as gas. He could only think of ways in his daily life. He planned to store the coal first and use it to make things. The only problem was that he did not have a high-pressure water gun. It would take a lot of time and effort to decompose the coal. Then let's do that first. How much do you plan to pay the people in Elm Tree Village? Wang Wan could not think of a better idea. Let's calculate according to the amount they mine. Let's see how fast they mine. Anyway, we can't give them too little. They should become the richest village in Huaiyuan County. Zhang Xiaobao had long planned to make them rich. With a coal mine nearby, it would be bad for their reputation if others knew about it in the future. Wang Wan did not think too much about this. As long as the people in the village could earn more money, she would see if she could pull the people in the village to her side in the future. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan still did not go to bed early at night. Yesterday was basically equivalent to staying up all night. After all, it was the first day and they wanted to see more. Today, they still ate and drank in the small house. From time to time, people would come to tell them that Zhang Zhong was still awake. When it was 5 in the morning, the two of them finally couldn't endure the torment of 2 days and 1 night. They directly fell asleep in this house. After blowing out the lights, the two of them laid down for less than a quarter of an hour before a series of gong sounds rang out. The two of them opened their hazy eyes and looked around as if someone owed them tens of thousands of strings of coins. Lord, it's not good. It's on fire. The granary in the yamen is on fire. A person who specialized in helping to keep watch at night hurried in and shouted loudly to the two of them. The two of them had not slept well. It was not as good as hugging a woman at home. Now that they had just fallen asleep, the granary was on fire. The two of them could not wait to find someone to bite. If it's on fire, go and save it. Why did you call us? Registrar Jean was still in a daze. When he heard that the granary was on fire, he immediately shouted. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was more alert. He asked, say it again. Where is it on fire? The granary in the yamen. It's the one where the rent is kept. Lord, are we going or not? The person repeated and asked carefully. He also knew that the two of them had just fallen asleep. There was actually no food in the granary. Go, how can we not go? That Zhang Zhong is not asleep now. If he goes, how can we not go? After all, the granary is on fire. How can there be no food? It's clearly written on the account book. Brother Shangyun, hurry up and get up. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said helplessly and began to put on his clothes. Registrar Jean also got up and slowly put on his clothes in a daze. The two of them used a full 15 minutes to put on their clothes and ran out of the house to the granary. When the two of them reached the place, there were already many yamen runners and commoners helping to put out the fire. Zhang Zhong was also dressed neatly and was at the side giving orders. From time to time, he would ask loudly, why are the deputy county magistrate and registrar not here yet? Isn't their house nearby? They are receiving a salary from the imperial court. Why can't they find someone at this crucial time? The yamen runners knew where the two of them went. They should be thinking of bad ideas again. However, the commoners did not know. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they also started to complain. At the same time, they praised the new county magistrate. The hearts of the people were a very mysterious thing. Now, the deputy county magistrate and registrar were gradually losing. Chapter 317. The two of them wanted to show off and change the common people's opinion. However, just as they rushed out, Zhang Zhong shouted, "Registrar Zhan, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, don't be a hindrance. Why are you carrying an empty bucket over there? Is this how you usually do things? Is this how irresponsible you are? Now is not the time for County Magistrate Wen. I won't allow the people in the Yamen to be like before. They can't do anything well and don't think about the common people. Put away your previous practices. Why are you here now? If we were really waiting for you, the house would have been burned down. You can't do anything right but spoil everything." Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan were stunned. They didn't know what to say. What Zhang Zhong said was like a slap to their faces. Especially the common people who came to help, they all looked at them with disgust. If it wasn't for the light of the fire, they wouldn't have noticed it. "Lord Zhang, you just came a little early. It's not like we didn't come here. We were sleeping. You can't just wake up every once in a while, right?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao retorted discontentedly. "Came a little early. Do you know when I came here? I have been looking at the case files all night. As the Deputy County Magistrate, you are supposed to help the County Magistrate do things. The County Magistrate has come here first, but you, as the Deputy County Magistrate, haven't arrived yet. You sleep, but Bien Ran doesn't sleep. Look at the common people, they don't sleep. Are you a pig?" At this time, Zhang Zhong could promote his reputation, so he didn't show any mercy and said all the harsh words. No one could find fault with his words. After all, the common people saw what happened. The common people didn't know that the two of them had just slept and drank some wine. They only saw that when the fire started, the county magistrate rushed out from the courtyard behind Jinlai building and led people to put out the fire. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't appear until now. They woke up later than them. No one knew who started to shout, "County Magistrate Zhang is a good official." The rest of the people started to shout as well. As they shouted, they tried to put out the fire. The water buckets in the hands of the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were also taken away. The two of them stood there and wanted to say something, but they realized that their words were suppressed by the surrounding voices. No one could hear them. Zhang Zhong was still there with a simple loudspeaker made of iron sheet, which was large in the front and small in the back. The surrounding people and Yamen runners all listened to his orders. He didn't know how the fire started. Buckets of water were poured in, but it didn't have any effect. After the fire was slightly smaller, it suddenly grew bigger. When the sun was about to rise, the fire was almost done burning. Only then did it become a little smaller. However, standing here, they could still feel a wave of hot air blowing against their faces. As the sun rose, Zhang Zhong directly said, "Later on, don't rush back. Come to Jinlai building to eat something. Thank you for helping to put out the fire at night. Otherwise, the fire might have jumped into the houses. That would be a real disaster." After working for so long, the common people were already tired and were preparing to go back. When they heard the county magistrate's words, they burst into cheers. Usually, they didn't dare to eat at Jinlai building. The food there was extremely expensive. Now, they had a chance to go there. All of this was because of the new county magistrate. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan, you two stay here and check how the fire started. You can't just occupy this place and do nothing. The rest of you, follow me. Zhang Zhong ordered two people with ugly expressions to stay here and investigate. Those Yamen runners and common people were called by him to go to Jinlai building. At this time, Jinlai building had already prepared some porridge, side dishes, and buns. The common people and Yamen runners crowded around Zhang Zhong and left, leaving Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan there looking at each other. They really didn't understand what happened tonight. The past 4 hours made them feel like 2 months had passed. In the beginning, when their buckets were snatched back, they just wanted to take a look. However, they couldn't stand the disdainful looks of the common people who passed by them after getting water. They had no choice but to find a big wooden basin. They went to the well and waited for others to fill the basin with water so that they could carry it back to put out the fire. When they were working just now, they didn't notice it. Now that they stopped, they felt uncomfortable all over. They stood there with their eyelids closed and their bodies swayed back and forth. They really wanted to go back and sleep, but they didn't dare to. Only when the cold morning wind blew did they feel better. "Brother Byong, what should we do?" Zhang Zhong asked us to find the cause of the fire. "Where should we start?" Registrar Official Zhan said gloomily. Deputy Magistrate Xiao also didn't understand. What he didn't understand was not how the fire started, but why did it burn for such a long time. The warehouse was already empty. Why couldn't it be put out after burning for such a long time? Thinking of this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Official Zhan, "I'll go to the granary and see what's going on." After saying this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao directly walked over there. He said that he wanted to go to the granary to see, but in fact, there was no more granary here. It had already been pulled down by someone to put out the fire. Registrar Official Zhan followed behind. The two of them walked one after another to the place where the heat was still spreading out. When they walked, the sound of water splashing could be heard under their feet. It was obvious how much water had been poured just now. When they got closer, the two of them were stunned at the same time. No wonder the fire lasted for such a long time. Who brought the grain here? No, it's not grain. It looks like straw. Why did they bring so much straw here? Deputy Magistrate Xiao finally realized something. The reason why it took so long to put out the fire was that there was a lot of straw in the granary. After walking around the granary, the two of them found that the fire was still burning. When they were thinking about what to do, a government runner who had just returned from Jinlai Tower came over with a big steamed bun in his mouth. He was eating so happily that Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan couldn't help but feel greedy. "Officers, you're still here. The food over there is delicious. If you don't believe me, take a look at this steamed bun of mine. It's filled with meat. Why don't you have a taste?" The government runner was concerned about the two of them. He gave the steamed bun to the two of them. "You can eat it. We're not hungry. Do you know what happened to the straw in the granary?" Deputy Magistrate Xiao really didn't want to eat the food with black handprints. Even if the two of them were hungry, they couldn't eat it. After hearing this, the man put another steamed bun into his mouth. He chewed hard and swallowed half of it. Then he said, "The straw was sent here by the county magistrate in the middle of the night. He said that the government runners in the yamen don't even have hot water to drink. With these straw, we can cook 2 meals a day for the government runners in the county. Officer, now that all the straw has been burned, what can we do in the future? It's a pity. Someone must be up to no good and doesn't want us to eat hot food and drink hot water." Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan listened to the government runner's words and felt that their status had dropped a little. They looked at each other and really couldn't figure out how the fire started. These straw were only controlled now. No one knew what was going on inside. Registrar Official Zhan found a pole that was used to prop up the wall just now and pulled it up among the straw. It was fine if he didn't touch it. Once he touched it, the straw with sparks inside was blown by the wind and burned again. With the help of the wind, the fire that was put out just now became bigger. The two of them had no choice but to call the government runner who came to watch. The three of them started to put out the fire with water. The government runner had already done a lot of work. Now that he was full, he didn't have much strength when he started to work again. He walked back and forth slowly. Most of the water was poured by Registrar Official Jean and the Deputy Magistrate. The two of them were tired, but they didn't dare to ignore it. If a bundle of burning straw flew up and fell on other houses, their responsibility would be even greater. They were asked to stay here and guard. How could they stay like this? Fortunately, the surrounding area had been demolished and quarantined. The fire didn't spread to other houses. It only burned in that place. The two of them worked for another hour. Zhang Zhong finally came back with those people who had finished eating. Once the fire started again, Zhang Zhong first shouted for everyone to help put out the fire. Then he said to Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan, "What else can the two of you do? You can also make the fire start by just watching here. Do you know how to start the fire?" The Registrar Official Zhan and the Deputy Magistrate shook their heads lightly. Now the two of them had no mood to refute. They were as tired as two dead dogs. If it wasn't for the fact that they directly collapsed here and didn't want to be seen by the people, they really wanted to sleep and didn't want to care about anything. Until now, they had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights. If they continued like this, they would be exhausted to death. After Zhang Zhong finished talking to the two of them, he started to give instructions again. After 2 hours, there were still people turning the straw over and asking people to water it. Finally, the fire was completely put out. "All right, let's start to work. We can't do nothing all day." Last night, I looked through the cases of the 120 people and found that some of them shouldn't have been sentenced. The two of you write a document to change the sentence and I will let them go. Zhang Zhong took out the case files from nowhere and asked the two of them to change the sentence. "Your Excellency, this can't be done. This can't be changed easily. We have to look through the cases one by one," Registrar Official Jean said. Chapter 318. This man's name is Li Yuan. He owes 2 buckets of rent. But it says that he gave it to the village chief. How can this be judged directly? Someone, go to Wangshan village and find the village chief and ask him clearly. Registrar Jean, let's look at the next case while we wait. Zhang Zhong was really talking to the registrar and deputy county magistrate one by one. This went on until noon. There were 2 cases that needed to be locked up for a few more days and the rest had to be released. This was only 45 cases, but Zhang Zhong was still full of energy. Deputy Xiao and Registrar Jean nodded their heads from time to time. Both of them wanted to sleep, but since Zhang Zhong was standing, they could only stand. Originally, they didn't want to release these people. When they arrested these people with county magistrate Wen, it was to demonstrate their power. If it was a normal day, they would have a lot of excuses to make Zhang Zhong unable to release them. But today was different. They hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. They had also done so much work. Now, they had been standing for the whole morning. Their stomachs were already empty, so they could only drink some water from time to time. Finally, Deputy Xiao, who was the smartest, couldn't hold on any longer. He said to Zhang Zhong as if he was begging, "Sir, I think what you said this morning is right. These people should be locked up or released. You can do as you see fit." "I agree. Registrar Jean, what about you? You can't just let them go. There are some people who borrowed money from my family and can't pay it back. If you let them go, who else can pay me back? Don't you want your family's money?" Registrar Jean was already in a half-awake state. When he heard Deputy Zhao's words, he directly said what was in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted. It was too late for him to explain anything. Zhang Zhong slammed his hand on the table and said, "As officials of the imperial court, you actually dared to release money to the people. How dare you? Let's talk about this after we finish the case files. Now, all of you, prepare the case files for me." "Sir, you don't have to do it. Just like what Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said just now, you can do whatever you want. At this moment, Registrar Jean was completely sober. That's good. I'll take care of these cases. You can go and write the documents. Did you release any money? Zhang Zhong asked again. Naturally, the two of them would not admit it. They picked up the case files and went to edit them. This matter needed to be reported when the time came. The two of them wanted to quickly edit it and go to bed. Zhang Zhong looked at the two people leaving and smiled. He asked the Yamen runners to find the scribe and said to them, "Write the notice now. It says that Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao of the Yamen were framed by someone who said that they were giving out money. There is no such thing at all. If someone used their name to give out money, there is no need to return it. Just write it like this. If you write it like this, the people won't be able to understand it. It's already noon. Hold on and write a few more pieces. After you finish, come to Jinlai restaurant for lunch. We can't let some rascals slander Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate." The scribe didn't expect the county magistrate to be so ruthless. They knew how much money the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate had given out. If they counted carefully, it was at least 3,000 strings of coins. The money that they earned in the past few years, other than spending some on concubines, they didn't even buy land. Usually, they just ate the money or lived a carefree life. If all the money was gone, wouldn't the two of them go crazy? But the county magistrate asked them to write, who dared to not do it? In just 2 days, the county magistrate had beaten the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. The scribe took pleasure in their misfortune as they wrote. Who asked them to not get much of the money? All of them added up to less than 5%. The rest of the money went into the hands of County Magistrate Wen and 2 other people. Now, County Magistrate Wen was still asking people to come out, but these 2 people's money was gone in the blink of an eye. Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't know that Zhang Zhong was playing tricks on them. They were still drinking tea and resisting the sleepiness. They corrected the 120 or so case files. Each of them divided half of the files. When they saw the contents, they found an excuse to acquit them. They just hoped that they could finish correcting the files as soon as possible. There were 2 guards brought by Zhang Zhong at the door of the house where the 2 of them were staying. They didn't let them sleep. There were also guards outside the yamen. Other than the people who came to complain, no other people were allowed to enter, especially those who came to look for the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate. The 2 of them corrected the files for 3 hours in the room. After they were done, they threw their pens away and didn't go home. They directly fell asleep at the table. At this time, the 2 guards didn't care anymore. They gathered the corrected files and handed them to Zhang Zhong. After Zhang Zhong stamped his seal, they could let the prisoners go. The door of the prison cell was opened from the outside with a bang. The afternoon sun shone in. The prisoners who entered from the door couldn't help but squint their eyes to look outside. They wanted to see if there was another unlucky person who was locked up or if there was a family member who occasionally came to take a look. Zhang Zhong personally stood at the door of the prison cell. An unpleasant smell rushed out from the inside. It made people's eyes sour and their mouths and noses tighten. After a while, the smell gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong then took out the 120 or so case files. He took out one of them and said, "Fan, you, locked up for theft. It's time to release you. Go back and do your job properly. Don't ever do anything illegal again." A cheer came from the prison cell. Then, it turned into wailing. A yamen runner went in and unlocked the cell. The person called Fan Yu staggered out. He didn't dare to look outside and used his hands to cover his eyes. He wanted to wait for a while before leaving. Su Yang, locked up for unpaid rent. After investigation, it was found that he didn't owe any rent and taxes. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong continued to read out another person's name. Similarly, the sound of crying came from there. Zhang Zhong's mood wasn't good either. Now that he was released, how was he going to account for the time he wasted in prison? There was one less worker in his family. How was he going to account for this? But this was all he could do. There was no other way. Zhang Lingqi, locked up for lack of money to eat. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong read out the names one by one. Every time he called out a person, that person would do something that was close to crazy. Those who were locked up were really wronged. Those whose names were called were happy. Those whose names weren't called out suddenly realized that they were going to be released today. Would they be included? Sir, is there anyone called Little Aid who is going to be released? His surname is Wang. A prisoner couldn't help but ask. What do you mean by sir? Sir is the new county magistrate of Huaiyuan County. Wait, one by one. If you call out again, you will continue to be locked up. A yamen runner at the side reprimanded loudly. The person who was reprimanded didn't look unhappy at all. Instead, he shouted happily, God, you finally opened your eyes. It's changed, there's a new county magistrate. The other prisoners who were locked up also shouted. In the entire prison, there was only one person who wasn't happy. It was pockmarked Zhang. He was locked up alone in a room. The four sides weren't fences, but walls. He also heard the shouting outside. However, he was locked up because of this new county magistrate. Another yamen runner also took this opportunity to flatter Zhang Zhong. He shouted into the room, lower your voices. Do you know who our new county magistrate is? He is the top scholar in this imperial examination. He could have been a 6th-rank official in the capital, but he insisted on coming to our county to be a 7th-rank county magistrate. Sir is not only talented, but also loves the people. In order to solve the case, he didn't even care about his son's injury. Also, Sir has a lot of money. He won't collect more taxes and rent for himself. As the bailiff shouted, the people in the cell listened quietly. They were not in a hurry to go out. After listening to the bailiff's words, the people in the cell cheered. Zhang Zhong didn't stop them. He just let the yamen runner talk. This was a reputation. After these people went out, they would help to spread it. He read out the names one by one. When these people came out, they didn't leave immediately. They covered their eyes and waited for them to get used to it. They wanted to take a good look at the new county magistrate so that they could tell their families. When the last prisoner came out, the door of the cell was closed again. These people were almost used to it. They carefully looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong stood there with a righteous face and let them look at him. While they were looking, 2 servants of the Zhang family pushed a cart to Zhang Zhong. One of them said to him, Master, we have brought the money you asked us to send. You can compensate them with 3 copper coins per day based on the number of days they are innocent and the number of days they are guilty. Zhang Zhong understood when he heard this. This money was sent by his son. When the time came, the money would be deducted from the yamen. There was no such law, but there was still a way to deduct the money. He felt that in this way, these people wouldn't have no money when they go back. If there was an emergency at home, they could use the money. He said, well, good. Let me see how long they are locked up. Don't go yet. Wait for me to compensate you. Zhang Zhong agreed and said to those who were about to leave. Those people were already very happy when they came out. They didn't expect that there would be compensation money. Where did this come from? It had never happened before, especially the person who was locked up for 3 years. At this time, he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. He could take away 3 strings of money, but no one came to visit him in 3 years. He didn't know how they were doing. Zhang Zhong flipped through the files one by one and called out a person's name. That person took the money, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. One by one, it took an hour for all of them to receive the money and leave their fingerprints on it. Chapter 319. When it was almost night time, Registrar Jean woke up in a daze. He was hungry and saw that County Deputy Xiao was still sleeping beside him. A long line of saliva flowed out of his mouth. He gently pushed him until he woke up and said, "Brother Baiyong, wake up. Eat something and go back to sleep. We didn't accomplish anything today." County Magistrate Xiao opened his hazy eyes and looked around. Only then did he remember that he and Registrar Jean had fallen asleep in the room. When he thought of what they had done before he fell asleep, he felt a surge of anger and said to Registrar Jean, "We can't let go of what happened today. When the time comes, we will take revenge together. Let's go out to eat. If we don't go to Jinlai restaurant, why should we let him earn money?" Registrar Jean was also angry. He nodded and followed County Deputy Xiao out of the room. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, they saw that their families were waiting there anxiously. As soon as the family saw the 2 of them come out, they immediately ran to them and cried. The 2 of them were baffled by the crying. "What's the matter? Tell me slowly. What's the hurry? Is there anything that I can't solve in Huayuan County?" County Deputy Xiao asked the new concubine that he had found 2 months ago. "Master, it's bad. Our family's money is all gone. Master, what should we do?" The concubine said while sobbing. "Why is the money gone? Where did it go? Isn't there money outside? Don't tell me you want to take it all back at once." County Deputy Xiao said again. "Old master, where's the money? The money outside isn't ours anymore. There's a notice in the yamen saying that someone is slandering Old Master and Registrar Jean for secretly releasing money. There's no such thing at all. All the money released under Old Master and Registrar Jean's name doesn't need to be returned. Old Master, we have no more money." The concubine finally explained the matter clearly. Registrar Jean's family also said it at this time. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard the news, he shouted again and again, louder and louder. Registrar Jean, on the other hand, just stood there with his mouth open. He didn't say a word and just stared into the distance. "Master, what's wrong? Master, don't be like this. This concubine is scared. Master, quickly think of a way. We can't just watch our family's money disappear. Master, say something." Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's concubine was frightened when she saw her master shouting. She grabbed Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's shoulders and shook him hard. Registrar Jean's family was experienced. When they saw Registrar Jean in such a state, they immediately slapped him, waking him up from his daze. "I'll fight it out with him. He actually dares to do this." After Registrar Jean woke up, he immediately rushed into the yamen, wanting to fight with Zhang Zhong. Naturally, the guards at the door would not let him in. One of them raised his leg and kicked Registrar Jean, saying, "You're not allowed to enter the yamen. Registrar Jean, you have to think carefully. Did you put the money away or not? If you didn't put it away, what can you say? If you put it away, then you..." The rest of the sentence was clear. Registrar Jean just remembered that this matter couldn't be said openly. If he said it out loud, not only would he lose the money, but he would also lose his clothes. He might even be locked up in jail. After being stunned for a while, he imitated what his family did to him and gave Deputy County Magistrate Xiao a slap. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was slapped, stopped shouting. He touched his face with his hands, opened his mouth and gasped for breath for a while. He then closed his eyes and stopped moving. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, he recovered and said, "Brother Shang Yun, this time we admit it. Who asked us to have something on him? From now on, this is gone. Isn't it just some money? If it was in the past, it wouldn't be easy, but now it's easy. Yes, it will be soon. It seems that we have underestimated him. Isn't that so? Brother Byong, it's all my fault. If I didn't say it out loud, nothing would have happened." Registrar Jean felt that he had said something wrong. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't think so. "Brother Shang Yun, even if you didn't say it out loud, can't he ask?" As long as he inquired a little, he would know that we put the money away. He didn't expect that today would happen. He thought that with his identity, those who borrowed money wouldn't dare to ignore it. But he didn't expect that it was because of his identity that they didn't have to return the money. "Do you think we dare to ask them for money again? Then he will have an excuse." This time he didn't tell us directly because he was afraid that we wouldn't admit it. He is waiting for us to ask for money. We can't give him the chance. Yes, we can't give him the chance. Let's think about it carefully. There's no hurry. We underestimated him this time, but we won't do it again. How should we find those businessmen first? Registrar Jean also thought it through and said at the side. But when he thought that his money was gone, his face didn't look good. When the two of them were about to find the businessmen, the servant left behind to look after the businessmen came and told them that those people went to the riverside today. They planned to stay at the wharf and wouldn't come back. When the two of them heard the news, they were not surprised. Instead, they were happy. Registrar Jean said, "Brother Byong, as long as they still want the land over there, they will have to give us money. We can't give them less money. We just lost some of it, but now we have more." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also thought so. Wei Wei nodded, "That's right. But that person's place is not good. We have to think of a way. For example, the 100-year-old ginseng. At that time, we don't have to bear the responsibility." The two of them who were in a good mood didn't feel sleepy anymore. They brought their family members to eat together. Along the way, they laughed from time to time. When evening came, the sun was setting slowly like an egg yolk. There were no clouds in the sky in the west, only some tireless birds chirped and flew past. A few trucks that were specially used to pull trucks slowly moved forward on the potholed road. Smoke could already be seen rising up in front of them. The wheels rolled past, leaving marks on the ground. There were also ruts left behind on the black coal. The driver looked up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the others, "Hurry up. When we reach the place, we can go back. If we can't, we can sleep there for a night." Following his shout, the team moved faster. Some people in the village also saw the people coming here. Some ran back to call for help, and some came to ask. The people who ran to the front looked at the trucks and asked, "Are they sending food and other things to us?" "Yes, Doggy Tian has told you, right? These things are all sent to you. It's enough for you to eat for a month. After a few days, people will come to you to do things. Your road is too difficult. It needs to be repaired." The leader agreed and started to complain about the road again. He was going to go back and tell the master that if he took a fancy to this place, he had to fix the road first. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste of time going back and forth. Yes, it needs to be repaired. When we get paid, we will find a way to repair it. The leader was a little embarrassed. There was no other way. The village was too poor. The leader drove the truck forward and said, "You don't need to pay. You just need to put in some effort. Our master will be in charge of this place. He is your county magistrate." "Yes, I know. The master is easy to manage. In the past, who would care about our place? Last time, county magistrate Wen sent people to rob us, but we beat them away. Now, the master won't. When he comes to our village, we will carry him all the way. The leader of the village kept saying good things. He was sincere. The county magistrate said that he would send them food, and he really did. With these food, they didn't need to eat the disgusting wild vegetables and elm tree money. At this time, Doggy Tian rushed out with the young men in the village. When they came close, they pushed and pulled. They began to move forward. After walking for another half an hour, they reached the village. At this time, the people in the village who were cooking stopped. Men and women of all ages gathered there to wait. Yesterday, when Doggy Tian came back, many of them didn't believe it. Now that they saw these things being sent, their faces were filled with cheerful smiles. The village head of Elm Tree Village was an old man. He held a stick and waited for the things to be sent. When he began to unload them, the old man spoke first. "Don't move. Listen to me." After shouting these 2 words, he coughed. After a while, he recovered. He looked at the villagers who were looking at him motionlessly and said, "Huayuan County has a new county magistrate. Ah, this county magistrate sent things to our village first and then asked us to work. Don't think that you can repay this kindness by working. Even if you do work, when the county magistrate has something to do in the future, you have to rush forward. No one will be stupid enough to send things first and then ask you to work. The county magistrate can't bear to see our village not being able to eat. When the county magistrate sent things to us, he must have not thought about what to ask us to do. At that time, if anyone doesn't think that the food is earned by his own work, this old man will beat him to death with this stick. Do you hear me?" The villagers listened quietly. When the old man finished, they shouted in unison, "Yes, we hear you. Get to work. Cook something delicious. Let these people who sent things to us eat. Tonight, they will stay in the village. They are all our benefactors." The old man waved the stick in his hand and coughed again. A child came over to massage his back. Those who could work began to unload things. Bags of rice and flour were unloaded, and barrels of oil were also carried down. The people in charge of cooking first came over to take some meat and oil, and then returned to the house to work. Chapter 320. While the people of Elm Tree Village were happy, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean ignored their tiredness and asked someone to take them to the dock. They sat in the same car and talked with their eyes closed while resting. "Brother Shang Yun, when we get there, you tell them the truth. Tell them that if they want the land, they have to talk to Zhang Zhong. If Zhang Zhong doesn't agree, they can forget about getting the land. I will give them an idea and ask them to find the ginseng. As long as they find the ginseng, it will be easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Jean. At this time, they had to arrange their own division of labor. Otherwise, when the land was taken by Zhang Zhong and the money was taken by Zhang Zhong, they would lose more than they gained. Registrar Jean also knew this and said, "When the time comes, it will be up to me. I will be responsible for reporting some of the things that the county magistrate did. As long as I report it, he won't dare to give it to us. If we want to get the land, we have to give both of us benefits." "Yes, that's it. Not only that, when they do business here, we will share a part of it. No matter what kind of business it is, we can pay for it ourselves." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao found that it was impossible to continue to give out money. He had to find a way to make money continuously. He didn't believe that those businessmen would dare to disagree. The two of them discussed for a while and then lay there to sleep. They only slept for less than an afternoon and had not fully recovered. Registrar Jean kept muttering in his sleep. Occasionally, he would mention Zhang Zhong's name. It seemed that he lost a lot of money this time. The businessmen were indeed at the dock now. Ernio led them to walk around and let them see what these places were suitable for. As for the dock, they were not in charge of it. Bai Shu's nephew had bought this place and made it similar to the dock at Little Luoshui. The only pity was that there was no such mountain and they couldn't make a lake. The place he chose was a wasteland, and now there were some restaurants and warehouses being built. He planned to operate the restaurants and rent out the warehouses at the same time. Everything was done according to Little Luoshui's plan. In the future, the people who would be used to carry goods at the dock would also be found in Huaiyuan County. This could provide many jobs for Huaiyuan County. At this time, Ernyo was talking to those masters about what kind of situation would happen when this place developed well in the future. In fact, the merchants didn't need to listen to Ernyo to know that the example of Little Luo Shui was there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to look for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan. Who knew that they would come at such a coincidental time? In just a short time, they were able to occupy the fertile land as if it was a wasteland. However, they were found out by the new county magistrate. Everything was over. The businessmen also knew that Ernyu was the new county magistrate's man. When they were brought out to see the place today, they thought that the new county magistrate just didn't want to give the benefits to the registrar Zhan and deputy county magistrate. It was not that he didn't want them to occupy the land. In the future, the boats here will not only be used to transport goods and people, they can also help people from the other side to send letters to the capital. Especially for some scholars, the things that they write will not be known by others. Our restaurants here will be in charge of spreading the news. Every few days, we will invite some scholars to various places for a gathering. Along the way, it will be all money. Ernyu continued to talk. The businessmen really didn't know about this. They listened attentively. Ernyu continued, also, in the future, we will make a place like the Pear Garden. Maybe the emperor will be happy to come and take a look. Then this place will be different. You all have to think carefully about where to choose. This, Brother Ernyu, if this place is also called the Pear Garden, will the emperor be unhappy? When a businessman heard this, he felt that countless money was about to be thrown at him. However, he was a little worried about the name. Then let's change the name. When the time comes, we will invite the people from the Pear Garden in the capital to come and compete. They are not ordinary people. There won't be many people willing to pay 100 copper coins for their singing, dancing, playing, etc., right? Ernyu continued to speak according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The businessmen were all thinking about how much money they could earn when the time came, but they didn't think about how many people were here. In such a joyous atmosphere, the businessmen had forgotten about the price they had to pay. The businessman who asked just now finally couldn't help but ask directly, Brother Ernyu, what does your master want us to do? If it's about money, give us a number. We will think about it. It shouldn't be too difficult. The other businessmen also thought about this matter. They looked at Ernyu and waited for him to give a number. They felt that this was the reason why the new county magistrate asked Ernyu to bring them here. However, Ernyu shook his head. Don't you know what kind of status my master has? Zhangjie Zhuangzi belongs to my master. Little Luo Shui also belongs to my master. How much money can you take out? What you need to do is to do other things. My master doesn't have the final say on how much land to occupy. In the Yamen, there is still the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. Especially the registrar. He can directly report some things to them. Do you see any place that isn't fertile land? Only this pier occupies a saline alkali land. We have to think of a way. After Ernie's words, the businessmen were in a dilemma. They really didn't know what to do. If they were to give money, how much would they have to give to make the other party satisfied? At this moment, the car of Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan arrived. The two of them didn't care about whether the car was bumpy or not. They slept soundly in the car. When the car stopped, they were still snoring. The servant plucked up the courage to wake the two of them up, and then brought the wet towels to wipe their faces. "We've arrived. What time is it now?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wiped his face and asked. In reply to Master, "We have arrived. It will be midnight in half an hour. Get out of the carriage and take a look. The brightly lit place in front of us is the pier here. The merchants should all be there. Should I go and inform them and ask them to come over, or do you want to go there personally?" The servant said respectfully as he pointed in the direction of the room. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao hesitated and said, "I'll go there later. We can eat something there." At this moment, Registrar Jean didn't care anymore. He left everything to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. The two of them tidied up their clothes and continued to head there. The businessmen were almost done drinking. They kept asking Ernio about things. For example, what did the county magistrate like? What did his family like? They started to think of a solution. "Ernio, what do you think about sending a pretty concubine to your master? I heard that he only has one wife. How can one be enough? In the future, he will be in a big family. He can have as many as he wants." A businessman thought of the most commonly used method. He didn't want to send money, but people. He wanted to find a pretty woman to send to Zhangzhou. Ernie shook his head like a rattledrum. "If you really dare to send a woman, don't even think about occupying any land here. Master will kick you out of Huayuan County. In the future, you won't even be able to take this route by boat." Ernie knew his master well. He wouldn't look for another woman. He usually treated his wife well. Moreover, he had a son who was protective of his mother. No other woman would dare to enter the house. This kind of thing must never happen. The businessman who came up with this idea was obviously disappointed. He carefully thought about it again. At this time, the people at the dock had already noticed the car coming from the other side. They asked from the side, "Is there anyone else?" "They're coming from that side." Everyone was eating and drinking at the pier. They looked in the direction that the man pointed. Sure enough, there were two cars coming towards them, one in front and one behind. There were lanterns in front of the cars. They were a little far away, so they couldn't see what was written. When the cars got closer, they knew who was coming. The businessmen felt that things were not going well. They originally wanted to settle the matter of the county magistrate first before looking for the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate. Now that these two people came here, they must have known that Ernie was from the county magistrate's family and brought them here. Could it be that this matter of occupying land was going to be settled? While the businessmen were thinking, the people at the pier had already sailed the boats to pick them up. Two people came down from the carriage one after another. With the help of the lanterns, who else could it be but the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate? Ernio saw the uneasiness of the merchants and persuaded them, "It's okay. I'll go to the back and take a look. You guys talk to them. It's just right. If you can convince them, then it'll be easy to talk to my master." "Thank you so much, Brother Ernio. Then I will have to trouble you. We will talk to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Jean." A businessman saw that Ernie took the initiative to go to the back and was finally relieved. Not long after Ernie left, the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate arrived. The businessmen all stood up and complimented them. "How is it? How is it?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked deliberately. The businessmen who had just been relieved were worried again. They did not know why these two people came here. At this time, the businessman who talked to Ernie just now replied, "We just want to take a look. No matter which land we choose, we will need the deputy county magistrate and the registrar official. Both of you came at the right time. We have just eaten. Let's eat together." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at the dishes that were almost finished and did not expose them. He nodded and said, "Okay." I don't know how you will find the county magistrate after you choose the land. You should know that the county magistrate's family is not short of money. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao is right. We are all so worried about it. Please help us to smooth things over. We will definitely reward you handsomely. The 5,000 strings of coins that we agreed on before will not be less. Another businessman took the opportunity to say. Chapter 321. Xiao Bao, do you think they will be fooled? What if they don't do what you want them to do? Won't our plan be in vain? On the couch, Wang Wan wasn't sure if those people would follow Zhang Xiaobao's plan and walk all the way down to improve Hua Yuan County's economy. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried at all. It doesn't matter if they follow our plan or not. At most, we will continue our plan. As long as they still want to occupy this place, and as long as the county magistrate and the county magistrate still want to make more money, there will always be a plan that suits them. Today, my father is really good. He tricked them once. I guess they used a lot of loan sharks. Now, they are finished. There are only two kinds of people who can borrow money. One is gamblers, and the other is people who have difficulties in life or need money to treat their illness. Well, almost. Gamblers are lucky this time. Those people who have difficulties in life must be grateful to your father. They are not fools. Of course, they know the reason. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's father to do such a big thing today. Speaking of gambling, Wang Wan had a new idea. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Can we not let them gamble like this? We can help them gamble like lottery. In this way, they can be more stable. Then, we can earn a lot of money. We can set up a name and send a part of the money to disasters. Not in our name, but in the name of your father, the county magistrate, representing the imperial court and the emperor. During this process, we can use the money to invest and make more money. Is that okay?" "Sure, why not? But this money can't be earned by us. We should directly report it to the imperial court and let His Majesty deal with it directly. When the time comes, we'll pay a large portion of it and keep a small portion, or we'll pay all of it and let them send some money back. In fact, doing this is just to amass money. There's no way to ban gambling at all. Those who like to gamble will continue to gamble while buying lottery tickets. The only way is to catch them ruthlessly. Once caught, beat them ruthlessly. You can't punish them, because it's useless. After being punished, they'll think of gambling back the money they lost." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan's idea. It was not from the perspective of banning gambling, but to make money. As for banning gambling, the only way to catch them was to give them a few lashes or parade them through the streets. There was no such human rights here. Let everyone watch and scare those who gamble. Wang Wan also knew that this matter could never be stopped. He gambled until he lost his family fortune, and gambled until his wife and children were separated. It had never stopped. Will it work if we just catch them and beat them? What if they run to a hidden place to gamble? You'll know once you try. Increase the intensity. Unless the person is particularly addicted to gambling, no one will gamble when they can be caught at any time. You can let people report it. When the time comes, you can give them some rewards or something. As long as there are enough bailiffs, they can suppress it. Tomorrow, I'll tell my father in Sanshui County. People gamble whether they are poor or rich. Especially when there is no work to do, they will naturally gamble when they are bored. Go to sleep. Maybe there will be ginseng sent here tomorrow." As Xiao Bao spoke, he felt sleepy. He turned around and fell asleep after a while. Wang Wan glanced at the candle that had not been extinguished. She muttered, "It's fine to give it a try. As long as you don't gamble like before, it's fine." She fell asleep too. Those who needed to sleep went to sleep, but some people were destined to not be able to sleep tonight. The merchants at the dock and the county magistrate talked about which piece of land they wanted. There were already people who went to buy ginseng. It was not easy to find 100-year-old ginseng, but if you wanted to buy it, there was still a chance to buy it. The county magistrate were prepared to discuss with the merchants how to deal with the county magistrate. Now, they were only dealing with the land. They would think of a way to deal with Zhang Zhong himself later. The people of Yushu village could not sleep at night. They had a good meal today. Making dumplings took a lot of effort, so they made wontons. The children also ate a lot. They were all full and did not sleep at night. They came out to play. The adults were thinking about the future, so they chatted with their neighbors. Once they chatted, they did not want to sleep. Even the people from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi who came to deliver things were pulled to talk to them. They asked how life was in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and what it would be like in the future. The people from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi told the villagers the truth. They even told the villagers that in the future, this place would be like Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. The villagers were all smiles when they heard this. There were also those who could not sleep. They were the prisoners who were released. With the money given by the county magistrate, they all ran back home like crazy. Some ran back home and their families were all there. They hugged each other and cried bitterly. When they took out the money again, their families were happy again. They started talking in the afternoon and talked until night time. However, there were also some who ran back to their homes and found that none of their families were there. They asked their neighbors, but the neighbors said that they did not know. These people could only cry by themselves. There was also one family who had not slept well for a few days. It was the Qin family of Zhuangzi, which was next to the Yuan family. When they found out that the old master of the Zhang family came to their county to be the county magistrate, they were afraid of revenge. They were so scared that they lit all the torches and lanterns at night. When they fell asleep, they would wake up with nightmares. The head of the family did not let the brother of the original concubine be the housekeeper anymore. He arranged for him to do odd jobs. The concubine did not go there often either. The reason why he kept the original steward Zhang was so that if the Zhang family came looking for trouble one day, he could hand this person over to take care of them. When different people experienced different things, the night finally passed. After dawn, the unbearable night and fear dissipated a lot. Life still had to go on. Even if there was only one prisoner left, as long as there was still hope for them to find their families, they would go and look for them. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the sky and shone down, people got up and started to do their work. After the spring plowing, people also went to the fields to take a look. As long as the head of weeds grew, it had to be uprooted. The people who did business also set up their stalls or opened their shops. Some restaurants in the county were not open in the morning. They would only open at noon when there were more people. The only exception was Jinlai restaurant. They opened their doors early in the morning and prepared all kinds of porridge. Even if there were very few people who could come to eat, they still persisted. According to Xiao Bao's words, this was a habit. When the time came, this kind of restaurant would not only open in these places, but would also open in other prefectural roads. With the same signboard, as long as those who were in a hurry or had special things to do found that they could not eat elsewhere in the morning and could eat in this kind of restaurant in the morning, when the restaurant opened in other places in the future, this kind of thoughtfulness would continue. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao had to continue pretending to be sick. He could only continue to show his face outside after the merchants bought the land. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, went to the restaurant to eat. There were already a lot of bailiffs and people working in the government office. Now, they were eating their breakfast here. It was a benefit. After all, the government office had no money. Although it wasn't cheap to buy breakfast in Jinlai restaurant, the cost was very low. Zhang Zhong didn't lack this money. It was not only the people who received the food, but also the servants who did odd jobs in the yamen. They were forgotten in the beginning and were later replaced. Now, they could also eat breakfast in the restaurant. All of this was arranged. Zhang Zhong could talk to the people in the yamen while eating, ask about things, and get closer to each other. It was better than just giving out food, especially if some people knew some gossip. "Sir, you are here. Please sit here." A bailiff was eating and talking with his colleagues. When he saw Zhang Zhong come in, he quickly stood up and pulled out an empty chair next to him. Zhang Zhong did not sit there. Instead, he pulled out a chair next to the bailiff and sat on it. He looked at the bailiff's food and said to the waiter, "A big bowl of tofu pudding and 2 side dishes. What fillings do you have for the buns today?" "Master, there are lamb, pork, onion, chives, eggs, and shrimp stuffing for the buns. There is no beef stuffing." "Which one do you want, master?" the waiter asked. The way he spoke was different from the others. He did not shout so loudly and did not count his lips. Zhang Zhong did not like to eat chives or anything else. He thought for a while and said, "Change it. No tofu pudding. Give me a big bowl of soy milk and a gene of fruit." "Master, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you right away." The waiter turned and ran away. Zhang Zhong then said to the 3 bailiffs who had already sat down at the table, "In the future, when you come here for breakfast, ask for a few more side dishes. It's not worth much. Do you think I can't even afford this?" Hearing the county magistrate call them master, the 3 bailiffs laughed. One of them said, "Sir, only you are so good to us. If we met other county bailiffs and told them, they would not believe us. Oh, except for the one from Sanshui County. Your Zhuangzi is there. What's so good about it? I am counting on you to work hard in the future. What's the big deal about eating something? Come, eat. You guys eat first. My share will be here soon. No matter how many people are waiting, you have to prepare it for me first. Right? Let's eat." Zhang Zhong appeared very amiable at this time. It was just like when he chatted with the villagers. When there was no official business, there was no need to keep a straight face. The bailiffs hesitated for a moment but still ate. At this time, the waiter brought the soy milk and youtiao. He also specially prepared a portion of stinky tofu for Zhang Zhong. This was also not prepared for people. Otherwise, some people would not be willing to smell it. Since Zhang Zhong liked it, he did not care about others. Chapter 322. "Sir, don't you like tofu pudding? Why did you change it to soy milk?" a yamen runner asked in confusion as he recalled the exchange just now. "Well, look, you can eat the steamed buns and drink the tofu pudding together. But this fruit is a little hard to chew directly. I like to drink it with this soy milk. There's no such good food now, unlike at home. At home, I drink milk. What do you think of this fruit?" Zhang Zhong explained what to eat and what to eat. Then he said, "Actually, you should eat porridge when eating buns. I don't like porridge, so I want tofu pudding. Generally speaking, tofu pudding is eaten with flatbread. I don't put sugar in my soy milk, and I don't put chives in my tofu pudding." "Your Excellency, I understand now. If I eat the steamed buns and drink the soy milk, the fragrance of the steamed buns will be gone after a sip of the soy milk. Your Excellency, this is the first time I've eaten this fruit. It's delicious." The yamen runner who asked the question nodded in agreement. As for whether it was true or not, it didn't matter. If Sir said to eat it this way, then it should be eaten this way. Another yamen runner said, "Of course the fruit is delicious. It's fried with flour. Who can afford to eat it? It's just that we're living a good life by following Milord. Milord, don't worry, we'll listen to you in the future. We're not ingrates." Milord treats us well, so we'll help Milord get things done. Milord, what do you want to do? Let's not talk about official business. We'll talk about official business when we get to the yamen. Why don't you take the opportunity to talk about other things now? Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Tell me, who do you have in your family? As long as it's a child, I can make clothes for you. If there's anyone in your family who's about to give birth, you must tell me. I can guarantee that your child will be born smoothly. Don't hide if someone in your family is sick. I'm different from others. When a yamen runner is in trouble, he'll work hard. He can't wait until something happens to the orphan. The yamen won't care about this part of the money, so I'll pay for it. As for whether people will call me stupid, I don't care. I have money, so there's nothing I can do about it, right? Zhang Zhong began to follow Zhang Xiaobao's practice and arranged family matters for the bailiffs. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao had said that the job of a bailiff was a life-and-death situation. If you arrested them and they didn't resist, you should take care of them more often so that the bailiff would feel more at ease. What Zhang Zhong said was the truth and he did not think much of it. He was used to it, but it was different in the years of the bailiffs. These words were heartwarming. Thinking about the bailiffs of Sanshui County, no one felt that the county magistrate was joking. Some of the weak-willed ones already had red eyes. Zhang Zhong quickly said, "What are you doing? When we reach the yamen later, each of you will write down a list of things that happened in your homes. Now, tell me, did you hear anything strange? I'm a person who likes to inquire. After asking around, I found out about the top scorer. I'm just asking about the top scorer." The bailiffs were amused by these words again. They were all thinking about it. Suddenly, a bailiff at the table next to them asked, "Sir, how is your son? If he can't do it, let's take a break for 2 days. Everyone in the yamen will go to the mountains to dig for ginseng." Zhang Zhong did not expect the bailiffs to remember this matter. He had forgotten about it himself. He thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, in a few days, you will see him alive and kicking. At that time, you will have to lead him to play." The bailiffs expressed their knowledge one after another. Zhang Zhong listened with a smile on his face. "My lord, I heard something this morning. There was a man named Zhang Chang. After he was released, his family was gone. He cried all night. It's sad to talk about it." A yamen runner suddenly said at this time. "Oh. His family is gone. Then what is he doing now?" Zhang Zhong did not expect such a thing. He also felt sad for the person named Zhang Chang. "I don't know. Sir, if you want to know, I'll go and ask around." "Sir, it's easy for such a person to get into trouble. If he takes things too hard, it's fine if he dies, but what if he implicates others?" The yamen runner reminded. "Oh, yes. You eat first. I forgot something. I will go back and get it." Zhang Zhong did not have a good way to solve this problem. He was ready to go to his son's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating there. When they saw their father come in and mention this matter, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought about it. "Father, in fact, you can find something for the person named Zhang Chang to do. That's good. Let him be a postman who specializes in delivering letters. If he can write, it'll be even better. He can carry the 4 treasures of the study with him. If the family wants to send the letter to someone who can't read, they can ask him to write for them. Now, he can send the letter to the county and then send it to the surrounding counties. If he can find someone to do this, then he can send it to the whole province. It will make him famous. He can also take care of the search. As long as he meets someone, he can help to contact them. In this way, when he becomes famous as a messenger, his family may be able to find him. He will feel the pain of not having a family. In the future, when he sends letters and searches, he will be more serious. Father, what do you think? Zhang Xiaobao came up with such an idea. Well, Xiaobao, do as you say. I will go back and ask someone to find him. In the future, he will be in charge of delivering letters around here. Zhang Zhong said happily, turned around and walked out quickly. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink the soy milk. Wang Wan looked at him and suddenly said, Xiaobao, your mind is not so simple, right? Don't always have other intentions. I am a very simple person. Think about it. I came up with an idea in such a short time. How can I think about other things? Zhang Xiaobao said with an aggrieved face. Yes, you can. Tell me, what follow-up have you thought of? I won't let you spread it. Wang Wan didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's expression at all. Zhang Xiaobao drank another mouthful of soy milk. Seeing that Wang Wan was still staring at him, he finally couldn't help but say, well, I'll say it. In fact, it's nothing. When they have more people, they will ask around when they send letters. Whether they are active or passive, they can get some seemingly insignificant news. You know the news, right? It's information. Do you still need me to say the importance of information? When they develop, we will provide them with help. When the time comes, the further they send the letters, the longer our information network will extend. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Just like you know that I have something else. Wang Wan suddenly laughed and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. You little brain. When you were thinking of a way for your father to settle down, one was to send letters seriously, and the other was to find his family. In the end, there was something hidden behind this matter, just for a short while. Inspiration, this is called inspiration. It can also be said to be talent. The most important thing. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this matter wasn't worth exaggerating. It was just an idea, and it happened to be in such a situation. Zhang Zhong returned to the restaurant once again and told the Yamen runners about this matter. The Yamen runners expressed their approval, and some even suggested that everyone who wanted to find their family members should join in. This way, they could do things while looking for their family members. This matter was settled. The group of people ate breakfast, burped, and walked towards the Yamen. On the way, it was the first time that the commoners saw so many people from the Yamen working together. They all stopped to watch. One of the people who had eaten at Jinlai restaurant just now began to tell the story. A circle of people gathered around him, listening to him talk about how the Yamen runners didn't need to spend money to eat, how the county magistrate spoke kindly to the Yamen runners, and how he thought of a way to help a person who had just been released from prison. These were all things that the commoners were willing to listen to, especially when the county magistrate thought of a way to help a person who had just been released. Many of the commoners were moved, and they recounted this matter to everyone they met. When Deputy Xiao and Registrar Jean, who had stayed up the whole night, came back around noon, they could hear the commoners praising the new county magistrate. Brother Baiong, what exactly happened? It's only been one night. How did the commoners become like this? When Registrar Jean heard the praises for the new county magistrate, he felt uncomfortable and worried. He was afraid that when the two of them worked together to drive the county magistrate away, the commoners wouldn't accept it. When that time came, they would send a report to the higher-ups and the higher-ups would send people to investigate. Where could Deputy Xiao find out? He also didn't know. He was also surprised and worried. How many days had Zhang Zhong been here? Counting the days before and after, today should be the 4th day. What did he do in these 4 days? Why did the commoners praise him? Facing Registrar Jean's questioning gaze, he directly said, How would I know? I'll know when I go back and ask later. There are many good things that the commoners have done for the officials. Those who should be dismissed have to be dismissed. Let's hurry up. Under his instructions, the carriage sped up a little. However, it didn't dare to go too fast. If it bumped into a commoner, the commoners would say anything. After a while, the carriage finally arrived at the yamen. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao got off one after another. The yamen runners standing there hurriedly greeted them. Qi ran, did something happen in the county? Deputy Xiao asked one of the yamen runners. Sir, nothing happened. Sir, did you hear that something happened? The yamen runner called Qi Ran asked doubtfully. Yes, it's good that nothing happened. Is the county magistrate here? Hearing the yamen runner's words, Deputy Xiao didn't ask anything else. He couldn't ask the commoners why they all praised the county magistrate. It was obvious that they were jealous. Sir, the county magistrate has been here for a long time. He said that he was waiting for the two of you to come back and meet him. There's something important. The yamen runner replied again. Chapter 323. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean walked into the yamen with confused expressions. They didn't know why Zhang Zhong was looking for them. Their antagonistic relationship seemed to have been confirmed, but he still wanted to look for them. Did he want to cheat them again? Just like that, the two of them walked to the signing room. They walked around but didn't see anyone. After encountering a bailiff, they found out that Zhang Zhong didn't do anything in front, but had run to the dilapidated area at the back. The two of them looked at each other and walked back. They knew that Zhang Zhong was going to spend his own money to repair the house behind the yamen. Including today, it should have taken him 2.5 days to repair it. They wondered if those messy things had been cleaned up. Passing through a moon gate, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't reconcile the scene in front of them with the situation in the yamen before. All the houses behind were gone, the potholes on the ground couldn't be found, and there were no weeds. The ground was covered with yellow sand and there were many piles of bluestone waiting to be paved. Dozens of people were digging the foundation in this yard. Since they still couldn't find Zhang Zhong here, the two of them continued to walk in another direction. The two of them knew that the residents behind the yamen in Huayuan County occupied a large area. There were 12 courtyards connected together. If it wasn't for the official who built this residence being executed, the official who took office later wouldn't have gone outside to look for a place. Ominous places were always taboo. They didn't expect that Zhang Zhong dared to live here and made a big gesture of building. Was he not afraid of this ominous house or did he not know about it? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed and walked to another courtyard. When he arrived at this courtyard, he found that it was no longer the dilapidated house. To be precise, there was no house at all. Hundreds of people were digging holes here. They didn't know how these people were doing. The hole had been dug to a depth of 10 feet, but it seemed that it was not enough. They continued to dig, which made them wonder if the people who were executed buried something valuable here. Otherwise, why would they dig such a deep hole? Following the small path beside the courtyard, the two of them arrived at another courtyard. Fortunately, there was no one here to continue digging. Instead, there were many wooden planks that had been transported here. Similarly, it was unknown what they were used for. Brother Byong, why can't I see what kind of house the county magistrate wants to build? Registrar Jean said loudly on purpose. Not only for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao to hear, but also for the people who were walking back and forth. Otherwise, he wouldn't mention the county magistrate and just call him by his name. What he didn't expect was that those people who were working didn't seem to hear him. They were still working very quickly and seriously. Seeing that this method didn't work, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao directly asked a person who was hanging a wire there, "What do you want to fix here? Do you know us?" "Yes, Deputy District Magistrate and Registrar General. We need to build something like a house here. Both of you are busy. I can't afford to waste any time here." That person glanced at the two of them and continued with his work. The person beside him was also very serious, as if he didn't see the two of them. This made Registrar General and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao puzzled. Since when did the people in Huayuan County become so serious? They glanced around and happened to see a Yamen runner standing there. He also looked at them and waved his hand. The Yamen runner ran over and said, "Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, are you looking for me?" Hearing this address, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt a surge of anger. In the past, he was always called Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Why did it become like this now? Of course, he should call him like this, but when he heard it, he didn't think it was appropriate. Not wanting to fuss over the address, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked the Yamen runner, "Why do the people here do things differently from what they did in the Yamen before?" That's right. In the past, they didn't get paid for their work. After 20 days of work every year, not only were they not exempted from rent and transfer, but they also didn't get paid. Now, it's different. They get paid 30 coins a day. As long as they see someone not doing something seriously, they can go home immediately. In addition to us Yamen runners, the county magistrate servants also come here from time to time. If we see someone not doing something seriously in the same place twice in a row, not only will those two people be driven away, but we will also be considered as dereliction of duty. While the Yamen runner was talking, he didn't forget to stare at the people doing the work over there. 30 coins. One day. County Magistrate Zhang is really rich. So what if you are derelict of duty? Will he not give you anything? Now you know that it's not easy to get things, right? Registrar General Zhang didn't expect that Zhang Zhong would give such a high salary to the people who were hired to work here. He also guessed something from the Yamen runner's words just now, so he gloated and said. The Yamen runner shook his head and said, "Registrar General Zhang, you are wrong. His Excellency won't use this to blackmail us. If we don't keep watch, we will be arranged to go to the front and be replaced by other brothers. I don't want to be replaced. I can't afford to lose face. When the brothers in front ask me how I came back, how can I tell them? The county magistrate is good to us, so we have to be more careful. Otherwise, the next time he gives us something, we won't have the face to accept it. Chiangzi, you have been moving the plank for a while. Why are you dawdling? Do you think I can't see you?" While the Yamen runner was talking, he suddenly pointed at the person moving the plank and questioned him. Others had moved 3 times, but he only moved 1 time. It was very slow for him to go back and forth. "Sir, please don't chase this lowly one away. This lowly one thought of something just now, that's why this lowly one was a little slower. This lowly one was thinking, should we get someone to draw some things on the houses after the construction is done? This lowly one has a cousin's family. He has been doing this for generations and his skills are not bad." Chiangzi was shocked. He was reluctant to give up the salary. The money he earned from a day's work was more than what he could earn in a few days. Besides, there was also food here. At noon and at night, there was at least 1 meat dish for every meal. It had been like this for 2 days. Today, he was going to eat again. If he ate more here, his family would save money. If he was driven away, he would have nothing. He explained and moved faster. "Well, I heard that someone has a relative who can draw. Which one is it?" At this time, a servant of the Zhang family came in from another small door. He heard Chiangzi's words and asked. "Him." The Yamen runner replied and pointed at Chiangzi. Chiangzi thought he was going to drive him away, but when he heard the question, he was relieved and said, "It's me. My cousin's family has been doing this for generations. His craftsmanship is good. He can draw and carve. In the whole Huayuan County, no one can compare with him. Oh, except for our top scorer, what can't he do?" The servant of the Zhang family heard Chiangzi's words. He thought for a while and said, "Well, is it far away?" "If it's not far away, you can go and find him now. Find all his family members who can do this. We can have lunch here at noon. If they do it well, I will give you an extra 200 coins. Really? It's not far at all. It's just 2 streets away. I'll go there right away." "Well, can I ask if I can find such people and get more money?" Xiangzi didn't expect such a good thing. He was confident in his cousin's craftsmanship. When he was going to find him, he asked. "Yes, as long as they are useful and recommended, we will get some money at once," the servant of the Zhang family said with certainty. Xiangzi shouted happily and strode to the back door. They all came and went from the back door. The front door was the yamen, so they couldn't go back and forth. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time, "You are just a servant. How dare you make decisions? Are you lying to them?" The servant of the Zhang family couldn't not know Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He said to him, "Deputy County Magistrate, you may not know the affairs of the Zhang family. The servants of the Zhang family are different from those of other places. Those who can be brought out to do things are naturally trusted by the master. As long as they think it's good for the master, they can make decisions." "Oh. What if they make a mistake?" Registrar Official Jean asked at the side. "If you make a mistake, you should think about what you did wrong. Next time, try to do the same thing. Don't give up eating for fear of choking," the servant of the Zhang family said with a trace of pride. He was qualified to be proud. Which family's Zhuangzi could be compared with the Zhang families? Which family's servant could be treated like the Zhang family servant? The master believed in any servant. As long as they worked hard for the master, it was okay even if they did something wrong. According to the little child, ability was not a problem. Attitude determined everything. As long as they were not fools, they could be cultivated slowly. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhang couldn't say anything after hearing the words of the servant of the Zhang family. They could only think that Zhang Zhong was crazy. How could he give this kind of power to his servant? The two of them didn't want to stay in the wooden yard anymore. They walked to the next yard. They even forgot to ask the servant of the Zhang family where Zhang Zhong was. The two of them continued to look and walk. The courtyards were totally different from the ones before. They couldn't guess what was going on in one of the courtyards. When the two of them turned to the 11th courtyard, they finally found Zhang Zhong. The 11th courtyard was also the biggest one. There was also a digging pit here. The pit was bigger and deeper than the second one. Zhang Zhong stood at the edge of the pit and looked at it. He roughly looked at the courtyard. There were about 300 people. A smaller courtyard couldn't fit them all. There were 2 yamen runners and a scribe beside Zhang Zhong. They talked with him from time to time. Registrar Official Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at each other and walked to the side of Zhang Zhong. Registrar Official Zhan said, "County Magistrate Zhang, are you looking for us?" "You're here. That's great." "Yes, I'm looking for you too. You came from the front, right? How is it? Do you have any ideas on your way here? What did you think of? Tell me." Chapter 324. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were shocked by Zhang Zhong's expression and tone. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Zhong. Could it be that his son was in a coma and his father's brain was also not working well? "Tell me, what do you think?" Zhang Zhong still had that smile on his face and asked again. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't answer. He felt that Zhang Zhong was really crazy. Registrar Zhan couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong asked this question. He hesitated and said, "There are quite a lot of courtyards and each of them is not small. It's just that I can't figure out what exactly they are going to do. I'm confused." "Confused, that's right. Do you have the idea of coming over to take a look when they are finished? Zhang Zhong was more happy when he heard Registrar Zhan's words. He asked again. Registrar Zhan didn't say anything more, so he just nodded. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong and felt that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong shouldn't treat them with such an attitude. Did he come here just to ask what they thought of his courtyards? That's right. It's better than nothing. Then tell me, do other people also have the same idea when they see it? Zhang Zhong patted Registrar Zhan's shoulder with satisfaction. Registrar Zhan was still in a daze and didn't avoid it. Well, County Magistrate Zhang, you'd better be straightforward. Why did you ask us to come here? Don't tell me you want us to see what your future home will be like. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wasn't used to this kind of thing. It changed too fast. Yesterday, they were cheated of a few thousand strings of coins and forced to release the people in prison. Today, it became like this. Zhang Zhong's smile became more sincere and said, Actually, I asked you two to come here because I really want you two to see my future home and tell me your thoughts. Of course, you two are busy with official business and can't just talk about this kind of thing. The most important thing I asked you two to come here is to ask the question just now. Do you want to continue to wait for the completion of the courtyard? You have the idea, so do others. Yes, County Magistrate Zhang. We admit that we have that kind of idea. Then, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao had to follow the conversation. He really wanted to know what Zhang Zhong was up to. And then, then it's simple. There are a lot of mountains on the east side of our Huayuan County, and there are even more dangerous places. If the river is connected, there will be more people coming and going. It's also not far from the capital. As for me, I was thinking if I could pull some people over for sightseeing. As long as we build up the place, the scenery there will be beautiful. When more people come here, there will be more places to spend money. The two of you can also let your family members start a business. With a way to make money, you don't have to think of other ways. Whether it's greed or accepting other people's money, you have to be on tenterhooks. It's not worth it. Zhang Zhong said to the two with a sincere smile. However, the two of them had just been tricked once yesterday, so how could they believe Zhang Zhong's words? They thought that he might have found out about them going to the dock yesterday, so he found an excuse to scare the two of them. He was waiting for the two of them to retreat so that he could monopolize the other side. At the thought of this, the two of them became gloomy. Zhang Zhong also saw it. Wei Wei shook her head and continued saying, Just now I only talked about making money and spending money. If we want to build up the place, we need a lot of people. We don't look for people from other places, but only the people in our Huayuan County, especially the farmers. The spring plowing is over, and they don't have any other income at home. We find them to do the work first, and then reduce the rent. When the people have more food in their hands, they will spend money to buy things. Although this year's rent has been collected in advance, there is still next year, or the yamen will give them some wages. Otherwise, they may not be able to survive until this year's harvest. County Magistrate Zhang, the yamen has no money now. How can we give them? What's more, even if we build the place, according to what you said just now, when we build it, people will think about what this place looks like. But the mountain and the river are in the opposite direction. It's far away. Who will come here for no reason? When County Magistrate Xiao heard Zhang Zhong mention the rent, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He added, Collecting rent is the former County Magistrate Wen's business. It has nothing to do with us or you. Naturally, someone will take care of County Magistrate Wen. Do you think we don't eat and give the food to the people? Only you, County Magistrate Zhang, have the ability to do that. We can't. Zhang Zhong stopped laughing. He felt that the two of them were really not presentable. Didn't they know that calculation was calculation, and politics was politics? He frowned and continued, "Don't worry about the money. We will have it in 2 days. We don't need to worry about the lack of people coming. Of course, we can't wait for people to come, but we can ask them to come. My family has several small shops in the capital. There is a pear garden in the capital, and a similar place will be built next to the pier here. Many people come and go from the capital. No matter if they are from other countries or from other prefectures, they all want to come to the capital. They are not familiar with the capital. We can ask someone to show them around. They can go to my shop to eat, buy some trinkets, and walk around the pear garden. Let's talk about other places to visit here, such as the pier here, between the clouds and the water in Shaoluoshui in Sanshui County, and the mountain in the east of our county. We can arrange everything for them. As long as they take out a certain amount of money, there will be someone to explain the legends and old residences to them. As long as they don't buy anything else, they don't need to spend more money. The money for the boat, the car, the accommodation, and the food will all be included. It will be much cheaper than taking the same boat, the same car, the same accommodation, and the same food. They will naturally be willing to come and take a look. They can't go back without seeing anything in the capital, right? They can save money and be safe if they follow our people. When they go to various places, if they are willing, they can spend money to buy something. Isn't that better? Zhang Zhong told the plan to the two of them, hoping to get their support. Before the two of them were removed, this matter had to be done. The people had started to eat wild vegetables and couldn't wait. Otherwise, they could remove the two of them and do it themselves. Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's eyes lit up. They didn't think that they could do this. If they really arranged according to Zhang Zhong's plan, Huayuan County would indeed have more income in the future. It might even become another Sanshui County. If the two of them thought of this by themselves, they would really give it a try. However, this matter was thought of by Zhang Zhong, so the two of them could only follow suit. The two of them felt uncomfortable and looked at each other. After understanding each other's thoughts, Registrar Zhang said, "County Magistrate Zhang, aren't you a little whimsical? How can it be as simple as you said? You haven't said where the money will come from. Also, can you do the kind of thing that involves others? How will the money be divided? You haven't said these." County Magistrate Zhang, many people think like you, but that won't do. It's better to do things honestly. If you think too much and can't do it, you will implicate the people in the county and make them suffer. Registrar Zhang is right. How can it be as simple as County Magistrate Zhang thinks? If it is feasible, why don't others do it? Could it be that everyone else is a fool? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also echoed. The two of them gave advice to Zhang Zhong in a tone of experience. Zhang Zhong thought of the people who ate wild vegetables, so he had to continue saying, "I will take care of the money. Even if there is no money, I will pay for the things over there. As for the matter of pulling people here, of course, it will be done by my family. As for how to divide the money, we can talk about it slowly. This is a small matter. So, do you two agree?" County Magistrate, I agree with this matter. How many places have you made to make money in Sanshui County? You have this ability. Others didn't think of it before because they didn't have this ability. Who would have thought that Sanshui County would change from a middle county to a Shang County? A yamen runner next to them also listened and watched. He also knew that the former Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate didn't get along well with the new County Magistrate. However, even if they didn't get along well with each other, they couldn't fight with the lives of the people in the county. The County Magistrate was obviously thinking for the sake of the people. These two people who only thought of themselves actually opposed for the sake of opposing. If this continued, the lives of the people would not be able to continue. Thinking of this, the yamen runner spoke out to help Zhang Zhong. With a leader, other Yamen runners and officials like Deputy County Magistrate Dao also began to support, including the people who were digging the hole and heard the conversation. They also made silent protests against Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Seeing that the two of them were a little isolated, Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao realized that this matter was not easy to handle. If they didn't agree, today's matter would be known by the whole county. Their reputation was not good to begin with. At that time, there might be people besieging the Yamen. If they agreed, today's matter would also be spread out. They would also lose their reputation, just less. However, once there was a political achievement, it would all belong to Zhang Zhong. It was very likely that before the two of them could get rid of Zhang Zhong, his political achievement would come out. This was difficult. No matter whether they opposed or supported, there wouldn't be a good result. The two of them pondered there. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry now. He said to the people who supported him, or to the people on this side, "In the future, our county's life will be better. I plan to make Huayuan County a Shang County like what I did to Sanshui County. At that time, there will be more people and it will be lively. The Yamen will have money to do more things for the people." After Zhang Zhong said this, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao finally couldn't keep silent. They knew that the people's hearts had been won over by Zhang Zhong. If they didn't say something, the two of them would be finished. Chapter 325. County Magistrate Xiao is right. County Magistrate Zhang, don't worry and just do it. Even if you do something wrong, we will take responsibility for you. Don't worry. Registrar Zhan understood what County Magistrate Xiao meant and echoed. Unfortunately, those people were not fools. How could they not understand why the two of them said this? Especially those who knew about Sanshui County. They did not believe that the county magistrate could not do a good job. After the two of them finished talking, they were ready to leave. They really did not want to endure those people's gazes. Some looked at them with disdain, some looked at them with disdain, and some looked at them with disdain. Anyway, none of them were good. Seeing that the two of them agreed, Zhang Zhong immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "How about this? I will take out the money first. When the government office has money in the future, you can give it to me. I am an official and cannot use my own money to do things for the imperial court. I will be impeached. If the two of you agree, let's write a document." When Registrar Zhan and County Magistrate heard that Zhang Zhong wanted to take out the money first, they exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. County Magistrate Zhang is right. Then let's do it. I will write it right away. When I finish, you just need to stamp it. County Magistrate Xiao was happy. He felt that Zhang Zhong had finally become stupid at this time. When the government office has money in the future, then just wait. If they were to build on the mountain, the total cost would be at least a few thousand strings of coins. If they only relied on the government office's money, how long would they have to wait? Registrar Zhan was also happy. He thought about making money. There would be a sum of money in his hands soon. He would open a shop there and wait for Zhang Zhong to bring people over. Then, he would be able to benefit from it. When he thought of this, he also said, "Yes, County Magistrate Zhang can do this. The people of my county are really convinced. I can't help much here. Why don't we build a shop at the foot of the mountain and let County Magistrate Zhang do it more easily?" After the two of them finished talking, they hurried to the front to write the document. Zhang Zhong was finally relieved after he finished one thing. The Registrar Zhan beside him could not stand it and said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, if you do this, what if the government office has no money? And that, about the shop opened by someone else, my lord, aren't you, sigh? It doesn't matter. We'll have money in a few days. As for the shops, it's better to open more. It's not like people will go there just because we open more shops. When things are done, we can start doing other things. At that time, we'll need everyone to work together. Whether or not the people of Huaiyuan County can live a good life depends on everyone. Zhang Zhong wasn't worried about money, nor was he worried about others taking advantage of him. His precious son had already thought about these things, so he didn't need to worry too much. The people in the surrounding yamen had never heard such words before. They all excitedly promised. When the people who had stopped working started working again, they felt that they had more strength. Even if no one was watching, they would not slack off. After a while, the registrar and the county magistrate came back and asked Zhang Zhong to stamp the official seal. They happily said that they were going to take a look at the mountain, but they ran away again. In fact, they went home to sleep. Zhang Zhong didn't expect them to help him. He would be satisfied as long as they didn't make trouble to a certain extent. He found a servant and asked him to go back and transfer money to build the temple on the mountain. The mountain was actually quite famous. Sun Simiao lived there. Now that he was dead, many people would go there to build a temple. Originally, they were going to build a temple, but now that the Buddha was destroyed, they had to change it. When the time came, many people would go there to burn incense and pray that there would be no illness or disaster. At dusk that day, the yamen posted a notice again. One was to recruit yamen laborers, and the other was to recruit laborers. The laborers would come to work. The first 20 days would be counted as normal, and the rest would be paid. As for the reduction of rent and transfer, it could only be discussed next year. The people in the county had paid double last year. After the spring plowing, there was no food to eat. Rent and transfer were not important. What the people needed most was money. Another advantage was that when they worked, the yamen would take care of their meals. In the past, they had to bring their own meals from home. The yamen laborers were naturally recruited from gangsters. The treatment was good, but at the same time, there were many restrictions. If anyone dared to do anything against the rules, they would be beaten dozens of times. If the gangsters didn't want to be yamen laborers, they could find their own jobs. The work of yamen laborers was most suitable for gangsters. They had enough brains and were familiar with some of the things in their industry. Now that Huaiyuan County was as chaotic as Sanshui County, they could only use this method. As for whether the gangsters were obedient or not, it was too simple. First, they would give them something, then beat them, and use the carrot and the stick. If the people didn't fight with the officials, no matter how powerful the gangsters were, it was useless. Moreover, the people now knew that the new county magistrate, Lord Zhang, came from Sanshui County and was followed by 20 guards from the prince's mansion. Who would dare to be disobedient? In the beginning, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had the idea of using these guards. They wanted to write a memorial and say that Zhang Zhong had overstepped the boundaries. However, after thinking about it, they didn't dare to do so. When the time came, not only would they be offended, they could also say that they had sent someone to deliver something and had not returned. What else could they do? As soon as the notice was out, the people who had finished their work and returned home began to talk about what they had seen during the day. The elderly, women, and children at home all listened. As a result, from the next morning, the matter of County Magistrate Zhang's love for the people was exaggerated again. These two notices were the best proof. As for Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, naturally, they appeared in the mouth of the people as negative characters. When the two of them went out for lunch at noon, the people they met looked at them differently than usual. This situation made the two of them very depressed. They regretted that they had said that they didn't agree yesterday. Later on, they had agreed. They were forced to do so. Now, the people in the county town were the first to know about it. It wouldn't take long for the people in the county town to know about it. The two of them found a small restaurant and stopped the car. They went in and sat down. After waiting for a while, no one came to greet them. Where is he? Registrar Jean had been suppressing his anger on the way here just now. Last night, when he thought that Zhang Zhong would lose money, his good mood was gone. He slammed the table and shouted loudly. Oh, isn't this Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate? I went in to do something just now. You two also know that I can't handle this small business by myself. What would you like to eat? The shopkeeper, who had several positions, came over and asked. Give me a serving of sliced lamb face and 2 pots of wine. Add more coriander in the sliced lamb face. Registrar Jean ordered a dish. The two of them didn't intend to eat much. They just wanted to drink some wine. Registrar Jean, we don't have the sliced lamb face anymore. Would you like to order another one? The shopkeeper said apologetically. Then give me a serving of tofu mixed with spring onion and stir-fried bamboo shoots. Registrar Jean ordered another dish. Okay. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. The shopkeeper began to transform into a chef and ran to the back of the restaurant. At this time, another 2 people came into the restaurant. They were 2 ruffians. When they came in, they took out a string of about 70 copper coins and waited there. After a while, the chef came back. The 2 dishes were placed on the table and the wine was warmed. Only then did he look at the 2 ruffians who had just come in. As soon as he saw the 2 ruffians, the shopkeeper couldn't help but frown. He said to the 2 ruffians, Fang Si, Fang Wu, get out. Don't think you can eat and drink for free in my restaurant today. I'm not afraid of you. The county magistrate has changed. If you want to find trouble, I'll go report it to the government office right now. Uncle Jiang, you're mistaken. How can we eat and drink for free? Earlier, my brother and I came here twice. We don't have any money on us, so we owe you 65 copper coins. Here's 76 copper coins. You can give me and my brother a bowl of noodles and I'll give it to you. You can order whatever you want for the remaining 7 copper coins. After we finish eating, we still have to go to the yamen to be yamen runners. After we go to the government office, we'll go to the government office to serve us. One of the 2 ruffians said to the shopkeeper with a smile, which made the other people who were eating the noodles very surprised. The shopkeeper also didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. He looked at the 2 ruffians carefully and then at the money on the table. Fang Si, you're not lying to me. I'm not lying. Uncle Jiang, please take the money first. Seeing that the shopkeeper didn't believe him, Fang Si picked up the money on the table and threw it over. The shopkeeper hurriedly caught it. It was really heavy. Since the money was in his hands, he naturally didn't doubt it. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask, Fang Si, Fang Wu, this is not like you. Uncle Jiang, in the county, it used to be county magistrate when. Now, it's county magistrate Jiang. My brother and I want to be government officers. The notice said that if we did something in the past and didn't make people forgive us, we can't be government officers. Uncle Jiang, my brother and I want to change. Can you forgive us? Fang Si begged. His brother Fang Wu also seemed to look at him eagerly. The shopkeeper looked at the 2 ruffians and sighed, Fang Si Wu, your father died early. Only your mother raised you. You know how to be a good person. Don't do stupid things in the future. Lord Zhang is the master of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. He is very capable and can't tolerate sand in his eyes. It's good to be government officers. Your mother won't have to worry about money in the future. The shopkeeper didn't say anything about forgiveness, but everyone who heard him understood what he meant. The 2 ruffians also shouted happily. The shopkeeper took the money and went in. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of lamb's face, and 2 pots of warm wine. He sent them to the 2 ruffians' table. I know you can drink, but I can't let you drink too much. If you say something wrong when you go to the government office, you can't be government officers. Eat well. Uncle Jiang, 7 copper coins can't buy lamb's face. You can't buy wine either. What are you doing? Fong Si was stunned when he saw the food and asked. Nothing. I'm just giving you 2 food. In the future, I'm counting on you to protect the safety of the county. Eat. After you're full, go to the government office and talk. When the people from the government office come, I'll ask them and I'll help you. Eat quickly. This money is nothing. You're a prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf. The shopkeeper said happily. He knew all the people around him. As long as the 2 ruffians could work hard in the future, giving some food was nothing. Chapter 326. Registrar Jean was furious. When he asked just now, he said that he didn't have it. Now he actually gave it away. Did he think that he and the deputy magistrate were not here? Deputy Magistrate Xiao pointed at the tofu mix with shallots on the table and said, "Why is this tofu a little sour? There are also bamboo shoots. It's hard to bite them." Registrar Jean, you are talking about the lamb's face. You really didn't have it just now. Later on, someone sent it over. If you want to eat it, I'll get it for you. Deputy Magistrate Xiao, it's not the tofu, it's the soy sauce. You will get used to it after eating it. The bamboo shoots are grown old, not me. The shopkeeper said calmly. In fact, he did it on purpose. His family had only paid taxes for 2 years. For example, the tax for setting up a stall was collected daily. For a small shop like this, it was collected monthly. He was afraid that he would not be able to pay the taxes. Last year, the Yamen collected 2 years' worth of taxes in one go. He even had to borrow money to pay the taxes. In the past, he didn't dare to treat the registrar and deputy magistrate like this. But now, he dared. There was a new county magistrate. Everything was different. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean also knew what the shopkeeper was thinking. The news was spread this morning. If it was a new county magistrate, the people might not dare to treat them like this. But Zhang Zhong was different. Needless to say, he was the top scorer. He was also the head of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County and had 20 imperial guards following him. Comparing the 2 of them, they were naturally much worse. Of course, the people were not afraid. How could the registrar and deputy magistrate, who had no foundation, want to fight with the master of Zhangjie Zhuangzi? The 2 of them also couldn't explain this to the people. It didn't mean that you were powerful just because you had a foundation. Sometimes, even a small official could pull down a big official. The people didn't understand this. They only looked at their power and status. Forget it. Let's change to another restaurant. Registrar Jean stood up gloomily. He threw down his chopsticks and wanted to leave. Registrar Jean, you haven't paid for the meal. The shopkeeper couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the other side. Everyone who wanted to eat all thought of these 2 officials. Deputy Magistrate Xiao was more stable. He took out his money and counted 15 copper coins according to the price of the dishes. He put it on the table and didn't say anything. When he passed by Registrar Jean, he pulled Registrar Jean. Seeing the 2 of them leave, the shopkeeper cleaned up the table with a smile and muttered, "You collected my taxes for 2 years, and now the weather has changed. Brother Byong, are we going to let that shopkeeper go just like that? He's clearly doing this on purpose. Is he bullying the 2 of us?" Registrar Jean complained as he sat in the car. "What else do you want? Bring the lawsuit to Zhangzhou. Or should the bailiffs come and arrest him? The first one was a self-inflicted humiliation, but do you think any bailiffs will listen to us for the second one? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have treated them so well back then. Now, all of them are like humans. They have done a lot of bad things in the past. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also felt aggrieved. If Zhang Zhong did not rely on his reputation in Sanshui County, how could he make the people in Huayuan County become like this in just a few days? As for those bailiffs, they were all shameless. All he did was give some things and take care of a meal. How could they be bought over? If he had known earlier, he would not have kept those bailiffs. He would have kept those bailiffs who were capable and honest. He did not believe that Zhang Zhong could buy them over with those things. Registrar Jean also thought so. He took a few deep breaths and then felt better. He said, "Just bear with it for a while. It will be easy when we get the money. Haven't you sent the ginseng to those people yet? It's not that easy to find. Do you think you can get 100-year-old ginseng just because you want to? You may not be able to get it from the palace. Let's go home and eat. It seems that we can't eat good food outside. We collected too little tax in the past. They still don't know how to be afraid." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was still hungry. He only ate 2 mouthfuls just now and still felt uncomfortable. He decided to go home and eat. The two people's cars turned towards their own homes. All the people who saw their cars would mutter and spit at them. Who asked them to not be the county magistrate? With the support of the new county magistrate, the people also became bolder. The bailiffs in the yamen naturally did not have to go home to eat. They did not have money in their accounts, but Zhang Zhong had money. At noon, he did not take them to Jinlai restaurant for lunch. There were too many people there and they could not squeeze in. The rooms that were left were not suitable for the bailiffs to eat together. Among the servants who followed them, there was also a cook. Lunch was prepared by the cook with a few assistants. The cook used a big pot to cook 9 dishes. There were 3 meat dishes and 6 vegetable dishes. There was also a bowl of egg drop soup. The staple food was steamed buns and rice. Every person in the yamen could choose 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. There was no limit to the amount of rice. These were the lunchboxes that Zhang Xiaobao sold. The only difference was that there were more types of lunchboxes and fewer types here. Even so, no one in the yamen said that they were not willing to eat. If they did not eat in the yamen, what could they eat at home? After the people in the yamen finished choosing, the rest were sent to the people who were working. If it was not enough, they would cook some more. Zhangzhi Zhuangzi now had a lot of pork in storage. They had frozen it and asked someone to send a cart of it. It could last for a few days. Zhang Zhong also ate with the people in the yamen. As long as he was not working, he looked kind. When he was working, he would do what he should do. The only difference was that the dishes he ate were better than others. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. There would also be some mushrooms or wood ears in a bowl of soup. The menu was not set by him. He had no choice. His son and daughter-in-law specially set the menu according to the season. They said that it was something about nutrition. He did not understand what it meant. Anyway, he could not refuse the dishes that his son and daughter-in-law asked to eat. Moreover, they had to eat the same dish for 10 days. After the meal, they had to eat a specially prepared fruit plate. "Everyone, come and try this. The food is sent here from Jinlai restaurant. I have no choice. I am not allowed to eat other people's food. The food I eat every day was set on the first day." Zhang Zhong said to the people in the yamen. There were not only some officials, but also yamen runners and handymen. Everyone was either squatting or sitting in the yard to eat. Zhang Zhong looked at the food that others were eating and then looked at his own. He felt a little embarrassed to eat. It was okay to eat alone. If they ate together, others would be watching. The people in the yamen did not have the same thoughts as Zhang Zhong. Since when could the county magistrate eat with them? They could eat together and eat other people's food. No matter what, they could not be picky. Kangji was also here. The meat dish he ordered was chicken stir-fried with bamboo shoots. The two vegetarian dishes were roasted radish strips and stir-fried dried vegetables. At this time, there were no fresh vegetables. There were leeks, but he did not order them today. It was his first time eating like this, so he was a little confused. When he heard the county magistrate's explanation, he said, "Sir, you can't eat like us. What does your family do? There are restaurants one after another. If you eat like us, won't it weaken your family's reputation? What's more, sir, there are not many dishes. There are only 4 dishes. They are also rice, although the rice is a little different. Sir, you can eat at ease. Don't worry about us. 1 meat dish and 2 vegetarian dishes. Look, there is also a shrimp and cucumber slices over there. Can cucumber be considered a vegetarian dish now? That shrimp is also meat. Sir, you don't have to give us face. We are satisfied." While speaking, Kangji pointed at a person who was in charge of cleaning. That person's vegetarian dish was shrimp and cucumber slices. At this time, that person also raised his head and said, "Sir, if you let me eat with you, I will feel good even if I eat chaff, let alone such good food. I will remember this meal for a lifetime. When I go back, I will tell the child that the county magistrate treated me to a meal today." Zhang Zhong felt that this person was already taking care of him by cleaning in the yamen. He did not know how to speak at all. If other county magistrates heard this, they would immediately fire him. However, he felt comfortable when he heard this. A person who did not know how to speak was telling the truth. Some villagers in Zhuangzi were like this. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, Zhang Zhong also ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. In the future, this rule will be set. Not only lunch, but also dinner. If you want to stay for dinner, you can tell in advance. The cook will prepare it. In the morning, you can eat at Jinlai restaurant. Those who are still waiting at midnight will also have a simple meal. It can be fried rice or wonton. You can choose whatever you want. Sir, there is still dinner at midnight. That's too troublesome. Chow Daobi said in surprise. It's not troublesome. In the future, there will be people who will be on night duty. You can eat like this, but it will be more troublesome for my 2 children. It has always been like this in Sanshui County. There are snacks in the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi. You can forget about eating them. Zhang Zhong now treated the people in the yamen as people in Zhuangzi. When everyone heard about snacks, they laughed. He was already an adult. Why would he eat snacks? Zhang Zhong said a few words and did not say anything else. He lowered his head and ate. The fragrance of the food floated in the courtyard. When everyone was eating, they felt that this was the best meal they had eaten in their lives. I have a question. Who is in charge of the recruitment of yamen runners? Everyone was eating and there was no one guarding outside. In the end, a 17 or 18-year-old man came in. He stood there for a while and waited. Finally, he could not help but ask. The people in the yamen turned their heads to look. Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and asked, "You are from Huayuan County. What did you do before?" That person was obviously a little afraid. After entering the yamen, he looked around and finally stopped his gaze on Zhang Zhong. The look in his eyes immediately changed. He said, "Sir, I am here to be a yamen runner. I am from Huayuan County. I used to do this." As he spoke, his hand moved. No one knew how he did it, but there was a thin small blade in his hand. Everyone understood. He was a thief. Judging from his hand movements, he was quite skilled. The yamen runners did not recognize him, which meant that he had never been caught before. Chapter 327. Zhang Zhong looked at the person in front of him who was at a loss. He thought for a while and said, "Show us what you've got." "Here." That person was a little uneasy and asked back. "Right here." "Everyone, stand up and stand close to each other. Let him come over and see whose things he can steal." Zhang Zhong felt that it was very good to have a thief as a bailiff. In the future, when he patrolled the streets, as long as he saw someone stealing, he would be able to find out. Now, what he needed to see was how this person was able to do it. The people who were eating all stood up and gathered together to see how this thief would steal. The person smiled embarrassedly and said, "Everyone is looking at me. How can I steal? When I came here just now, I stole from 2 people. I've decided not to steal anymore in the future." "Sir, look, these are also the things of the people in the yamen." As the person spoke, he took out 2 seals from his arms and waved them in front of the crowd. He said, "One is from Deputy Xiao, and the other is from Registrar Zhan." A bailiff immediately ran in front of the person and took the 2 seals. He breathed out and pressed them on his hand. He said, "They are indeed from Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao." Ha ha ha. No one knew who was the first to laugh, but everyone started to laugh as well. Even Zhang Zhong's mouth moved. That was to say, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had already lost their seals. Put the 2 seals in the signing room first. When Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan come over in the afternoon, hand them over to them. Well, from now on, you are a bailiff in Huaiyuan County. Tell us about your family. After 3 days, someone will go over and verify it. Then you can do your job. Zhang Zhong knew that there were many people following Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao, but they lost the seals. It was not because they were careless. It could only be said that this thief was too good. Ah. Can I really be a bailiff? I don't need to take the exam anymore. My name is Lu Yi. I have grandparents, a father and mother at home. The man started to talk, and everyone started to sigh. No wonder he wanted to steal. One person couldn't feed 7 people. Apart from him, the elders and younger siblings in the family all had white spots on their bodies. He didn't dare to meet people outside, so he could only hide in the mountains and open up some land. He would depend on the weather to eat. Sometimes, he could eat for a few days when the weather was good. Normally, he would dig up some grass roots. When he came out to steal things, he would sell them. The money he stole would directly buy things. He lied to his family that he had found a good job and could earn money. His family didn't know. He was afraid that people would see him when they went down the mountain, so they didn't know what he was doing. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there are always some things that can't be done by manpower. Well, you are now a bailiff, but you can only do things after 3 days. We have to send someone to your house to check. Ah. Really? That's great. Big brother, I'll return your money pouch to you. Lu Yi said as he took out a money pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to the bailiff who came to take the seal. The bailiff took the money pouch and looked at the county magistrate. Your Excellency, from now on, as long as Brother Lu is on patrol, there will be no thieves. The others, including Zhang Zhong, didn't expect that the bailiff's money pouch could be stolen. This skill was amazing. Lu Yi's skill was immediately recognized and everyone welcomed him. Since I'm a bailiff, can I eat something? Lu Yi suddenly said. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, he said, I came out this morning and saw the notice. Someone read it to me. I knew that the government office was recruiting bailiffs, so I wanted to come. But I was a little scared. Until now, I haven't eaten anything. Other than stealing the seal of the deputy county magistrate and the registrar, I haven't stolen a single coin. Then why? A bailiff asked. I will be a bailiff in the future. I feel that with my skills, I can be a bailiff. How can a bailiff steal things? Lu Yi explained. Then why did you steal from the deputy county magistrate and the registrar? The bailiff asked again. I heard from others that they don't listen to the county magistrate's orders. Even if it's a good thing, they still oppose it. That's why I stole it. Lu Yi explained again. Everyone understood that the deputy county magistrate and the registrar had angered the people. Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't blame Lu Yi. He only needed to send people to the mountain to see if there was that family and if that family knew Lu Yi. He said, "What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it for you immediately." Lu Yi rubbed his stomach and looked at the food boxes in front of everyone. He pointed at one of the food boxes and said, "I can eat this. I can eat even if others eat it. I'm too hungry." "Okay, you eat this." Zhang Zhong didn't say anything and took his food box in front of Lu Yi. Those people in the yamen didn't know what to say. They wanted to reprimand him, but they didn't know what was going on. Lu Yi took the food and ate it. After eating for a while, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He felt a little embarrassed and said, "I'm too hungry. It was difficult to steal things last night. Those thieves seemed to be staring at others. If someone didn't understand, they would grab them and beat them. Later, I found out that it was because of the notice. Everyone wants to be a bailiff. Yesterday, I was stared at by 4 people. It wasn't easy for me to steal, so I stole some steamed buns and ran back home to give them to my family. I didn't eat it all. Why is there fungus in the soup?" When everyone heard his words, their first thought was that he was an expert. He was definitely an expert. He could steal steamed buns while being stared at by 4 people. What level did he have to reach? "What you ate was the county magistrate's food. His Excellency hasn't finished eating yet," a handyman said. It's fine. In a moment, I'll have someone send some snacks over. If you feel that the food doesn't taste good, tell me and I'll have them change it." Zhang Zhong didn't care about the food. If he wanted to eat, he could eat at any time. Talents were hard to come by. He didn't think like this before, but later on, he gradually found out that people with skills, even if it was stealing, were also talents. This was called a sword with 2 edges. "Sir." Lu Yi didn't know what Zhang Zhong was thinking. When he heard others say that he ate the county magistrate's food, he didn't know how to express his thoughts. Eat. In the future, do your job properly. Especially if you see someone stealing on the street, you must catch them. Zhang Zhong waved his hand and said. He could think like this, but Lu Yi couldn't think like him. His nose turned sour and he nodded. "Sir, you can rest assured. In the future, as long as I pass by a place, no one will dare to make a move." Zhang Zhong chuckled and approved of him. But in his heart, he was thinking, if my son makes a move, what can you do? If not for the fact that Xiao Bao was still young, who in this world would dare to make a move? Thinking of the scene where his son made a pair of chopsticks disappear in front of the 2 families, Zhang Zhong gently shook his head. Of course, he didn't know that his son, Zhang Xiaobao, had to pay such a high price when he was learning how to steal. He had to get soap with boiling water and narrow holes to catch oil droplets between his fingers. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also eating lunch. The 2 people ate a lot of dishes, but the amount of each dish was very small. Zhang Xiaobao had a kind of strict devotion to food. He could eat expensive food, but he absolutely couldn't waste it. "Xiao Bao, the construction on the mountain over there started today. You haven't told me what attractive place there is. What if no one comes?" Wang Wan only knew that the construction on the mountain in the east was starting. She was worried that the traffic was too small and they would lose money. If they lost money, it would be better to directly change the money into things for the people. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the last piece of chicken on the second plate in front of him. When he put it to his mouth, he said to Wang Wan, "Do you know what this place was called at that time?" "Yaowang Mountain. Sun Simiao was here. Now he is dead. In the past, he lived a good life." "What kind of rich person was he?" "He wrote when he had nothing to do." "How can no one come to such a good place?" "We have to help advertise and let the world know who lived here. Then we can find a few people who really study medicine. Then we can let them help treat the people who come here. As for us, we can open a candlelight shop at the foot of the mountain. Most people wouldn't think of it, right? When we make money, we can take out a part of it to give free medicine to those who don't have money to buy medicine. We have to promote this place. Then we can get a few scholars to write poems. We can also help advertise." "Ah. This is Yaowang Mountain." "That's not right. I have been here before. There was such a big lake here. Why is it gone now?" Wang Wan didn't expect that this was the place where Sun Simiao had stayed. At the same time, she was a little confused. Zhang Xiaobao put the chicken in his mouth. At that time, there was no water in the Dead Sea. We had to rely on manpower to pump water to replenish it. At that time, the Yellow River was cut off. You can go and take a look now. How can it be the same? Do you still remember what that lake looked like? We can make a lake. Su Shi can build a Su causeway. We can make a Zhangwang lake. That's fine too. If we make a lake, the scenery will be better. We can also raise things in the lake and collect more boat fares. Wang Wan understood after Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Geography would change. For example, some rivers might not be there now. The one that changed the fastest was the desert. At night, one would sleep by the river. In the morning, the river was gone. That was how magical it was. Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree with Wang Wan's way of thinking. Who said that we should collect boat fares? As long as we do all the work, the money will be very cheap. We don't expect to make a lot of money here. What we earn is the joining fee. If we don't pay, our tour guides will ignore those places. For example, during the free activities, if Jinlai restaurant doesn't pay the joining fee, our tour guides can say a few words. If they eat and drink in places that don't have a unified signboard, they won't care if they eat and drink and get sick. What is the first impression of others? It's those places where it's easy to eat and get sick. In fact, people have eaten and gotten sick in the past. Xiao Bao, you are too bad. Wang Wan replied. Chapter 328. Zhang Xiaobao peeled another prawn and placed it on Wang Wan's plate. He continued, "You don't have to force me. I'll say it myself." Yes, it's not that simple of an arrangement. I still have a backup plan. Any industry has its own rules, and the tourism industry is the same. What makes the most money? The right to set the price when doing business, what can still make money, and the right to set the standards when the rules appear. We first proposed the concept of tourism and formed a series of tour guides. Then we are the standard setters of the tourism industry. If we say that a certain place is good, it will be good. Then how can we say that it's good? I know. If it's good for us, it's good. If it's not good, it's not good. Is that what you mean? Xiao Bao, I just realized that you have a gentlemanly demeanor. Oh, it should be called the demeanor of a gentleman. Then tell me, what's the next step after that? Don't look at me like that. I know you. If you take the initiative to say it, there must be something you're hiding. This is called avoiding the main points and attacking the weak points. Don't you know what the special second department does? Do you know our purpose? Wang Wan was not blinded by Zhang Xiaobao's initiative. Even if the right to set the standards was indeed shocking to many people, and they were shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. She was an exception. To her, if Zhang Xiaobao said that he would pull down the moon tomorrow to take a look, she would also think that there must be Saturn or Mars hidden somewhere. She realized that during this period of contact, she had thoroughly understood the nature of an international swindler. That was, the bottom line of people like them was not something they said, but something they did in the end. Until the last critical moment, no one could figure out what was in their heads. Even if Zhang Xiaobao had already explained a lot in the past, and it seemed that he had really exhausted all his ideas and was at his wit's end, she still could not be sure that this would really be the case. Comrade Wang Wan, let me solemnly tell you something now. When the last trump card is revealed, when the story ends, only regret is left. Is your purpose a policy? I understand that. Isn't it to punish the past to avoid the future and treat the sick to save people? I've already thought of this. Alright, let me tell you. In the future, our tour guides have to prevent certain things, such as cheating customers, seducing customers, etc. We also have to have a team doctor who follows the tour guides. We can't let anyone fall ill because of illness, especially not in Sun Simiao's house. Originally, I wanted to keep some secrets, but now that you've asked, I don't have any. I feel that there are actually two sides to this matter. To be specific, it's... Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell us the truth. It's not a team doctor or a scammer. That's just an assistant, okay? It's about the details. As for your ability in this area, there's no need to think about it. It's just a matter of tactics. I'm asking about the strategy now. After Zhang Xiaobao had explained some things, Wang Wan still did not believe him. If others knew about this when she was older, they would definitely criticize her, but she still insisted on asking. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the prawns that he had just peeled for Wang Wan and muttered, I've peeled the prawns for you for nothing. I don't have a strategy. I'm just thinking that in the future, the tourism industry needs to understand the culture, geography, environment, special products, mineral resources, and so on. We can use the coal in Elm Village. Don't other places have it? Wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier? Let the tour group get you some information about various places when they're earning money, just like the messenger. But that's social information, and this is resource information. You clearly had this plan, but you didn't say it out loud. You had to wait for me to ask personally. Is there a follow-up? I always feel that it's not that simple. Just like how you pushed Sanshui County to Shang County step by step, giving your father a kind of credit and a kind of competitive incentive during the speech. Who would have thought that the auspicious signs you made back then would be like this? I don't really believe what you said about chance encounters. I feel that even if you didn't encounter them, you could still do it. So now I want to ask you. Sanshui County's layout, is it really just to win the hearts of the people this time? As long as you're willing to spend money, won't you get the hearts of the people if you want to? Wang Wan looked at the real Zhang Xiaobao in front of her and recalled all the information about him. Suddenly, she felt that she didn't seem to know him well enough, or rather, she couldn't keep up with his thinking. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, in fact, I don't have any ideas. The main thing is whether Huaiyuan can become Shang County. If Huaiyuan can also become Shang County, then I can continue to push for the next step. It's too early to talk about it now. Cuckoo, when Huaiyuan also becomes Shang County, you can realize your dream. I know that you've always wanted to personally command an army and fight against the enemy. I will find a way to find such an opportunity for you, but you have to train the army in advance. Really? How can you do that? Wang Wan had always wanted to personally command an army. She felt that she was the best. She had learned this at the beginning. She didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make her wish come true. She had learned it and won the championship in some exercises. However, no matter how realistic those exercises were, they couldn't be compared to a real battlefield. She had always wanted to play her role and be a female general, the kind who strategized. But now, she only saw Zhang Xiaobao strategizing. She really admired Zhang Xiaobao. He was indeed talented in this area and was willing to work hard. His ability to analyze information and figure out human nature could be said to have reached a superb level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive so many people. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaobao's plan for her, Wang Wan realized for the first time that sometimes, some people's feelings for some people couldn't be expressed with words. If she didn't force him today, Zhang Xiaobao would never say. He couldn't possibly lie to her about this kind of thing. His deception was nothing more than hiding some things. Wang Wan admitted that lying had already reached the level of art for Zhang Xiaobao. The situation he was facing now made him feel disdain. He only needed to use normal methods to earn money. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating like a child, Wang Wan suddenly understood that Zhang Xiaobao was actually very lonely. He was constantly searching for that trace of warmth and family, just so that he could live like a real person and not laugh at the wind and clouds. Xiaobao, do you feel lonely at the top? Wang Wan thought of this and suddenly asked. Just so. I still have my family, the village, and you. I want to see the day when you can also feel this way when you command the army. The world is so big, who else can do it but me? I'm looking forward to being a talented military commander. Seeing that Wang Wan did not continue to ask about the plan, Zhang Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also admired Wang Wan, this strong woman, for being able to give up her own ideas and endure it. I feel that there is a problem with the era we appeared in. If it was the Southern Song dynasty, I would definitely let those people around the country know how powerful they are. The true embodiment of military command is actually very simple. It is to make others unable to hit you, so you can hit others, and form a large number of troops in every place. Wang Wan was happy in her heart and told Zhang Xiaobao the ultimate goal of military command. Zhang Xiaobao nodded after listening. Brilliant. In fact, deception is the same. Don't let others deceive you, and don't let others deceive you. Let's eat. It seems that all things in the world that are targeted are like this. For example, football. You can kick into other people's goal, but you can't let others kick into your goal. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Oh, then let's continue to eat. In fact, there is really a difference. Take the current polo for example. I always feel that it is not played well. Everyone is gathered together to grab the ball. Do you remember what the formation was at the beginning of football? Wang Wan ate a mouthful of water and said. She loved to eat this kind of food, no matter what season it was. What formation? Zhang Xiaobao really did not understand this aspect. The 1010 formation. There were various evolutions later, such as 442, 352, 541, and so on. There was even a scary formation, which was the 1353 formation. Wang Wan said next to him. Are you lying to a fool? Can there be 12 people in a team? Even if Zhang Xiaobao did not understand the rules of football, he knew that a team had 11 people on the field. The goalkeeper came out. Don't think that the goalkeeper can't play football. Their ball control skills are even better than some midfielders. Do you understand what I mean? The tactical evolution of football took a long time to complete. At that time, no one dared to say that they could fully understand the changes of this formation. Then what about polo? Who is Li Longji? Literature, music, politics, sports, as long as it is something that people can be involved in, he is basically not ordinary. Polo is one of them. If you make a better polo field and give more rewards, then there will be fewer people who come to play polo. Wang Wan's thoughts were very active at this time. She was there giving Zhang Xiaobao ideas. Chapter 329. When Zhang Zhong arrived at the foot of the mountain on the east side, there were already many people gathered there. Not only were there people from Huaiyuan County, but there were also people from other places who came to visit their relatives or look for work. Some were holding shovels, some were carrying pickaxes, and some were carrying baskets. They all knew that they were going to build a better path up the mountain to prevent people from being squeezed down when there were too many people. Zhang Zhong had already sent people back to Zhuangzi last night to deliver things here, including all kinds of tools, ropes, and so on. He paid for it first. When the time came, he would take the money from the yamen and naturally sell the things at home. The grocery store couldn't always keep the goods in stock. When he arrived, it was already 3 p.m. Fortunately, he was riding a horse. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while. The people who delivered the goods here would probably have to wait for an hour or two. In order to wait for them, Zhang Zhong asked the yamen runners to be in charge of choosing people. First, they could use people from the county. If there weren't enough people, they could use people from outside. The young and strong people were in charge of building the road, and the slightly weaker people were to assist at the side. If there were women, they would be in charge of cooking and boiling water when the weather was hot. The yamen runners walked to the front of the crowd. They didn't bring a register, so they couldn't recognize everyone. They could only let the people look at each other. After all, this project was for the welfare of the people of Huaiyuan County. Sir, if you do this, won't it be a waste of money and manpower? He Kangji also followed over. He also rode a horse. He felt that the other side hadn't prepared for the matter mentioned in the morning, and it would be a waste of energy to do it here first. Zhang Zhong knew what he was thinking. He had already arranged for someone to go over and give instructions. The rest of the matter was to find some elderly people here and ask them about their legends, stories, and so on. When the time came, the tour guide would recite them for others to hear. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to clean up his grocery store, he wouldn't have prepared to take things out from home. When he heard He Kangji's question, he said, "He Kangji, I don't want to work so early. The dew in the morning and evening is still a little cold. Then why does Sir still want to do this?" He Kangji naturally couldn't think of what it meant to stimulate domestic demand. Many of the commoners have already run out of food. If it weren't for the wild vegetables, they wouldn't have any food to eat. Let me do the math for you. I'm planning to hire 2,000 people to work on the mountain. The yamen is building my house 24 hours a day without rest. At night, they will carry lanterns and work. Rotating back and forth, I need 800 to 900 people. These people were paid. The candles for lanterns and other things had to be bought in the county. Food had to be bought in the county as well. If there wasn't enough in the county, they could get some from elsewhere. My family could get some, and some merchants would also come over to sell. Merchants had to pay taxes when they sold things, and they also needed people to help transport their goods. The tax money was collected by the yamen, and the people who transported the goods also received their wages. The people in the county raised some chickens, ducks, and pigs, and usually kept them for themselves. I have already asked Zhuangzi to send some chickens and piglets over to let the commoners raise more of them. The commoners were afraid that they wouldn't be able to sell them, so they were waiting for the people here to start working. At least they would have meat every day. When the commoners see this situation, they would realize that the people working in the county didn't eat enough. When the people outside come over to sell, they would also send some of their poultry and livestock to sell for money. After selling all of them, I will send out another notice. 1 month later, the roads in the county will be built. This road can't be finished in a short period of time. In the entire county, as long as there are people, the roads will be built there. Zhang Zhong stopped talking and looked at He Kangji. He waited for He Kangji to speak. If He Kangji could follow this train of thought, he was prepared to put him in an important position in the future. He Kangji didn't know that the county magistrate beside him had the idea of putting him in an important position. He wouldn't specifically think about this, but he did try hard to think about it. In the past, he really didn't think about this kind of thing. At this time, after Zhang Zhong mentioned it, he felt as if he had seen something new, something very magical. After a quarter of an hour, Kangji woke up from his various thoughts. He looked at Zhang Zhong with admiration and said, "Sir, I understand. As long as the notice says that when the roads are being built, more poultry or livestock will be used to let the commoners raise them, the commoners will believe it. After all, there is an example here in the mountains. There will be more people raising them, and they won't only keep them for their own families to eat. The chicks you catch will only take a few months to grow up. If they don't wait to lay eggs, they can be killed and eaten in more than 4 months. As for the pigs, we directly catch half of them and raise them. In less than 10 months, they will grow up in 6 or 7 months. When they are sold, the commoners will have spare money in their hands. They will want to buy things. This year's rent has been collected in advance. When the time comes, there will be more food and they won't have to worry about food. They had to buy other things, or save up for their children to choose a wife or build a house. As long as a portion of people were willing to spend money, there wouldn't be enough things here. Merchants would ship things here, and the docks would be more prosperous, and the taxes would be higher. I just thought about it. As long as we do this for 2 years, the Yamen won't be short of money and the commoners' lives will be better. Sir, you are the real parent official. For the sake of the commoners, you actually took out money first. I don't know when you will be able to make up for it. Sir, if you are promoted in the future, let me, He Lingwan, follow you. I don't want to be a small official anymore. I will just follow you and help you copy documents. As Kangji spoke, he made up his mind. In the future, he would follow Rinpochen and see what else Rinpochen could do. It was really amazing. In such a difficult time, as long as he took out the first sum of money and invested it, he could move the whole county. If every county magistrate of Huayuan County was not greedy and followed Lord Zhang's path, what would become of Huayuan County after 10 years? Zhang Zhong did not expect Kangji to think so much. Although he was not completely right, it was not bad. Especially when Kangji surrendered before Zhang Zhong asked him to put him in an important position. This saved him a lot of trouble. In the future, he would need someone to help him do things, so Kangji was useful. Sir, do you think I am still lacking? Can't I follow you? Kangji was full of hope. When he saw that the county magistrate did not speak, he asked anxiously. Zhang Zhong smiled at him and said, "Just follow me. Let's settle this Huayuan County first. In the future, you can follow me to other places. You will still be an official. If I am promoted, you will also be promoted. If I change departments, you will also be with me." Kangji was happy at first, but later he was confused. Whether he could be promoted or which department he would be in did not seem to be decided by the county magistrate. Now, the county magistrate could change his position. Could it be that he could go to the capital in the future? Zhang Zhong also knew this, but he was not afraid. He had a good son. If he said that he was the best in the state, then he was the best. If he said that he was the top scorer, then he was the top scorer. If he said that he was the county magistrate, then he was the county magistrate. The most surprising thing was that he could decide where he was going to be. It was as if the imperial court was his son's restaurant. Looking at Kangji's puzzled eyes, Zhang Zhong laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Kangji, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. You will know in the future. As you said just now, you are still lacking. You need to learn more. If you don't understand, you can ask. The people's livelihood is a college examination. It is much more difficult than being the top scorer." "Sir, you are right. It is difficult. But I feel that the top scorer is not easy. There is only one person in each field. Sir, you are still young, but you have already passed the examination. Sir, what should we do next? When Kangji heard the county magistrate say that he was lacking, he was not angry at all. Zhang Zhong used his hand to point at the road they had come from. The next step is to distribute the goods. The commoners can't work without good tools. I transferred some from the farmstead and earned some money while I was at it. Kangji looked back. Sure enough, there was a fleet of carriages there. They must be carrying tools. He did not care where they were from or who made the money. He just wanted to see what this place would become in the future. It was fine as long as it could catch up with Sanshui County. There were many rich people who wanted to build houses there. Living there was comfortable. Master, last night, you sent someone back to the manor to deliver a letter. The family is ready and the things have been transported here. There is also a letter from Madam. Madam asked me to tell Master to quickly finish the construction of the house here and move the family here. Madam can help Master take care of trivial matters. A servant who followed them here handed a letter to Zhang Zhong and said to Zhang Zhong at the same time. Soon, soon. If you work 24 hours a day without rest, the house will be finished in about 10 days. Lead the people over there to distribute the goods. Don't be in a hurry to go back tonight. Rest in the Jinlai building here. I still have something for you to do tomorrow. Zhang Zhong ordered again. He waved his hand and let the servant go. Kangji watched and listened at the side. Seeing the county magistrate's servants dressed well and following the rules, he admired Zhang Zhong more and more. The commoners had already made their own choices and assigned the work to them. Those who did heavy work would naturally receive more wages. At this time, when they saw that the county magistrate had prepared people to work for them, they stood in line and came to receive their work. There weren't many people here today. Perhaps there would be more tomorrow. There weren't many outsiders either. Even if they joined, they couldn't stop them from working when they didn't have enough manpower. As long as the people were not forced to a certain extent, they were very obedient. Even if there were wild vegetables to fill their stomachs, they would not think of rebelling. Now that they had taken the tools, they immediately started to work. Originally, Zhang Zhong planned to start tomorrow. After more than 2 hours, the sky would gradually become dark. Looking at the people working there, Zhang Zhong realized that something was missing. He didn't ask anyone to prepare food, so he hurriedly asked someone to go back and get the ingredients so that they could cook here. The firewood was taken from the mountain. With the rake, they could get a lot of firewood to start the fire. Chapter 330. While the people at the foot of the mountain were busy, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were also busy at home. They were busy looking for something and the seal was gone. Who saw my seal? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao kept repeating this sentence. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember where the seal was lost. It was still used at noon. How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? The servants at home were afraid that the master would vent his anger on them if they went over at this time, so they all hid and let Deputy County Magistrate Xiao struggle. The servant who accompanied him last night was also helping him. Seeing that the master was anxious, he advised, Master, why don't you go to the yamen and tell the yamen runners and ask them to help you look for it? Or you can ask Registrar Zhan. No, I can't go to the yamen. If the people in the yamen know that my seal is lost, they will definitely tell Zhang Zhong. I am afraid that Zhang Zhong will use this matter to make trouble. Let's go and ask Registrar Zhan first. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao did not have time to sleep at this time. He changed into casual clothes and went out to Registrar Zhan's house. He was worried that Zhang Zhong would need to report to the imperial court first after he knew that the seal was lost. Then he could only wait for the imperial court to issue another seal. This would waste a lot of time. Without the seal, there were some things that could not be done. If those merchants bought land and he did not have the seal, it would be easy for him to not get any benefits. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao reached the door of Registrar Jean's house, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Registrar Jean was also coming out. The two of them looked at each other and asked at the same time, "Did you see my seal?" "What? Your seal is also gone." The two of them said at the same time again. "What should we do?" "Brother Baiyong, you have to think of a way. The seal is gone, we can only ask Zhang Zhong to report to the imperial court. If he gives the land away now, we will not get any benefits. We can't do anything bad to him. If we want to report to the imperial court will not recognize it if we don't have the seal." Registrar Jean was anxious now. He also thought of the issue of the land and asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao to think of a way. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't have any good ideas. He was also anxious. He paced back and forth in front of Mr. Jean's house. From time to time, he would stop and say a few harsh words, saying what he would do after he found out who took the seal. While the two of them were fretting, the copywriter who used to have a good relationship with them came over and said, "Sirs, is it because you can't find the seal?" "What? How do you know? Did you take it?" Shen Yuan, to think that Registrar Jean and I have treated you so well. You actually took away our seals. Fine, tell us, what do you want?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao thought that Shen Yuan wanted to get some benefits from them by taking away their seals, so he asked angrily. Shen Wendan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly explained, "My lord, my two lords, how would I dare to take your seal? It was stolen by a person called Louis Yi. When the two lords came out of the restaurant after eating, he is now a bailiff and the two lords' seals are still in the signing room." "Who is Louis Yi?" "Bailiff? Good, he dares to be a bailiff, see if I don't. Since the seal has been taken back, then let's leave it at that." Shen Yuan, to think that Registrar Jean and I have treated you so well. Thank you for telling us about this matter. Otherwise, we would still be anxious. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard that the matter of the seal had been settled, he originally wanted to take revenge. However, he suddenly changed his mind. After all, he had to go through Zhang Zhong to deal with a bailiff. He could only find an opportunity in the future. He had just criticized Shen Yuan, and now he praised him. Shen Yuan didn't dare to argue about the matter just now. His purpose of coming here was not just because of this. He smiled and said, "My lord, it's good that you are not anxious. My lord, I have an idea. What do you think will happen if we steal the seal of the county magistrate? Didn't we help a person who specializes in stealing things before? He is now living in the county. Let's find him and let him steal the seal of the county magistrate. Then we can do more things and we don't have to worry about the county magistrate. What do you think, my lord? This is not appropriate, right? If someone finds out, the crime will not be small. If not, his head will fall to the ground. Why don't you go and arrange it? After the matter is done, you will be rewarded. If it fails, you can take the money and go far away." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was really tempted, but he didn't want to do it himself, so he pushed it to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan had done a lot of things with them, so he had no choice but to agree. Shen Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his idea would get him involved. Looking at the two people's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will arrange for someone to find that cab burglar. Once he is found, I will let that person leave Huayuan County. But he can't leave without taking a single copper coin, right? I don't have that much money. Let's do this. Brother Shangyun, since it's in your house, you can take out 100 strings of coins and give it to that person. Take a few strings of coins and give the rest of the money." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Jean. Registrar Jean had no choice but to agree. He turned around and took out 50 taels of silver and 2 strings of copper coins. He said, "Silver is easier to spend. Copper coins are heavy if you take too much. We only have this much silver in the house. 50 taels is enough. We can even set up a small house outside." Shen Yuan wanted to keep a portion of the 100 strings of coins for himself, but he didn't expect Registrar Zhan to only take 50 taels of silver. If it was given to the person who did the deed, it was not a small amount. After putting away the silver, he picked up the copper coins that weighed more than 10 kilograms and left with both of them. After Shen Yuan left, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were no longer in the mood to sleep. Both of them went to the Yamen together to take back their seals. After asking the Yamen runners, they found out that Zhang Zhong had gone to the mountain. Both of them smiled sinisterly. They felt that they could teach Zhang Zhong a lesson soon. Zhang Zhong was still at the foot of the mountain doing business. How would he know that someone was plotting against him? In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, the sky was a little cloudy. Zhang Zhong looked at the sky and said to He Kangji, "It seems that it will be raining for the next 2 days. We need to get people to prepare some straw raincoats and bamboo hats. Buy them and let the people make them themselves. If they can make it, we will buy them for them to wear. Also, people who live far away can't travel back and forth. Set up some tents here. Tell the people at the docks to tell them that we need 500 tents that can accommodate 4 people. Let the merchants name their price. Whichever tents are good and cheap will be used. Forget it, ask if there is anyone in the county who specializes in this and let them hire people to do it. We will only give them 2 days, 500 tents." "I understand. I will arrange it now. They have to pay taxes when they sell tents. Hiring people can make more money for the people." At this time, He Kangji didn't need to be reminded to understand why the county magistrate changed his mind. He agreed and turned around to find someone to make the arrangements. The people who were working didn't know how much the county magistrate had thought for them, but the people who were waiting to cook were at the side. They finally understood how good the new county magistrate was to them. They whispered to each other and all the topics revolved around the new county magistrate. Zhang Zhong also asked people to tell the people who were working that they couldn't have a safe place to sleep for the next 2 days. He asked them to hold on a little longer. They could light more bonfires to warm themselves. At night, they would be given more pancakes and bone soup. After doing this, Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said to the servants at home, "Go back and tell Cuckoo that I won't go back tonight. I will stay with the people. Let her read Arya by herself today. That's all for now." The servants knew. When they went back, they told the young master and young lady. But when they thought of this book, they felt a little scared. This book was all about explaining some words. It was so boring. Only the young master and young lady could read it. Night fell quickly. The clouds in the sky became denser. The stars and moon couldn't be seen. Bonfires were lit one by one. There were also curtains to block the rain. The rain hadn't fallen yet. Looking at the sky, it seemed like there was going to be a big one. The cooks had already prepared the food. There was only one rice dish, rice. There was only a stew dish with some meat and bones. There were also some wild vegetables from the mountain. Zhang Zhong asked people to bring the eggplants, but no one was willing to eat them. They dug the wild vegetables themselves. There were also some mushrooms that were added to the stew. The garlic sauce was also prepared. A big bucket was placed there. When it rained later, they would scoop it out and dip it into the fatty meat slices. The people were willing to endure hardships. Originally, Zhang Zhong wanted to let them eat when it was dark. In the end, none of the people ate. They lit torches and continued to work. They would eat when it rained. The appearance of the people made Zhang Zhong decide that he must build Huayuan County as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would let down the people and his official robes. After waiting for another 2 hours, the rain finally fell under Zhang Zhong's expectation. The people who were working finally stopped and came to eat. Those who were in charge of cooking quickly filled the bowls for those who were working. Zhang Zhong also came over with a bowl. Those who were filling the bowls did not dare to move. A servant of the Zhang family also came over and said, "Master, shall we eat something else? We'll eat this today. We usually eat too much other food. It's only one time. Let's eat more. I'm hungry too." Zhang Zhong held the bowl and said. He wanted to try the taste of the food. If it didn't work, he would ask someone to come over and teach him. A dish with meat should not be bad. He also added a lot of oil and seasonings. Zhang Zhong felt that his method was normal, but the people didn't think so. The people who served the rice were so moved that tears flowed down. They specially picked some fatty meat slices for the county magistrate. Zhang Zhong frowned. He didn't want to eat this. He wanted to eat some wild vegetables and mushrooms, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, what would the people think of him? Zhang Zhong's actions instantly closed the gap between the commoners. When the commoners saw that the county magistrate was also eating this and was enjoying it, they also ate happily. Today, they completely understood what kind of official the new county magistrate was. Chapter 331. In the mountains, pickaxes fell one after another. The sweating did not stop. Mud trucks came and went, and the rain poured down. It was just dawn, and the rain was still falling. It seemed to be getting heavier. The people put on the straw raincoats and bamboo hats that were sent to them and hurriedly ate breakfast before throwing themselves back to work. Zhang Zhong, who had stayed with them all night, also got on the carriage and headed to the county office. Horses could not be ridden anymore. Zhang Zhong gained a lot from this night, and the people approved of him from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also got up. The two of them really did read Airy yesterday. In fact, it was like reading a dictionary. After reading for 4 hours, their minds were muddled. The two of them ate tofu pudding. There were 3 long brocade boxes on the table, each with a ginseng in it. The long whiskers were as thick as a strand of hair at the bottom, but they were not broken. There was even a red string at the top. This was the ability of those merchants. Zhang Xiaobao did not know where they found these 300-year-old ginseng. Last night, in the middle of the night, in the rain, 3 ginseng. With 3 ginseng, Zhang Xiaobao could go out to play. 3. They don't want money. It seems that they want father to do something for them. All right, keep it. You must keep it. After a few hundred years, it will become a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Then, our plan can begin. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to read ginseng, so he was not sure if it was a 100-year-old ginseng. He thought that the merchants did not have the guts to cheat his father. He could not accept the ginseng for free. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bribery? Zhang Xiaobao decided to help the merchants think of a way to make money after they bought the land. I have never seen you calculate like this. What 1,000-year-old? It's a fossil. Let's go to Yushu village tomorrow. It's time to dig the coal there. Do you think there will be oil where there is coal? Wang Wan closed the 3 boxes and said to Zhang Xiaobao. How would I know? Even if there is oil, I don't know how to refine it. I'll be satisfied if I can burn coal in the winter. In a while, get someone to call my father back. We have to get back the money we invested as soon as possible. Invest more. It's best if we invest the money for the road as well. When that time comes, it'll be too late even if someone wants to object. Zhang Xiaobao finished the last mouthful of the bun, clapped his hands, and jumped down to find someone to call for his father. Because of the rain, Zhang Zhong took the bus back again. He set off from the mountain in the morning and arrived at his destination at noon. The wheels of the bus broke down twice on the way. Zhang Xiaobao was a little anxious while waiting. Those merchants were even more anxious than Zhang Xiaobao. They were waiting for the county magistrate to come back from a tea stall opposite the yamen. They drank tea from morning until noon. Once they saw the tea, they would feel salty and astringent in their mouths. They ate some snacks, but they didn't know whether they were full or hungry. The owner of the tea stall poked the middle of the shed with a stick to get rid of the rainwater on top of the shed. He brewed a new batch of tea and added some salt, ginger, and other things. He brought it to the merchants who were waiting here and said, "It's very wet outside. Why don't you come in and have a seat?" "No, we'll wait here." "Can't you not put so much in the tea? I don't know how it tastes in my mouth." "Go to the docks and have a look. There are only tea leaves and water. It's much better than this tea." A merchant said this for the fourth time. Ever since they drank tea at the docks, they didn't want to drink this tea anymore. Unfortunately, the docks didn't sell tea leaves, only tea water. It was very expensive, and they didn't know where it came from. He didn't know, but the owner of the tea shop knew. This time, he explained, "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to sell that kind of tea leaves. I've also tasted it. The taste is indeed different from this tea. But that tea was made by Zhangjie Zhuangzi and sold to the docks. I don't know how to make it. There are many kinds of tea dumplings and tea cakes in my shop. Even if you don't put the salt and directly soak them in water, the taste won't be the same. If you can find the recipe, I'm willing to pay 500 strings of coins. Don't even think about it. With the recipe, I won't sell it even if it's 50,000 strings of coins. I'll open my own tea stall." The merchant replied. At this time, a person beside him stood up and looked towards the east. His face showed a happy expression and said, "Don't worry about the tea. The county magistrate is back." Everyone turned their heads and looked. Sure enough, the county magistrate's carriage appeared in the rain. Several merchants didn't care about the rain outside and rushed out. The last person threw down the tea money and ran while shouting, "Wait for me, wait for me." Zhang Zhong stopped at Jinlai Tower before coming over. He knew that someone had sent the ginseng and could proceed to the next step. "Sir, you're back. How's your son?" A merchant rushed to the side of the carriage and asked with concern. In fact, he was reminding Zhang Zhong that the ginseng had been sent. Zhang Zhong lifted the curtain and said to this person, "Yes, I just went to see him. He has already woken up. The medicine last night was really good. Did you send the ginseng? Tell me, what do you want?" "My lord, I want the recipe for that tea." The merchant suddenly changed the topic they had agreed on before. "Oh. The recipe of the tea. That can't be done. It doesn't belong to my family. It belongs to the Wang family. How about I send you some tea? 50 kilograms. What do you think?" Of course, Zhang Zhong wouldn't give him the recipe. The tea was not only for money, but also as a gift. When the merchant heard that he only wanted to send tea, 50 kilograms was indeed a lot, but it would be used up one day. Moreover, there was also some tea at the dock. He shook his head and said, "Sir, then we want to change it. We want to buy a piece of land near the dock. What do you think?" "Oh, that's easy. Buy a piece of land. Is it a piece of land without an owner?" Zhang Zhong asked deliberately. At this time, the carriage had already arrived at the entrance of the government office. Someone held an umbrella for them. Zhang Zhong got out of the carriage and motioned for the merchants to go in and discuss with him. At this time, a fast horse galloped from the side. A person wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat was walking on the road. It seemed that he didn't hear the sound of the horse's hooves. The people around him immediately shouted at this person. Seeing that the horse was only a few zhang away from the man finally reacted. Shocked, he suddenly jumped to the side and bumped into Zhang Zhong. Only then did the guards of the prince's mansion come to their senses and protect Zhang Zhong. When they got off the carriage just now, Zhang Zhong was surrounded by merchants. The guards had been outside the carriage the whole time. In a moment of desperation, the man rushed quickly and didn't have time to block them. Seeing that Zhang Zhong was fine and that person was not an assassin, they were relieved. They secretly decided to protect him more closely in the future. Otherwise, if the little prince found out, it would be troublesome. "How is it? Are you hurt?" Zhang Zhong asked the person who was almost trampled by the horse. "No, I'm not hurt. I'm just scared." "Sir, you do your thing. Don't worry about me." The person seemed to be frightened and said with a trembling voice, "Why don't you rest in the government office?" Zhang Zhong saw that the person was fine and invited him. The person shook his head so hard that the water on his bamboo hat splashed onto Zhang Zhong's face. After saying this, he lowered his head and left in a hurry. Zhang Zhong didn't care. He took the person into a room in the government office and asked someone to bring tea. He sat there and repeated what he had just said. The leader of the merchants said honestly, "Sir, there is a field over there. It's owned. But we can buy it. He will agree if we give him more money. But there is a field over there. Sir, do you think we can buy it for other things? Here is what we will do in the future. Erniu has already told us." As the merchant spoke, he took out a lot of envelopes and put them on the table. It was the proposal that Zhang Zhong asked them to write. Zhang Zhong casually took out one of the envelopes and looked at it. He nodded and said, "This is not bad. But there is a field over there. You will have to pay more money. Are you willing to do that?" Yes, we are willing." The merchant thought that the penalty would not be too high. A field used to grow rice would only produce once a year. A few strings of coins per mu was not a small amount. It was a few times more than the cost of growing rice. Zhang Zhong nodded again. "It's good that you are willing. We will see what is suitable for growing in that field. We will pay according to the price. We will pay once a year. But this matter is not decided by me alone. The Registrar General and the Deputy County Magistrate also have to agree." "Agreed, sir." Registrar General Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao have agreed. They told us about it the night before yesterday. You said that the two of them agreed. Do you think they will agree just because they agreed? They have not come to me before. How about this, let them come to me and I will ask. If they really agree, you will take over the land. Do you know that there is a difference in the local tax? Zhang Zhong said with a look of disbelief. We know. The tax will be higher. We will pay. We are willing to pay. County Magistrate, we will go to the Deputy County Magistrate and the Registrar General now. We will let them talk to you then. Is that okay? The merchants knew that the tax was high, but they could earn more. Seeing that the matter was settled, they agreed immediately. They were afraid that the county magistrate would change his mind, so they went to look for Registrar General Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Both of them were exhausted. Zhang Zhong was not back, so they could only help to solve some cases. Usually, they could solve cases according to their preferences. But today, they could not. There were still bailiffs and the Deputy County Magistrate at the side. Both of them had no choice but to solve the case seriously. It was not a big matter, but just a small matter. But they had to solve it. Luckily, they had hired many bailiffs. For example, whose house was washed away by water, whose chicken was lost, who took over whose land, etc. It was good to have bailiffs. They could continuously send them out to solve the case. Just now when the rain was heavy, there were fewer people. They took some time to rest and the merchants came to look for them. Registrar General Jean, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, the county magistrate has agreed. I would like to ask for your opinion. I would like to ask for your opinion. The esteemed person found the two of them. As he spoke, he gave them 10,000 strings of coins, 5,000 strings of coins each. With the money, they could exchange it for real money or silk. Chapter 332. County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that you agreed to let those businessmen buy the fertile land. County Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhang came to Zhang Zhong because of the 5,000 strings of cash. Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't say whether he agreed or not. Instead, he asked, do you think that the fertile land should be sold? The two paused and exchanged glances. Registrar Zhang spoke first, County Magistrate Zhang, I don't see any fertile land there. It's clearly a wasteland. Leaving it there won't produce any crops. Why not sell it? Who said that it's a wasteland? Just now, those businessmen also admitted that it's a fertile land. They are willing to pay a fine every year according to the amount of crops that can be grown in the field. Registrar Jean, don't tell me that you can't even differentiate between fertile land and wasteland. Zhang Zhong didn't follow Registrar Jean's words. He rebuked and reprimanded him. Registrar Jean didn't expect that those businessmen were willing to pay the money now. He thought that it was like what they had agreed on. In that case, Zhang Zhong could decide by himself. Why did he need to ask the two of them? County Deputy Xiao was also puzzled. He wanted to guess what Zhang Zhong was thinking, but he couldn't. He could only cough softly and said, County Magistrate Zhang, since it's like this, then sell it. You can also collect more taxes. When the time comes, you can make up for the money you paid. When County Deputy Xiao talked about the money, he realized that Zhang Zhong wanted to get back the money. Although the money from selling the land and the fine couldn't be compared to what Zhang Zhong paid, at least they could get back some of it. At this time, Zhang Zhong said, since everyone has agreed, then write a written agreement. When the higher-ups pursue the matter, we can also advance and retreat together. When they find the owner of the field, spend money to buy it and let them do their own thing. Lord Zhang is straightforward. We will write it now. Registrar Zhang didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so straightforward. He even changed the way he addressed him after getting the 5,000 strings of cash. Deputy Xiao didn't have much to say and agreed. The three of them each had a copy of the written documents. When the case was investigated, the three of them had to bear the responsibility together. After talking about this matter, Registrar Zhang and District Deputy Xiao thought of the land on the other side of the mountain. There was no one there and it belonged to the government. Both of them wanted to buy it first and build a shop as soon as possible. They didn't know what kind of shop to open and would think about it in the future. They didn't expect Zhang Zhong to bring it up before they could say anything. There's one more thing. It's about the mountain. The land on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain is like this. I want to rent out the land on the mountain, for example, to build a pavilion. If people do business in the pavilion, they will have to take some money. What do you think? Good. County Magistrate Zhang is right. There will be more and more people there in the future. Naturally, we will have to rent it. What about the land at the foot of the mountain? County Magistrate Xiao really admired Zhang Zhong's thinking now. He even thought about this. Zhang Zhong knew what both of them were thinking. Anyone who knew about that place would try to occupy it. Just now, when he was waiting for the Registrar Zhan and District Deputy Xiao, the nephew of the former Minister of Revenue, Bai Go, had sent someone over to talk about it. It was a pity that although the place was good, he couldn't give it to his nephew. Not to mention him, even his own house couldn't occupy it. That was the place where Sun Simiao used to live. There were even going to be tombstones there. How many medical doctors were studying there? How many doctors and apprentices were yearning for it? His son had said that the place would be very prosperous in the future. There would be countless people coming and going. There was also going to be a Taoist temple there. No one could monopolize this kind of place with humanistic thoughts. It was like a pilgrimage. They could only give up the benefits and return the income to the county. The only thing they could occupy was the water bubble there. In the future, they could make it into a lake. It was connected to the river not far from there. They could have some ideas on it. As for the mountain, they could give it to the people in the imperial court, including the emperor. Zhang Zhong knew what his son meant. He wanted to sell the land to the two of them very cheaply. At that time, the two of them would be unlucky. But it would take a long time. How much money could the two of them have? Losing 2,000 or 3,000 strings of coins was enough to make them go crazy. How much money could the businessmen give them? How could they build the place quickly with that little money? It wasn't their own house. They didn't care about thousands of strings of coins at all. Just the title of Zhuang Yuan cost them more than 100,000 strings of coins. Of course, this was impossible. His son and daughter-in-law were full of such things. Lord Zhang, say something. Just as Zhang Zhong was thinking about something, Registrar Zhan couldn't hold it in any longer and approached him to ask. Zhang Zhong came out of his thoughts and said, I know what the two of you mean, but that place can't be given to the two of you. He's like this. Zhang Zhong said part of what he was thinking about just now. He didn't say the part where he made money. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat. They didn't expect there to be so many things, but they couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong didn't take this opportunity to harm the two of them. At that time, no one could save the two of them. Sir, what are you? Even if Registrar Zhan had always wanted to get rid of Zhang Zhong, he couldn't help but admire Zhang Zhong's magnanimity. He clearly had the opportunity to harm the two of them, but he didn't. Instead, he said it. Zhang Zhong didn't answer him. Instead, he said, here's what I'm thinking. The government office will pay for the construction of shops there. When the time comes, we'll rent them out and rent them again every 3 years. Whoever pays the highest price will be able to rent it. Whoever has the most ability will be able to rent it. When the time comes, everyone will do business together. Even if I'm no longer the county magistrate, the new county magistrate won't dare to have any ideas about that place. There's no money in the account now. I can pay for it. When the Yamen has the money, they will give it to me. In the future, when they rent it for 3 years, the minimum price for each shop will be 1,700 strings of coins. As for the bigger shops, the price will be higher. If the two of you are willing to rent them, I can rent a few rooms to you first. You don't have to compete with others for this. My family is also planning to build a few. As for the other people in the Yamen, as long as they can afford it and don't rent it for others, they can be set aside first. As for those shops, whoever rents them can run them for 3 years. During these 3 years, they can't rent them out. This is to prevent the price from being too high. If the people who come can't afford it, then the place will be wasted. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao listened to Zhang Zhong's words. They were speechless for a long time. They really couldn't understand what benefits Zhang Zhong's family would get from doing this. They could even give up such a big benefit. It seemed that everything was for the sake of the people of Huayuan. This kind of thing was impossible for the two of them. If they didn't take the opportunity to make more money, what was the use of being a good official? Was this the difference between the rich and the poor? That's right. The Zhang family didn't have to work hard to make money. They opened their own businesses, but they couldn't. They had only made some money in the past few years. Registrar Zhan was a little shaken. He didn't want to continue to deal with Zhang Zhong. He looked at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He was suppressed by Zhang Zhong's magnanimity and his dignity of wholeheartedly serving the people. He felt that Zhang Zhong was a gentleman and he was a villain. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was also thinking about it. However, he didn't feel that there was a difference between a gentleman and a villain. He just wanted to live a better life. He wanted to be above others. What he thought was, didn't the current emperor get the position after the Xuanwu Gate? Thinking of this, he made a decision. County Magistrate Zhang, since this is the case, let's write another document. He wanted Zhang Zhong to take out more money. Anyway, the Yamen couldn't have money immediately unless those businessmen were willing to give Zhang Zhong money. Now it seemed that they wouldn't. The Zhang family was rich and had given him ginseng. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Okay, let's write it." The two of them wrote the document as fast as they could and pressed their own seals on it. Zhang Zhong reached into his pocket to take the seal. When he touched it, his face suddenly changed. There was no seal in his pocket. Where did it go? Well, that matter hasn't been settled yet. Let me go back and think about it. That's all for today. When the businessmen buy other people's land, we can do business there. Zhang Zhong took out his hand from his pocket and said to Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Both of them were stunned. Seeing that Zhang Zhong didn't want to say anything else, they could only leave. Brother Baiyong, are we still going to deal with Zhang Zhong? He helped us today. Otherwise, if we really bought that land, we might even lose our lives. Registrar Zhan said to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao after walking out of the door and dozens of steps. What? Are you afraid of him? Don't think that I don't know that he didn't say those words for us. He was afraid that we would be delayed for too long. If he really wanted to harm us, he would have to wait for us to fix that place first and for him to bring a lot of people over. When would that happen? He can't wait. He wants to bribe us and make us listen to him. Both of us are older than him. His family is just a little rich. If he wants us to listen to him, he can dream on. After this year, you will be 30 years old. Are you willing to be his assistant? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao obviously thought differently from Registrar Zhan. He was used to being domineering. Even when County Magistrate Wen was here, his words had a certain effect. County Magistrate Wen just wanted to discuss with him. Registrar Zhan didn't have much of an opinion. When he heard Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's words, he immediately explained. No, I don't think so. I just think that it's too difficult to defeat him. Let's give him a boost and let him get promoted. At that time, won't we have the final say in Huayuan County? Dream on. At that time, Huayuan County will be like Sanshui County. The one with the surname Qing left and the one with the surname Jia came immediately. We can't let him do his job well. Otherwise, we won't have another chance. Let him get promoted. Why don't we get promoted? Even if he gets promoted, he will still have a higher position than us. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said angrily. He was afraid that the people around him wouldn't continue to do things with him. My lord, my two lords, you are here. Look, what have I brought? Suddenly, a person ran in front of them. It was Xin Yuan. When he arrived in front of them, he put his hand into his other sleeve. Chapter 333. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Xin Yuan in confusion. When Xin Yuan took out a piece of the seal from his sleeve and saw a touch of yellow light, they finally understood what it was. Put it away. Don't talk. Let's go. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao pushed Xin Yuan's hand and let him put the seal back into his sleeve. The three of them hurriedly came to a place where there was no one, and then they felt relieved. Xin Yuan took out the seal again. The two of them hurriedly looked at the words "Seal of Huayuan County Magistrate" on it and quickly let Xin Yuan put it away. Xin Yuan, Have you arranged for the two people over there? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked cautiously. Yes, the two of them left together. The person who delivered the seal told me that after this matter, he didn't owe us anything anymore. He was alone and wouldn't come back in the future. He also told us not to think of ways to find him. Shen Yuan had an indescribable feeling of excitement. He found this matter was so exciting that he stole the seal of the county magistrate. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao finally felt relieved and said, "No one will find him in the future. You keep the seal well. It's better to hide it in a place where no one knows." Humph. Let's see how he can carry out the government order this time. Registrar Zhang's expression changed and he also said, "When the businessmen buy that place and come here to exchange the deed, Zhang Zhong won't be able to do anything." Of course. People like us can report to the higher-ups if we lose the seal. The higher-ups won't care about people like us. But if a county magistrate loses the seal, he might lose his official position. Shen Yuan felt that he had done an earth-shattering thing, so he also said happily, "Hurry up and let those businessmen talk about the matter of buying the land." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt that he couldn't control himself and wanted to shout. Now he knew why Zhang Zhong had changed his mind when he went to take out the seal. The seal was gone. A county magistrate had actually lost his seal. How capable was he? Could he do anything for the people? That was when there was a seal. Now, let's see who can save you. The three of them returned to the front with similar but slightly different feelings. They still had to continue to solve the case in the afternoon. This was not Sanshui County. Everyone in the Yamen could only stroll outside and chat with the people. There were still many things to deal with in Huayuan County. However, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao no longer felt unhappy about helping the county magistrate deal with these things. He had already regarded himself as the county magistrate now. Many things in Huayuan County had not been completed yet. Now that Zhang Zhong had stepped down, it was natural for him to take over as the county magistrate of this county. Zhang Zhong was very anxious now. How could the seal be gone? He called the guards of the prince's mansion to ask them. After some analysis, they finally figured out when the official seal was lost. It was the person who was startled by the horse and stole the seal the moment the horse bumped into him. Zhang Zhong wanted to seal the whole county and only allow people to enter but not leave. He also wanted to check everyone's body. However, he knew that it was impossible. Once he did that, everyone would know that he had lost the seal. That would be the end of him. Besides, if that person hid himself, where could he find him? Huayuan County was so big that there were not so many people. After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong had to send out 18 of the 20 guards of the prince's mansion. He asked them to think about what the person who bumped into him looked like. They would ride around and look for him. If they found him, they would catch him. Although he knew that there was little hope, he had to put his last hope on it. When the 18 guards left, County Deputy Xiao and the others also knew about it. They were secretly happy. The businessmen were also urged by them to hurry up and buy land. This was a small matter and they did not need the official seal of the county magistrate. This made County Deputy Xiao slightly disappointed. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Zhong looked at the drenched guards and asked. Everyone shook their heads. Go back to Jinlai restaurant. Zhang Zhong had no other choice. He called out and walked out. When he walked to the door, he saw Registrar Zhan, County Deputy Xiao and Shen Wendi were also preparing to leave. The three of them looked very happy. It seemed that they were going to have a gathering outside. County Magistrate, you are going too. Why don't the four of us go and have a meal together? County Deputy Xiao saw Zhang Zhong and changed the way he addressed Zhang Zhong. He was so confident that he could win. He said to Zhang Zhong with a smile of exultation. No, I have to go and see my son. Zhang Zhong was not in the mood to chat with them. After saying a few words, he quickly got on the carriage and left. Humph. Let's see how long you can be the county magistrate. Bah. County Deputy Xiao looked at the carriage that he could not get on now and spat fiercely. On the way, Zhang Zhong was in a trance. He really did not know what to do. What would happen if he lost his official seal? After a while, the carriage finally entered the courtyard where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed. Zhang Zhong walked out of the carriage as if he had lost his soul. He walked into the house of his son and daughter-in-law. The moment he entered the house, he smelled a fragrance. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood to eat. He went to the study and found no one. He went to the bedroom and found no one. He went to the side hall and found no one. He smelled the fragrance and went directly to the kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy there. They were steaming something in the pot in the kitchen. The two of them were also pouring soup into the steamed buns. The two of them were chatting while they were cooking. Xiaobao, it's too troublesome to do this. Why don't you put in frozen stuffing? Other people use crab stuffing. Do you think the shrimp stuffing is delicious? I don't care about that kind of cooking method. Let's make the best ones. At this time, the shrimp stuffing is the most fragrant. If you don't taste it carefully, the taste is actually the same. When my father comes back, I have to teach him how to eat it. Otherwise, it will burn his mouth. Who says it's the same? There is someone. Wang Wan was talking when the two of them turned around at the same time. The sound of steam in the pot and the comfortable environment here affected their perception of the outside. At the same time, Zhang Zhong did not have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, the two of them would have discovered it earlier. Father, you are back. You haven't eaten yet, right? I made a new dish for you, soup dumplings. It's delicious. You can try it later. Father, what's wrong with you? When Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father had come, he said happily. Suddenly, he found that his father's expression was a little strange. No, nothing. I will try Xiaobao and Cuckoo's cooking in a while. You go ahead with your work. Zhang Zhong's mood was better at this time. Looking at the two children busily making food for him, he felt that no matter how difficult the days were, he would be able to persevere. Whose family's children could make such delicious food at such a young age? He had never seen such a thing before. So what if he lost his official seal? With his identity as the top scorer, he would not be beheaded. In addition, he had offered something. Even the emperor had to think about it carefully. At worst, he would quit being the county magistrate and go back to Sanshui County. So what if he was the county magistrate? He still had to listen to his family. It was not too difficult to find a chance to start again in the future. Well, let's eat first. Let's taste the food made by my son and daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong's mood was much better. He turned around and went to the dining room, waiting for the soup dumplings to be ready. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao continued to cook, waiting for the soup to be poured in. When the pot was ready, Zhang Xiaobao began to stir-fry. He had a very small pan with a flat bottom. He put the things cut with a small kitchen knife into it to stir-fry. Wang Wan was watching the pan. After busying for half an hour, the soup dumplings were ready. Zhang Xiaobao also made two dishes. One was stir-fried shredded beef with coriander, and the other was stir-fried prawns. The two dishes were made at the same time. The beef had been blanched with water first, and the two dishes were served one after another. Zhang Xiaobao put the dishes on the tray and held it with one hand. Wang Wan used a bamboo clip to pick up the soup dumplings one by one on the plate with vegetable leaves. The two people came to the dining room one after another. Father Zhang was sitting there. He had already thought it through. He would report this matter directly to the capital and not ask for help. He believed that there would be people in the capital who would help. If it really didn't work, he would go back home. As for the death penalty or exile, it was impossible for him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put the soup dumplings and vegetables on the table and sat together opposite Zhang Zhong. "Father, try the soup dumplings made by your son." "Father, when you eat this soup dumplings, you have to first make a small bite of the soup dumplings, and then—" "Forget it, father, let's put it this way. The soup in the soup dumplings is very hot, and there is a lot of soup. Be careful when you eat it. Don't burn it." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell his father how to eat the soup dumplings, but after saying a few words, he felt that it was unnecessary. Wasn't it just too hot? He just had to be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong picked up a steamed bun and placed it on the plate. He carefully made a small bite of the steamed bun with his chopsticks, looked inside, and blew on it again. A burst of hot steam rose up, and he nodded. It was indeed hot, so he made the bite bigger and blew on it again. Only then did he put his mouth on it and suck it. Sure enough, there was a lot of soup. His son and daughter-in-law had just poured it in. After drinking the soup, he stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth and slowly chewed it. When he swallowed it, Zhang Zhong exhaled. "Father, is it edible?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he picked up a shrimp and placed it on his father's plate. "Yes, it's delicious. It's even better than the frozen dumplings." Zhang Zhong was not praising it because of his son's cooking. It was indeed delicious. He had never eaten it before. The dumplings were made with hot noodles, while the steamed bun was made with dough. The taste was different. Zhang Xiaobao laughed happily. "Father, if you like to eat, eat more. There is a pot in the kitchen. It's enough. In 2 days, your son will make a small vegetable box and cat ear soup for you. Oh right, there is also wine. I'll go get some." Zhang Xiaobao said as he jumped off the chair, ran to another room, and came back with a jar. Zhang Zhong had no worries at this time. He picked up the wine bowl and drank a mouthful. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law with a gratified smile. Chapter 334. Zhang Zhong's chopsticks and prawns fell on the table at the same time. He stared at his son and asked, "Xiaobao, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also looked back. The two of them showed an expression of, as expected. Wang Wan jumped down and took back a pair of chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao also peeled off the shell of a prawn and put the meat on his father's plate. Then he said to his father, who was in a daze, "Father, I was just guessing. Think about it, what can make you worry? Zhang Kaijin and Shao Qi, those two idiots, are not worth your trouble. We don't lack money. Little Luo Shui still has between the clouds and the water. We are making money every day. Plus, we have other businesses. It won't take much effort to get tens of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to worry about the officialdom. In the capital, we have taken care of all the people who should be taken care of. Money, tea leaves, fungus, and so on. If there is any trouble, even if they don't help, they should at least send a message. You are good to my mother, and it can't be because of other women. You pity the people, and we are doing something to help them. After thinking about it, other than losing the official seal, there is no other reason. It must have been stolen by those two people. Father, to be honest, I really don't like this kind of method. Did someone suddenly bump into you and you don't know what happened? Are you waiting for the seal to disappear?" Zhang Xiaobao said. If Zhang Zhongxin's chopsticks were not in his mouth, they would have fallen again. He was dumbfounded. It was as if his son had seen it with his own eyes. "Father, don't keep thinking about the seal. Let's eat." "Forget it, I'll give you the seal first." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks, jumped to the ground, and ran again. After a while, he came back with the seal in his hands and tiptoed to put it on the table in front of his father. He sat back down on the chair and said to his father, "Father, this is the real one. Don't lose it again. If you lose it again, we'll have to use a fake one. I borrowed a seal from you that day and made 2 fake ones when I got back. One is for you to carry with you at all times, and the other is placed somewhere else. This one has really been kept under Cuckoo and your son's couch all this time. Father, let's eat. This method is really too old-fashioned. Your son originally thought that it was superfluous, but I didn't expect that someone would actually use it." Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and picked up the seal. Looking at the words, Huayuan County Magistrate's seal, he was stunned again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued eating. It wouldn't taste good when it got cold. After waiting for about half a quarter of an hour, Zhang Zhong finally came back to his senses. He slammed the official seal on the table and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, who can compare with me? Who could? I have a good son. It's just a small trick. My son doesn't like it at all. Ha 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 ha, let's eat. Today's steamed buns are really delicious." Zhang Zhong was very happy. When he got the official seal that day, his son borrowed it for one night. He thought that his son was really curious, but who knew that his son actually made a fake one? He thought that the seal had already been prepared, and the only thing left was to engrave the words. It was nothing more than preparing for a rainy day and anticipating the enemy first. Looking at his son and daughter-in-law's indifferent appearance when they were eating, he felt that this was the real demeanor of a general. After being busy for a while, those who should be worried were worried, and those who should be laughing were laughing. Those people actually brought back a fake seal. The real seal and the fake seal were the same, but they were made in batches, so there was still a difference. When the time came, whoever took out the fake seal would have to wait for bad luck. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. He didn't want to praise his son anymore. He picked up a soup dumpling and threw it into his mouth, not caring if it was hot or not. He exhaled as he chewed. "Father, why don't you put the real seal in the hands of the guards and take the fake seal out? Tonight, you still have to go to that mountain. You can sleep there at night and come back in the morning. Leave the work to the 2 of them. You have won the hearts of the people, and they will suffer. In the future, you can come back at night to eat something. When you reach there, you can take a nap. Wake up in the middle of the night and have supper with them. You can sleep after eating. Tomorrow, I will go with Cuckoo to walk around. We have to choose a good place for the lake. After a few days, the dock will be able to build boats. I will ask them to build a few boats for pleasure. When the lake is ready, we can put them in the lake. On the other side of the mountain, we can build a road that connects to the lake. Our family can also earn more money. Father, don't you think so?" Seeing that his father was happy, Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the next step. Wang Wan listened and gave Zhang Xiaobao a smile. When Zhang Xiaobao said to make a fake seal, she didn't think it was necessary. Now she knew that Zhang Xiaobao had thought of everything that could happen. His plan was almost perfect. If there was a little flaw, it would be the sublimation of art. Others would feel proud when they came up with a plan, but Zhang Xiaobao had already returned everything to normal. This was the style of a person who was wanted by countless countries. His existence was a legend. Zhang Zhong didn't think as much as Wang Wan. He didn't know his son's past. He only knew that it would be difficult for the Zhang family not to become a big family in the future. He couldn't imagine what the Zhang family would be like in the future. He stuffed another steamed bun into his mouth. Looking at the official seal on the table, he swallowed the steamed bun and said, "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I can't teach you for a few days. Take a good look at area. If you can memorize it, try your best. After a while, I will leave. Let the guard take the real seal." I will take the fake one. Father, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. Don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. I promise that you will eat different things for a month. If there are enough materials, you can eat different things for a year. Zhang Xiaobao liked to see his family happy, so he came with his father and resolved all possible crises in advance. Zhang Zhong couldn't tell what his mood was at this time. It was just like when he lost the seal. It was like a dream. He picked up a piece of beef, ate it, and said, "Well, I will come back every night to eat the food cooked by my son and daughter-in-law. Be careful. Don't burn it." The three of them ate a pot and a half of soup dumplings. Zhang Zhong ate the most. He ate one after another and drank 2 bowls of wine. He left his son's place a little shakily. Before leaving, he didn't forget to touch his son's head. At this time, the guards had just finished eating and thought that they didn't have to go out. However, Zhang Zhong found them and handed an official seal to the leader of the 20 guards. He said, "Take it. This is the real one. I have a fake one in my arms. Come, ride with me to the mountain to have a look." The leader of the guards took the official seal in a daze. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He actually wanted to ask if the one he lost was also a fake one. He weighed the seal in his hand and said, "Sir, don't worry. Even if I have a breath left, I won't lose the real seal. Brothers, get on the horses." It was still raining outside. Zhang Zhong didn't care. He was in a good mood now and didn't care about the weather at all. He got on the horse and galloped towards the mountain under the protection of the guards. Those merchants had already listened to County Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan. They went to find the owner of the land. The owner didn't know the value of the land. After the merchants offered him 30 strings of coins per mu, he agreed happily. The merchant sent someone to the county town to report that night. Registrar Zhan, County Deputy Xiao, and Shen Wendian were still awake. The three of them found a small shop and ate and drank inside. In order not to eat yesterday's food, Shen Wendian went in first to order the dishes. Registrar Zhan and County Deputy Xiao went in after the dishes were served. The three of them ate and drank in the shop while waiting for the news from the merchants. "Well, from now on, this place won't be Zhang Zhong's world. Wait for me to get promoted. At that time, you won't be short of benefits." County Deputy Xiao, who drank too much, said loudly. There were only 6 diners left. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the new county magistrate was going to be unlucky. In the past, they didn't care about this. But this time, it was different. The new county magistrate was a good official who was willing to make decisions for the people. If he really quit and let the original registrar take over, Huayuan County wouldn't be able to have a good life. The 6 of them still remembered how Registrar Zhan, County Magistrate Xiao, and those people in the government office treated them when the person surnamed one was the county magistrate. When the 6 of them were frowning, Registrar Zhan seemed to be unwilling to do so. He said to County Deputy Xiao, "Brother Baiyong, we lost our seals. The county magistrate didn't say that he wouldn't give it to us. So, what we do now is not good. After all, we need to rely on him to make a fortune in the future. What's not good about it? What's not good about it? You can say it louder. I can't hear you. Make a fortune. Do we still need him to make a fortune? I can do it. I know. Isn't it just fixing the mountain and sending people to the capital city to say how good this place is? It's simple. After I become the county magistrate, I'll send people over. Brother Shangyun, you can't hesitate at this time. You can easily get yourself into trouble. Listen to me. When you understand, let's see what ability Zhang Zhong has. He dared to make us lose our money. Don't you want to take revenge? Don't think that he can make Huayuan County good. In fact, it's all fake. I can do it without him. I know it. I just didn't have this opportunity before. Give me a chance, and I can do better than others. Wen is not a surname, and Zhang is not a surname either. County Deputy Xiao said. He held the bowl and some wine spilled from time to time. He didn't seem to notice it. With a special smile on his face, he put the bowl to his mouth and drank. Most of the wine flowed into his clothes, a small part went into his mouth, and some went into his nostrils. He choked and covered his head. Chapter 335. Zhang Zhong rode his horse in the heavy rain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found that the people had not eaten and were still working. It was so dark that he couldn't see the situation there clearly. The Lord is here, the Lord is here. A sharp-eyed child shouted, and other people also found the county magistrate coming through the rain. Zhang Zhong dismounted and wiped the rain on his face with his hand. He looked at the people under the shed. At this time, there were not only people working, but also some children with their families. Some of them gathered together and looked at him with curious eyes. Where is the person in charge? What's going on? It's so dark, why aren't you eating? Why are you working? Zhang Zhong shouted loudly as he saw the flickering figures under the shelter. Immediately, a person in charge ran over and said respectfully, County Magistrate, everyone is not tired and wants to work more. Don't worry, we didn't go up the mountain at night. In the afternoon, someone gave an idea to let everyone just dig before dark and only transport at night. It's easier to transport the soil than to dig, and it can be transported even if you can't see. Who gave the idea? Zhang Zhong didn't expect that the people in the county could use this method to work. It's Brother Pan. Come here, Brother Pan. The Lord wants to see you. The person in charge shouted to the crowd, and a 12 or 13-year-old girl squeezed out. She didn't know what was rubbed on her face, but there were streaks on her face. She was wearing a pair of straw sandals. The front part of the sandals was open, revealing her big toe. Her pants were shorter and were patched up like her clothes. In her arms was a naked 2-year-old child. The child grabbed the clothes around the girl's neck with one hand and waved the other hand curiously with a half-clenched fist. Brother Pan, come here. Lord, this is Brother Pan who gave the idea. Her family name is Zhu, and that child is her younger brother. She has an older sister and 2 younger sisters, one is 9 years old and the other is 7 years old. One is called Brother Wang, and the other is called Brother Dai. The steward beckoned for the little girl to come over and introduced her to Zhang Zhong in great detail. Zhang Zhong immediately understood. There were 4 sisters in the family, and one of them had a younger brother. From the name, one could tell that there was a boy in the family. Yes, sir. The little girl Pan Di took a few steps forward and called out timidly to Zhang Zhong. Oh, okay. Brother Pan, how did you come up with that idea? Zhang Zhong tried his best to make his voice as gentle as possible. He waved his hand and asked the person who was preparing the clothes for him to come over. He took the dry clothes from the person's hand, pulled off the blue silk shirt inside, and wrapped it around the naked child's body. My lord, how could I bear to do that? Brother Pan, the Lord is asking you a question, hurry up and answer. The steward felt a little distressed for the torn clothes, but at the same time, he was grateful to the county magistrate in his heart. He urged the little girl who didn't dare to speak. Brother Pan touched the silk cloth with her hand and felt the smoothness of it. Finally, she mustered up the courage to say, My older sister is married. When I am at home, I have to take care of my younger sister and younger brother. I also have to work. I can't do it alone, so I thought of some things to do first and then to do later. That is, when I am chopping firewood, I let my 3rd sister take care of my younger brother when I am picking vegetables, and let my 4th sister do the laundry. In the courtyard, I can see them. When I go in to cook, I let my fourth sister take care of my younger brother and watch the pot, and let my third sister light the fire. When I am cooking, I can see them. Brother Pan couldn't explain it too clearly. She gave a simple example, which seemed to have nothing to do with the idea of working over there. Many people may only understand the general idea, but Zhang Zhong could understand the things contained in it. This was what his son and daughter-in-law talked about when they were arranging things in the family. Thinking that his son and daughter-in-law would always spend a lot of effort to cultivate some smart children, Zhang Zhong decided to keep this little girl. Good, well said. Reward. Zhang Zhong nodded with satisfaction and gave a look to the person next to him. That person immediately took out a dozen copper coins and handed them over to Brother Pan. Darren rewarded you. Quickly take it, otherwise, Darren will not be happy. The steward saw that Brother Pan didn't dare to reach out his hand, so he urged again. Zhang Zhong watched Brother Pan take the money and asked the steward, "Why are there so many children and old people?" "Darren, they are all working people's families. You let people eat a lot of food every day. Everyone found that as long as some wild vegetables are mixed in, more people can eat. The children can pick the wild vegetables, and the old people can help to repair the household furniture, weave baskets, and so on. In the morning, the people close to the family called their families over. Darren, these people don't need to be paid. The food we eat every day is still the same food, oil and salt. We won't let Darren spend more money." The steward was a little worried and explained to Zhang Zhong, emphasizing that they didn't need to spend more money. He was afraid that the county magistrate would drive them away. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was not caused by him, but now that it was under his control, he could not just grab the person surnamed Wen from the capital and make him spit out the money without a single cent missing. Well, let's do it like this first. Tomorrow, let people send food, oil and salt. Add a little bit and we'll be fine after this period of time. Zhang Zhong could only arrange like this. Driving people away was absolutely impossible. Thank you, Darren, everyone is relieved now. Darren, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat here in a while. The steward said happily. The people around him who were also worried were now relieved. I've eaten. You guys eat. I came over to take a look. Eat early and rest. I still have to continue working tomorrow. Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable when he thought that there would be fat slices for him when eating. The steward waved his hand and asked the people around him to disperse. Darren, I'm not tired. Usually when I find something to do, I can only get one meal. Once I work, it will take an entire day. Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything more. He followed the steward who took a set of dry clothes to a corner and pulled up a curtain to change his wet clothes. This night was another night that made the people happy. The mark of the county magistrate as a good official had been deeply engraved in their hearts. The next morning, Zhang Zhong woke up and ate breakfast with the people. He prepared a little and looked up at the sky. The light rain was still falling. He knew that today was the time to face some things. He flipped over on his horse and led a group of guards. Under the respectful farewells of the people, he splashed the water and left. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao also woke up early in the morning. After freshening up, they took a carriage and went to the yamen. The merchants also brought the sellers of the fields over. The door of the yamen was half opened and propped up with a stick. They began to deal with the things that would happen today. Maybe it was because of the rain, or maybe the people really didn't have anything to trouble the yamen. After waiting for more than 2 hours, no one came. When the sound of the horses' hooves came, it also told the people that the county magistrate was here. Zhang Zhong came to the entrance of the yamen. He dismounted from the horse and landed on the ground. He straightened his official uniform, which was already wet, and stepped in. There were also people who prepared dry clothes for him to change into. After a busy period, Zhang Zhong finally came to the signing room while Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao were anxiously waiting. What happened to the two of you today? Last night, I went to the mountain to have a look. The progress is good. Zhang Zhong said to Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao indifferently. Deputy Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong's appearance and thought to himself, you can just pretend here. Let's see what you will do later. Then he said, County Magistrate Zhang, the people in the county live and work peacefully. There is nothing to do today. Oh, those businessmen have come and bought the land. Why don't we deal with their land first? Isn't it a little too rushed? It's still raining outside. Even if we buy the land, we can't immediately build the house. Zhang Zhong said so deliberately. Sure enough, his words made Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao reveal an expression that said they already knew it. Deputy Xiao wouldn't let go of the opportunity. He continued, it's raining now, so we can't build the house. But we can do other things. The main thing is to let the businessmen rest assured. Look, Registrar Zhan and I have written down what you said. As long as they come and read it, we three will stamp it and it will be done. When he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word stamp and looked at Zhang Zhong with a smile. Zhang Zhong cooperated with him and hesitated for a moment. He said, why don't we take a good look at it? If there is something not suitable, won't someone suffer losses? Whether it's suitable or not depends on what the businessmen say. County Magistrate Zhang, I think you won't think it's not suitable. Why haven't you come yet? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at the door when he was talking. Zhang Zhong thought that when he came in, Shen Wendan passed by behind him. He should be looking for the businessman. Seeing Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looking at the door, Zhang Zhong also looked at the door. Speak of the devil. In less than 10 breaths, the sound of footsteps could be heard. After waiting for a few breaths, Shen Wendan came with a group of businessmen. First, the person who sold the land and the businessmen made a deal. In this kind of deal, it didn't have to use the county magistrate's seal. There were 3 people in the yamen who could take care of things. Any one of them would do. Therefore, Zhang Zhong didn't take out his seal. Deputy Xiao didn't force him. He stamped with his seal and waited for the person who sold the land to go out. He said to the businessman, this is the document drafted by the county. Take a look. Is there anyone who disagrees with it? A piece of paper was sent to the businessmen. They just went through it. Yesterday, they already knew what was written on it. Each of them had a copy. After glancing at it, they shook their heads to show that they didn't disagree with it. Put your fingerprints. Deputy Xiao stamped the paper with his seal one by one. Registrar Zhan also followed suit. Then the businessmen put their fingerprints on the paper. One by one, they put their fingerprints on the paper and put their red fingerprints on the paper. After the fingerprints were put, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Zhong. Deputy Xiao finished a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Zhong respectfully. County Magistrate, it's your turn. Chapter 336. Zhang Zhong took the paper and looked at those businessmen. The businessmen didn't know what was going on with the people in the government office. They were expecting the county magistrate to stamp the paper. This was something that they could exchange with ginseng. Zhang Zhong then turned his gaze to Shen Wendan. Shen Yuan jumped in fright, thinking that the county magistrate already knew that he was the one who hired someone to steal the seal. He quickly lowered his head, his hands trembling by his side. His reaction made Zhang Zhong's eyes light up. He was worried that he couldn't find the person who stole the paper. Unexpectedly, there was someone who looked at him with fear. This meant that this matter at least had something to do with him. Wei Wei nodded. Zhang Zhong then looked at Registrar Zhan. Registrar Zhan returned a complicated look and said nothing. Of course, he wouldn't tremble either. The last one was Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong fearlessly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhang Zhong smiled and deliberately said to County Deputy Xiao, "Can I stamp the paper?" "Are you kidding, sir? How can this kind of thing be taken lightly?" County Deputy Xiao sneered. "Oh, in that case, I will stamp it." As Zhang Zhong said, he put his hand into his chest and slowly took it out. Under the eyes of the people with different thoughts, Zhang Zhong held something wrapped in silk cloth in his hand. He pulled the ink pad closer and slowly undid the silk cloth. When the last button was undone, a golden paper appeared in front of everyone. When Zhang Zhong picked up the paper and was about to dip it in the ink pad, Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is impossible. How can the paper be in your hand?" "Shut up. What are you talking about?" County Deputy Xiao didn't expect Shen Yuan to be so immature. He scolded him and said to Zhang Zhong with a smile, "Sir, Shen Wendian means that you didn't ask your subordinates to take care of your paper." Zhang Zhong was finally sure. He nodded, "Yes, Shen Wendian must want to know why I didn't ask my subordinates to take care of it." "Guards." The last three words were shouted to the outside. Immediately, 2 guards came in and waited outside. "Shen Wendan wants to know why the seal isn't in someone else's hands, but in my possession. Take him out and tell him why. You must tell her that you understand," Zhang Zhong said with a sullen face. He hated this Shen Yuan to death and wished that he could strangle him to death right now. If it wasn't for his son's preparations, it wouldn't have been easy to handle this time. The 2 guards who came in immediately understood what was going on and replied, "Yes." The 2 of them reached out with one hand each and grabbed Shen Yuan's shoulders. Like a little chick, they carried Shen Yuan out of the room. Shen Yuan finally reacted and shouted, "It's none of my business." "Deputy Xiao, help. Registrar Zhan, help. It's none of my business." Zhang Zhong didn't seem to hear him and continued stamping the seal seriously. Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao didn't know what to do now. They stared at the seal in Zhang Zhong's hands and seemed to be trying to figure out what had happened. Could it be that someone saw Shen Yuan hiding the seal? Zhang Zhong ignored Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao. As he stamped the seal, he said to the merchants calmly, "I came to Huayuan County to be the county magistrate because I want to let the people in the county live a good life. I know what you all wanted to do a few days ago. Originally, I wanted to do a good job. But I feel that it's the nature of merchants to pursue profit. There's no right or wrong in making money. So, I let you all stay and let Ernie take you to see the land. I hope you can understand my good intentions." The merchants were frightened when they heard this. If they didn't see the county magistrate stamping the seal one by one, they would have thought that this matter was over. A clever merchant immediately said, "Sir, don't worry. We understand. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely help you to let the people in Huayuan County live a good life." Zhang Zhong finished stamping the last seal and put away the seal that belonged to the yamen. Then, he said, "There's no need for that. There's a chance in the future. There's a chance in front of you now. You all have a lot of money. There are 16 of you. Let's start with 5,000 strings of cash each. With 80,000 strings of cash, you can do a lot of things." "Aw. Sir, isn't that too much? That ginseng." A merchant couldn't help but say. A merchant couldn't help but speak up. 5,000 strings of cash was too much, and he had to mention the ginseng. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "The ginseng. 3 of them are here. My son's illness has been cured long ago. It's just that he's naughty and pretended to be ill. If you all want it, I'll ask someone to get it and return it to you all." "No, no, no. Sir, we don't mean that. We just want to ask if the ginseng is enough. If it's not enough, we will go and get more. Sir, we know that your family is not short of money. The money will be used on the people in the county. Sir, you are a good official, but you should have a name. Another merchant pulled the one who spoke just now to the back. He stood up and explained to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was prepared for this. He was still as polite as before. Name. Yes. Didn't the document say that you will be fined for the land you occupy? You will pay according to the highest price of the things that can be planted on the land. Sir, are you talking about planting flowers? But that is a field. We need to plant food. Sir, tell us what kind of plants will cost the most. We are willing to pay. This merchant should have thought of this. He thought that the most expensive thing to plant was the rice from the Zhang family. He sold the seeds by caddy. Even if he could produce 5 dan of rice from 1 mu of fertile land, it was only 500 caddies. 100 coins per caddy was only 50 strings of cash. So what? Of course, we can't plant flowers. You know that my family grows black fungus, right? Then let's calculate according to the amount of black fungus. I still have about 10 dan of dried black fungus at home. When I plant them, I only took up slightly more than 1 mu of land. If we calculate less, 1 mu of land will be 5 dan of dried black fungus. How much would that cost? Zhang Zhong said slowly. His words were like thunder in the merchant's ears. This was still considered less. 5 dan of dried black fungus would be 500 caddies of dried black fungus. How much would a caddy of dried black fungus cost? The cheapest place would cost about 10 strings of cash. When there was a shortage, there was no market. Even if it was priced at 20 strings of cash, there would still be people fighting to buy it. If this was the case, each of them occupied about 2 mu of land. How much would that be? 20,000 strings of cash. It couldn't be calculated like this. Not only were the merchants confused, Registrar Official Zhan and District Deputy Xiao were also confused. They didn't want to think about the stamp for the time being. They were thinking about how much money Zhang Zhong's family had. Zhang Zhong knocked on the table and said, "How is it? Do you understand? Have you thought it through?" Yes, yes. In the future, the land will be calculated according to the price of the vegetables in the winter. You only need to pay a few hundred strings of cash per mu of land. It's close to the capital. If you occupy that land, don't tell me you want to make a lot of money in the past. Understood, understood. Sir, we understood just now. Each person will pay 5,000 strings of cash. We will send it to the Yamen in 2 days. Not a single coin less. According to the rules, there should be 40% of the silk. Sir, don't worry, we will choose the better silk and send it to you. The merchants wiped their sweat. They just exchanged glances and knew what to do. Paying 5,000 strings of cash was better than paying 20,000 strings of cash every year. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to make money this year. It would be good if they could break even. Zhang Zhong also didn't want to ask for copper coins. Silver, copper, and silk were all used as currency. His son said that the imperial court had mandatory requirements for currency. With 80,000 strings of cash, his family could withdraw money first and then repair this and that. It was enough. How much money did the imperial court have this year? 80,000 strings of cash. It was a huge amount of money to spend on a county. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood on this matter. He comforted them, 5,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. When you finish repairing things over there, I will give you a few pointers. You will benefit a lot. Yes, sir. We will go back and prepare. When the time comes, please give us more pointers. The merchants were relieved. The Zhang family's ability to make money was needless to say. The county magistrate didn't seem like the kind of person who didn't keep his word. One by one, they happily said a few words and then left one after another. After the merchants left, only Zhang Zhong, Registrar Zhan, and Deputy Xiao were left in the room. Zhang Zhong smiled and said to the two people, "This time, I have to thank the two of you for facilitating this matter. If the two of you hadn't been busy there, how could I get so much money for the yamen? I don't know how Shen Wendy's side is going. Let's go and have a look." As he spoke, Zhang Zhong got up. Iluo's contract was in his hand. He didn't want to put it in the yamen. What if someone stole it? Even the official seal was stolen. What else couldn't be stolen? Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao were most afraid of Zhang Zhong mentioning this matter. However, Zhang Zhong still mentioned it. Registrar Zhan was the first to compromise. He said to Zhang Zhong, "County Magistrate, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can get 80,000 strings of cash for the yamen in one go. That's great. In the future, our Huayuan County will definitely catch up with Sanshui County. Milord, when this lowly one does things in the future, I hope that Milord can give me some pointers like what you just said to the merchants. This lowly one is prone to making small mistakes. If I accidentally offend Milord, please be magnanimous and not hold it against this lowly one." Registrar Zhan had to say this. He wasn't sure if Shen Wendy could handle it. If he confessed everything, what should he do? Well, not bad. Registrar Zhan has seen things clearly. If you can still do things in the yamen in the future, then do it well. The yamen is short of money. Zhang Zhong didn't want to let Registrar Zhan off so easily. If he didn't let him know how powerful he was, he wouldn't have time to deal with him if something happened again. Registrar Zhan understood and said, "You're right. Those merchants gave me and Deputy Xiao 5 strings of cash in advance. Actually, it was for the yamen. I forgot to mention it yesterday. I'll get someone to send the money over later." "That's good. What did Deputy Xiao say?" Zhang Zhong asked Deputy Xiao. Chapter 337. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was ready to take a gamble. He believed that the seal in Zhang Zhong's hand was fake. If no one investigated this matter, it would be the truth. Anyway, the words on the seal were the same. If he still had a real seal, no one would dare to say that it was fake. But the real seal was not in his hand. It was in Shen Yuan's hand. As long as Shen Yuan said that he picked it up, he and Registrar Zhan could report it to the imperial court. Why could an official have 2 seals? What was with the fake seal? At that time, even if Zhang Zhong did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. And he and others might not have an easy time. What was he thinking? Usually, some deputy county magistrate could even use the seal of the county magistrate to do things. Did the county magistrate want to use the seal and you don't return it to him? Even so, it was better than him and others suffering. Zhang Zhong was complacent. Well, he must pull Zhang Zhong into this. Thinking of this, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said those words to Zhang Zhong and then ran out of the signing room. He saw Shen Yuan being taken to that direction just now. Zhang Zhong looked at the door and then turned back to look at Registrar Zhan. He asked, "Don't you want to go and have a look?" "Sir, I will follow you." "I won't go there." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was so anxious that he wanted to keep the money that should be given to the government office. "I don't think so." Registrar Zhan looked at Zhang Zhong's fearless face and did not dare to follow him. He had lived for almost 30 years and had never seen such a strong person like Zhang Zhong. He also had never seen anyone who could be better than Zhang Zhong. He had only been in Huayuan County for a few days. He had done what he should do. He had won the hearts of the people he should win and earned the money he should earn. He had been busy following Deputy County Magistrate Xiao for a few days. As a result, the yamen runners who used to be obedient were gone. The money that was given out could not be collected. The people who were locked up were released. It was not easy to go out for a meal. What was the point of fighting? County Magistrate Wen was not at the same level as Zhang Zhong. No wonder he went to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and never came back. Zhang Zhong looked at Registrar Zhan and hesitated. He didn't know if he should get rid of him or protect him. Either way, it was easy to handle. Both had their pros and cons. Sir, what else can I do? Oh, there is still work in the mountains. I can take some money from my family to buy some things and send them there. What do you think? How could Registrar Zhan not know that a single thought from Zhang Zhong could decide his future? He thought of an idea and asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong did not expect Registrar Zhan to surrender so quickly. He thought for a while and said, Registrar Zhan, you can't continue to be Registrar Zhan. You can submit a letter of apology to your superiors and be a copywriter. Registrar Shen and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao will not be working in the future. You can take the position of copywriter. Keep some of your 5,000 strings of coins for yourself. When the time comes, rent the place at the foot of the mountain for 3 years. As for the rest of the money, just like what you said just now, buy some things for the people in the county. You know what the people lack, right? It can't be more expensive than the usual business. Registrar Zhan knelt down in front of Zhang Zhong and said gratefully, Sir Xia, I will write it later. I will be a copywriter and buy things for the people. What the people lack most now is food. It's all my fault, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and County Magistrate Wen's fault. We collected an extra year's rent and didn't give them a reduction in rent when we worked more hours. Even if I were to be cut into pieces, it would be a light punishment. My lord, I didn't keep a single copper coin and used it all to buy food. Keep it. You can't have no money at home. A poor official is not necessarily a good one. Only when your family is stable can you put your mind on the people. In the future, you will be in charge of the matters on the mountain. Half a month later, if any of the people says that you are not good, you don't have to do the documents anymore. The reason why Zhang Zhong did this was to put on a show and make preparations for the future. He wanted to tell his future opponents that as long as they didn't go too far, there was still room for negotiation. He wanted to keep one alive and fight the other. Registrar Zhan did not care about what he was used for. He just wanted to protect himself now. Shen Wendi and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were finished. If they were to report, they would have to report it to the Ministry of Personnel first. The officials there would not let them off easily. As long as they were in charge, they would have their own deputies. If they did not teach these two people a lesson, what if their deputies learned from them in the future? What would happen then? Well, you can do it now. Zhang Zhong finished speaking and walked out with his hands behind his back. Registrar Zhan stood up and ran to the desk. He started to write a letter of apology. In a house in a courtyard behind the yamen, 2 bodyguards were listening to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan did not need to be forced to confess. He just said it directly. However, what he said had nothing to do with the seal. The 2 guards were not in a hurry and sat down to listen. It's like this. Just now, I said that when the county magistrate came to the county, only 3 people went to welcome him. I didn't go. This may have offended the county magistrate. But I had no choice at that time. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was waiting for me there. Let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about that first. Why didn't the county magistrate let others take the seal? I think that a person as powerful as the county magistrate should have people around him who have done everything well. As long as the county magistrate says something, everyone can do it. After all, the county magistrate is capable. For example, Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Shen Yuan talked to the 2 guards. Seeing that the 2 guards did not torture him, he was relieved. He thought that he could leave later. As long as he went home, he would give the seal to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He would not do this anymore. While he was talking, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao came in and said to Shen Yuan directly, "Don't say so much to them. The county magistrate's seal was picked up by us. The one he is using now is a fake one. You and I will report it together." Looking at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who rushed in and listened to his words, Shen Yuan was dumbfounded. The two guards, however, laughed. One of them winked at the other. The other stood up and caught Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. "Separate them. Ask what kind of seal the county magistrate used and where he picked it up," a guard said. The two guards covered the mouths of Shen Yuan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao at the same time in case they colluded. At this time, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt that something was wrong. When he looked at Shen Yuan, there was an inexplicable sadness in Shen Yuan's eyes. He did not say anything just now. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao thought about it carefully and understood. He regretted in his heart. Why did he rush in? When he was dragged out by the guards, he did not struggle. He closed his eyes and let them do whatever they want. After Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was taken away, Shen Yuan, who was released by the guards, did not need to be asked. He said directly, "I will tell you everything. You are such a good-for-nothing. We arranged for someone to steal the county magistrate's seal. We..." Shen Yuan accepted his fate and told them everything that had happened. Not only that, he also told them what he had done in the past. In any case, he was only forced to participate. If he was sentenced to death, the other two would not have a good ending either. It was too cowardly to follow these two people. They could only get a little money every time. They had to do all the dirty work. At the critical moment, they were in a mess. If they had to die, they would die together. After listening to Shen Yuan, the guard found a scribe and asked Shen Yuan to repeat himself. There was someone there who was easier to remember. After Shen Yuan finished writing, he asked Shen Yuan to put his fingerprint on the scribe and threw him into the prison cell to accompany Zhang Demotzi. That way, he would have company. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was different from Shen Yuan. When the guard asked him to speak, he just kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. He was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. The guard waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he didn't make things difficult for him. He also threw him into the cell. When they entered the cell, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was locked up opposite Shen Yuan. They could still see each other and talk. However, Shen Yuan didn't have any intention to talk to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He just stood there motionless, facing the wall and smelling the unpleasant smell of the cell that hadn't been cleaned for many years. "Shen Yuan. What did you say to them? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was full of anger. He asked Shen Yuan loudly. In fact, he wanted to use this voice to suppress the fear in his heart. Shen Yuan was still the same. He was not moved at all. "Shen Yuan, tell me. I still have a way to get us out. Registrar Zhan is still outside. Tell me quickly. I will give you a large sum of money, 500 strings of coins." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao did not give up. He lowered his voice and persuaded him again. "Shut up, Xiao Qi, you bastard. I am working for you. Now that I am in, you don't want to save me. Now you are in, right? Ha, I have a companion. Come on, Xiao Qi, tell me, what wicked things have you done these years?" Pockmarked Zhang's voice came from the cell next to him. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao turned his head and found that Pockmarked Zhang was in the next cell. He was reaching out his hand to him. It seemed that he wanted to touch him. Moving to the side, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao stayed away from Pockmarked Zhang. Then he said, "Pockmarked Zhang, I helped you to suppress the crimes you committed in the past. Otherwise, you will not be able to get out of here. Bullshit, I only needed to be locked up for a few months for those crimes. It is you who are cruel. As long as I don't give you money, you won't let me out. I gave you 2 strings of coins. If I had known, I would have been in here that year. Now all the others are out. You even give me 3 strings of coins a day. Now that I have so much money, I will have a few strings of coins. None of you are good. Son of a bitch, you deserve this. Come here, son of a bitch. Let me have a good look at you. Have you made any progress these days? Pockmarked Zhang stared at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He even dug out the things that happened in the past. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was originally afraid. When he heard Pockmarked Zhang's words, he turned around and said, "Bah. Let me tell you, I will be able to get out in a while. I will find someone to deal with you." At this moment, the door opened with a crash. A Yamen runner came in and shouted, "Pockmarked Zhang, the Lord said that you can't occupy a cell by yourself." 2 more people came in. Who do you want to be with? Chapter 338. Half a day later, Zhang Mozi walked out of the cell happily. He had become an honorable bailiff in Huayuan County. Deputy Xiao also walked out. He looked up at the night sky after the rain stopped and said to a bailiff beside him, "I want to ask Zhang Zhong, which one is the fake one?" The bailiff didn't know either. He turned around and looked at the guard. The guard had already gotten the document he wanted. He smiled at Xiao Qi and said, "What is the real one? Which one is the fake one? And Shen Yuan, didn't you ask why the official didn't give the seal to others? You are wrong. Look, this is mine." As the guard spoke, he took out a seal from his bosom and flipped it over for the 2 of them to see. On the seal was the seal of the Huayuan County Magistrate. "Let's go. Don't be silly. You cheated me of 2 strings of money. I will go to your house." Zhang Mozi pushed Deputy Xiao hard when he was about to figure it out. "Humph, I let you be a bailiff. Zhang Zhong will be in trouble." Xiao Qi sneered and said. Zhang Mozi pushed him again. Pockmarked Zhang pushed him again and said, "Bullshit. I did do bad things in the past, but only a few people. You can be the deputy county magistrate, so why can't I be the Yamen runner? Don't die. I'll do my job properly in the future, and I'll visit you when the time comes." That night, countless bailiffs surrounded the house of Xiao. There was still a lot of money in the house. They couldn't let others take it away. The county magistrate didn't have the right to confiscate the house of the deputy county magistrate. They could only report it and let the higher-ups decide. Zhang Zhong finally put down all his worries today. He only waited for the money to come. He started to do civil works in Huayuan County. He started to build roads and some houses in the county. In this way, he could help the people get some money. With the food bought by Jean Wendy, the people could wait until the autumn harvest. The people who had no labor at home could send food directly. It was a benefit of Huayuan County. He couldn't let them starve to death. As for the business matters, except for the shop at the foot of the mountain, he didn't care about the other places. He just waited for the foreign businessmen to invest. Feeling the coolness after the rain, Zhang Zhong was prepared to return to Jinlai restaurant to have a meal with his son and daughter-in-law before heading to the other side of the mountain to take a look. As soon as he arrived outside Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard, a fragrant wind blew in through the open door. Zhang Zhong took a deep breath and walked directly to the kitchen. At the entrance, he saw his son and daughter-in-law sitting there. Between them was a basin filled with stuffing. Each of them held a small piece of bamboo in one hand and a piece of dough in the other hand. They used the small piece of bamboo to scoop up the filling and smeared it on the dough. With a move of Weiwei's hand, a wonton was ready. There was soup boiling in the pot, waiting to be used to cook wontons. Beside it were coriander, sesame oil, chopped green onions, pickled mustard, seaweed, and shrimps. It seemed that they were all prepared to eat wontons. "Father, you're back. How much did you cheat? Oh, how much did you earn?" This time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Zhang Zhong's footsteps. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and asked, 80,000 strings of coins. How is it? Zhang Zhong was happy. He pointed at the various things and asked, "Are these all for wontons?" "It's a little too much. It's better to ask for less. Now they will feel bad. Father, take out a few thousand strings of coins and build some buildings around the shops or warehouses that can serve as a foil to them. When they are done, we will cooperate with them. We have to let the other businessmen know that Huayuan County values them the most." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the other businessmen who wanted to come to Huayuan County would not dare to come after knowing the situation. After wrapping another wonton, Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the things and said, "Father, the preparation was too rushed. Originally, there should be some other things. The wontons that I made are different from others. This wonton does not have salt. I only put pickled mustard at the bottom of the bowl. This wonton is filled with pork and shrimps. It must be fresh, so I used dried scallops, fish, and lamb bones to boil the soup. Later, I will mix it with chicken mince. We still have to wait for an hour. When the time comes, I will put seaweed, shrimps, and other things on top. Today, I made it in a hurry. There is still some pickled mustard, vinegar, and soy sauce. You can put whatever you want. Father, next time, I will prepare more things and make more dishes for you." When Zhang Zhong heard what his son said, he sighed in his heart. After so much preparation, he still said that it was not enough. If it was prepared, how much would a wonton cost? A big bowl of wonton that cost 2 copper coins outside was directly boiled in boiling water. Who would boil soup for you? After it was boiled, you still had to mix the soup. Zhang family's restaurants did not have this kind of method. It seemed that his son and daughter-in-law had left the good things for themselves to enjoy. "Well, when those businessmen finish building the place, you tell me what to do." Zhang Zhong agreed. He sniffed twice, swallowed his saliva, turned around, and went to the dining hall to wait. Half an hour later, 1 big bowl and 2 small bowls of wonton were carried by Zhang Xiaobao. The soup that was about to overflow the bowl did not spill a single drop. Zhang Xiaobao walked quickly. Zhang Zhong dipped one in vinegar and ate one in soy sauce. When he looked up, he saw that his son and daughter-in-law did not touch anything. They directly scooped up a wonton with a spoon and ate it with the soup. He also ate one. It was indeed different. It was fresh without touching anything. These 2 little guys, why didn't they say so earlier? They brought him vinegar and soy sauce, but they did not eat it. The 3 of them ate dinner happily. When Zhang Zhong was about to go to the other side of the mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each carried a bag and followed him. "What are you 2 doing?" When Zhang Zhong walked to the gate of the courtyard, he found that his son and daughter-in-law were following him. The 2 of them did not make any sound when they walked. It felt like they suddenly floated over. "Father, since I ate the ginseng, I am not in a coma anymore. It's a good opportunity to walk around." Zhang Xiaobao stood up straight and walked 2 steps before he heard the sound of footsteps. If other children said so, their parents would definitely not agree. Zhang Zhong was an exception. He nodded and said, "Be careful when you go there. There is digging and padding there. Don't fall into the pit." When the 3 of them walked out of the courtyard, the guards also came. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they led an extra horse. They knew that these 2 little guys could ride horses and their riding skills were not bad. They also stared at them, wanting to see the 2 of them fly on the horse one after another. But Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to do that at all. They opened their arms and let Zhang Zhong carry them one by one. Under the guard's disappointment, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This time I am in front, and I am not running fast." The speed at which the group moved was indeed not very fast. It was much slower than the speed at which Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sprinted back to the manor. After 2 hours, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as Zhang Zhong had expected, the people were still working. Even some of the slightly older children were working together under the light of the torches. They were dragging baskets filled with mud to other places. The younger children were holding small torches in their hands to light up the adults. There were many similar torches on the side, and they would change the torches after a while. The old people who could not do physical work gathered together and chatted while weaving baskets with vines and other things cut from the mountain to hold the soil. In the pot, there was still food stewing. The cook kneaded the brown rice, noodles, and wild vegetables together and sent them into the pot to be steamed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan grabbed the reins and slipped out of the horse. Holding hands, they strolled around the cooking area. Looking at the vegetable dumplings, Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He then went to the pot and smelled the stewing food. He said to Wang Wan, "The stewing food is not bad, but there is meat in it. The rice is a bit wrong. Of course it can't compare to the wontons we make ourselves, but for others, this is already not bad. To make food that normal people can fill their stomachs, this is a skill." Wang Wan looked at the children who helped and felt uncomfortable in her heart. In Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. But looking at the smiles on those people's faces, she felt that this was already very good. Those expressions were not fake. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked around again. He found that there was no other dish, only a stew dish. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there were a lot of wild vegetables in it, but he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobao stopped and said to Wang Wan, "I understand. Look at the children. Don't you feel that something is missing?" "What is it?" "Look at the children's necks. They seem to be a little thicker than normal. They lack iodine, so we have to think of a way quickly. Otherwise, it will affect their intelligence. There is still some dried kelp at home. Ask someone to go back and get it quickly. This thing seems to be missing. Do you have a way to make iodized salt?" Wang Wan also found it. It was dark, and there were only torches. It was not obvious when she looked at it just now, but now that she looked carefully, it was different. There were a few children in their teens, and their necks were obviously thicker than other children of the same age. If I can make iodized salt, then I can make a lot of things. The fish by the sea is not valuable, and so is the kelp. In the future, I have to send people to the sea to buy it. There is no need to wait for a sea boat. A bigger boat will do. It will be close to the sea. Find some local fishermen as guides, bypass the reefs, and dry the sea goods. The size of the sea goods can be reduced a lot. Zhang Xiaobao began to think about how to make the people in the north like to eat fish, especially things in the sea. The disease of iodine deficiency was really disgusting. Everything else was fine, but it affected people's intelligence, which was unbearable. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's plan. It was not that he had seen it, and there was obviously a way. He could not pretend that he did not see it. Chapter 339. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went over and told Zhang Zhong about the matter. Zhang Zhong thought about it and said, "Actually, there have been books about this, but the people here basically don't like to eat other fish except for shark's fin and abalone. They are okay with shrimp and crab, but they are even more unwilling to eat fish from the sea." When Zhang Xiaobao heard his father's words, he began to worry about this matter. Wang Wan also lowered her head and tried to think of a solution. "Xiaobao, I can't think of anything. Besides letting Li Sun help promote the fish, can we let him do this kind of thing again? Even if he does, others may not be able to adapt to the taste of seafood. Xiao Bao, I believe you can do it. Show us what you can do. Wang Wan couldn't think of anything, so she had to let Zhang Xiaobao come up with a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a solution at the moment. The main thing was that when he thought of a solution, he never thought of a single existence. He had to consider the follow-up together. He was already used to this way of thinking. The two of them held hands and could only continue to stroll, thinking as they walked. As they walked, they came to the side of a pot that was stewing vegetables. The wooden lid of the pot wasn't tightly closed, revealing a gap about 2 inches wide. A child of about 10 years old, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, led a child of 5 or 6 years old into the pot. In his hand was a peeled branch with a few mushrooms strung on it. He carefully put the branch into the pot and said to the child next to him, "Little sister, these mushrooms are ready to eat in a while. There is still the taste of meat in them. Wait a little longer and I will let you eat it." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao watched and listened. Wang Wan suddenly had a warm feeling. A big brother was cooking for his little sister, and he had to do it secretly. How could he not know that when the two of them came over, the old man and old lady sitting there had already seen what they were holding in their hands? If the mushrooms were poisonous, they would definitely be stopped. They wouldn't lose anything by boiling the mushrooms with the soup in the pot, so no one cared. But when Zhang Xiaobao saw this scene, he thought differently. He held Wang Wan's hand tightly and said to Wang Wan, "I have a way to make them eat seafood." "What is it?" Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to have an idea in such a short time. "It's simple. They don't like to eat fish. Let's make the fish into fish balls, shrimps, and so on. We can also make shrimp balls and crab balls from crab shells. Let's just buckle the kelp and string it up with a small stick. We can buy spicy skewers. It's not easy to make spicy. We can ask people to make the sauce lighter. The main thing is the spiciness. The numbness is simple. It's just pepper. If we fry it, it will be pepper oil. It's also called sesame oil, not sesame oil. Our side is good. Shaanxi. Do you know where Shaanxi's pepper is good? Hanqing, it's about 3 hours to the east from here to Beijing. If you head slightly north, the Sichuan peppercorns there are the best. But I still decided to use our local peppercorns first. I don't care if it's good. I don't have any obligation to improve their production and marketing of Sichuan peppercorns. The people here don't like to eat seafood and fish because they treat those things as main dishes. Let's change our way of thinking and treat those things as snacks and dishes with wine. We can do big food stalls. It can solve some of the people's work, make money, and let more people like those things. When Zhang Xiaobao saw 2 children eating mushrooms, he thought of this. Many people usually don't eat kelp, but it's different when it's in Malatang. There will always be people who will choose 2 skewers and various kinds of balls. Wang Wan blinked her big eyes. She also felt that this method was good. She usually doesn't eat fish balls, but she will eat some when it's in Malatang. In this way, it can solve some of the people's work and let the people here replenish their iodine. And then? Wang Wan suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao. And then what? Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. How many times have I told you? Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm asking. What kind of benefits can it bring to us in the future? Wang Wan now likes to interrogate Zhang Xiaobao. Every time Zhang Xiaobao comes up with an idea, he has a backup plan. She thinks this is very interesting. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood, "Oh, you are talking about this. Then the people here can sell it. Our ships could transport it first and make a lot of money. The kelp is used to feed the ducks at the seaside. In our restaurant, we can also make a better Malatang and widen the gap with the ordinary Malatang. No, 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 Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you have to know that I can also think of this kind of thing. It's definitely not the last resort. Go on. Wang Wan was not swayed. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. I can't live with you. You always doubt my words. We have to trust each other, you know. Well, then, when more people like to eat, they will go there to buy seafood. Rich businessmen can use big ships. How much do you think a ship can carry? They can't afford to wait, so what should we do? Let's use small boats. From the Yellow River to here, there is only one way for small boats to go. The fastest, most convenient, and the safest way is. That is the river that connects here. The more people use it, the more money the government office earns, and the more money we earn. Not bad, Zhang Xiaobao, good plan. Then what? Wang Wan felt that she hadn't gotten everything out of him yet, so she helped him finish the rest of the story and asked another question. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. He patted his forehead with his small hand and waited for Wang Wan to reach out and help him. Finally, he said, there are also tubo and tujue. Don't they lack iodine? Don't they want to eat malatang? Especially the tujue. The weather on the grassland changes quickly. When it's cold, they can eat malatang and drink our wine. Isn't it good? But they don't have seafood. Let's tell them the method, sell them the chili sauce, and let them buy seafood in exchange for their cows and sheep. It's good for our farming here, and we can also have more milk for the children to drink. You know, I have a special feeling for children. Well, that's pretty good. The two children scalded a bunch of mushrooms, and you connected all these things. You can promote the development of several industries and also improve the livelihood of the people. Then what? Wang Wan did not give up. She continued to pat Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. Okay, I'll say one more thing. There's really nothing else. You have to believe me. When there's rapid exchange of business and goods, whether it's intentional or not, we can always exchange information with other places. Many times, the victory of a war is related to logistics and information. We can obtain more information. Don't ask me anymore. I won't say anything even if you ask me again. It's against the harmony of the heavens. It's crueler than Zhuge Liang burning the rattan armor soldiers. If I really do it one day, I will use oil to light up the 7-star lantern. Zhang Xiaobao said another beneficial thing and refused to say anything else. Wang Wan understood that Zhang Xiaobao still had a killer move on this matter. It was the kind that was very lethal. If it was someone else, she might not believe it, but Zhang Xiaobao was always an exception. Okay, I won't ask anymore. If there's really a need to do that one day, bring me along. Now we have to send a message to Li Sun. It's most convenient for him to do this. He's really a good kid. Sometimes he's childish, sometimes he's mature. Later on, he's always been sincere to us. It doesn't matter whether he's using us or not. We're also using him. As long as we don't have too big of a conflict of interest with him, he will help us. He's better than some of the princes now. If we really cooperate with those who have a chance to fight for the position, we have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Wang Wan was already very satisfied. She did not want to continue asking. She was not satisfied with forcing Zhang Xiaobao to say one backup plan after another. She was satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao as a person. He was really different from normal people. It was fine when he was not moving, but when he moved, everything was linked. It was just a simple malatang, but he could think of so many things. It was hard to believe. But who would have thought that Coca-Cola could occupy such a big market? Who would have thought that KFC could make so much money for so many years? The things they sold were still calculated according to the international price, but the price they bought was the local price. She believed that with Zhang Xiaobao's operation, the malatang would become popular. As long as there was no real chili, then no one would refuse the sauce made with mountain chili seedlings. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were here because they saw the two children eating the hot mushrooms. After a while, the mushrooms were finally cooked. The older brother swallowed his saliva, smelled it, smiled and handed it to his sister's mouth. He said, "Little sister, you can eat now. See if it's delicious. Brother will find more for you tomorrow. It's too late today. Brother, you eat one first." The little girl stared at the string of mushrooms without blinking and said a very normal sentence that made people feel emotional. "Don't eat first. Wait a minute." Wang Wan shouted, pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran over. She opened the package Zhang Xiaobao was carrying and took out a small bamboo tube. Under the watchful eyes of the two children and the others, he unscrewed the lid of the bamboo tube and took out a small brush. There was still something stuck on the brush. He gently brushed the string of mushrooms twice, put it away, and took out another bamboo tube. He pinched some salt and pepper inside and sprinkled a small amount on the mushrooms. Then she said to the two children, "Well, eat it. How about you taste it?" The two children didn't know the two children who were younger than them. They were just stunned and didn't think to hide. Seeing the little girl put so many things on the mushrooms, they hesitated and didn't know whether to eat it or not. There was a steward next to them who knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that the two children didn't eat, he quickly came over and said, "This is the young master of the county magistrate's family, and this is the young master's. They are together. Eat it." Chapter 340. When the older brother took a bite and said that it was delicious, Wang Wan was relieved. It seemed that this malatang was still edible. At this time, the people who were working also stopped. They casually washed their hands in the basin and wiped their hands on their clothes. They were considered to be hygienic. One by one, they lined up and went to the various cooking places to get food. There weren't so many metal utensils, so they used wooden bowls. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already eaten, but children digested quickly. At this time, they felt that they could still eat. The two of them didn't eat and directly asked someone to serve them a bowl of stew. The person who served the stew washed the bowls again and again before serving them a bowl. It was the same as what Zhang Zhong had eaten before. There were many pieces of fatty meat inside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were more tenacious. The stew was also stewed for a long time, so it wasn't greasy. They picked up a piece, dipped it in the garlic sauce, and stuffed it into their mouths. It was quite fragrant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate a few pieces and began to observe the others. Those people were eating more happily, but they were not willing to eat the food. After eating a mouthful of food, they would bite a few mouthfuls of rice. "Xiaobao, it seems that we still don't have enough food. Tomorrow, ask the family to bring some radish strips and pickled vegetables. Those things go well with the rice and are not expensive. Also, prepare some salted eggs for the children." Wang Wan discovered the problem and immediately wanted to solve it. The food and drinks here were paid for by the yamen. Why didn't they use that money? And, bring some tomorrow. I have a small jar of stinky tofu in my backpack now. Take it out for them to eat. Ask the people nearby to give it to them. Later on, get people to make more fermented bean curd. Make some improvements and grind it a few more times. 1 gene of beans can make 4 gene of tofu. At that time, only bean cakes could make 5 gene of tofu. Then, directly make fermented bean curd. There are a few salt pans here. Salt is not that expensive. According to the way they eat, they can eat well with 2 more pieces of fermented bean curd. It's better than eating salted beans and sorghum rice directly. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the most common things. If possible, it could be made into salted tofu. That would be good with wine, not to mention eating. Wang Wan didn't hesitate. She opened Zhang Xiaobao's backpack and found the jar containing the stinky tofu. The two of them had prepared a lot of things in their backpack before coming here. He had come here to see who was suitable to give it to and help Zhang Xiaobao's father get closer to him. In addition to these things, there were also candies. He would give them to him tomorrow morning. The stinky tofu was not expensive, but these people could not buy it with their own money. If they were really rich, who would eat wild vegetables? When the stinky tofu was taken out, the people who were further away did not know, but when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were submerged in the stench, they knew. One by one, they looked over. Those who got the stinky tofu were too embarrassed to eat it all by themselves. They divided the 1-inch wide piece of stinky tofu into 4 pieces and gave it to others. They used their chopsticks to poke a little bit on it and put it into their mouth. It was a kind of enjoyment. Zhang Xiaobao also had a piece of stinky tofu in front of him. He also used his chopsticks to poke a little bit and put it into his mouth. Xiaobao, can you be more serious? Why are you learning from others? Wang Wan said helplessly. Learning from others? I didn't learn from others. Zhang Xiaobao looked up and understood. I really didn't learn from others. If you give me a piece of stinky tofu or fermented bean curd, I can eat it for 3 days. If you give me a salted egg, I can eat it for a week. These 2 things have become a habit for me. At that time, I was rich. I asked someone to make salted goose eggs with salt water. I ate them for half a month and still had some left. I didn't have time to eat those, so I accompanied you here. What if it's an ostrich egg? Wang Wan asked. Then you have to use more salt water. Otherwise, it will go bad in the end. Actually, it doesn't matter if it goes bad, as long as it doesn't grow hair. I like to eat stinky eggs. It's better than stinky tofu. You should eat some too. Otherwise, you will feel uncomfortable when you smell it. Zhang Xiaobao seriously explained to Wang Wan. He even pushed the stinky tofu in front of Wang Wan. Wang Wan used her chopsticks and picked up 1/10 of the stinky tofu. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao felt a little heartache. She ate too much in one bite. What's wrong? Are you feeling heartache? Xiaobao, I really don't know what to say to you. You are usually so generous, but when it comes to food, you become so harsh, especially to yourself. Do you really have to be like this? Don't you know that this is also a flaw? It's easy to be used by others. Wang Wan swallowed the stinky tofu and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the remaining stinky tofu and used his chopsticks to touch it. He put it into his mouth and said, "No one has ever used this flaw of mine. In fact, I have always been waiting for them to use it, but who dares to? Are you doing this on purpose?" Wang Wan felt that this was a weakness that Zhang Xiaobao left for others to use. No, but it's not good for people to use this to attack me. I am a kind of nostalgia. You also know how I lived when I was young. I am very devout about eating things. It has nothing to do with how much money I have. I like to eat the bones of fish in tomato sauce. When I was 9 years old, I entered a movie theater for free. I saw a war movie that was filmed more than 100 years ago. They fought and fought until there was nothing to eat. On the battlefield, there were only 3 people left. They found an enemy tank. There was a salted cucumber and 2 fish bones inside. When they were eating, they said that they had never eaten such a fragrant fish bone before. At that time, I already thought that it was delicious. Other fish bones were not easy to bite, but I found that the fish bones of the fish in tomato sauce were edible. I stole some money and sold some canned food. After 5 meals, there was still a lot of soup left. Do you know what I am trying to say by saying so much? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. You're saying that when a person likes to eat something, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's that delicious. Instead, it's because under certain circumstances, the person is left with a psychological cue. It's similar to self-hypnosis. You're thinking, I want to use this point to promote our Malatang. Li Longji created a drama, so why can't we create a drama? If we want to use a drama to promote our food, we will need to promote our Malatang first. We need to find a representative. Otherwise, Li Longji will ask about this and that when he has nothing better to do. If we ask about this, he will be targeted. Also, we can develop our crosstalk, skit, and even storytelling. What do you remember so far? When do I have the time to listen to storytelling? Do you remember? Wang Wan felt that this idea was good, but she only cared about learning things in the past. Yes. I have heard of two. One is the 7 heroes and 5 righteous men, and the other is Bao Gongzhuan. Do you think it will work? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Wang Wan also felt depressed. It is the Kaiyuan era now. If they really create Bao Heizi, how many plots will they need to change? If they have the time, they can also think of one. Xiaobao, why don't we change Journey to the West? Or Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, and Dream of the Red Chamber. I have read these 4 books a few times. Wang Wan thought of these 4 books. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Let's talk about Journey to the West first. What is he promoting? Tang. Oh, it's Qin. What does he do? Monk, it's fine in the past. But in the current era, do you dare to mention Journey to the West? Also, the Three Kingdoms. In the early stages, Zhuge Liang was portrayed so well. But later on, it's over. The orthodoxy is gone. Will Li Longji admit that he is not orthodox? You don't want to mention Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's fine. But can't he read the books himself? Also, Water Margin is a story from the Song dynasty. You can change it to suit the Tang dynasty environment, but can you change the thinking of Water Margin? As for Dream of the Red Chamber, it will be difficult to change it. The main problem is the language. The Beijing accent is not Mandarin, nor is it similar to Cantonese and Hakka. The reason why we can understand it is because I have been to many places. You might have specially learned it. That Beijing accent is also called Suzhou accent, which means Beijing Suzhou City. The Beijing accent of Dream of the Red Chamber is different from ours. It should be called Qing Beijing accent. Why don't you ask if you have eaten? How should you answer? Have you eaten? There's food could also be considered a Beijing accent, but that was not the case for the Red Chamber. The most common saying in the Red Chamber was I've eaten momo or I've eaten momo. When you answered, you could not say there's food or I've eaten momo. That was not the Red Chamber style. You had to say I've invited or I've ordered. That was the Red Chamber style. How do you arrange it? How do you match the plot? Wang Wan was dumbfounded, especially when it came to Dream of the Red Chamber. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao speak so clearly, it was really difficult to distinguish. Xiaobao, do you think the style of Dream of the Red Chamber is real or fake? What is fake is real, and what is real is fake. Who knows if it is real or fake? Understanding the affairs of the world is knowledge, and experience in human relationships is literature. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao gave a specious answer. Wang Wan did not care about whether it was real or fake. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Zhang Xiaobao, I couldn't tell. You are opening and closing your mouth. You are using the words of Dream of the Red Chamber. Does that mean you have some research on Dream of the Red Chamber? What research? I'm annoyed. It's like Today You Love Me, Tomorrow I love her, later she dies, later I become a monk. Come, go, leave, stay. It's always the same feeling. There's also one time I said, disgusting. Hurry up and eat. Those 2 pieces of fat, one for each of us. I'll eat the big one, you can eat the small one. Zhang Xiaobao's mind was not on this at all. He gave a perfunctory reply and started eating again. Wang Wan blankly picked up the small piece of fat and pressed it hard on the plate of garlic sauce. When a lot of garlic stuck to the fat, she opened her mouth and stuffed it in. Xiaobao, on the other hand, was much smarter. He crushed the fatty meat on the plate and poured some soup onto the plate. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp. He grabbed a piece of ginger and threw it into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he finally felt much better. The commoners didn't know that what the 2 children were talking about could become a reality. They only knew that the county magistrate had driven his guards to the side to eat and even brought the children along. It seemed that he had never treated himself as an outsider and brought his family and the commoners together. Was there a better county magistrate than him? The commoners ate happily. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate a lot. Zhang Zhong was willing to see this kind of thing. Just as he was about to say something, 2 fast horses came from the direction of the county. Reporting. 20 li downstream of the pier, a merchant fleet was intercepted. 20 ships of goods, don't rob them. The person who came did not even get off the horse and shouted loudly. Zhang Zhong was shocked. He turned his head to look at his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said, I gave you face, but you don't want face. Tomorrow, let's go and see who is so bold. It shouldn't be someone from Huayuan County. Chapter 341. Catkins flying, people on the water surface. Flying in the sky, fishing for fish and prawns. Branches swaying in the wind, geese and ducks are free. Dad, Dad, come and see, a basket of prawns. Last night, brother fished all night and we got a basket of prawns. Dad, look. Not far from the pier, in a family that treated boats as their home, a 5-year-old girl with 2 horns on her head jumped into the cabin from outside. She pulled a middle-aged man whose exact age could not be determined from his face and walked inside. Be careful, don't fall and climb back up wet. Go, a basket of prawns can be exchanged for 2 buckets of rice. It can also be used to make clothes for Weiwei. The middle-aged man touched the little girl's head lovingly and said as he walked. He was pulled by the little girl to the deck of the boat outside. At this time, there was a 15-year-old boy at the bow of the boat. He had already put away the line to catch prawns and was guarding beside a basket of prawns, grinning. Feng, did you catch a lot yesterday? The middle-aged man looked at his son and asked. Dad, look, we chose a good place last night. We can catch one in a while and fill a basket. The boy called Feng happily pointed at the basket of prawns. The middle-aged man walked closer and looked at the prawns jumping in the basket. He quickly took a large wooden basin, filled it with water, and poured the prawns in it. Dad, I just poured the prawns from the net into the basket. Why did you pour them out again? Aren't you going to sell them at the dock? Feng was a little distressed about the fruits of his labor just now. The middle-aged man saw that only 2 prawns were dead and breathed a sigh of relief. We are selling them, but not to the dock here. If we sell them here, we can only exchange for 1 bucket of rice. If we sell them at between the clouds and the water, we will sell them at a high price. Feng, go rest first. Dad and your mom will support us. We will reach there in half a day. Brother, go to sleep. Dad said that he will make clothes for me. He won't buy them here. The little girl also tried to persuade her brother. She ran in front of her brother, pulled his big hand, and dragged him into the cabin with all her strength. With the combined efforts of the parents, the boat that was their home sailed upstream. They would wait until between the clouds and the water to sell it for a higher price. The people at the docks didn't stop them. The price they charged was indeed low. The restaurant wasn't finished yet, and they only had a simple house to cook for the people passing by. The food couldn't be sold at a high price. They could only learn from between the clouds and the water in the future and by some special seasonings from the Zhang family. The pier on this side was indeed not far from between the clouds and the water. If one were to row a boat from upstream, it would take less than 4 hours to get there. Sailing against the current would only take a little longer. The husband and wife had a tacit understanding of each other as they rowed the boat forward. The speed of the boat was not considered slow as it faced the water. After sailing for nearly 4 hours, when they were about to reach their destination, the two of them began to rest while the other rowed. They would switch later. At this moment, 20 people suddenly appeared on both sides of the river. Just like that day, a rope was thrown to the opposite side, blocking the boat. A person on the right bank shouted, "People on the boat, throw 20 live fish over here. If you don't have any live fish, give us money. If you want to go over, give us 10 coins." The man who rowed the boat was stunned. He didn't expect these people to be so bold. Their family didn't go down because it wasn't safe. It was only a section of the road between the pier and between the clouds and the water. Today, there were people who dared to block the boat at this place. "I asked you to take the money, why are you in a daze? If you don't take it, don't blame the stones in our hands for not having eyes." A person on the left bank threw a stone up and down and shouted at the middle-aged man who rowed the boat. The middle-aged man looked at the wooden basin on the boat and sighed, "Everyone, do I have spare money? There is still a basin of prawns here. Why don't we take half of it and sell it? It won't be more than 10 coins. Move the boat over here, let me see." The person on the right bank heard that there were prawns and waved his hand. He had already made up his mind to take all of it. Next to him, a person holding a stone started to flatter, "Boss is really amazing. These days, you found more than 200 people. The night before yesterday, you also intercepted more than 20 boats. The goods on those boats were worth 300 coins. The river that the boss chose is really profitable." Since someone said it first, others followed suit. Flattering voices rang out from the shore on the right. The middle-aged man rowed the boat slowly to the shore. Immediately, someone jumped onto the boat and looked down at the prawns in the basin. He shouted to the people below, "Another person, the prawns are good. Later, sell them to others and take away the basin. This little brother, you can't do it. Just now, you said that you would take half. Leave some for my family. You can't take away the basin." The middle-aged man didn't expect that they were going to take away the prawns along with the basin. He anxiously said, "Do you want to die or live? If you want to live, don't move." This person didn't care at all and shouted at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was so scared that he took 2 steps back. His eyes were full of helplessness and fear. "Do you want to die or live? If you want to live, don't move." Another voice sounded, the same as the person on the boat. The people on both banks looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there were nearly 100 horses on both sides of the river between the clouds and the water. The bailiffs of Sanshui County were sitting on the horses. In the distance, they could vaguely see a few boats sailing down the river. The bailiffs of Sanshui County pulled their bows and pointed the cold arrows at the robbers on both sides of the river. The robbers really didn't dare to move. Some people wanted to jump into the river to escape, but when they saw the boats getting closer and closer, they gave up the idea. "You have guts. A few days ago, you just stopped the boats and asked for less money. I thought you couldn't find a way to live, so I didn't have time to deal with you. I didn't expect that when there are more people, you dare to rob and come here. You've grown up. A bailiff rushed out and sneered at the people on both sides of the river. They received the news the night before yesterday. Yesterday, they came to between the clouds and the water from the yamen. Today, they wanted to patrol here, but they met the robbers as soon as they arrived. Being pointed at by the bows and arrows, the robbers didn't dare to move. The leader's expression changed. He was unwilling to be caught, so he said, "You are bailiffs of Sanshui County. You have guts to do things in Huayuan County. Did you forget what happened to the bailiffs of Huayuan County who went to Sanshui County?" Ha ha ha. All the bailiffs laughed at the same time. The bailiff who shouted before said to the leader of the robbers, "You know a lot. You still remember what happened in the past. Then why don't you know who the county magistrate of Huayuan County is? Are you pretending to be confused with us? Tie them up. If anyone dares to resist, kill them." Yes. All the bailiffs put down their bows and took out their knives. They rushed forward and beat those who still dared to stand on the ground with the backs of their knives. The robbers didn't dare to resist, but it seemed that they were not too scared. They were tied together with ropes. They stood there and looked up at the bailiffs who got on their horses again. "Tell me, who else? Where are they? We can solve them all at once. No one is allowed to make trouble on this river." The leader of the bailiffs put his knife on the head of the robbers and asked, "If you want to catch them, come with me. Let me tell you, it won't do you any good to catch us. It will bring you trouble." The robbers' leader said with a gloomy face. He led the way and walked downstream. For the convenience of guarding, the bailiffs' patrol boats came and sent the robbers from the left bank to the right bank. They guarded the robbers from the left bank together. "Brother, please go ahead. We won't stay with you," the last bailiff said to the middle-aged man on the boat and rowed away. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the departing figures, he shouted to the cabin, "It's okay. The bailiffs of Sanshui County are really powerful. They look mighty. In the future, we won't go anywhere else. With their protection, we won't be afraid." A small head with two horns on its head popped out of the cabin. It looked around and then jumped out. It patted its chest with its small hands and said to the middle-aged man, "Dad, it was so scary just now. I thought my prawns would be snatched away. Don't be afraid. The bailiffs are coming. When we get to between the clouds and the water, it will be safer. I want to send you to the school in Zhangjiazhuangzi. You can learn something in the future. You can be better than others. I will go there every day when I sell things and give them some money. You can eat and live there." The middle-aged man thought of the bailiffs of Sanshui County and thought of Zhangjiazhuangzi. He felt that his daughter should also go there to learn so that she could marry into a good family in the future. The little girl blinked her big eyes and nodded. She didn't know about the future. She only thought that there would be many children playing together. When she learned something, she would teach it to her brother. It was said that if she learned well there, she would be given some things that could be used in daily life. When the bailiffs escorted the gang of bandits to the dock, Zhang Zhong also came here. When he heard that a merchant ship was robbed the night before, he wanted to send people from the county to take a look. However, he was afraid that the bailiffs in the county were not well trained, so he had to send people to Sanshui County. The bailiffs there were much better than those in Huayuan County. Today, before dawn, he set off from the foot of the mountain to see for himself. Unexpectedly, when he just arrived at the dock, he saw the bailiffs of Sanshui County catch some people first. Under the protection of the guards, he walked forward and looked at them one by one. "Sir, this is their leader. It seems that he was ordered to come here by someone. When I asked him, he didn't say anything." The leader of the bailiffs was Qin. When he saw Zhang Zhong coming, he respectfully went forward and pointed at the bandit leader and said. Zhang Zhong was now somewhat accustomed to his official position. Since he dealt with Xiaoqi the day before yesterday, he also became ruthless. He looked at the bandit leader and said to the guards, "You guys ask him. If he really doesn't say that he was killed, just say that he tried to assassinate an imperial court official and was killed on the spot." Yes. The two guards untied the bandit leader's head. At the same time, they pulled the bandit leader's shoulder and twisted it hard. When the bandit leader screamed and the clear sound of molars breaking sounded at the same time, his arm was already broken and he was dragged to the side by the two guards. Chapter 342. After a quarter of an hour, two guards came back with the bandit leader, whose arm had been reattached. "Sir, they said that there is a trading company supporting them. They came from other places to make a living. As for which trading company it is, they don't know. That trading company will send different people to contact them. In the beginning, they were given some money so that they could eat their fill. Later on, they were told to stop people on the river. When there were more of them, they would start to rob the goods. These goods would be shipped away by boat and they would be given less money than the value of the goods. Those people said that when there are more of them in the future, they won't have to do this kind of thing anymore. They will find better jobs for them to do. They can earn at least 200 copper coins a day." The guard told Zhang Zhong what he had just interrogated. He didn't know what the guard did just now. The bandit leader's face was pale, but he didn't seem to be injured. Zhang Zhong couldn't figure out which trading company was behind this. Since they hadn't shown up yet, he would wait and solve the problem in front of him first. "Have you found out where they are staying? Go and arrest them directly. The river can't be chaotic. We still hope that there will be more merchants. These people will be detained at the dock first. When the others are arrested, they will be sent to the Yamen of Huayuan County together." Zhang Zhong instructed the Yamen runners of Sanshui County. To him, the Yamen runners of Sanshui County were no different from the Yamen runners of Huayuan County. In fact, they were even more useful. The Yamen runners of Sanshui County also thought the same. They felt that they were the Yamen runners of the Zhang family. Instead of being angry, they were very happy when the Zhang family asked them to do something. The Yamen runners patrolling the river didn't only patrol, but also occasionally helped to transport goods. They didn't need to give the money to others. They just needed to divide it among the Yamen runners. After arranging the arrest, Zhang Zhong found the person who was waiting at the dock and had his goods stolen. The boat was fine, but the goods were stolen. This person had also teamed up with others to form two fleets. They had set off from the port and were preparing to sell their goods in the capital. After their goods were robbed, everyone discussed and ran to the docks. They told the people at the docks what had happened, and the people at the docks quickly passed the news to the county. Zhang Zhong's arrival made them feel a little flattered. They didn't expect the county magistrate to come in person. Each of them respectfully told Zhang Zhong about how they were robbed that day and how many things they lost. They didn't expect the county magistrate of Huayuan County to compensate them. They just wanted the county magistrate to catch the robbers and retrieve as many things as possible. However, Zhang Zhong knew that those things had already been transported away. If he wanted to follow this line, he wouldn't be able to find anything. Nobody knew where the ships that transported the goods had gone. Moreover, many ships looked the same. There were all kinds of goods that were transported to the capital every day. After thinking for a while, Zhang Zhong said to these merchants, "The goods are gone. The approximate price is 420 strings of coins, right? This money will be paid by the Yamen of Huayuan County. In the future, you can rest assured that if you encounter the same thing, the goods will be taken care of by Huayuan County. After all, it happened in Huayuan County." "Sir, you are really good." A merchant heard Zhang Zhong's words and knelt there and shouted. "You don't have to do this. Continue to do business in the future." Zhang Zhong had his own plans. These bandits had more than 200 people, and they could be used to work. He didn't need to give them wages. As long as they didn't starve to death, he would give them whatever they lacked. There would be enough wild vegetables. It was easy for the Yamen runners to catch the bandits who didn't have weapons. He just needed to wait at the docks. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received a large sum of money today. It was 80,000 strings of coins. There were silver, copper coins, and some silk. They took out what belonged to them first and put the rest in the warehouse. They sent more people to look after them. They picked out the best silk and divided it according to the population of Elm Village. Regardless of the size, each person was given 10 feet of cloth to make clothes. There were 322 people, so they needed 80,500 silk bolts. 81 bolts were enough. The silk used as money was not all that accurate. Some of them were even worn out and worm-eaten. After picking and choosing again, he finally found 81 bolts of silk that were of better quality. As for the rest, he would use them when he paid the tax in Huayuan County. In order to maintain the monetary value of the silk bolts, the imperial court could let the heavily damaged silk bolts continue to have the same purchasing power, which was equivalent to 200 copper coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't plan to keep the silk bolts. Usually, when they bought things at home, they would use the silk bolts if they could. They were all large transactions. If they were exchanged with others, not only would they take up space in the warehouse, they would also be worried that they would rot or be eaten by insects. The two of them packed up, called their family members, and took a car to Elm Village. After half a day, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of Elm Village. As expected, there were many elm trees. Because of the rain 2 days ago, some coal had been washed away on the road. The black and yellow color mixed together, making people uncomfortable and very muddy. If there's a big fire here, will there be an explosion? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got off the car. Looking at the mud and coal on their feet, they imagined that when the wind blew these coal bolts into the air on a hot day, there would be some sparks. With a bang, the whole village would be gone. Impossible. If there was an explosion, so many coal fields would have been blown up into the sky. We just need to walk forward and take a turn to reach the village. Wang Wan wanted to take a good look. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked forward with difficulty. After turning the corner, he could see from afar that there were many people working there. There were also children running around. When he got closer, he could finally see clearly that the people of Elm Village were repairing the road there. They were pushing carts of sand and stones from who knows where in the village. When they arrived here and piled up on the road, a few people carried shovels and spread them out. They filled the gaps with sand. Some people found stones and pebbles and repeatedly pressed them there. The children were in charge of bringing water and towels to wipe the sweat of the adults. The slightly older ones were in charge of sweeping behind with brooms tied with bamboo leaves. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car turned the corner, the people in the village finally realized. For the past few days, there would be people driving carts to deliver meat to them every day. It was not easy to preserve meat, so they could only deliver it every day. Today's carts had not arrived yet. They thought that the carts that appeared were for meat delivery. When the old man saw the carts, he called a few young men to welcome them. When they got closer, he saw that there were actually 2 children. The people driving the carts had never seen them before, so they were puzzled. They are from the Zhang family. Look at the rice seedlings on the cart. They are similar to the ones sent by the Zhang family. It's just that there is one more and the drawing is different. A sharp-eyed person saw the rice seedlings on the cart that belonged to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the people beside him. The few people were relieved. It was fine as long as they were from the Zhang family. The old man took 2 steps forward with the stick and asked, "Meat delivery?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything, but a person beside him said to the old man, "It's not meat delivery. It's cloth this time to make clothes for the people in the village." It's time to work, so we need to make 2 sets of clothes. Work. Good, work is good. We are waiting for you to call us. We can't eat your food for free. When the old man heard that there was work to be done, he said happily. He waved to the people behind him, and those people came forward to help carry the things down. The road ahead was under construction. Many large gaps in the stones had not been filled, so the carts could not pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also walked into the village hand in hand. The others helped to carry the things together. A few more villagers ran over. The old man looked at the 2 children strenuously walking on such a road and asked the person from the Zhang family who had just spoken, "Who are these 2? This is the young master of the Zhang family, and this is the young lady of the Wang family. This time, they are here to play for a while." The person from the Zhang family introduced them to the old man. "Hey, you can't walk. Go and find some people to bring the frame that is prepared to carry the county magistrate and carry the 2 little ancestors." The old man was surprised. The 2 children who came were of such high status. How could he neglect them? He asked the people to take the things. No, we can walk by ourselves." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand there. "That won't do. We have to carry them all the way. If they bump into something and can't explain it, the villagers will feel guilty." The old man did not give in at all. They had agreed that as long as the county magistrate came, they would carry him all the way and not let his feet touch the ground. Even the children had to do the same. The old man blocked in front. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not play the game of eagle and chicken with the old man, so they had to stand there. After a while, 4 strong-looking young men came, including Dog Tian. The 4 of them each had a piece of wood as thick as an arm on their shoulders. 2 were in the front and 2 were behind. In the middle of the wood was a big chair with a shed. "Put it here. One of you go back and tell the cook in the village to take out the dried meat we made in the first 2 days to cook. Take out everything else that can be eaten. Kill the chicken of Big Cat's family." The old man pointed on the ground with the stick and called a person who carried a cloth to pass by. The chair was placed half a foot above the ground. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went up and sat side by side. The 4 people stood up steadily at the same time and lifted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were pretending to be children, so they could not say too many words that adults should say. They looked around and let people carry them all the way to the village. When they reached the place where the road was being repaired, the villagers stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with respectful eyes. Everyone continued to work. "We will eat together at dinner time. You, come here and call a few people to wait for orders." The old man there ordered a 13 or 14-year-old child to come over and wait to serve Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Chapter 343. It's here. The old man led Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to a small hill behind the village. There was a dark pothole here. Above it was some water mixed with coal to form a coal slurry. Below it should be coal. Around the pothole was a wall built by the villagers with mud and grass. It surrounded the pothole. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't understand the purpose of building a wall. This was a small open pit mine. They could dig out coal by digging around it. The old man explained, when the coal flows into the fields, it can't produce any food. The people in our village built a wall outside to block it. But when there is a heavy rain, it can't stop it. Sometimes it overflows the wall, and sometimes it directly breaks the wall. We can only block it a little. When the old man said this, his face was full of helplessness. The 4 people carrying Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also looked sad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know how to laugh when they saw their expressions. Living a hard life in a coal mine. Well, this kind of thing was quite common. Many people didn't know that their poor hometown had something that others were jealous of. It was not suitable for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to directly discuss business with the village chief, so they signaled the person who followed them with their eyes. The person began to talk about what he had learned before coming to the village chief. Tamura Masa, it's like this. This coal, our family wants it, that, if you want it, take it. Ask the county magistrate to issue a document. This is your place. If you don't have enough people, our village will help you. Without waiting for the Zhang family to finish, the old man waved his hand and said generously. The person from the Zhang family waved his hand. Tamura Masa, we don't dare to take this place for ourselves. It's fine if it's farther away, but this place is too close to the capital. We can only mine. This place is still your elm villages. We don't have people to dig, so we'll ask your villagers to help. For every 20 dan of coal dug out, we'll give them 10 coins. Or we can give 1 coin for 2 dan of coal. For every 20 dan of coal dug out, the Zhang family will give 1 coin to Elm Village and 1 coin to the county. What do you think? The old man was stunned when he heard the amount of money. It was too much. They would give 1 coin for every 2 dan of coal dug out. If they dug out 20 dan of coal, they would give the village 1 coin. People like Guzi Tian in the village could dig out hundreds of coins a day. The old man, who thought that digging coal was too easy, shook his head vigorously. No, it's too much. We'll help you dig. You don't want the county's money. Doesn't it belong to your family? Tamura Masa, Mr. Tian, Huayuan County doesn't belong to the Zhang family. It belongs to the imperial court. The money we'll give is not much at all. We have a big use for this coal. We can make more money. If we do it well, we can make a profit with 1 dan of coal. You don't have to tell me how much money you can make. It's your Zhang family's ability to make mountains of gold and silver. It's also what your Zhang family deserves. The Zhang family is a good person, and so is the Wang family. It's settled. We'll help you dig, and you'll give us money. You didn't use it before because you haven't eaten your food. We'll pay you this amount in the future. Even if you sell the coal you just dug out, we Elm Village won't dig it ourselves. We'll dig it for you. If others come, we'll drive them away. The old man was full of heroism. He kept tapping the place where the coal was dug out with the stick. The 4 people carrying Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also full of agreement. They combined the unyielding force of resistance with the simplicity of gratitude. Xiaobao and Wang Wan were moved as well. The old man's intentions couldn't be any clearer. You can use this coal to earn as much money as you can. We'll only recognize you as our family. With that salary, we won't dig it up and sell it ourselves. We'll keep it for you and guard it. Many people would think that they were stupid, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely didn't think so. This was a real person. If everyone in the world could be like this, there wouldn't be so many problems. We must protect them and let them live a better life. Wang Wan's lips moved. I know. I'll think of an easy and profitable way to let them do it. They'll have to move in the future. Otherwise, they'll get sick if they breathe in too much coal ash. Later, we'll bring some cloth and make masks for them. When Grandpa buys cotton comes out, it'll be better to make masks than other things. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. People like Elm Village would be at a disadvantage if they didn't protect them. The force of 322 people wasn't enough. When more people knew there was coal here, they would come to mine it. There was no way to stop them. They could use any means. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person in the inner courtyard. This person understood that he had to say something. Tamura Masa, there's no need to stop outsiders. If they want to come and dig, let them dig. For every stone they dig, they'll have to give the village and the county 1 copper coin. By then, this land won't be able to be farmed. You can bring the villagers to cook for them. The Zhang family will teach you how to cook and give you some ingredients. When the old man heard this, he was stunned. The first part was still acceptable. Why was it that if other people dug, they'd have to pay 1 copper coin for every stone they dug? Zhangji Zhuangzi would pay 1 copper coin for every 20 stones dug. He could still calculate this. When he heard that they couldn't farm here in the future, he was a little sad. However, he understood that with so many people digging, there would be coal ash everywhere. It really couldn't be farmed. Fortunately, the Zhang family could help find other jobs in the future. Cooking was indeed good. Yes, it's settled. If other people come, they'll have to pay more. The more they dig, the richer the village will be. Don't let them bring their own food. They'll either starve or buy our food. This time, it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's turn to be stunned. This old man was tough. In the past, only a few small restaurants didn't allow people to bring their own drinks. They didn't expect the old man to say something like this. He didn't teach his family what to say in this situation. It seemed like they could only let him do it himself. The person in the inner courtyard didn't disappoint. He immediately said, "Tamura Masa, it won't do if you don't let them bring food. I have an idea. Let them bring it, and we'll hire some people to dig. Then, we'll buy the village's food for them. It'll definitely be better than the food brought by others. Give them more money, and when the outsiders see it, they'll naturally quit. Yes, we have to compete. Comparisons are odious. Let's do as you say. Let's go back and wait for dinner. There's a lot of food today. It'll be enough to eat." The old man slapped his thigh and agreed to the Zhang family's proposal. This made the person breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were carried back like this. It was easy to deal with now that the matter was settled. As for the salary that would be paid after a month, the two of them were not in a hurry. They would be paid according to the amount of coal they mined. As long as it was enough to buy the delivered food, they would start to pay. The group of people returned to the village. Most of the people went to repair the road. Only the people in charge of cooking were busy there. In order to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the villagers cooked the meat that the Zhang family had given over the past 2 days. After eating the meat on the first day, they put salt on it and hung it on the stove. This way, it could be preserved for a longer time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the villagers had taken out almost everything that could be eaten at home. They even killed the chickens that they usually couldn't bear to kill. They felt a little sorry, especially the bacon, which was taken down as soon as it was smoked. "Xiaobao, they don't lack salt here, right? Let's ask someone to send some salt over next time. Is it your favorite bacon? Why did I feel that it wasn't delicious before?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had been placed on the ground. To be precise, they were placed on 2 big logs, one in front and one in front. The two of them were still sitting there. There were a few children playing next to them. If there was anything, they could just call them. Zhang Xiaobao thought about the taste of the bacon. It's okay to eat a little. As long as it's not a critical moment, I usually don't eat it. Every family makes different kinds of bacon. Maybe the taste here is better. I know what to ask the villagers to do in the future. What to do? Wang Wan just asked Zhang Xiaobao to treat the villagers better. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed. In just a short while, he thought of what to do. Raise pigs. Raise a lot of them. Raise a few thousand of them. See if there is a barren mountain in the county. When the time comes, let them occupy it and raise the pigs there. After a year, it will be easy. They know how to make sausages, right? Some of the meat can be made into sausages. Some of the pork ribs and spine bones can be sold to the people of Huaiyuan County. Let the people make these 2 kinds of bones into snacks and sell them. Pig head meat is also fine. People nowadays don't like to eat pork, but the smoked pig head meat is really good. We can put it in lunch boxes and sell it. The pig hair can be made into writing brushes for the children to use. The most important thing is the hind legs of the pig. Let them make ham. We can help to export it. Zhang Xiaobao listed the benefits of the pig one by one. He felt that it was good. Wang Wan listened for a while and shook her head. The first part of what you said is okay. But the last part of the ham doesn't seem good. You have to find a good wood to smoke it. Just like Beijing roast duck, you have to use some jujube wood. The cost is too high. Ah. Smoke. This doesn't need to be smoked. Just use salt. When the ham was first produced, it was pickled with salt. Later on, there were more processes. In the beginning, there weren't so many processes. It's just like making sausages. It's not so complicated. Let's try it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that the ham had to be smoked. He would think about how to make it later. At least, it had to be pickled with salt. Wang Wan stuck out her tongue. Then let's try it. If you don't do it well, you will be blamed. Why don't you raise sheep? Everyone likes to eat sheep, especially the mutton soup. You can also make it with some cheap goods. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to let the villagers of Yushu village raise pigs. Other than the ham, the consumers would be the ordinary people. If the rich people didn't want to eat pork, they wouldn't consider it. The sky slowly turned dark as the two of them chatted. At this time, the food was ready. The road workers were also rushing back with their tools. Chapter 344. The moon was bright and the stars were shining brightly. It was quiet on both sides of the river. Suddenly, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. They were restless. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were just about to eat when they heard that their father was looking for them. They couldn't stay any longer. They put down their chopsticks and asked someone to find a horse. They were carried onto the horse one after another. Under the shocked gazes of the villagers of Elm Village, they followed the man into the distance. What happened? Zhang Xiaobao turned to ask the guard beside him in order to have more time to think. The yamen runners on the other side of the river caught some robbers today. Only one escaped the net. The rest were all caught. These people said that they were ordered to do it by a trading company. The trading company has a single line of communication with them. Master is worried because they can't find the person. The guard leaped forward a little and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao. He was in the limelight. Oh, so they don't know which trading company is behind this. If I had known, I would have gone back after eating. Since the robbers have been caught, the trading company would not do it personally unless they want to expose themselves. If they stand out now, it would be useless even if they are relatives of the emperor. The emperor can even kill relatives. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried this time and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and asked, "Is that person very important? How did he escape?" "He is not that important. He was sent by the other side to pick us up. We thought we could catch him, but he disappeared after jumping into the water. There are people patrolling on the river, but we did not see his head above the water. We also sent a boat to cast a net, but we still could not see him. It was as if he disappeared in an instant. Master is worried that he will go back and tell the trading company what happened here. He is worried that the trading company has other means. It would not be good if they send people to hurt the young master and the young lady. Therefore, he sent the two of us to bring the young master and the young lady back." The guard shouted in reply again. Wang Wan nodded to show that she heard. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that the person has a tube or something on him. He can breathe in the water near the shore. Why don't they jump in to find him? They only care about patrolling with boats. It doesn't matter. If there is really a trading company behind the robbers, they will naturally know when the robbers are caught. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care much about this. It's not like that. If we catch that person, won't we know who's behind it? Wang Wan felt that this person knew the most important thing. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and choked on his words. If we really catch this person, he will definitely say that he is a cloth merchant. After all the torture, a person who is so well prepared, knows how to use other things to breathe in the water, and is also a good swimmer. Under normal circumstances, we will want to ask him something. So they are from the cloth trade. Is the Qin family involved? They used to cut off our water supply, but were harmed by us once. They have a motive. When Wang Wan heard the name Buxing, the first thing that came to her mind was the Qin family. You didn't hear it carefully just now. If I said we really catch him, he will definitely say that he is from the cloth trade. If he says it is the cloth trade, is it really the cloth trade? The Qin family is not stupid. If we don't take the initiative to find trouble with them, they should be burning incense at home. They can't wait to hide from us. Why would they jump out and tell us that there is another Qin family? Zhang Xiaobao directly excluded the Qin family. Even if he decided to take the time to harm the Qin family once in the future, he wouldn't think that it was the Qin family. Not only did he exclude the Qin family, but he also couldn't do anything to them in the future. He needed to make use of them. Wang Wan thought for a while and also figured out what was wrong. Then who do you think it is? Is it some other marquis or something? Seeing that our family is making so much money, they are coming to harm us. Maybe it is someone who can compete for the position of crown prince, or even someone sent by the crown prince himself. Does that kind of person need to do that? They can just look for my father and give him some pointers. My father will know what to do. Isn't it just giving up the profits? Our family has always given people two impressions. One is that we are strong. Anyone who dares to have designs on Zhuangzi will be dealt with. The other is that we are weak. As long as you think your status is good enough, you can come over and we will give up the profits. They didn't come over directly, which means that their status is not prominent. But they can support those people to rob us and sell the goods. This let us know that they still have some power. This power is not in the official circles, or it should be said that they don't want to make use of people in the official circles. Zhang Xiaobao was analyzing. Wang Wan felt that it was reasonable and asked, then can you guess who it is? Tubo people. They suffered a loss last time, so they are coming to deal with us this time. The Tubo people are not here to rob us. They are here to kill us and steal our goods. They really want to make life difficult for us. After killing us a few times, no one is willing to cross this river. The people who instigated them are not outsiders, but our own people. Our small river allows those merchants who don't have much money to use small boats to transport goods. This is robbing other people's business. They are robbing other people's business. They are robbing other people's business. Those who rely on Jingshui River to make money are not willing. If it were me, this would be a warning. Next time, it won't be a problem here. It will be a problem at our shipyard by the Jingshui River in prefecture. For example, there will be a fire and you can't buy wood locally. These kinds of things can happen. This is a second warning. Zhang Xiaobao was very sure about the general suspects. If there was only hatred, they would not just rob and not kill. It was also because of benefits. Wang Wan listened and felt that it was a waste of Zhang Xiaobao's talent to be a swindler. He should have been the director of the Special Second Division. He only had information about the robbery, and he was able to analyze so much. He was more reliable. It was the same when he fought with others in a battle of wits. He did not need to have too much information, just a little bit would be enough. If he was really given an intelligence agency, how much valuable information would they be able to find? As long as he had a clue, he would be able to deduce the general situation. It was just like the popular saying, "Don't stretch out your hand. If you stretch out your hand, you will be caught." Wang Wan did not know if it was the system that made people like Zhang Xiaobao disappear or if it was fate. However, she still wanted to know what those people would do, so she asked, "Then what will the third warning be? Do you think they will have a third chance?" "There are only 2 chances. The first time is when they are exposed. The second time is arranged by us. After that, it will be time for us to counterattack. In a battle between 2 ace snipers, will there be a third chance? Besides, they are not ace snipers. If it were me, I would definitely not do that. If they did not take action, it would be fine. But since they took action, they would solve the problem directly. They would only test if they did not have detailed information. For example, we have Li Sun. Our information is out in the open. Is there a need to test? Others know our nature. How dare they warn us? This time, I will make them suffer. After meeting my father, I will get someone to send a message to Li Sun. The shipyard can be prepared. It is up to them whether they want to burn it or monopolize the shipbuilding wood. I hope it is the latter. I like this kind of economic game. I don't like people who break the rules. If it is the latter, I will give them another chance. If it is the former, then they can only wait for more violent revenge. There is a fine line between heaven and hell. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was certain that it was done by those people on the Jingshui River. Wang Wan smiled and did not say anything. She liked Zhang Xiaobao like this. It was just like the small bridge in the past. Where it led depended on the thoughts of the person who came. At that time, heaven and hell were separated by a single thought. The 3 horses were still running, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not anxious at all. They had already analyzed the situation. Zhang Zhong was in a different mood. He did not have Zhang Xiaobao's super analytical skills. He was still looking for suspects, such as the Qin family's Zhuangzi. When he heard about the trading company, he thought of the cloth company and the Qin family. He thought that the Qin family might have contacted the cloth company to find trouble with him. "Master, don't worry. Our Zhangjie Zhuangzi is not afraid of trouble. Since they did not dare to come out in person, maybe they are afraid of us." Ernie had been accompanying Zhang Zhong. When he saw Zhang Zhong's anxious look, he tried to persuade him. "You don't know. Sometimes, some things are not as simple as they seem. They have not really done anything yet. When they do, everything will be too late." Zhang Zhong was not as optimistic as Ernie. He was not used to this kind of thing. In the past, it was all done by his son and daughter-in-law. He studied wholeheartedly. Later, when he became the county magistrate, he learned a lot of new things. But now, when he had to face the situation personally, he realized that he still did not understand this aspect and still had to learn. Ernie wanted to say that as long as the young master and young lady came, everything would become simple. But he did not dare to say that. What would he do to the master? He did not dare to say that, but Zhang Zhong did not care. "Wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come and ask them. Maybe we will have an idea." "Master, I don't think you can think of it. The young master and young lady may not be able to do it." Ernie followed up at the right time. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhong's face sank. "Ernie, you have been following Xiao Bao all the time. How can you say such things? My son Xiao Bao is better than me. Each generation is better than the last." Ernie realized that he had said something wrong. He quickly nodded and said, "Master is right. The young master is good. Once he comes, it will be easy." Yes. Wait for my son Xiao Bao to come. Let's see what good ideas he has. Now, nothing can go wrong with the river. Otherwise, Huayuan County and Sanshui County will be finished. When Zhang Zhong thought of his son, his mood improved a lot. The only thing he was worried about was that the company had a backup plan and would continue to cause trouble. Chapter 345. Cats fly in the night, and people can't sleep. Looking at the candlelight that has turned to ash, they sighed with emotion like flowing water. When the trend falls, the heart is also broken. Who does disaster cover? But drunk with the moon. While Zhang Zhong was waiting for his son and daughter-in-law to come back, there was also someone who couldn't rest. In the Qin family's Zhuangzi, the head of the family, Qin Gingxin, already knew what happened during the day. He was drinking alone and cursing. Who is it? He came to the river to cause trouble and didn't reveal his identity. He only said that it was a trading company. Isn't this telling the Zhang family that it was Buxing who did it? But when did Buxing do such a thing? The Zhang family will definitely think that I asked someone to do it. What should I do? I have to make the Zhang family believe that it wasn't me. I'll go talk to them. Chen Gingxin didn't know how much he had drunk. He drank one cup after another. People said that when one was drunk, one wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, when he stood up and swayed, he was still thinking about what happened during the day. The more he wanted to forget, the more he couldn't forget. He didn't touch the food on the table and only drank. The servant in the Zhuangzi came over to help him pour wine. Seeing him like this, he was very worried. The servant wasn't afraid of Qin Gingxin, but he was afraid that he would do something to the people around him if he drank too much. If he were to think of something wrong and vent his anger on her, she would be done for. At the very least, she would not be able to avoid being whipped. Do you think I should talk to Zhang Zhong and tell him that I didn't do it? The servant was worried when Qin Gingxin turned his head and asked him. The servant was so scared that he trembled. Master, I thought that it would be useless even if you went to look for him. If you really went to look for him, others would think that you were guilty. Who is guilty? Did I do it? Tell me, who is guilty? Chen Gingxin's face darkened as he stared at the servant. It's the Zhang family who is guilty. It wasn't you. If you wanted to do it, why would you hide? It's the Zhang family who is guilty. The servant regretted making that sound just now and tried his best to make up for it, or to make the master forget that he was beside him. Chen Gingxin didn't do anything to the servant. He shook his head and said, the Zhang family is not guilty. You don't understand. The Zhang family is thinking whether this matter is related to me. I'm not guilty. I won't go to them. What if they think I'm guilty? Phew. The servant at the side heaved a sigh of relief and also calmed down. Master, someone is here. Someone from the Zhang family is here. He said that he has something to tell you. At this time, a gatekeeper rushed in and said nervously. No, I'm not meeting anyone. What Zhang family? Which Zhang family? There are many people with the surname Zhang. Do you think I'm afraid of him? What did you say about the Zhang family? Is it Zhang Zhong? Chen Gingxin was still in a daze and said casually. Suddenly, he reacted and asked again. Yes, it's a guard from his family. He said that he has something to tell you. Master, are you going to meet him or not? The servant's voice trembled as he spoke. At this time, Chen Gingxin finally sobered up a little. Yes, I have to meet him. Find him and bring him in. No, invite him in. No, I will personally welcome him. No, invite him in. When Chen Gingxin said this, he struggled and changed his mind again and again. In the end, he finally decided to invite the guard in and not personally welcome him. That would make him look guilty, even if he really didn't have any confidence in his heart. Soon, the guard came in. As soon as he saw Chen Gingxin, he smiled and said to Chen Gingxin, my master has something that he wants to let family head Chen know alone. Ah. Alone? Leave, all of you, leave. Tell me. Chen Gingxin drove everyone else out of the room and asked when he was alone with the guard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still riding on the same horse. There was one less guard beside them, Zhuangzi, who was sent to the Qin family just now. The two of them hadn't eaten yet. They didn't bring their backpacks with them. After traveling in the middle of the night, they were feeling tired. This was the time when they usually slept. Finally, the lights of the dock appeared in front of them. The two of them slightly increased their speed. When they reached the shore, there were already people waiting for them. The two of them dismounted and changed boats. When they reached the opposite shore, they didn't wait for the boat to stop and jumped over one after another. Father, your son is back. Father, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. When Zhang Xiaobao saw his father, he ran over to the table and grabbed the brush to write on a new piece of paper. He didn't forget to mention that he hadn't eaten yet. Zhang Zhong imagined several situations that would happen when they met. For example, when his son saw him, he would say, "Father, it's nothing. It's simple." Or, "Father, what happened?" Or, "Father, I know." Or. But he definitely didn't expect it to be like this. He came in and said that he was hungry. He still had to practice his son's handwriting. Ernie didn't think too much. He just listened to what others said. When he heard the young master's words, he ran out but was stopped by Wang Wan. Tell the kitchen at the dock to make some noodles. It's enough for 4 people. Just empty the kitchen. You don't need to say anything else. Oh, and tell the kitchen to put the ingredients away. We'll use it later. Got it. Little girl, I'll go and tell them. Ernio responded and ran away again. At the same time, he was happy in his heart. Only now could he eat the noodles. There were only the master, the young master, and the young lady in the house. There were only 3 people. Including himself, there were exactly 4 people. The young master and the little girl didn't usually cook. When they instructed others to cook, it would definitely be delicious. It seemed that they were preparing to cook for themselves today. Ernie went out. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing. He wrote a letter to Li Sun and asked Li Sun to arrange it. That would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Zhang Zhong was also at the side looking at his son writing the letter. With one look, he knew that the letter was written to Li Sun. After reading the contents of the letter, he was baffled. It was all about arranging some things in the dock. Something like leaving a certain place for people to easily light a fire, something about loading a few boats with sand and placing them in a place where they could light a fire together. What was all this mess going on for? He asked him to come back to help think of a solution. What did it have to do with the dock? When Zhang Zhong couldn't figure it out and Ernie came back, Zhang Xiaobao finally finished writing the letter. He dried the ink on the letter and put it in an envelope. After looking around, he found a seal and applied it, then handed it to Ernie, who had just returned. Ernie, have someone send this letter to Li Sun as soon as possible. It must not be delayed. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, young master. I'll go arrange it now. Ernie ran back. Before he could catch his breath, he ran out again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for his father to ask and directly said, "Father, you don't have to worry about the business. We'll go back together tomorrow. I'll go get something to eat first. I'm starving." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and hurriedly ran away. Only Zhang Zhong, who was in a confused state, was left in the room. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to the kitchen. The noodles had already been mixed. Zhang Xiaobao rolled them into slices. Wang Wan found some green onions and cut them into small pieces. She also found some non-spicy sauce and eggs. She also found some meat and mushrooms. She cut them up and used a small stove to fry the sauce. While waiting for Wang Wan to finish frying the sauce, Zhang Xiaobao also cut the noodles into strips and put them into the other pot. He even said, "I'm too hungry. I don't have time to slowly roll it out a few more times. Let's just make do with it." Wang Wan saw this and began to look for cooked food. She found cold shredded bamboo shoots and 2 cucumbers. She patted them and made them into garlic cucumbers. She also didn't know how the dogs got the beef. She also cut it into slices and mixed it with garlic sauce. As for the soup, she didn't have time to make it. Zhang Xiaobao had already fished out the noodles. Thinking that there was no soup to cook the noodles, he simply put the noodles into cold water. He poured the water twice and put it in a basin. He put it on his head and sent it back. Wang Wan also put the dishes on the tray. She also felt that it was heavy. She held it on her head with one hand and picked up the sauce bowl with the other hand. She followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and returned to Zhang Zhong's room. Erniu also came back at this time. He had been thinking about eating. "Dad, you also haven't eaten because you were thinking about something, right? Just eat something casually. I don't have time to cook." When the basin on Zhang Xiaobao's head was taken by Erniu, he said to his father. The things Wang Wan carried were also taken by Zhang Zhong. Erniu didn't need to say anything. He directly ran to the kitchen and brought back the bowls, chopsticks, and plates. Zhang Zhong looked at the 3 cold plates. He knew that his son and daughter-in-law really didn't cook anything. Only the cucumbers were just chopped. He really didn't eat and couldn't eat. He always felt that there was a place that wanted to scheme against him hiding in the dark. Erniu served others at this time. He first served a bowl of noodles for each of the 3 people. When the 3 of them were ready to eat, he also served a bowl for himself. He sat at the side and waited for others to eat. He was used to eating with the master family, especially with the young master and young lady. He didn't feel afraid at all. Zhang Xiaobao first scooped 3 spoonfuls of sauce for his father, then 2 spoonfuls for Wang Wan. He also scooped some for himself. He pushed the sauce bowl to Erniu and said, "Put it on your own." After saying that, he and Wang Wan began to eat. The soaked noodles were really good. They lowered their heads and refused to raise it. They didn't even want the 3 dishes. After eating, Wang Wan finally reacted. She put some cucumbers in Zhang Zhong's bowl and some in Zhang Xiaobao's and her own bowls. She pushed the plate to Erniu and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I forgot to shred the cucumbers and didn't bring the garlic. Just make do with it." Zhang Zhong felt that it was good and also ate there happily. Erniu was really good. It's delicious. The young master and young lady's food is delicious. I'll go get the garlic. After saying that, he ran away. Looking at his bowl again, there was only a little water left. There was no noodles at all. Chapter 346. On one side of the mountain, there were pavilions and small buildings for people to swim in. On the other side of the water, there was a gentle murmur. Paddlers walked along the shore with bamboo poles. On the other side, they were happy and sad. They listened to children singing about fishing boats. "Dad, Dad, here, here." At the little Luoshui pier, a group of children were carrying backpacks and preparing to go to the other side of the mountain. A girl among them looked at the boat in the water and suddenly shouted to one of them. When a middle-aged man and a 15 or 16-year-old boy stood out and looked over, she waved her hand and turned to the other children beside her and said, "My house is here. I'll bring you to my house later. My brother's roasted shrimp is delicious. Wei Wei, is it comfortable to sleep on the boat?" A 6 or 7-year-old child who was about the same age as Wei Wei asked curiously. "Well, more or less. I fell asleep after a while." Wei Wei looked at her house and put the backpack in front of her. She opened it and took out the things inside. Wei Wei, why are you here? The middle-aged man asked Wei Wei when the boat came over. He was relieved when he saw that there were other children beside Wei Wei. Wei Wei happily moved forward and let the boat come closer. When the boat came closer, she began to pass the things in the bag to the middle-aged man and her brother. Brother, Dad, this is what I got when I went to school for the half-month exam. There are 5 century eggs, 3 salted goose eggs, 1 foot of silk, and a new set of toys for playing house. I changed them into hairpins and gave them to my mother. These 10 copper coins are also my reward. Dad, you don't have to pay me next month. I learned well. They didn't ask for money and even gave me things. Dad, you don't have to make clothes for me. The school will make them for me. Wei Wei handed the items over one by one and said that each one was correct. Then, she pointed at the 5 seeds embroidered on her chest. One of them was a sprout. Wei Wei has a sprout now. In half a month, she has recognized 113 words. They said that other than Sister Lu, Wei Wei is the fastest to recognize the most. The middle-aged man took the items one by one. Hearing his daughter's words, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. In just half a month, he had spent 100 copper coins to send his daughter to school. Including food and lodging, he had to fork out another 50 copper coins. In just half a month, his daughter had brought back so many things for his family. 2 kinds of eggs and a foot of silk would cost more than 20 copper coins, which was close to 30 copper coins. He also got back 10 copper coins. There was also a hairpin. This hairpin would cost at least 40 copper coins. In total, it was half a month's worth of tuition, food and lodging. Also, from next month onwards, he would no longer need to take money from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. He had not seen his daughter for half a month, and she had become fairer and fatter. Would Zhangzhe Zhuangzi do this? Could it be that his daughter had stolen other people's things? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. He was just about to ask when a person wearing the Zhang family's inner court uniform came over. He was holding a small bag in his hand. You must be Wei Wei's father, right? I am the Zhang family's 3-star errand boy. This time, I brought the children out to have a look and see the people and things outside. I originally planned to look for your boat when I returned. Your boat has always been sailing between the clouds and the water. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is Wei Wei's other prize. Please take a look. The errand boy handed the bag over and said, in the future, Wei Wei doesn't need you to pay a single copper coin. Everything will be managed by the Zhang family. Fishing doesn't require too many people. As for your son, Lu Feng, if he is willing, the Zhang family can arrange a job for him. Ah. This is salt. It's at least 5 caddies. Zhang Zhongren took the bag and immediately knew what it was. He opened it and was even more certain of the things inside. He knew that the salt here was controlled by the provincial government. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Fortunately, he didn't eat a lot. The official price was 10 to 15 copper coins per bucket. When he went to buy it, some sold for 30 copper coins per bucket, while others sold for 40 copper coins. 5 caddies of salt was 20 copper coins. However, this salt was different from what he usually ate. This was fine salt, so it was whiter than the usual salt. It wasn't easy to buy it even if one had the money. After listening to the errand boy's words, it seemed that his daughter, Wei Wei, was enjoying a good life there. His son could also find a new job. Father, I want to work and earn money to support the family's expenses. The middle-aged man's son reacted quickly. The other things weren't important. If the Zhang family said that they would find a job for him, it definitely wouldn't be something that could be found anywhere. This kind of good thing was brought by his sister, so he definitely couldn't miss it. He pulled his father's arm and reminded him. The middle-aged man didn't agree just because of a few words. He asked again, "What's so good about my Wei Wei?" "Don't worry, the Zhang family won't harm Wei Wei. Wei Wei has learned more things in half a month than other people combined in 2 months. She hasn't learned anything before, and she's smart and not inflexible. That's why the Zhang family made this decision," the errand boy explained patiently. Seeing that his father was still asking, his son became anxious. "Father, if the Zhang family wants to harm us, what other methods do they have to use?" "Oh, right, the Zhang family is good. Then what can my son do?" At this time, the middle-aged man also thought it through. With the power of the Zhang family, as long as his home was still on this river, it was too easy for the Zhang family to harm them. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble. There are 3 workshops in Sanshui County, and one of them is a food processing workshop. The original manager can't handle it, mainly because his skills in processing seafood and freshwater fish and shrimp are not good enough. I heard from Wei Wei that Lu Feng is better than ordinary fishermen in this aspect. He can be the manager of the seafood processing workshop there. Is it possible? The errand boy directly gave the position of manager. Although it wasn't the chief manager of the workshop, it had a lot of power and responsibility. Naturally, it would be more profitable. Wei Wei also knew some things when she was studying there. When she heard that her brother was going to be the manager, she happily said to her father, "Father, that manager will get a salary of 500 copper coins a month. He will also be given food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation during the holidays. He can work for 10 days and take a day off to go home." Really? The middle-aged man didn't expect the Zhang family to directly give such a position. He turned around and looked at his son, afraid that his son couldn't do it. Feng He met his father's gaze and said, "Father, I will try. If it really doesn't work, I will come back to continue fishing." The middle-aged man finally relaxed and nodded, "Okay, then my son will try. This errand boy, if my son causes any trouble, look for me. I will take responsibility." The errand boy was also relieved. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to arrange a better place for someone to work. If it wasn't for Wei Wei, he wouldn't have cared about his son. "Don't worry, as long as Lu Feng doesn't put poison in the seafood processing, he won't cause any trouble. Tomorrow, let Lu Feng go to the Li family's farmstead and find the person in charge there, then he can go and do his job. I still have to continue playing with the children, goodbye." After the errand boy was settled, he cupped his hands to the middle-aged man, patted Wei Wei's head, and walked back. "Father, I'm going to play. I'm going to play at the lake over there. You can go there by boat." Wei Wei put her backpack on her back and said to her father. Then she went back. The other children at the dock wanted to go to Wei Wei's house to take a look, but seeing that the errand boy didn't want to go, they gave up the idea. After the group of children left, Wei Wei's mother came out of the cabin. Just now, she couldn't show her face because her man and son were there, so she could only stay in the cabin and listen. When she heard that her daughter had exchanged a toy for a hairpin for her, she even wiped a few drops of tears. "Mother, I have something to do." Feng He saw his mother come out and said happily, "Good, when you get there, do your job well. Don't embarrass your sister. They are so good to us because of your sister." Wei Wei's mother also knew why the Zhang family did this. The middle-aged man was in a good mood and handed over the hairpin in his hand. "Madam, look, this is what your daughter earned for you." "What, madam?" "She is an old woman. Quickly send this to the first family in Linshui." Wei Wei's mother snatched the hairpin, blushed, and turned back to the cabin. The middle-aged man slightly pushed the boat, and like a small fish, the boat changed direction and went to the first family in Linshui. With a turn and a push of the pole, the boat was perfectly controlled. Just this move of the pole was enough to deter many people who were rowing the boat. The middle-aged man smiled and muttered, our Lu family is all good at this. During the hunting season, the toads in the field croaked regardless of day or night. Some people listened leisurely, while others felt irritated. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan belonged to the group of people who were leisurely. The two of them were swimming in the area behind the yamen where the family lived. The second courtyard that they entered would be the courtyard where the two of them would live in the future. The courtyard door would reopen elsewhere, leaving only a small door here. The two of them held important positions in the family. Many people in the inner courtyard had to come over to discuss matters, so they were given a courtyard with two entrances. In addition to the yamen at the front and the garden at the back, there was a small corner door next to it that allowed people to come directly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The coal from Elm Village was being loaded into carts and shipped away by boat to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to be used for smelting. It had only been half a month, so no one had noticed or interfered. The two of them were lying on the surface of the water, holding on to the letter written by the frustrated Li Sun. The letter stated that no one had lit the fire, and no one had bought a large amount of wood. Li Sun was asking Zhang Xiaobao if the expert in his imagination had made a mistake in his calculations. Xiaobao, did you calculate wrongly? Did we underestimate the enemy? No one from Jingshui River has come to make trouble. Wang Wan was also a little uncertain. They had waited for half a month, but nothing had happened at the river. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, if it were me a few days ago, I wouldn't have done anything either. It wouldn't have worked, and I would have exposed myself in advance. In another 2 days, the winter wheat will be harvested. That's the time when the transportation ability is tested the most. Chapter 347. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to be so certain. He even deployed another step. There has been no movement for half a month. How can you be so sure? Half a month is nothing. For a purpose, there are many things that can be done for years. The county has started to build roads. There is no asphalt, no cement, and no bluestone roads. They can only use some gravel to pave the roads. It will take a year or two to repair. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to spend more time on schemes, so he changed the topic to people's livelihood. He liked to do things related to people's livelihood. He also wanted to do this to cheat money. Unfortunately, God did not give him much time. He just started, and he was not afraid for the rest of his life. His family was powerful. Wang Wan also did not want to ask why Zhang Xiaobao was so certain. Well, let's not care about other things. Let's talk about road repair. In fact, it is not a problem. A car with wooden wheels needs to be repaired. How much can it overload? Besides, it is not difficult to repair this kind of road. Didn't you see that when it rains, no matter how bad the road is, the people living on both sides of the road will come out to repair it? The more people there are, the fewer potholes on the road. Without anyone telling them, they will repair it themselves. Yes, they will repair it themselves. This kind of thing seems normal now. In the future, get some gravel and put it on both sides of the road. It is not worth much. A pile is only 1 or 2 coins. Leave it there for a year. Unless the rain is too heavy and washes it away, it can be used to pave the road. Zhang Xiaobao was multitasking just now. He was thinking about road repair and coal at the same time. He was thinking about habitual thinking. He remembered some pictures from 100 years ago. There were always piles of gravel on the side of the road in the village. At that time, people would not take gravel to their houses. When the road was not good due to the rain, except for specific people, some old men in the village would take a shovel and help to pave the road. It was hard to understand their motives. Since it could be done at that time, perhaps it could be done better in this era. Wang Wan did not think too much and said, "Let's go, Xiaobao. The two of us will go and take a look. You can catch some toads in the field and stew them for dinner tonight. Toads are beneficial insects. Don't lie to the child. Basically, the louder the voice, the more they eat. Let's go. Wang Wan was not a member of the Animal Protection Association. She just wanted to eat toads. She even had a pond at home. The two of them climbed out of the swimming pool. Zhang Xiaobao specifically found a two-pronged fork to fork the toads. Just as the two of them went out, they came to a small ditch by the side of a field. Before Zhang Xiaobao could do anything, a fast horse ran over. Young master, this time, the Qin family's leading cloth company has started to purchase a large amount of wheat. They said that they want to ship it to Sichuan and sell it to the garrison there. The person on the horse said something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, I know. Don't worry about it. Just pretend it didn't happen. Yes. The man on the horse answered. He held the reins and turned the horse around to gallop away. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and tightened his grip on the fork. Don't worry about it. Let's enjoy life and continue to fork the toads. Someone is going to be unlucky again. Wang Wan felt sad for those who came to find trouble. From time to time, one or several small boats could be seen on the connected river. They were carrying people and goods. Zhang Zhong had found 3 places where they could pull the fibers. It did solve the problems of life for dozens of people. Every day, people would ask them to pull the fibers in order to save time. Unexpectedly, not only did they pull the fibers themselves, but they also borrowed money to buy a few donkeys. With the donkeys pulling the fibers, the speed was much faster. The people pulling the fibers were relieved, and the owners of the boats were happy. When Zhang Xiaobao heard about this, he asked people to pay attention to the person who came up with the idea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really short of manpower. They only had a few people, but their business was too big. They did not even have a mobile person. Ernie was also sent out to manage the coal mine. The children in Zhuangzi's school were studying hard, but they were too young to use them. The academy had just been built, and the teachers had not all arrived yet. Facing this situation, the main force pulling the fibers by the river, Sun Chongyuan, who still knew how to use his brain and courage, was put on the list of people to pay attention to. At this time, Sun Chongyuan was commanding a few people to pull the boat together. This boat was not big, but it was heavy. No one knew what was on it, but the people pulling the fibers were worried that the boat would run aground. The 6 of them put a white linen cloth on their shoulders. The innermost layer was a layer of leather, which could make their shoulders more comfortable. There were also 4 donkeys harnessed there, pulling with them. The donkeys were strong and had good endurance, but sometimes they were not obedient. Otherwise, no one would use them. Brother Chongyuan, what do you think is on this boat? It's so heavy. Don't tell me it's stones. One of the people pulling the fibers asked Sun Chongyuan, who was beside him. Don't think too much. We did not offend anyone. Who would put stones on this boat to make us suffer? The people coming here are looking for money, not for energy. If it's really stones, then they are precious stones. Ordinary stones are useless when transported here. Who knows, they might be filled with copper coins. Sun Chongyuan moved his feet. With the donkey pulling in front of him, he saved a lot of energy. He was even able to switch the rope from his left shoulder to his right. This switch made him feel much more comfortable. He glanced back and saw a few people standing on the bow of the boat. He quickly turned his head back and continued to pull. The people standing at the bow of the boat were also looking around. They felt that this place was interesting. There were actually people pulling fibers. The people at the bow of the boat also knew about some of the things happening in Huayuan County. In just 20 days, a place that no merchants were willing to come to in the past had a large number of merchants. Some were transporting food, some were transporting cloth, and some were transporting salt and meat. It gave people the feeling that this was not the Zhong County that was made poor by County Magistrate Wen, but a Shang County. Brother Qianyuan, did you see that? Huayuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong is a capable person. Since he took office, he first took in the bailiffs. Then, he took in those documents. Xiao Qi was sent to Beijing the moment he took action. His house was also raided. The last time he was here was half a year ago, right? At that time, the people of Huayuan County were all in a daze. What about now? He was so happy when he was working. This was his ability. If he was the head of a manor, he would be able to turn a middle county into an upper county within 2 years. If he was the county magistrate, he would be able to turn the entire county upside down within a month. He has politics, commerce, agriculture, and even an official. He is also the top scorer of this year's Jinshi. This kind of person, no matter where you put him, you will feel at ease. The only thing you don't know is how he is in terms of military strategy. If he can do this, won't he be an all-rounder? At the bow of the boat, a person wearing light yellow clothes with green stripes said to the person next to him. The person next to him was also wearing light yellow clothes, but the color was light green. At this time, he was looking with his hands behind his back. When he heard the person next to him, he said, "Brother Weitong, are you scared? Everyone says that Zhangjie Zhuangzi is very powerful and that the small bridge is the bridge of helplessness. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful he is only one person. If you and I work together, won't it be easy to deal with him? We are not people from the grain company, and we are not people who don't have the ability to do anything. If we were not in the same place, it would be fine. But this river here, how much business has he stolen from us? If we retreat, how can we raise our heads in front of others in the future? Brother Qianyuan, whether we raise our heads or not is not important. The main thing is that Buxing, who dares to interfere at this time. If they take in the goods, how can we take in the goods? They raise the price and take in the goods, saying that they will take in some of the goods. If that is the case, how can we still get wheat? Are we going to wait for the spring wheat and rice crops to harvest? The person who spoke earlier did not care about his reputation. Merchants like them did not think that reputation was important. Compared to farmers, their status was inferior. Even if they were richer than farmers, what he cared about was money. Everyone knew that grain was needed at the border. The production of grain around the capital was poor, so it had to be transported from the south. Every year, when it was time to harvest, they could take advantage of the opportunity to lower the price and raise the price to make a profit. The more capital they invested, the more they would earn. The person who was called Qianyuan was also thinking about this matter. What was different this year from previous years was that basically every family in Sanshui County grew rice. If they could not get the wheat this time, or if they could not use transport to lower the price, when a large amount of rice was harvested, no one would look for them again. Just thinking about what was about to happen made him uncomfortable. This time, no matter what, he had to get the wheat and ship it out to sell. While he was thinking about this matter, the person next to him said, "Brother Qianyuan, we still have to think about this matter. We can't rush it. Why don't we ask that person from the Qin family?" This time, he was pushed to the front. "I heard that he is not on good terms with the Zhang family. Why don't we take this opportunity to get in touch with him?" "Well, that's good too. Even if we can't touch the Zhang family's foundation, we have to let them know who they can and can't afford to offend. We'll be at the docks soon, right? Let's see what they've done to the docks. If we can make use of it, this trip will not be in vain." Perhaps he was tormented by the situation and had no other choice. He thought there was nothing in this world that could not be united. It was just that he had not found that door yet. After he said this, the two of them went silent again. They just stood at the bow of the boat, letting the wind blow past them from time to time. Sometimes, it would blow up the corners of the boat, and sometimes it would blow their hair into a mess. In short, it showed a kind of freedom. Chapter 348. As the two of them talked, they walked for a while before a connected garden appeared in front of them. The two of them didn't understand why a garden was built not far from the pier. Of course, they didn't know that one of the 16 businessmen who went to Hua Yuanxian's yamen had ancestors who practiced medicine. One of them had even been an imperial physician. However, in his life, he found that he would starve to death if he went on like this. That was why he was determined to be a rich man since he was young. He wanted to eat and drink well. Regardless of whether it was his persistence or talent, he traveled a long way on the road of business. He planned to build a warehouse of medicinal materials next to the dock. People who practiced medicine not only knew how to treat patients, but also knew how to distinguish medicinal materials. They also knew how to store and keep medicinal materials. They even knew how to do some processing. Before the warehouse of medicinal materials was built, his father came. Compared to him, his father was more skilled in medicine. It was said that the person who wrote the prescription used to live in a mountain in Huayuan County. Mu Ming had come here to meet with the merchant. While he was preparing to build a warehouse for medicinal ingredients, his father wanted to stay here and take a look. At the same time, he also wanted to treat a few people. However, the people who were sent by Zhang Xiaobao to find out what business they wanted to do found out. They went back and told Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a person who wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He immediately found his father to discuss it. Under the lead of his father, Zhang Zhong, and the businessman's father, a place to treat patients was built in a short time. However, this was still not enough. When practicing medicine, it was impossible for everyone to be treated with acupuncture and medicine. Some people needed long-term treatment. Zhang Xiaobao handed over this matter and built some wards for the hospital specifically for observation and treatment of patients. It was a very simple thing, but it was also a waste of resources. Just because of Sun Simiao's name, Zhang Xiaobao pushed it out. It didn't matter whether the businessman's father was skilled or not. What was important was that there would be many medical students coming to see the mountain where Sun Simiao lived. If they felt that the medical skills of the people in the hospital were not good enough, they would naturally put forward their own opinions. Then, the people arranged by Zhang Xiaobao would find a way to keep them. In the name of saving the common people, they would use Sun Simiao's name to expand the hospital. In order to compensate the merchants for the 5,000 strings of coins and the ginseng they sent, they took out a few hundred strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan designed this place that combined treatment and cultivation. They found someone to plant some willow branches and waited for them to slowly grow into willow trees. He then contacted the person who sold the cotton and bought some cotton from him. Then, he asked the local people to pick some wild flowers. Gardens were built one by one. Not to mention whether the patients were really cured or not, in such an environment, one's mood was different. In the past few days, there had been people who were truly devoted to the study of medicine. They had indeed come to cause trouble. If they came, they would set up an arena. If they lost, they would not have to leave. What was the point of people like them leaving? They should be doctors here, helping out and learning more. If they won, they could not leave. Did they come here to fight to become famous? A doctor has the heart of a parent. If they leave, aren't they afraid that others will be treated badly? You have to give them some pointers. Otherwise, do you deserve Sun Simiao's precious prescription? Do you still have medical ethics? Have you never seen the sincerity of a great doctor? If you want to leave, then leave. Anyway, there are many people coming and going. In the future, I will help you spread the word. You don't save people and rely on small Taoists. What kind of doctor are you? What? You are a doctor. You want to go back to the palace. Then why did you come out? You can treat people in the palace, but not in the county. Is there a difference between rich and poor when sick? Stay. There are countless people who are sick in the world. If you can treat one person, you can leave a record of your treatment. Learn from Sun Simiao's selflessness and pass it on to the later generations. Every time you treat a person, you can let the later generations have the experience of treating people and engrave it on a tombstone. As for the money and medicine, you don't have to worry too much. When a doctor thinks that there is a time when there is no doctor in the world, how can a businessman have a heart of stone? I will give you money to spend and help you collect medicinal materials. I will also give you help from the county government office. You can stay. After a series of big words, threats and inducements, most of the skilled people were fooled into staying. In just a few days, they treated more than 10 people, making the reputation of the clinic rise. In front of them was the main traffic road, and behind them was the mountain where Sun Simiao used to live. The 80 books he wrote were recorded and engraved on the stone tablet on the mountain and on the big billboards in various places of the hospital. This kind of effort made the businessman, who thought that he had lost 5,000 strings of coins, smile happily. After other businessmen heard about it, they were also willing to invest here. The county government office didn't cheat others of their money and really helped them to do things. In addition to this hospital, the other 15 businessmen, who worked together to build a place or worked alone, were all taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao. Some wanted to build a restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao specially sent people to deliver seasonings, providing long-term supply. He also taught them how to make fast food. Originally, there was already fast food at this time, but it was not very convenient to carry it around. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to contact them to buy and sell vegetable oil. They tried to use more fried food, not because it was good, but because it was convenient to carry. He also provided them with a stable lunchbox manufacturing factory, which was the one in the 3 workshops that processed wood. In the name of helping, Zhang Xiaobao could also make some money. Some people wanted to build a carriage company, so Zhang Xiaobao also asked his father to start building roads here first. He helped them to finish the road construction as soon as possible, so that transportation would be convenient. Even if there were 2 businessmen who worked together at first, but they didn't know what to build and only wanted to build a warehouse, Zhang Xiaobao could also think of a good idea for them. In the summer, they would freeze the cheap meat they collected and wait until winter to resell it. They would be able to earn the difference in price. From next year onwards, as long as the river was frozen, they would be able to dig out the frozen river and keep it until the next winter to provide air conditioning for the cold storage. This year was simple. At the Shaoluoshui wharf, there was still a lot of ice left last year. They were worried that there was no place to sell it. Some of that ice could be used to eat and drink, and some could only be put in the house to cool down. They transported it from there and sold it to 2 businessmen at a cheaper price. Following the river, they could use their own boats to quickly support the cold warehouse. After helping the businessmen, Zhang Xiaobao sold a lot of his goods. He also provided a handicraft manufacturing job opportunity for the people in Sanshui County and Huaiyuan County. The businessmen were satisfied. A lot of the money they took out was used on them, such as planting trees, repairing roads, etc. Zhang Zhong, the county magistrate, also helped them to solve some of the raw materials. The people were also satisfied. As long as they had some craftsmanship, they could make things after receiving the raw materials shipped by the Zhang family. They didn't have to worry about not being able to sell the finished products. They had already contacted good people, and the people who got the raw materials saved some money. The people in the 3 workshops were also satisfied. Now that they had the demand of the businessmen in Huaiyuan County and the river was connected to them, as long as the products were not too bad, they could sell them. Their welfare also increased a lot. The relatives of the Zhang family and the Wang family were satisfied. They were originally afraid that it would be difficult to sell too many things. Now, with Zhang Xiaobao's help, not only could they sell the goods, but they could also help others. Good people, all of them were good people. While Li Sun was satisfied, he was also shocked. He felt that the expert from the Zhang family would not let go of even the slightest chance. He would link everything together and let the Zhang family gain benefits, and let the people who cooperated with the Zhang family gain benefits as well. It could not be said that the Zhang family was pushed to do something by the Zhang family, or the Zhang family was enticing others to do it. Anyway, in the end, everyone was happy. Even Baigo's nephew wrote a letter to his uncle, saying that the Zhang family shipyard was the first to send the boats over. They could rent or sell them, and this made a lot of money for his wharf. This cooperation made the people outside feel the capability of the Zhang family again. This was also what worried the people on the boats a little. The two of them knew the power of the Zhang family, but sometimes they had to do something. They were used to making money by the Jing River. The Jing River was their rice bowl. The connection of the small river would steal their rice bowl. If they didn't act now, they wouldn't have another chance after this year. When the small merchants got used to this road and worked together, they wouldn't be able to act even if they wanted to. Some of the bigger merchants even started to use this small river to transport their goods when they were in low quantities. The two of them stood at the bow and watched. They saw the rapid development of Huayuan County and saw the business opportunities brought by this river. There were even more business opportunities than their big river. The big river's current was fast, so it was impossible to stop the boats everywhere, but the small river could. It was strenuous to go against the flow of the big river, but it was easy to go against the small river. When the big river reached the capital, they had to take a detour. There was no need to use the small river. If someone fell into the river, it was too difficult to save them. If someone fell into the river, they could be picked up by any boat. Those who knew how to swim could swim to the shore. If there were shortcomings, it was nothing more than the small river's transport capacity was limited. Big boats couldn't use the small river, and the speed was not as fast as the big river. However, these two shortcomings were not shortcomings. How many people could use the small river to transport goods? The speed was not as fast as the big river, but there was no backlog. Once the goods were loaded, they could leave. Chapter 349. Guo Ren, Guo Qinyuan, Mi Fan, and Mi Weitong just watched without saying a word. They really wanted to learn how this was done. Would it work if it was on the Jingshui River? The two of them really couldn't figure out how this could be done in such a short time. Was the top scholar different from others? As the boat moved forward, the two of them also looked around. They had already entered the places where the merchants did business. Most of them were auxiliary businesses, but there were many people coming in and out. There was even one who had joined forces with little Luo Shui to set up an intermediary. The information from both places didn't go by boat, but by horse. In this way, there was an exchange of information between the two docks. In just one day, the new intermediary's information would be sent over, and the merchants at the two docks would be able to obtain more useful information. From there, they would be able to decide whether to unload the goods at the docks or ship them to the docks. When the boat reached the dock, the two of them realized that this dock was different from other docks. Other docks docked directly by the river, but this river was small. There were too many boats docked here, and other boats couldn't pass through. The person who built this dock had actually dug a man-made lake. It wasn't that big to call it a lake. It was just that at the back, there was a connecting waterway. The water wasn't too deep, but it was slightly wider. All the boats docked at the dock directly entered the waterway and unloaded from there. This way, the water flow wasn't fast, and the river wasn't blocked. It was really convenient. How is it? Brother Qinyuan, do you see now? A few days ago, the people who came to ask for information didn't mention that there was a waterway here. Today, you see it. That Jing guy doesn't have such great ability. It must be the Zhang family who told him. Mi Fan didn't want the boat to stop. She stood at the bow of the boat with her hands behind her back and said to Guo Ren. Guo Ren nodded. He had to admit that Huayuan County was changing rapidly every day. I don't know what it will be like in a few days. Let's go, this isn't our destination. Let's go to the Qin family first, then go up and see where little Luo Shui is. Let's not go to the Qin family for now. I think the people from the cloth store want to take advantage of us this time. While we are in chaos, we have no reason to let them do what they want. When it comes to collecting grain, we used to rob a part of the grain store's business. It couldn't be that a lion had snatched some food that belonged to wolves in the past and found that another lion had also come over to eat it, and then said to the other lion that this was his food, right? The result would be two lions fighting, with a wolf waiting at the side. There would also be a person who was originally going to kill the lion, happily hiding at the side with a hunting bow in his hand. Mi Fan thought a bit more and analyzed the situation. She used the simplest example to explain it so that Guo Ren could understand. He was also vexed about this matter. When there were benefits, everyone wanted to get a share. When the cloth company interfered, the grain company did nothing. It could only be said that the grain company was waiting for an opportunity. In the past, they couldn't get a share, but now that they had lost it, they were waiting for a conflict to break out between them and the cloth company. Then what should we do? We can't let the cloth company interfere just because this whole should belong to the grain company, right? Now that we are robbed, we can't just let the cloth company interfere, right? Look at the price they are paying. They are actually increasing the price by 1 yuan for 1 bushel of wheat. Wait until other places find out and transport the wheat here. Should we also increase the price by 1 yuan or even more to collect the wheat? Guo Ren didn't think it was a good deal no matter how he thought about it. The wheat that Sanshui County could collect was too little. Other people grew rice, while Huayuan County grew more rice. However, the people in Huayuan County were starving this spring, so they wouldn't be able to sell much wheat in the fall. The extra one from the cloth company was clearly prepared for the people who grew wheat in the surrounding areas. To be more precise, it was prepared for the small merchants who bought wheat. They bought wheat and spent the transportation fees. No matter what, they could earn 3 or 4 yuan per bushel. They didn't have to manage it themselves, so they just had to arrange for people to do it. There were even some small merchants who would hoard the grains and wait for others to increase the price. When the time came, they would consider who to sell to. This was not the result they wanted. In the past, transporting by land was more expensive than the grain itself. Those merchants had no choice but to sell the grain to them. They controlled the Jing River. But now, they didn't have to be afraid. The merchants could take another route, which was more convenient for them to transport the grain. When that time came, how much would the price of this year's grain increase? Mi Fan also understood the importance of this matter. Other people were not fools. Naturally, they would estimate the price. However, he always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. There was a conspiracy, but he couldn't figure out where the conspiracy was. This made him have no choice but to be cautious. He knew who his opponent this time was and how powerful his opponent was. He had also heard of many people who had come to find trouble with him, but they had all been defeated in front of that ordinary-looking manner. Seeing Guo Ren beside him anxious, he advised, "Brother Qianyuan, there's no need to be like this. Right now, we're in the dark, and they're in the light. If we really look for that Qin guy, it's very likely that we'll be exposed. We're not dealing with the cloth company, but the Zhang family. The cloth company's matter has indeed caught us a little off guard. At worst, we can give up on this. Let's deal with the Zhang family first. What's so difficult about dealing with the Zhang family? Let's show them what we're capable of and they'll know what to do. I'll let them beg us to come and get a share of the profits. Last time, I said that we should burn down their shipyard, but you didn't agree. What do you think now? They don't make big ships there, they only make small boats. We can even go to other shipyards to buy skeletons, stick a piece of wood on them, and sell it to others. This will increase the number of small boats on this river. When they make big ships in the future, if they don't sell them, we can directly transport goods on the Jing River. We still have to think about how to deal with the marquis. When Guo Ren brought up the matter of dealing with the Zhang family, he felt a bellyful of anger. The shipyard had just been built, and it was a mess. If they set fire, no one would be able to find out who did it. In the end, he brought it up a few times, but Mi Fan didn't agree. Once they started building big ships, the security there would be tighter, and it wouldn't be so easy to set fire to it. Mi Fan also knew that Guo Ren had been complaining about how he had tried to stop him back then, but he couldn't do anything about it. After being flooded once when he was young, he always knew about some dangers in advance, so he was able to prepare and avoid them. This time, just as he was about to agree to set fire to the shipyard, that uncomfortable feeling came again. And it was even worse than before, so he didn't dare to agree. Even now, he was standing at the bow of the ship with a relaxed expression, but he still felt uncomfortable. He always felt like he was being watched, and when he wanted to do something, not only did the person not stop him, but he also sneered repeatedly. Just now, when Guo Ren said that he was going to the Qin family, he couldn't help but tremble, as if he couldn't go anywhere. Now that Guo Ren brought up the matter of burning the shipyard again, he could only continue to persuade him. Brother Qianyuan, we're all businessmen, and we're just looking for money. Last time, I listened to you and sent people to rob you. What happened? They almost found out our identities. Do you think it's so easy to set fire? It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be anxious, let's think about it at length. Setting fire to the shipyard, we definitely can't do it unless we have no other choice. They're still so chaotic now. Didn't the people we sent to gather information say that because they were rushing to make boats, it's even more chaotic than before? It's not too late to set fire to the shipyard then. Let's go up and see if there's any other way. After hearing Mi Fan's words, Guo Ren didn't mention setting fire to the shipyard anymore. He was used to listening to Mi Fan's words, and Mi Fan was always able to let him and the others gain more benefits. Now, he had no other choice but to go up with the ship and let Mi Fan come up with ideas. Their ship was different from the small boats here. They had built it themselves, had more oars, and could row very quickly. If it wasn't for the heavy load on the ship, there wouldn't have been a need for someone to pull the cable. When it was almost noon, the two of them sat at the bow of the ship, eating and drinking with the others while admiring the scenery on both sides. In front of them, they could faintly see the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Compared to the original Between the Clouds and the Water, there were many people coming and going between the clouds and the water now. Many people came here on small boats because it was convenient to travel. They wanted to taste the unique dishes between the clouds and the water and experience the feeling of being in the center of the water. The ship moved forward for a while and came to a man-made lake. Reeds had been planted here. Next year, or perhaps this autumn, they would see patches of reeds growing. Many people only knew that the reeds looked good, but it wasn't hard to guess that the Zhang family was preparing to cut the reeds in winter and weave them into straw curtains to sell to people who were preparing to grow vegetables in winter. Good, the scenery is really good. What do you think, Brother Weitong? If they didn't steal our business, I would really like to have a chat with that Zhang Zhong and come here when I have nothing to do. While eating, one of the people looked at the scenery between the clouds and the water inside. There were pavilions built here, and there was no lack of corridors connecting the pavilions. There were also some flowers and plants on the corridors and pavilions. When the sun shone on the water vapor appeared through the reeds. It really did feel like a trip between the clouds and the water. It's good, but I wonder what happened in front. From now on, don't say what you said just now. If someone hears it, they will expose us. Mi Fan also felt that the restaurant built in the water was good. When eating there, they could see the reeds outside, the corridors and pavilions in the lake, and the clouds in the sky and the flowing water in the distance. Sitting there, he felt that it was worth a few strings of coins. Chapter 350. The boat did not stop at the group of restaurants between the clouds and the water. It continued forward until it reached the small bridge. The small bridge had been torn down and replaced with a new bridge that was higher. Otherwise, the boat would not be able to pass. Some people made the boat special. Although it was not deep in the water, it was very high. It could carry a lot of goods, and it was not that wide. Seeing that they were about to reach the small bridge, the people sitting at the bow of the boat all stood up at the same time. They looked at the surrounding scenery in disbelief. This is the Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Gusan family. How is this still Zhuangzi? This is clearly a paradise on earth. One of the people came here for the first time. Even though he had heard people say that this place was good, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Just as Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had designed, the villagers lived in picturesque two-story houses that had just been built. Some places were still damp. On the Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Gusan family, there was no ordinary road at all. Wherever one walked, it was paved with bluestone. Canals snaked through the spaces between the houses. Beside the canals were cloisters with flowers and plants on both sides of the cloisters. In addition to these, there were several ponds connected to the canals. Occasionally, one could see fish jumping up in the canals beside the pavilions. They swung their tails in the air and fell back, bringing with them a string of water droplets that sparkled under the sunlight. There were also small wooden houses in some places. It was noon, and the children who were too young to be brought out to play were walking around. A burst of laughter was heard by everyone. There was also a road that connected to the other side of the mountain. It had been built into a winding road. From time to time, birds would fly out of the mountain and circle around the ponds and the road. They would chirp and fly back, letting people see their elegant figures when they spread their wings. The Zhuangzi of Gusan family was built a little later. There was still a part that was not built, but together with the Zhang Wang and Gusan family, it looked just as charming. Everyone stood at the bow of the ship and stared blankly, as if they didn't want to leave after coming here. The people on the ships that passed by them saw them like this and could understand. When they first came here and saw such a scene for the first time, not a single one of them was not stunned. No wonder so many people are willing to come here to eat. It's not just between the clouds and the water. The two Zhuangzi are even more beautiful than between the clouds and the water. You can even go to the mountains to play. I heard that there's a pond in the mountains as well. The fish you catch will be cooked on the spot for those who go there to eat. The person who had just praised the Shuiyun Club said enviously when he saw the tourists strolling around the Shuiyun Club alone or in groups of 3 or 5. If it weren't for the fact that he had to see what was going on here, he would have gone down and followed the tourists up the stairs or strolled around the corridors. Mi Fan was also attracted by the scenery. Such a place was not easy to come by. Usually, there were few people in beautiful places. It was too cold and quiet. Wandering around those places was to experience a special kind of ethereal feeling. This place was different. Amidst the emptiness, there was a strong sense of peace. Even if there was anger in one's heart, upon seeing such a scene, seeing the laughing child, seeing the fish jumping in the canal beside the child, and then looking at the surrounding green fields, one's anger would dissipate, and he would reveal a knowing smile. If one could live here and come here to take a look when they had nothing to do, they would definitely be able to live a few more years. Occasionally, they would pick up a hoe to hoe the grass. The rural scenery was nothing more than that. Looking back at the different restaurants between the clouds and the water, they sighed with emotion. It's really good. The farmers on Zhuangzi are the ones who really enjoy life. One side is the sky, the other side is the mountain, the other side is the water, and there's also the fields. This is the scenery that people have always said, the mountain by the side and the water in the middle. Everyone nodded one after another. When they crossed the small bridge and continued forward, they would turn back from time to time, looking back with nostalgia. The boat traveled for another 2 hours. In the afternoon, when the sun was at its peak, everyone finally prepared to return to the cabin to take a nap. At this moment, a boat caught up with them. Its speed was very fast. The boat was narrow, so in a short while, it stuck to the boat. The boat was a little lower, so was the person standing on it. He said to the people on the boat, "Did you come from the Jingshui River? Are you the people on the boat over there? I'm a 5-star errand boy from the Zhang family. I'm here to bring a letter for the main family." As he spoke, the man took out a sealed letter from his sleeve and handed it up. Everyone was stunned for a moment. At the same time, they felt cold sweat seeping out. They thought that the Zhang family knew that they were behind this and had come to warn them. The person guarding the boat looked warily at the Zhang family below. Without an order, he wouldn't accept the letter. However, Guo Ren's personality was different from the others. He said loudly, "What are you afraid of? Just take it." The person guarding the boat carefully took the letter. The Zhang family man said, "The main family's master said that if you think that the matter over there is feasible, you can stay in the first family by the river for 2 days. Naturally, someone will come and find you to discuss the details. I wish you all a smooth journey. Goodbye." After the man finished speaking, he gave the person rowing the boat a look. The boat turned around and the 2 oars moved. In a few moments, it became a small black dot and went away. Guo Ren took the letter and carefully looked at the outside. There was not a single word on the outside, only a picture of a rice sprout. He then looked in the direction that the boat came from. At this time, it was already gone. He thought for a moment and opened the letter with a knife. He glanced at it and handed it to Mi Fan. "Brother Weitong, tell me what's written inside. If you don't understand, just give it to me. Don't pretend there." Mi Fan took the letter and began to read it carefully. After reading 2 lines, she let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't the Zhang family warning them not to cause trouble. Instead, it was a suggestion for them to cooperate with the docks to build a large ship. When the time came, they would travel together. There weren't many words on the letter. It only gave a general idea, but it allowed people to understand the business opportunity contained within. Zhang Zhong's name was written at the bottom of the letter. There was also a private seal and a rice seedling. "It's like this. The Zhang family wants." Mi Fan read it herself and told the contents of the letter to the people who were still waiting to know what was written. A merchant immediately said, "This is a good idea. We also have a dock that has been built for many years. It will be easier to build a big boat. When the time comes, we can make more money. I trust the Zhang family's ability to make money." When he said this, Guo Ren was not willing to accept it. "What good idea. I don't think we can work with them. Their dock has just been built. There are people who don't know how to work. They clearly feel that it is difficult to build a big boat by themselves, so they want us to help them. Listen to what Brother Weitong said just now. Let our dock send a few people to teach them how to build a boat. We will also build a boat. Teaching them how to build a boat is what they want the most. When the time comes, the 3 workshops will all be theirs. Even if we ship the goods back, it will be difficult to sell them. We don't want to do it. Whoever wants to do it can go and tell them." After he finished speaking, someone beside him also felt the same and agreed with his opinion, saying, "That is indeed the case. Although they have written it, when the time comes, they will write a contract and give us a portion of the 3 workshops. When the time comes, we will divide the profits according to the agreed upon amount. But if they build a few more workshops and ship their goods to the workshops over there, when our goods are shipped to the workshops over there, won't it be our goods that let them make money while their goods are all theirs?" "Yes, that's right. They can't be trusted. If we want to go by sea, can't we build our own boats? It's just that we don't know the details. Why don't we pretend that we want to work with them and ask for the details? When the time comes, we will work hard to build a big boat. If we don't agree to work with them, they can't say anything. Besides, we are preparing to deal with them now. If we agree and then attack them, how will the other merchants view us? Another person chimed in from the side. Now, there were even more people who felt that it was impossible. Mi Fan was indeed tempted. Compared to Jing Shuwei, shipping seemed to be more profitable. Just one trip and she would be able to work in Jing Shuwei for 8 to 10 years. Now that he heard others say this, he also hesitated and didn't know how to choose. Brother Wei Tong, don't think about that. Think about how to deal with the Zhang family. We can do that ourselves. Let's wait at Lin Shui's first shop and ask them clearly. Then we can discuss it. When the time comes, we will turn hostile. What can they do? Guoren suddenly spoke at this time. He snatched the letter and casually folded it before stuffing it into the envelope. Mi Fan saw that so many people were against it. Wei Wei nodded. Fine, then let's think about how to deal with the Zhang family. When the time comes, we will go and take a look ourselves. Let's build a big boat first. We must build it well. Otherwise, when we enter the sea, we won't be able to withstand the wind and waves. Everyone was afraid that he would agree to the Zhang family. That would make things difficult. Hearing that he agreed, they would first deceive the Zhang family, then turn to deal with the Zhang family. Then, they would snatch the business in the sea. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Let the boat go faster. When we see little Luo Shuwei, we will see if we can stop some people who are transporting wheat. Our boat is loaded with tens of thousands of strings of coins. We can't make this trip for nothing. No matter what, we have to collect some wheat and go back to see the market. Mi Fan didn't want to think about the cooperation anymore. He ordered the boat to speed up. As the shout spread, the people rowing the boat began to exert force. The heavy boat was rowed to about the same speed as the other small boats. Everyone prepared to rest for a while and entered the cabin. Before Mi Fan entered, she stood at the entrance of the cabin and looked in the direction of the Zhang family. Then, she shook her head and lowered her head to enter the cabin. At the end, she was muttering. Chapter 351. Huayuan County was different from Sanshui County. At this time, they were harvesting wheat. The winter wheat had already grown, but the work in the mountains was not done yet. Most of the people who had land could only go back to harvest. However, the work in the county could not be left undone. Zhang Zhong originally wanted to ask the Yamen in Sanshui County to release a notice to ask the people in Sanshui County to come and work. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel that it was better to ask the people in Sanshui County to come and work than other counties. The work in Huayuan County was considered basic construction and could not directly generate economic benefits. If the people in Sanshui County came to work, no matter how much they ate and drank, the money they spent could not compare to the wages they paid. It was not a form of domestic sales to stimulate the economy. If the people in Sanshui County earned money for nothing, the people in Sanshui County would not come to live in Huayuan County. Sanshui County was better than the current Huayuan County. It was better for the people in Sanshui County, but the promotion in Huayuan County was slower. Zhang Xiaobao asked his father to find people to spread the news in other counties that Huayuan County lacked people to work. There were places like Hunan Province, where the wheat was harvested early and they were planting other crops. There should be people who were free. In the surrounding counties, there were also people who were free. He called them over and asked them to build. During the construction process, he kept talking to them about how good Huayuan County would be after the construction and how much money they could earn by living here. When they finished building, there would naturally be some people who liked Huayuan County and were willing to live here. Especially those who did not have land, it was easy for them to go anywhere. Since it was close to the capital, there was coal, and the transportation was convenient. Huayuan County should not become an agricultural county. It should exist as a processing and auxiliary place. When Zhang Zhong heard his son's words, he felt that it was reasonable. On the same day, he asked people to spread the news in the surrounding counties. At this time, there were already 500 people from the surrounding counties who came. Some even brought their families and prepared to live in Huayuan County. Zhang Zhong divided the people into two groups. One group went to repair the road near the docks, while the other group went to repair the mountain. When outsiders came to the county, some of their needs increased. Even if these people were not very rich and spent less money, they were still spending money. Zhang Zhong paid them their wages every day. In addition to the consumption driven by these people, there were also merchants who wanted to do business here. When they sold goods, they needed transportation, food, and a shop. They were also a part of the consumer group. When they brought in taxes to the county, they also increased the demand for some goods in Huayuan County. The middlemen at the docks considered the matter at Little Luoshui. Some of the merchants who were transporting goods felt that it was not worth it to continue moving forward. Coincidentally, Huayuan County also needed goods, so they directly transported goods from the docks to the county. The number of people in Huayuan County suddenly increased, making it seem more prosperous. The law and order here was not like in Sanshui County. There were always people who wanted to do something, were caught, locked up, and then released to help repair roads elsewhere. Moreover, they were not paid. It was not easy for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to walk around the streets now. Their families were afraid that something would happen to them if the streets were chaotic. Now, both families had moved to a place behind the yamen to live. Fortunately, there were many courtyards, and there were still some people in Sanshui County. Otherwise, it would not be able to fit them. Today, Zhang Zhong wanted to go out and have a look. In the morning, other than some official business, he also closed 2 cases. Basically, there was nothing important in the afternoon. Unless there was a death or an emergency, he would postpone it until the next day. Zhang Zhong went out with the bodyguards and yamen runners. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found an opportunity to follow Zhang Zhong out. With so many people protecting them, there was no need to worry. The yamen runners were on the periphery, and the bodyguards were in front. There were some new faces among the yamen runners. Since Huayuan County received 80,000 strings of coins, they recruited more than 200 yamen runners at one time. Together with the original number, they were short of 300 people. They also bought some horses one after another, and less than half of them could ride on them to patrol. As for the newly recruited yamen runners who did not have horses, they could not be idle. Other than patrolling in shifts in the county, they had to train in the field that was set up by the yamen. At this time, the yamen runner who was walking on the periphery was a newly recruited yamen runner. He looked around vigilantly, as if everyone could hurt the county magistrate. It was obvious that he was a newcomer, and the old man would not be so obvious. Wang Wan felt the changes in the county and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was a little absent-minded, beside her, "Xiaobao, Huayuan County has finished harvesting the winter wheat this time. Do you still want to continue planting the same as before?" Zhang Xiaobao now had too many things to consider, including what Wang Wan was talking about. After being touched by Wang Wan, he raised his head, thought carefully and said, "Let's plant some vegetables." Vegetables are not valuable elsewhere, but they can still be sold for a good price in the capital. Plant some cucumbers, eggplants, and other vegetables. We also need to plant many kinds of radishes. We can dry them in the shade and keep them for winter. We can't always rely on the same method of planting vegetables in winter. Wang Wan thought carefully and agreed. The capital was close to this place, and there was a large population. The consumption of vegetables every day was not small. It would take a long time to come back from the capital, but it would be faster to pull the vegetables over. There was no need to worry about the freshness of the vegetables. Bad vegetables could be fed to pigs and chickens. That's good. Then we have to send out the notice quickly. Otherwise, they will plant other things. After talking about this matter, the two of them continued walking. Wang Wan asked again, they haven't done anything yet. We can't always be on guard, right? There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. No, we still have to wait. We have already sent a letter of goodwill. Let's see what they will do. If they really live in the first family in Linshui for 2 days, we will send someone to talk to them. First, we will discuss whether we can cooperate. If they can, we will sign the document and tell them some details. If they don't want to sign the document first, we will directly tell them the details we have prepared and let them play. Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to care much about the things over there. Usually, he was like this when he arranged things. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She hoped that those people would not agree to sign the document first. They must want to cheat the details and do it themselves. Then, she would see what they would do with the details. She had seen it herself. If she did not have some experience in this area, she would have been cheated. Zhang Xiaobao was too bad. The two of them spoke in a low voice. There were many people in the county, so it was noisy and no one could hear them. Only Zhang San saw the two children talking there and knew that what they were talking about was not a small matter. She took her son's little hand and said to the two of them, when next year comes, we will have to repair the shops on both sides of the county. Some of them are so old that they can be blown down by a little wind. Tell me, how should we repair them? Pedestrian street. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought of this at the same time. Now on the street, there were people driving carriages and people riding horses. It was too dangerous and smelly. In the future, they would let them take other roads and leave this place for people to stroll around. In particular, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to open a small supermarket here. As long as people strolled in, they would have a certain desire to buy something. Looking at his father's puzzled eyes, Zhang Xiaobao said, it's a place where carriages and horses don't go. What if someone gets hit? Oh. That's fine. Zhang Zhong knew that his son couldn't say much at this time. He would ask about the future arrangements when he got home. Now, he just needed to know that they didn't go by carriages and horses. The group kept walking. As they walked, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, let's go back and write a letter to the people of the boat company. Let's give them another chance and let them take the initiative. Well, let's do it. Only Wang Wan heard this and said that she wanted to go back. When Zhang Zhong was puzzled, he saw his son winking at him. He didn't hesitate to turn around and take people back to the yamen. After a few words with his son, he wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to the little Luoshui wharf. When the stars and moon rose, the people of the boat company also arrived at the first restaurant in Linshui. Looking at the bustling scene here, they were angry again. The more prosperous this place was, the more business they would get. The group went up to the 3rd floor of the restaurant and chose the room that had a clear view of the wharf and the shops on the shore. They ordered a table full of dishes and ate as they looked. They looked at the dishes more often and were in a daze more often. However, they rarely ate. Occasionally, they would raise their cups and take a sip of wine. Basically, they didn't have much to say. When it was midnight, Guoren finally couldn't take this kind of depressing atmosphere. The wharf below was lit up with lanterns, and there were still boats stopping occasionally. People were coming and going. For people who knew the business, this was money. Brother Weitong, hurry up and think of something. Last year, this place wasn't connected to the capital, so we could still bear with it. Now look, it's midnight and it's still so busy. How much money have we lost? Guoren couldn't take it anymore. He threw his chopsticks on the table and stopped eating. He sat there and looked down. His expression also changed. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but no one said it out loud. Now that Guoren mentioned it, they all gave ideas. Everyone thought about it and felt that it wasn't suitable. Another one was still not suitable. When they were almost done, everyone was helpless. They could only look at Mi Fan. He had a lot of ideas. Mi Fan was also worried now. He didn't know how to deal with the Zhang family. He couldn't even think about using force. It was also useless to use people from the government. Just as he was worrying, the door was knocked open by a waiter. He came in and said respectfully, "Everyone, the Zhang family has sent a letter to everyone. I wonder if everyone is willing to accept it." Everyone was stunned. They had just sent a letter in the morning, and now there was another one. Did they regret what they did in the morning? Let me see. Guoren extended his hand. Give it to me. When the waiter came closer, Mi Fan took the letter and opened it. She suddenly burst out laughing. After the waiter left, he said to everyone, "There's a way. The Zhang family still wants to cooperate with us in other areas, but they wrote out the most important thing." Ha ha ha. Chapter 352. The sun shone through the clouds, and the mountains in the distance were enchanting. The smoke from the chimney accompanied the crowing of the rooster, and the sky cleared up early after the rain. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan begged their family to bring along 10 guards from the prince's mansion, as well as the former bailiffs who were chased away because of disobedience. These bailiffs were obviously better than the ones who stayed behind, and they were more serious in their work. Because of this, they were chased away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan adopted the principle of using capable people. Those who were not of good quality could be helped to improve, and those who were too rigid would be used where rigidity was needed. A group of people rode on horses and jogged to Yawang Mountain, which was officially named. Some of the local people who didn't need to harvest wheat and those who came from other places were continuing to build roads on the mountain. The old people who couldn't do heavy work were also busy weaving baskets. These baskets were originally made by the old people of their own accord. After all, they were eating together. Zhang Zhong still spent money to buy them. He was fast at weaving baskets a day, but he only made 2 or 3 baskets. He bought 1 for 1 copper coin each. There was a person who specifically counted baskets on the side. He didn't even check if the baskets were solid or not. There was no need to check. The old people didn't weave baskets for money, and the ones doing the work were their relatives. If something happened because the baskets were not good, the unlucky ones would be their relatives. They ate well here, but there were some old people who felt bad and always falsely reported the number. They made up 3 baskets and insisted that it was 2. One of the baskets had already been counted, and the person who counted them watched them like they were thieves. It was absolutely impossible to underreport. Therefore, there were often disputes over whether a basket was counted or not. It was very strange. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came, there was a time when the person who was the fastest at weaving baskets was usually able to weave 4 baskets a day. After weaving a few more baskets every day, these days, he actually sent 7 baskets and asked the person to count 4. The person who counted them was not a fool and insisted on counting 7 baskets. The old man was unwilling, saying that he used to weave 4 baskets a day. How could he possibly weave 7 baskets? They began to argue with each other. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood the situation, they were dumbfounded. The world was so big, nothing was too strange. Xiaobao, why does it look a bit like the gentleman's country? Wang Wan looked at the 2 people arguing and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan blankly. What's Mirror Flower Fate? It's a novel. It says that a person goes to a certain place and sees different things. The country of gentlemen eats one of them. The people there buy and sell. The seller will give the best goods for the least amount of money. The buyer will take the worst goods for the highest price. At first, I only thought that this was a novel full of loopholes and did not match reality. Today, I saw that this kind of thing really exists. The people want to give in, but the officials are not willing. If the people and officials of the Great Tang can be like this, if they are more united and diligent in martial arts, then the entire world will belong to the Great Tang. Wang Wan looked at the two people pulling at each other as if they were fighting. They were fighting for 3 more baskets and 3 less baskets. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. If that's the case, society will never improve. Only competition can lead to development. It's just human nature. People who can do this show that they know what the 8 ends are. Filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. The things that the people can do, the officials who are knowledgeable may not be able to do. There should be a difference between internal and external. Look at the dishes for lunch today. Wang Wan sighed and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the kitchen. The two of them did not want to care about the dispute. They just treated it as a kind of entertainment. Otherwise, their days would be too dull. Before the two of them got close, a strong smell of cucumber entered their nose. When they smelled it again, it was still the smell of cucumber. When they got closer, there were also chives, bamboo shoots, and a small amount of eggs. Looking at the staple food, it was some millet. From the color, it could be seen that it was old rice. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately frowned. The vegetables looked good, but at this time, the cucumbers had already been harvested. It was the time when they were the least valuable. It was not a big deal to eat these usually, but now, it was time to do heavy work. Eating only vegetables and some eggs could not make up for the consumption of the body. Every day, the food was arranged. There was meat and vegetables. Where did the meat go? Zhang Xiaobao's face darkened. He gave Ernie a look. Ernie understood and immediately shouted, "Where is the person in charge? Come here. Here, here. Are you looking for me?" The person in charge was chatting with the basket weaver. When he heard the call, he ran over and asked, "I'm looking for you. Where is the meat?" Ernie pointed to the place where the dishes were being cooked. The person in charge knew Ernie's identity and thought that something big had happened. Seeing that it was this person who asked, he was relieved and replied, "The meat was fried when it was delivered in the morning. It was placed in the jar next to it. It was waiting to be eaten in the evening and at midnight. Now, we eat 4 meals a day, morning, noon, and night, plus a midnight snack." Ernie went over and opened the jar. There was indeed fried meat inside. He did not know what to say. It seemed that there was no food for the working people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not see it that way. What did it mean to eat a meal in the middle of the night? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be curious and asked, "Is it because you can't sleep at night, so you get up and eat a meal?" "That's right. What's there to eat at night?" Ernie also found the problem. The person in charge sighed, "It's hot now. After they eat dinner, they rest for a while. They will work until 1 a.m., then eat another meal and sleep. They will wake up before 7 a.m. and continue to work. They said that they can't take so much money for nothing." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally understood. It was high-intensity work, so they ate 4 meals a day. However, this meal did not look good. This time, Wang Wan spoke, "This meal is delicious, right? I'll try it later." "That's right. Why is this rice stale?" Only a clever person like Ernie, who usually interacted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more often, knew what it meant. If it was someone else, they would not be able to ask such a simple question. The person in charge knew that more work was better for the people, So he had to continue to explain, this rice was sent by Registrar Jean. Oh, it was sent by Jean Wendy. When it was sent, it was good rice. The people here used good rice and exchanged it for stale rice. It's about the same. You can eat until you're full. If you exchange it for 3 batches, you can eat until you're full. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. They really did not know how to describe the thoughts in their hearts. It was so simple. He worked more and took less advantage. If you treated him better, he would always remember. What should we do? Wang Wan's lips moved. Let's wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao could not ask for more dishes at this time. He thought that the people who came to work would not agree. He could only make up for it elsewhere. If they ate 4 meals a day, there would be meat for 2 meals and eggs for lunch. It was still okay. It was just that the rest time was shorter. After eating the last meal, they would only sleep for about 7 hours. Doing physical work and resting for such a short period of time was a behavior that overdrew vitality in advance. It's okay. You can do your work. Seeing that the young master and young lady did not continue to ask anything, Ernie held hands and walked forward. He said something to the person in charge and asked the guards to follow. The person in charge thought for a while and also followed behind. He knew the identity of the 2 little ancestors. If they were to ask something out of curiosity, he would have to run over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked all the way to the place where the work was done. There was no need for others to urge them. Even the newcomers worked hard without the slightest intention of being lazy. The weather was hot, and many people had taken off their shirts, swinging shovels and pickaxes. Beside them was a river. The flow was similar to that of the pier, but it was even slightly larger. A small river branched out, leading to this place. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. It seems that the formation of the lake in the future is due to this river. Originally, this place was a little sunken. As long as there is a little natural disaster, such as an earthquake, the river will change its course and become a lake. Zhang Xiaobao observed the surrounding terrain and whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. She walked to the side of the river, squatted down, and touched it with her hand. It was cool and had a soft feeling. Why don't we let them make a lake here after the mountain road is built? Our family also needs to earn some benefits. We can't give away all the benefits. I also plan to do so. Moreover, rowing the boat back and forth on the lake and setting up some herbal medicine stalls by the lake is also a long-term income. Let the local people do it. Zhang Xiaobao also thought that it should be so. In the future, if they raised some fish in the lake, they could fish when they had nothing to do. Tourists would like it more. When they cooked the fish, they could let people add some herbs and make a medicinal diet, which could promote Yawang Mountain. While the 2 of them were talking, one of the workers accidentally stepped on air and fell from a steep place. While everyone was shocked, he hung in the air again. The person in charge patted his chest. Without waiting for the little ancestor to ask curiously, he took the initiative and said, "Those who work in dangerous places will have a rope tied to their bodies. Even if they accidentally fall, they are not afraid." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this. They were the ones who suggested it. Human life was more important than heaven. The man was pulled up and went down. He squatted by the river and washed the mud off his body and the wounds he had just made. Finally, he wiped his face with water and looked at the people around him with a smile. He said, "It's okay. I feel much better after washing up." After he finished speaking, he stood up and went back to work. The others laughed and made fun of him. Some of the people who were sweating also came over to wash up. They scooped up the water in their hands and splashed it directly on their bodies. With a little rub, the mud balls were knocked off and bounced into the water. With someone taking the lead, the others also came to wash. The water, which was originally clear, became muddy after they washed. In addition to the mud and sand when they washed, they were too dirty. This kind of behavior was naturally not lazy. In the cool weather, they worked faster. Zhang Xiaobao looked and suddenly said to Wang Wan, "I know what to do. Even if I sleep less, it can relieve fatigue." Chapter 353. Wang Wan was also thinking of ways to improve the lives of the people working. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say this, she immediately widened her eyes and waited for him to tell her. "It's Yaowang Mountain. We can't lack medicine. It's not Huaqing Pool. There's no hot spring. We can make a pool for them to bathe in. We don't know what Chinese medicine to put in, but someone will." When Zhang Xiaobao saw others bathing, he thought of bathing in the pool. Not only could they wash off the dust on their bodies, but they could also relieve fatigue. They could also apply some Chinese medicine to disinfect and treat some diseases. "Yes, that's right. Xiaobao, you're right. Let's build a bathhouse for them and massage each other. Their fatigue will be reduced by a lot. Immediately go back and ask your father to fork out money from the Yaman's account." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea, she immediately agreed. In the future, they would look around to see if there were any hot springs. There should be many hot springs around. In a place like Shangxi, as long as they dug deep enough, they would be able to find hot springs. Because of the geology, they could also build one at home. The sauna that was mentioned a while ago had not been built yet. They used the Maifan stone to build one at home. It was the same on the other side of the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "We can't use the county's money. We'll fork out the money. First, we'll try to build a few at the foot of the mountain and let people think about it. When the time comes, we'll build it on the mountain. If the yamen is built, who will earn the money in the end? We also need to find a professional for the massage. Let's practice on the people who are working first. When the time comes, we can also charge for it. So that's how it is. Then in the future, we can't just build big ponds, we have to build small ones. Each person has a different position. The higher the status, the more money we pay, and the better the ponds. Xiaobao, what you're doing is immoral. You're making people use the workers to practice." Wang Wan agreed to the first part, but she was a little conflicted about the second part. How is it immoral? Isn't it the same if they massage each other? Find those doctors or medical students to do this. The doctors can also do scraping, cupping, and acupuncture. When they aren't confident, let the doctors and medical students do it first. To them, their excuse was to study medicine. Wasn't it good to have someone to let them experiment? He could teach his disciples, and in the process, he could discover some diseases in the living people. When treating them, the yamen would take care of the medicine, and it would be beneficial to the people who worked. When he went up the mountain in the future, he would let them take care of him. They would provide him with a bath, a massage, and cupping. It wouldn't be expensive to charge 100 copper coins for a set, right? If we sell some medicine, it will probably be a source of income. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of the doctors at the docks. There would be more of them coming. Wang Wan was no longer conflicted. It was indeed the case. It didn't matter who pressed. Under the guidance of others, it was much better than these people pressing each other. They must have pressed where they were sore and were not professional enough. Thinking of doctors, Wang Wan also thought of the inheritance of medical skills. Now, most people were learning by hand. This was a little slow for medical skills to spread. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao, "Should we print some of Sun Simiao's books? We can give them to the doctors for free, but they have to help us do something." "I think this is a good idea. We don't need movable type. We can just let people carve plates. We can print more at one time and collect all of Sun Simiao's books. In the future, we still need movable type. Otherwise, we can't afford to carve them. If there is someone with high medical skills and comments something, we can't carve it again and again. Movable type is good. Let's make a mold first and reprint it again and again. We can leave more for reprinting. When the lead is melted, we can pour it in. We can make the words bigger so that the ink is not good and it is tiring to dip the ink. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed to print. It was too tiring to just copy by hand. It couldn't satisfy the doctors who came. At first, they wanted to carve plates, but later, they felt that they should use movable type. Wang Wan reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. You are usually very smart. Why are you so confused now? Who said that you can't add comments to the plates? The original plates can be used, right? Can't you just carve another plate with comments? Put the two plates together and make the paper bigger. Then, it will be the original book with comments. It is not easy to study movable type and it is tiring. You should let people think about it first and print Sun Simiao's book as soon as possible. This is a serious matter. You can't eat one mouthful and get fat. That's fine too. Let's do it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. What do you mean by fine too? I have thought about it thoroughly. Wang Wan emphasized her ability. Those people were still working. They didn't know that because of their efforts, someone thought of better benefits for them. Erniu, who was the closest to them, heard their conversation. He knew that the little young master and little young lady were kind. They were always the kind of people who were good to each other. If they were not good to each other, they would give them another chance. If they were not good to each other, they would not talk about using thunderous means. They could feel sad for a child who was not eating well, but they could also look at a person who was killed and not change their expression. When he talked with his master, he mentioned that officials could give him some benefits when the lives of the people under their rule were better. However, he absolutely disliked the idea of being greedy when the people were not able to eat. An official who was greedy and could let the people live a good life was better than an official who could not do anything and could only suffer together with the people. Ernie could not understand. The two were almost extreme. Yes, they were extreme. According to what the little young master and little young lady said, why would two extreme things appear in one person? Ernie, why are you in a daze? You have another mission. Go there and bring back more my fan stones. Bring more money and buy more seafood. If you can buy a place with my fan stones, that would be even better. When you find a wife in the future, we will definitely arrange a decent wedding for you. Zhang Xiaobao just called Ernie, but Ernie did not respond. Ah. If I leave, what will happen here? Ernie was a little worried as he accompanied the two little ancestors. We can't live without you. Find someone smarter in the inner court. My father is an official. Tomorrow, Cuckoo and I will come out with a guard of honor. There will be 20 horse-drawn carriages with canopies and umbrellas. There will be people holding signs in front. Along the way, yellow sand will pave the road, and still water will sprinkle the streets. When the civil officials see it, they will get off the sedan chair, and when the military officials see it, they will dismount. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao joked with Ernie. Ernie also laughed. I will be beheaded. I will leave now. Little young master and little young lady, you two be careful. This is not like Sanshui County. After talking, Ernie mounted the horse and left. Only he knew about this matter. It was impossible for others to be involved. Just like how Pomegranate was in charge of the loyal fungus, Cherries was in charge of the hatching of the chicks, and Xiao Hong did not tell others about the adjustment of the feeding recipe. After Ernie left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to stroll leisurely. The road leading to the mountain had been built for more than 200 meters. Baskets of soil and stones were carried down, and some wood was carried up and nailed to the side. When the time came to pull the rope, there was no need to worry about anyone falling down. At the same time, they had to walk among the children and the elderly, listen to them chat, play with the children for a while, and ask them if they wanted to study. The two of them also carefully looked at the younger children. When they returned, they would ask their father to find someone to teach them how to take care of children and set up a kindergarten. They did not expect to learn too much, as long as they could take good care of the children. They stayed until lunchtime. Then the two of them washed their hands and prepared to eat together. For lunch, there was no stew. When there was meat, it was stewed. Scrambled eggs with cucumber slices, scrambled eggs with chives, and sweet and sour slices. These 3 dishes were really good, but there was not enough oil. The two of them each had a bowl of small rice. They ate the dishes with extra eggs. That was the disadvantage of the small rice. It cooled down slowly, and they had to blow on it while eating. The people were already used to the county magistrate eating here. They also knew that the 2 children were not picky and did not have the slightest restraint when eating. In the afternoon, the two of them continued to observe the terrain and prepared to repair the lake. Because Ernie went to greet them, another clever person was sent over. He was 17 years old and had been living in the main family. There were also 3 generations of his family. He usually did things quickly and did not cause trouble, so he was sent over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew each other. His name was Zhang Xiangru, a man who gave a woman a name. No one knew what he was thinking at that time. As soon as Zhang Xiangru arrived, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When I came, Master said that you two should go back quickly. The ship cannot be delayed." "Oh, I know." "Then let's go." In fact, it's not a big deal. The purpose of life is to enjoy. When the arrangements are made, just wait. We can't think about it all day. Zhang Xiaobao stretched. He had just finished eating and was sleepy. He and Wang Wan went to the river to wash their faces and cool down. Then, they rode back on the horse. A group of guards carefully followed around, afraid that the 2 little ancestors would fall asleep while riding. When the 2 of them returned to the yamen, Zhang Zhong was there dealing with the people who came to report to the yamen. It was not a big deal. The number of people who were arrested a few days ago had reached 400. Those who were not killed were all sent to the road repair site to work. After dealing with an old lady who had a lot of mice in her house and asked the adults to think of a way to get a few kittens, Zhang Zhong could finally rest for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just happened to come back. "Xiaobao, the news just came in this morning. Those people are staying in the first house in Linshui. The letter has also been delivered. What should we do next?" "I'll leave this matter to you. I still have to deal with the government affairs." Zhang Zhong called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the study. He decided not to care about the people on the boat. Recently, there were more people coming, so there were more trivial matters. In the past, the people would think of their own ways. Now, as long as they were close to the yamen, they would come to ask. There were all kinds of things happening. Chapter 354. After the imperial examinations, all the scholars who passed were overjoyed. Those who didn't and those who wanted to take the examinations next year stayed in the capital. These people immediately caused the capital to become much more lively. After the imperial examinations, the brothels and restaurants everywhere became places they frequented. They would either drink alone or invite 3 to 5 friends to drink to their heart's content. The rich were naturally easy to deal with. They could spend as much as they wanted. However, those who didn't have a lot of money, and even those who were poor, found that if they didn't think of a way, they wouldn't be able to wait until next year. Every time this happened, there would always be people who sent invitations to the various residences. They wanted to be a teacher for the people in the residences, or at least become an advisor. However, there were too many people in the imperial examinations this year. Only a small portion of people obtained such a position. The rest of the people had no other choice but to write letters or copy books. Even more people would go to the brothels and help recite a poem or two. They would eat and play for free. Perhaps they would even be appreciated by the brothels and be given some money. However, if the poem wasn't good, then no one would care. Those who were thin-skinned would think of a way to make a living. Those who were thick-skinned would follow beside the rich scholars and help them grind ink, pass the brush, and wait for them to finish writing before flattering them. There were also some that had nothing to do with being thick-skinned. Instead, the rich young masters would do such things for the poor people, admiring talent. There were also some people who had good relationships with each other. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they ate, drank, and slept together. They talked about the big and small classics and talked about poetry. All of this showed the various states of life. Happiness and melancholy intertwined together. Life was just repeating these things. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was busy dealing with the people on the boats, so he still had time to think about this matter. The Zhang family once again made their move. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, when the sun had just risen in the morning, a procession appeared. The entire procession was made up of 20 carriages. Originally, the carriages were used to carry goods, but large signs were erected on both sides. There were large words written on the signs. This wasn't for the common people who didn't know how to read, but for the scholars. As a result, the calligraphy was flamboyant and flamboyant. There were also some landscape paintings, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. The grand procession slowly moved from one end to the other. 20 carriages lined up in a row. It was difficult not to attract attention. The commoners were curious. Since they couldn't read, they could only ask around. Those who could read started to tell the people around them. "Xiao Qing, I heard that you got into the second grade exam this time. What did you write? Read it to your auntie. It looks really good." In the capital, a female shopkeeper asked a man who was sitting by the window and eating when the procession passed by her. This man was around 25 or 26 years old. He had taken the Bright Classics examination this year and had passed. His position was a little behind, but he was still a secondary class, rank 8 official. The people who knew him in the past were more respectful when they saw him. Only this female shopkeeper in the shop was the same as before. She kept calling him Xiao Qing, but he didn't feel angry at all. All these years, the money for his studies was all given by this female shopkeeper. He only had one mother at home, so he couldn't make ends meet. If it wasn't for this female shopkeeper, he wouldn't have been able to study. He would have been lucky if he didn't starve to death. He didn't want to and didn't dare to disrespect this female shopkeeper. When he heard the question, he respectfully said, "Auntie, this is prepared for some students." It said that Huayuan County and Sanshui County are going to hold a competition and invite all the scholars from all over. They can help Huayuan County or Sanshui County. The side that wins the most will get the first prize of this competition. This prize is given to everyone. Also, everyone who gets first place will get a good prize. They will be selected one by one, just like the imperial examinations. After saying this, the man stopped and waited for the female shopkeeper's reaction. "Oh. So it's like this. Xiao Qing, are you going? What's the prize?" The female shopkeeper looked at Xiao Qing and asked. "Starting from 10 days later, all the students can go by boat without spending money as long as they take out their documents. The meals for the next few days will be taken care of by the 2 counties. First, you have to tell which county you are going to help. Then, you can board the boat of that county. I will ask later if I have any work to do in 10 days. If I do, I can't go. If I don't, I can go and have a look. The prize is worth a lot of money. The first place of a single person will get a set of the 4 treasures of Black Bamboo Pavilion. It costs 50 strings of silver. That's the one that everyone has. It's also a set of the 4 treasures of Black Bamboo Pavilion. However, it's the last one. It costs 50 strings of silver. Xiao Qing explained in detail. He was a little tempted. He felt that it was better to compete than to stay in the capital. It was not far away. The female shopkeeper nodded and asked again, "What else is there?" Also, the 2 counties will be recruiting teachers at the same time. It will only last until the imperial examinations next year. Depending on the professor, the teachers will get 40 to 100 strings of silver per month. The food and lodging will be taken care of by the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. There will be meat for 1 meal every day, and there will be holidays every 10 days. Xiao Qing explained another thing. He didn't care about this, but those who couldn't make a living should consider it. The Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Are you talking about the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County? The female shopkeeper didn't pay much attention to other things, but she knew about the 2 Zhuangzi. Xiao Qing nodded. It's the 2 Zhuangzi. If it were someone else, no one would believe it. But the words of the 2 Zhuangzi are naturally not ordinary. It seems that people like me have a place to go now. No matter what, eating and sleeping is not a big problem. Xiao Qing was right. Now, there were many students on the streets who had spent their money and didn't know what to do. They were preparing to work in the 2 counties. Of course, they also wanted to participate in the competition. They could choose one of the 2 opportunities. As long as they were on the right team, they would get a lot of money. To them, this was not a small sum. They could save up the money and spend this year without any worries. Next year, they would be able to take the imperial examinations again. In addition to those who wanted to find something to do, those who were rich also wanted to participate. It wasn't for the reward, but fame. If people remembered them, they would have some fame in the future. Otherwise, why would they insist on treating others to a meal? They drank all day and had a splitting headache. Wasn't it just to be famous? The sound of gongs and drums was not small. Even people who had a hangover last night would be awakened by the noise as long as they were on the 2 sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Some officials' mansions were also here. When they heard the noise outside, they asked the servants in their mansions to investigate. When they returned, they said that it was a matter of 2 counties and involved the Zhang family and Wang family. Many people pretended that this matter didn't happen. Only a few people complained. Some people praised this matter. These people were basically wholeheartedly devoted to the country and the people. They knew what was involved in this matter. The students who were in dire straits could finally settle down. In addition to the attention of these students, there were also some businessmen and families who lacked manpower in their mansions. The businessmen wanted to go to the competition venue to take a look. It would be better if they could sell something. If they couldn't, perhaps they could find a talented person and betroth their daughters to him. The families who lacked manpower were naturally unable to judge the number of invitations sent by so many students. They didn't look for people, not because they didn't want people, but because they didn't know how talented they were. Those invitations might have been written by others. At this time, knowing that there was going to be a competition, they sent people from their mansions. Countless students, as long as they competed, they would naturally know who was good and who wasn't. At that time, they would recruit people, even if it cost more. This was also the purpose that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to achieve. He wanted more people to pay attention to the 2 counties. He and Wang Wan had already set off. They took a boat and went to Little Luoshui. Today was the 2nd day that those businessmen stayed in the first house near the water. Fast horses passed back and forth. After all, it would take some time, so it was better to go there in person. The 2 of them set off from the dock of Huaiyuan County. On the way to Between the Clouds and the Water, they didn't receive much attention. But when they arrived between the clouds and the water, when the people there saw the 2 rice seedling flags on the boat, they directly sent a boat to welcome them. This is the real home. In this small piece of land, we finally don't have to worry. Wang Wan saw the boat coming and said with relief. Yes, this is our home field. If we go further, the people on the boat will have less to worry about. Zhang Xiaobao also relaxed. He looked at the restaurants and waved his hand vigorously at the ships that were coming towards him. Immediately, there was a wave of greetings on the boat. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat joined the boat between the clouds and the water, the people in the restaurant between the clouds and the water who could see this place were all shocked. What a big show! Even the Marquis's escort boat was surrounded. There were only 2 children on the bow of a small boat, but so many people were alarmed. On the boat that greeted them, there were even managers of restaurants. Those who knew the situation could only sigh at the power of the Zhang family and Wang family here. Those who didn't know the situation asked the waiter. The waiter's answer was simple. The people on the boat were the young master and young lady of the main family. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know who the main family was. After passing the restaurant between the clouds and the water, when Zhang Xiaobao looked at his home again, he found that it was different from when he left. It was really like what he thought at the beginning. The 2 of them only learned about it in the letter, but they didn't see it with their own eyes. If it weren't for my father's urging, I would go back and stay for a few days and play with the children on Zhuangzi. When I move in the future, I must bring them with me. It's comfortable to look at them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't intend to keep a low profile at this time. The main family's people came here not only to show their dignity, but also to show their recognition of this place. Chapter 355. When the flag formed by the 2 rice seedlings appeared in the eyes of some of the villagers, they all ran toward the small bridge and shouted from a distance. Stop the boat. Following Zhang Xiaobao's order, the boat stopped right below the bridge. If it went forward a bit more, it would enter the bridge. Once the boat stopped, the people upstream and downstream who didn't know the situation all broke out in a cold sweat for the boat. They knew the rules. On the entire river, from Jingdou all the way to Dingping County, as long as you felt the boat could stop steadily, then it could stop anywhere. However, it could not stop at this small bridge. One reason was that the bridge was smaller than other bridges and could only allow 2 boats to pass through. If one boat stopped, it would delay the boat behind it. The other reason was that it was not allowed to stop. The reason was that it was not allowed. As long as a boat slowed down a bit, there would be bailiffs on the shore who would rush over with bows and arrows, aiming at all suspicious places around them. Especially in the water, there would be people patrolling along the shore with spears. There were a few people who stopped to look at the scenery, but they were all fined and taken to the Yamen of Sanshui County for questioning. In the end, they found out that they were just looking at the scenery, but they were still warned not to look at the scenery at the small bridge next time. The people on Zhuangzi understood that that position happened to be a blind spot for the hidden sentries on Zhuangzi. They couldn't see anything, so no boats were allowed to stop. They couldn't even go slower than normal. However, there was a boat that stopped today. The 2 children on the boat were still waving their hands, as if they didn't know the rules at all. When a boat stopped, the other boats would give way to each other and move to the other side. At this time, they were probably moving slowly, wanting to see what would happen to the 2 unlucky children on the boat. As expected, the bailiffs guarding this side took out their bows and rushed over on their horses. The villagers on Zhuangzi also rushed over. There was a kind-hearted person on the boat following behind. He shouted at the boat that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were on, "Hurry up and go to the front to wait for the bailiffs. Don't move. Otherwise, the bailiffs will really shoot. Don't provoke them." After shouting this, he muttered, "Whose child is this? Why did he cause trouble for the adults? All right, let's go to the Yamen and talk." The other boats had the same thought. Seeing that the people on both sides had gathered together, a shocking scene appeared in front of them. First, the bailiffs put away their bows and dismounted from their horses. At the same time, the villagers who ran over did not hold any weapons in their hands and stood there respectfully. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, young lady." Their voices, which were not too different from each other, rang out beside the ears of the people on the boats. Zhang Xiaobao was still waving his arms and shouting to the villagers, "Good, my family is good. When we change places, we will take you with us." Cheers rang out from the villagers once again. The bailiffs who dismounted from their horses also stood on the shore. The person in the lead stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Song Yang, on behalf of the brothers, greets young master and young lady." "Young master, is everything okay with the master?" "Good. Last night, my father was talking about the brothers in Sanshui County. He said that if the people in Huayuan County had the ability of the bailiffs in Sanshui County, it would save him a lot of trouble and he would be more considerate." Zhang Xiaobao turned around and shouted at the bailiffs. These bailiffs didn't cheer like the villagers. They stood straight and puffed out their chests as much as they could to let the young master and young lady see their graceful bearing. Zhang Xiaobao had already winked at Zhang Xiangru many times. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiangru was not as experienced as Erniu and did not know what the young master meant. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to speak by himself. "Cuckoo and I are going to Little Luoshui, so we can't talk to you anymore. When we come back, we will stay here for 2 days. Farewell, young master. Farewell, young lady." A clever villager took the lead and shouted. The others, including the bailiffs, also followed suit and shouted. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat passed through the bridge, the bailiffs were arranged to ride horses and follow the boat on both sides. Those who were anxious for the 2 children or waiting to watch the show were all dumbfounded. Who was so arrogant? Not only did the boat stop at the small bridge, but the villager and bailiffs who came over were also so respectful. "I know who they are. They are the young master and young lady of Zhang family and Wang family." No wonder. The people on one of the ships knew a little more. Thinking of the situation just now, they immediately guessed what kind of person could be treated like this. The people on the other boats suddenly realized that they were in their own home, so they could stop. No one dared to say anything even if the bridge was torn down. The bailiff's reaction was not strange. The entire Sanshui County was the territory of the Zhang family and Wang family, and the bailiffs were supported by them. The people who were worried about the 2 children were relieved. Those who were waiting to watch the show did not dare to say anything, in case the villager and bailiffs heard them. At that time, they would be the ones to be arrested. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to ride the boat forward. They looked at Zhang Xiangru at the same time and felt that this newcomer was not easy to use. They did not know how long it would take for her to reach the level of Erniu. Although the boat looked shabby on the outside, the structure inside was different from other boats. The space was bigger and the water was deeper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go in and rest, so that they could deal with the following situation. Unexpectedly, the people patrolling on the water also came over. The 2 boats were one in front and one behind. The bailiffs on the boats only had knives on their waists. They did not see bows and arrows. People who did not know the situation thought that these 2 boats did not have any fighting power. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the weapons on the boats were definitely illegal. No matter how high the status of Sanshui County was, it was impossible to allow the use of strong crossbows. It was a little smaller than the ones used to attack cities. It could only shoot 3-4 foot long arrows at a time, and the string was half twisted. When necessary, it could be pushed out and twisted twice. On this river, such a crossbow was almost invincible. The 2 boats also found the boat with the flag of 2 rice seedlings and quickly approached. When the bailiffs on the boat saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing at the bow of the boat, they immediately saluted as before. The person on the boat at the front asked, "Little master, little miss, where are you going?" "Let's go to Little Luo Shui to have a look," Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhang Xiangru after seeing that it was useless. "Then little master and little miss, take care," the person on the boat responded. The two boats passed by the small boat one after another. Who knew that as soon as they passed by, they changed direction and followed closely behind. "Xiao Bao, you have been enjoying this kind of treatment in the past, right? Do you feel very calm?" Wang Wan saw the boats behind them and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, calm. I am also calm when there is a rumbling sound. Don't you think it should be like this? I don't believe that you haven't accepted any bribes." Zhang Xiaobao also saw the two boats behind them. They were supposed to be patrolling, but at this time, they were following behind to protect him. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "I really haven't accepted any bribes. I only accepted a cigarette and 2 fish. I couldn't eat them, so I threw them away. You can't guess what kind of cigarettes they gave me. It was a hardcover Hercules. The price was 3 yuan and 5 yuan a box. I don't smoke, so they bullied me. A single fish. How much money is that? A box is 2,000 yuan, and there are 10 boxes of 1 fish. That's 100,000 yuan. 1 fish is 2 eyes, and 1 eye is 100,000 yuan. 2 fish is 400,000 yuan. You threw them all away. Amazing." Zhang Xiaobao also cupped his fist and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was stunned. "What do you mean? What else could it mean? If you open the box, you'll find that there are 20 rolls of 500 yuan in each box. 1 box is 10,000 yuan, and 1 fish is 100,000 yuan. Starting from the gills under the eyes, there is a line of money. If I'm not wrong, the fish should be about 2 feet long. 2 fish means 400,000 yuan for you. What's the case? What kind of case is this?" Zhang Xiaobao knew a lot about this. 100 years ago, he gave 100 yuan as a gift. Later on, it was 500 yuan each. He gave them as cigarettes. It was a very old method, but it was usually very useful. For example, filling a bottle of erguotu with maotai was a national banquet. Unfortunately, they met a special person and threw them away. When checking whether the fish was bad or not, why didn't they check the eyes and break the gills? Wang Wan finally understood. "I know what is going on. But they are fine. Why did they give me gifts? And so expensive. Isn't it up to you whether they are fine or not? How would they know? Fortunately, you accepted them. If you didn't, someone might have a heart attack. Just like the boat behind us, if you ask them to go back now, they might not be able to recover for a few days or even longer. They will always think that the Zhang family and Wang family are not satisfied with them." Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan about this psychological need and comfort. "I understand now. So that's how it is. It seems that sometimes accepting gifts is also helping others, right? No wonder they accepted so much money from us. It turns out that they are helping us." The people Wang Wan was referring to were those who had been with Zhang Zhong when he was taking the imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao just smiled at this and didn't say anything. The boat continued to move forward. After a while, they encountered 2 patrol boats. The 2 boats behind immediately turned around and headed in the direction between the clouds and the water. These 2 boats seemed to have contacted the boat that left. After passing by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat, they also turned around and followed behind. Wang Wan didn't say anything at this time. Since others wanted to get a kind of recognition, she would give it to them. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and went into the cabin first. Wang Wan looked around and followed him. Xiao Bao, do you think they will really do what you said? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao lying on the blanket. She moved 2 pillows over and threw one to Zhang Xiaobao. Chapter 356. The first house in Lin Shui. The ship merchants were still in the room where they ate the day before. It was not because they were rich. Even if they were rich, they still had to line up to get a room on the 4th floor of the first house in Lin Shui. It was because between the clouds and the water had attracted too many people recently, causing some people here to be unable to afford the rooms on the 4th floor of the first house. Don't be fooled by the fact that the merchants of the ship seemed to be rich and overbearing. When it came to small amounts of money, they would never relax, even to the point where it would make people's hair stand on end. When they used this room, they calculated the price of the food and the price of the time. When they ate, they would definitely be stuck until the last quarter. As long as they finished eating, they would not continue to take care of the room. When other rich people came, they would directly pay for a day or even half a month. According to the amount of 500 copper coins per hour, even if they did not come, the room would still be reserved for them. The ship merchants would take the room if they had it, but not if they did not. They would definitely not pay when they did not eat. At this time, they were very lucky to meet a time when they were not willing to spend money and eat in this room. Brother Weitong, should we wait for them to finish talking and then block the waterway from the Jing River to the Luoshui River? The little Luoshui River also uses the Luoshui River. It's good to settle there. They still want to do things with us. They want us to stop the big boat there and then let the small boat transport it. They also want us to discuss with the people of Luochuan County and jointly build a pier there. Are they stupid? If we just block the place where the Jing River enters the Luoshui River, what can they do? Guoren seemed to have drunk some wine before coming here. When he spoke, his tongue was not straight. It was awkward no matter how one listened to it. Fortunately, his mind was still clear. Mi Fan's face was gloomy. He naturally knew where Guoren went. It was the only brothel behind the little Luoshui pier. That brothel was opened by a person in the capital. Even the most ordinary woman would cost 5 strings of money a night. Some of them sold their skills but not their bodies. No amount of money could buy them, and they also covered their faces with veils. It was said that the rent of this brothel was 20 times higher than other places. All the food and drinks had to be prepared by the first brothel in Linshui. Similarly, the price was 20 times higher. Otherwise, they could just sit there and chat with the veiled women or listen to music. No one would do that. There was a pile of food in front of a girl. She could eat a little when she was resting. She couldn't afford to give you a cup of plain water. It seemed that Guo Ren had spent a lot of money today. A few dozen copper coins to listen to a new song was not considered little. A few hundred copper coins to chat with a beauty and listen to the sound of the zither was also not considered much. Brother Weitong, just say the word and we will immediately go and block that place. I don't believe that 60 ships of sand and stones can't block that waterway. Guo Ren was still thinking about the good things. When Mi Fan received the letter the night before, he told them the contents. The Zhang family would work with Luochuan County, Dingping County, and their shipping company to build a pier in Dingping. It would be convenient for large ships to transfer to small ships, and small ships to large ships. At the beginning, no one would have thought that this could be done. When the time came, both sides would earn money. When they transferred, they didn't need to use the same merchant or the same type of goods. The large ships would receive goods along the way. When they reached Dingping County, they would start to distribute the goods to the small ships. This way, the journey would be shorter. They wouldn't have to wait for the goods to come to the capital to earn money. They just had to transport goods from Chuanshu all the way back and they could earn a sum. After all, the return journey was against the current. It was too tiring for the large ships to travel. If they didn't load the goods in the capital, they would lose money. With the small ships in Dingping to receive goods, not only would they not lose money, but they could also earn a little more. The route would be divided into segments and there wouldn't be a shortage of goods. However, this idea was sent by the Zhang family. Now, the shipping company wanted to pressure the Zhang family. Therefore, no matter how good the idea was, it could only be used to deal with the Zhang family. The small river could earn money because it connected the capital and Chuanshu. As long as the diversion point in Dingping County was blocked, the goods from the capital could only be transported to Luochuan County. This was also the place called the Luoshui. If they cut them off, everything would be solved. They would turn their cooperation into a conspiracy. These people were more excited. At this time, after hearing Guo Ren's words, they also felt that it was feasible. The idea of cutting off the trade route was suggested by Mi Fan. However, Mi Fan would never have thought that they would be prepared to cut it off like this. Looking at Guo Ren's excited gaze in front of her, Mi Fan finally couldn't hold it in and said loudly, "Good idea. Using dozens of ships to block the Luoshui River. In a few days, our heads will be cut off to block the Luoshui River. Does the Jingshui River belong to us? We can block it if we want to. Then why don't we pool together the ships of our families and make 100 ships, fill them with sand and stones, send them to the canal, and sink them to block the waterway to the capital? That way, the transportation to the capital will be useless, and the grain won't be able to enter the capital. Even the emperor will be afraid of us. Don't you think so?" When everyone heard this, they didn't make a sound. Only now did they think about how the two counties and prefectures would react if they blocked the canal. Even if they had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. For the sake of one Zhang family, they would harm the common people. Even if the Zhang family didn't do anything, there would be many people who would do it. If they handed in a memorial, the emperor would see it. With just a word, the princes and the prefectures would confiscate their families. Although Guo Ren's body wasn't easy to control, his mind was still clear. When he heard this, he asked, "Brother Weitong, didn't you say the waterway would be blocked the night before? If we don't sink the ships, what else can we do?" The other merchants also looked at Mi Fan. Mi Fan felt a bit sad that she had to work with a group of idiots. However, these people did listen to her, so she could only say, "Those who come from Chuanshu don't dare to take the dangerous route. It's only because they haven't reached Chuanshu that small boats can pass through. In Dingping County, when you enter the Luo River, don't you know how fast the current is? If you use an oar, when a wave comes, all your strength will be wasted. If you use a bamboo pole, you won't be able to reach the bottom of the water. Don't their small boats rely on the trackers from that corner to pull them? Send 3 large ships over. As long as they anchor there, say that the ships are broken and can't move, their small boats won't be able to be pulled by the trackers. They will need to go around our large ships. It's already a fast current, and now it's blocked by 3 ships. Which small boat do you think will be able to pass?" "That's right. As long as a small boat wants to pass, it'll happen to meet the 3 large ships blocking the slanting current. One boat will capsize. We didn't do it on purpose. It's the large ships that are broken. After a few boats capsize, we'll send a few large ships and leave 3 ships there. We'll say that there's a problem. Even if they don't want to, they'll have to hold on. Only those who have rowed for decades are willing to give it a try. Others won't be able to do it. How many people can they find? 1 in 100. It's a good idea." When a merchant heard Mi Fan's words, he also thought of this point and started to flatter her. When the others heard this merchant's words, they also understood the reasoning behind it. They all agreed. Mi Fan felt a bit helpless. How could no one think of such a simple thing? They were even prepared to sink the ships to block the entrance. She sighed to herself and said, "This matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it after we ask them about the details of the sea route. The merchants once again banded together, and one by one, they began to talk about how to deceive. The more Mi Fan heard, the stronger her fear became. Even when she mentioned using a boat to divert the small boats, she felt the same way. This plan was perfect. She didn't know where it went wrong. Could it be that the Marquis' shipyard could make small boats that were not afraid of such things? Unless they ate deep water. But if they ate deep water, they wouldn't be able to cross the river. As long as she thought of this, she felt a bit upset. She couldn't help but say, actually, the Zhang family's plan of switching from large to small boats will make us more money than before. Why don't you think about it? What's there to think about? If they don't die, we will. So many pairs of eyes are watching us. If we really lose face, will we still do business in the future? Brother Weitong, you overestimate the Zhang family. This is a matter on the water. They don't understand. They only know how to farm and raise chickens. How would they know the dangers on the water? Guoren poured himself a cup of wine and drank it again. His eyes were glazed over, but his words received the agreement of the other merchants. They were indeed afraid of the Zhang family's manner, but that was on land. They didn't dare to interfere with some of the transactions. But when it came to the water, it was not as simple as imagined. No matter how powerful the Zhang family was, could they naturally understand things in the water? Then they wouldn't have to manage a small river. Mi Fan looked at the gazes of the merchants that were looking at him one by one. Finally, he compromised, even though he felt like his heart was being tightly grasped by someone. He had never been in such a situation before. In the past, when there was danger, he just felt uncomfortable. This time, he found it difficult to even breathe. What is it? What other tricks does the Zhang family have? Why is it like this? It's worse than dying. Could it be that the whole family is exterminated? The Zhang family really has this ability. He just has a top scholar and knows a marquis. Why does his chest hurt? Mi Fan pressed his hands to his chest. He valued his body's reaction very much. In the past, when he encountered things, he only felt a little uncomfortable. Every time he made the decision to hide, he would go to the temple or Taoist temple and receive good news. But this time was different. He felt like he was going to die immediately. Those merchants didn't know how uncomfortable Mi Fan was. They were still fantasizing about forcing the Zhang family to beg for mercy and be as obedient as dogs. Chapter 357. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat also arrived at Little Luoshui's pier. The two of them slept comfortably, rocking on the boat as if they had returned to the cradle when they were young. Cuckoo, I suddenly thought of something. You said that in the northeast and some other places, children sleep in cradles when they are young. As long as the cradle is gently rocked, the child inside will not cry and will sleep peacefully. Some people say that this is because they are afraid that the cat will take the child away. But I know that some people have cats and dogs at home, and those cats and dogs will stay by the side and help push the cradle. This is not the main point. What I want to say is there any difference between that kind of rocking and seasickness or carsickness? Especially ships. Why do people who are used to being rocked by cradles become seasick when they grow up? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got off the boat, he suddenly thought of something, so he said to Wang Wan. Of course, Wang Wan knew about this matter, especially for some families who raised monkeys. Their children were all taken care of by monkeys. When the children were placed in the cradle, the monkeys would help to drive away mosquitoes while pushing the cradle. Their strength was neither too light nor too heavy. There were even milk bottles that were warmed and warmed. The monkeys would even help to feed the children. According to the theory of seasickness, the children would have vomited long ago, and it was impossible for them to sleep so peacefully. What was the reason for all this? Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, Wang Wan shook her head and said, I really don't know. Do you know? I don't know much about it either, but you should be able to find out that the younger the child, the worse their bones and muscles are. But every time they fall, they will cry because of scratches, but it is very rare for them to break bones. If they are short, then if they fall from a height of 1.5 meters, the probability of them dying is definitely lower than that of an adult. Also, you can try to put a baby on calm water. If you put an adult who can't swim on calm water, the baby's survival rate is higher than that of an adult. There's also a simple example. When a baby under half a year old cries, it's very rare for him to lose his voice from crying. Even if he cries for a few hours, if you ask an adult, how many of them won't lose their voice? Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk about the comparison between a baby and an adult. Wang Wan was confused. Some of what Xiaobao said was true. Especially when a baby cried, it could be heard very clearly from a distance. If it were an adult, it wouldn't take too long for them to stop crying if they wanted to have the same effect. Xiaobao, is it related to the recovery speed of the body? Wang Wan asked. No, if you give the poison milk powder to the babies and the adults will be fine, but the babies are basically done for. Actually, what I want to say is, why can I jump from such a high place and be fine, and why can I climb such a high place with my bare hands? Zhang Xiaobao became serious at this time. Why? Training. Wang Wan only felt that this was the right answer. No, it's regress. Babies don't have a sense of height. Even if you put him at a height of 1,000 meters, he still dares to climb down. It's like when you suddenly encounter a high-speed football head-on. You dodge backwards, thinking that you're seriously injured. You face it head-on. Unless you're very unlucky and the football happens to hit your weakest point, the injury you suffer will be much smaller. What I want to say is a kind of mentality. People who sleepwalk don't care about height. Just like a baby, they may fall to their death at a certain height, but at that height, people with the same physique as them will definitely fall to their death if they jump from that height. My training is actually to make myself feel less afraid and to be able to imitate the state of sleepwalking to a certain extent. As long as my body's muscles, bones, and coordination can withstand that height, I will be safe and sound. Many people who sing are the same. They are imitating a baby's voice. The pitch is very high, and the penetrating power is very strong. It can give people a special resonance. This can be nurtured. For example, our perception of danger, judgment of targets, and the hints we give ourselves when our body reaches its limit can be nurtured. An excellent battlefield sniper can sense certain things within his or her accurate sniping range. For example, you can. Okay, Xiaobao, I know what you mean. That is, under the same amount of effort, talent is more important than hard work in certain aspects. But what are you trying to say? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao and asked. What I want to say is that while we were on the ship, through the information gathered by Li Sun, I discovered a person who has a natural talent for sensing danger. He is different from us who are trained. He is born with it, and he is even more sensitive than us who are trained. His name is Mi Fan. Zhang Xiaobao finally got to the point. Wang Wan also saw the information sent by Li Sun. She thought about it and nodded. Indeed, but even if we want to kill him now, he can't avoid it. The two of us are enough. He is not as good as us. He won't use that kind of innate talent. Yes, 99% of sweat and 1% of talent is success. The most important is that 1%. Do you want to let him go? No, I want to keep him by our side like Song Jinggong, especially when we go out to sea. His talent is too important. I don't even know if I am a theist or an atheist, a materialist or an idealist. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said. When something that a person insisted on was washed away, it was very uncomfortable in the heart. It could even cause one to lose one's sense of direction and the will to live. Although Wang Wan was a member of the system, the things that people in the system understood were the most mysterious. Xiao Bao, what is materialism? I believe that materialism is science, and this science is exploration and research, not positioning. If you say that the unknown is unscientific, then your statement is unscientific. Don't be fooled by the system. Look at those buildings built by the government, and look at the rules that those officials usually follow when they do things. If you still don't understand, then think about why the great people of the past would go to draw lots before every big battle. Do you know what a unit is? What did 83441 represent? When we don't understand, we don't have to admit or deny it. We don't have the ability to explore. We just have to be ourselves. Oh, Cuckoo, you are right. If souls can come, what is impossible? I want that Mi Fan. He is not Guan Yu, and I am not Chow Chow. Tomorrow, I will talk to them about the sea. When it's about time, I will immediately send a letter to Li Sun and ask him to prepare. Zhang Xiaobao didn't insist on things that he didn't understand. He quickly made up his mind. Wang Wan didn't understand. Xiaobao, are you confident? It's not at the same level at all. If you get Yao Chong and Song Jing here, I might put in more effort, Zhang Xiaobao said proudly. Chapter 358. The night was misty. It was summer insects outside the window. Fireflies were hanging in the sky. The night is misty, looking at the starry sky. I am looking for a star, it is so bright, it is so affectionate. Wang Wan was lying on the ground in a house behind the dock. She looked at the starry sky outside and hummed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't sleep on the couch. The ground was cooler than the couch. The mahogany floor was polished smooth and painted with a layer of lacquer. Listening to Wang Wan's humming, he felt that he had heard this song somewhere before. It seemed to be very distant. He touched Wang Wan. Is it a song from 100 years ago? Can't you choose a closer one? I learned it when I was in the military academy. I've been singing it all the time. Everyone sang it and it became popular. Do you think life should be like a star shining in the distance, or like a meteor streaking across the sky? Wang Wan was probably hot. She was lying there and discussing life with Zhang Xiaobao. I think it should be like a star, like a meteor. It should crash into the earth and then cross the sky. Zhang Xiaobao put his hand flat on the floor. You are such a person. If you die, you will drag others down. It is too hot. It will be hot even if you put ice in the house. It would be better to have an air conditioner. Wang Wan imagined what the next star that was many times bigger than the sun would be like. She shook her head to get rid of this ridiculous idea and complained about the heat. Zhang Xiaobao was also hot. There were 2 basins of ice in the house. The air circulation was slow, so he didn't feel cool. Occasionally, there was a breeze from outside. It was warm. Hearing Wang Wan mention air conditioner, he suddenly said, "We don't have air conditioner. If you want to cool, you have to heat first. But we can make an air conditioner fan. It is very environmentally friendly. It doesn't use electricity or other fuel." Really? Then you should make one quickly. Not only can we use it, but also the restaurant. Then there will be more people willing to eat there. Tell me the principle and I will help you. As soon as Wang Wan thought of the cool breeze, she became interested and stopped sleeping. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and imitated the tone of a scholar. Today, I will first talk about the problem of heat transfer. As everyone knows, the existence of heat is ultimately, get to the point. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao and hugged the bamboo pillow next to her. Actually, it's just a fan made out of wood or bamboo. In front of the fan, there's a basin filled with ice. You can ask someone to shake the fan. That way, the cold air will be blown by the wind. That's the air conditioner fan. Zhang Xiaobao felt a little embarrassed after saying that. This is your high-tech invention. Environmental protection. Then what's the point of using a fan? Wouldn't it be the same if you just used a fan to face an ice fan? Wang Wan curled her lips. Rich people didn't ask their servants to face an ice fan to cool the house. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to treat their servants that way. Otherwise, they could find a few more people to take turns to fan the air so that it wouldn't be so hot. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. It's not the same. My invention doesn't require too much effort. Using the lever principle of the mutual exchange of gears, the person who shakes the fan can make the fan turn many times. If you fan the fan, it will only move a little. Yes, just do it like that. There's no need for people. We are on a river and the wind is strong. As long as we make a fan outside some rooms and connect it from the bottom, not only will it add a special scenery, but it will also be able to blow the wind in the room through the conversion. It's better than opening the windows directly. If the wind can't blow into the room directly, it can blow in through my invention. The project is bigger, and the gears are simpler. There's no need to use good steel, and there's no need to bite so well. It just needs to be able to transmit the force and drive the fan. It's not like it's generating electricity. Let them melt the molten iron and cast it directly. Yes, we can try to do this. Let's start with the first house near the river. That house is made of wood. As long as there's a hole, the connecting shaft can go in. Use a wooden board to block it and beautify it. Use wood for the shaft. If not, it's too heavy and expensive. Get up and draw the blueprint. Zhang Xiaobao was talking by himself. As he was talking, he was perfecting his idea. His drawing skills still need to be improved, so he could only call Wang Wan to wake up. Let's do it tomorrow. How much are you going to invest this time? People are used to having an ice basin in the room to cool down. Even if we don't do it, they will still come to eat. Wang Wan didn't want to move. She turned over and spread her arms on the floor. Zhang Xiaobao came over and pulled her. One night's time will be wasted. Others are used to the current situation, but we have to let them get used to our place. They won't be used to other places. I can't draw by myself. I know the principle of the lever, but I don't know how to move it. Get up quickly. I'll make shaved ice for you tomorrow. Yes, just let the people in Huaiyuan County make shaved ice. Let's also make shaved ice for the people in Sanshui County. We can sell it everywhere and earn more money. There's so much edible ice stored in the winter. Our own restaurant won't be able to use it up. Don't pull me. I'm up. When the academy opens, I'll go there and find a good drawing master to learn. Wang Wan got up by herself and sat beside the desk with Zhang Xiaobao. She lit another candle, and it brightened up a lot. It's going to open soon. When those students come, the academy will open. It will give the academy a free promotion. Some of the competition venues can be put in the academy. There will definitely be people joining. Only when there are students and teachers will be willing to teach. Zhang Xiaobao spread out the paper, helped Wang Wan grind the ink, and talked about the academy. I knew you wouldn't just let people come here to compete. You don't have good intentions to let people from 2 counties make shaved ice, right? Wang Wan had been used to Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. She muttered and began to think about the design with Zhang Xiaobao. It took 3 hours for the two of them to draw more than 10 pieces of paper. Only after adding notes and descriptions did they manage to come up with a rough idea. As for the specific adjustments, they were handed over to the craftsmen. They were very experienced, so if they were given an idea, they would be able to figure it out themselves. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said, "Okay, send them to Zhuangzi tonight and find craftsmen to make them. Zhang Xiangru, come in. There were sounds of getting up and footsteps outside. After a while, Zhang Xiangru came in and said, "Little master, little miss, what can I do for you? Send these papers to Zhuangzi and send people to collect fruits. Buy the shanchao left last year, especially the ones in Zhuangzi's warehouse and the ones that have just come out. Send them by the river. Put some of them at each place and send people to watch over them. Do the same with the ice, the kind that is edible." Zhang Xiaobao handed over a piece of paper and ordered Zhang Xiangru. Zhang Xiangru didn't ask more. She took the paper and turned around to leave. "You asked them to make shaved ice because you want to sell the shancha trees left last year on our newly granted land. And those fruits that are about to come down." Wang Wan didn't want to study anymore. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao outside to take a shower and said, "That's right. How else can we sell them? Our shancha and the quality of the fruits is not good. If we do this every year, we won't have to cut down the trees anymore. Wasting resources is a shameful act. We can also sell more to the people in the 2 counties. There are many flavors, and people who come to see will want to buy and try it." Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked. The next morning, the weather was still hot. Fortunately, the spring plowing was over, so there was no need to worry about the drought. The people sent by Zhang Xiaobao came to the room where the shipping merchants were. They didn't manage to get a good place today. The waiter of the first shop in Linshui said that the room had been reserved by someone else. They could only change rooms. It seems that everyone has agreed to the matter of building a ship and going by sea. Let's sign the documents first and then talk about the details. The people sent by the Zhang family said solemnly to the shipping merchants. There were no dishes on the table, only some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Everyone looked at Mi Fan. Mi Fan didn't look well today. He kept having nightmares last night and didn't have an appetite for breakfast. He was still thinking about what kind of danger was coming. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he took a sip of tea and said, "It's not that we can't build a ship together, but we have to know how to do it. Otherwise, what if we lose money after we do it? It's better for you to tell us the details first." "Boss me, it's like this. It's written on the documents. After you sign, if you lose money because of the details, then the Zhang family and Wang family will compensate for everything. If we tell you the details and you don't sign, then it will be difficult for us." The people from the Zhang family pushed the documents forward and said, "How can we not do it?" "Don't worry," said a merchant from the ship company next to him. Seeing that, the people from the Zhang family nodded and handed over another document. He said to everyone, "Some details are written on it. Everyone can take a look first. After you read it, don't forget to sign the documents." The owners of the shipping company looked at each other. In the end, it was Mi Fan who spoke. "If that's the case, then wait for us to read it and then ask you to come over. Can we just tell the waiter in the restaurant?" The people from the Zhang family nodded and got up to put away the other things. They only left the documents that needed to be signed. He said, "It's like this. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first." After the people from the Zhang family left, the people in the room immediately showed a special smile. "Brother Weitong, take a look. It's best if you make a copy. Then say that it's not done well and that we can't work with them." Guo Ren said excitedly as he held the paper in his hand. Mi Fan didn't know why, but when she looked at the paper, she felt that it was difficult for her to breathe. She picked up the paper with trembling hands and flipped through it one by one. The more she looked, the more she wanted to continue reading. It was as if there was something on the paper that attracted her. "Brother Weitong, what do you think?" Guo Ren asked. "Good. The Zhang family is really good. If we do as they say, we can definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, we can't go the same way as them. Chapter 359. The person from the Zhang family came to the best room in the first house in Linshui. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were waiting, "Young master, young lady," they asked for the details. They didn't sign the document. Oh, okay. Then go and ask Dingping about the cooperation and see what they have to say. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disappointed as he instructed. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. Looks like they really plan to be enemies with us to the end. Isn't it good to cooperate and make the business big? If they insist on scheming against each other, then let's play with them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the busy people below and said helplessly. He felt that if he were in their shoes, he would consider cooperation. Wasn't business just for money? If they lost something in this area, they could make up for it in other areas. Turning a competitor into a partner was the best strategy. Wang Wan scooped a spoonful of shaved ice from the bowl and put it in her mouth. Don't worry about them. Let them do what they want. They're just short of people. Let Li Sun think of a way. See if he can contact the boat company on the Yellow River. After all, we have to go to the sea from there. That's all we can do. Zhang Xiaobao left the window and moved to Wang Wan's side. He also took a bite. The cool air went into his stomach, making him feel much better. In the other room, the boat merchants were still passing around the information. Anyone who could read was like Mi Fan after reading it. They were very surprised. This plan was too good. One by one, they talked about building a big boat and then going to earn money. Only Mi Fan was there drinking mouthful after mouthful of sour plum juice. It was precisely because the detailed plan was done well that he was even more worried. He still didn't know who would win in the end. Looking at those excited people again, he really regretted it. Why did it turn out like this? If he had known, he wouldn't have done this with these people. Although he was obedient, he couldn't do anything at critical moments. If he cooperated with a smart person, he could at least come up with some ideas. Brother Weitong, let's arrange the matter of blocking the river. We already have the detailed plan, so we don't need to tell them anything else. Guo Ren came up and said to Mi Fan. Looking at his excited face, Mi Fan sighed in her heart and nodded. All right, I'll arrange it now. Send 3 ships over. The boatman will know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The waiter came in first, followed by the Zhang family member who had just left. Everyone, how's it going? We're looking at it right now. When we're done, we'll look for you, a merchant said. Very well. What do you think of the other matter? It's about transporting goods between the big ships and the small ships. The Zhang family asked again. This. I don't think that's necessary. We don't have many big ships. If we send out some more, we won't have enough. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. You can transport it yourselves. Another merchant added. The Zhang family member didn't care whether they agreed or not. He just wanted to know. After listening to the 2 people, he nodded and said, since it's like this, I'll go back first. You guys are busy. Young master, young lady, they also don't agree to hand over the goods at Dingping. The reason is that they don't have enough ships. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. The Zhang family member turned around and came to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, let's get busy. Let's all work together. Wan, let's go and take a look at the artificial lake at the back. There's also a winery and a pig farm there. While others are busy, we can't be idle. Zhang Xiaobao heard this and knew it was time to take action. Since they had nothing to do, they could take a stroll. It wasn't easy for the 2 of them to come out. Wang Wan ate the last mouthful of shaved ice, stood up and said, let's go. I'm going to row a boat. When the lake at Yawang Mountain is built, we'll row there when we're free. The two of them went out, one after the other. Zhang Zhong was also busy at this time. He recruited another 100 government runners and bought some horses. He asked them to patrol back and forth in the county. Like Sanshui County, he also bought some boats on the river and arranged the government runners on them. He himself went back and forth. Master, there's no road ahead. Under the protection of the guards, Zhang Zhong rode on the horse and strolled around the county. At this time, there was a mountain or a group of mountains in front of them. The government runner who followed him said to Zhang Zhong. This government runner was from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. His title was different from others. Even if his household registration was in the Zhang family, he could still be a government runner. No one in Huayuan County would investigate this matter. This person was originally from Huayuan County. When he was young, he followed his father and grandfather to the Zhang family. He knew more things here. After all, he was closer to the locals when he talked. After asking around, he knew more about Huayuan County. Then he followed Zhang Zhong around. Zhang Zhong stopped the horse and looked at the mountain in front of him. It was really good. It was so majestic and so solemn. He asked the person next to him, "Are there people here?" In reply to Master, "There are. There are 2 villages here." Both of them said that their villages are called Fragrant Mountain Village. When they entered the household register, there was no choice but to record them as Big Fragrant Mountain Village and Small Fragrant Mountain Village according to the number of people. The people here don't pay taxes for food, but for animal skins. Usually, they make a living by hunting. They sell the game to buy some daily necessities. Daxiang Village has more people. There are 25 households and 166 people. Xiaxiang Village has fewer people. There are 23 households and 143 people. The 2 villages usually communicate with each other. There are also marriages between the 2 villages. The Yamen runner had a very detailed understanding of the situation in the mountain. He didn't even leave out the people. Seeing that the master liked to listen, he continued, "Master, there used to be a temple here. The pilgrims would buy some fruits from the mountain. In the past 2 years, there has been no one. The people in the temple have become ordinary people. The incense also stopped. Occasionally, some people would come here to take a look." "Yes." Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Since there are still people here, I have to go and take a look. After all, I am a county magistrate. I want to see how they are living." "Master, there is no road ahead. If you want to go to the 2 villages, you have to walk on the grass. There are also wild beasts and poisonous insects in the mountain. Why don't you let the people in the village come out and take a look?" The Yamen runner was worried and tried to persuade him, even if he knew that it was useless. Sure enough, Zhang Zhong didn't care about these things. When he was walking around recently, the doctor at home had prescribed some medicine for him. There were also things prepared by the hunters in the past. He wasn't afraid of snakes and insects, let alone wild beasts. With 20 guards from the prince's mansion, even a big worm could be killed with crossbows. Or should I go and take a look myself and see how they are living? There is no lack of meat in the mountain. I think it will be good, right? Zhang Zhong was thinking about the meat of the wild beasts. If they could eat meat, their lives would be good. Unexpectedly, the Yamen runner shook his head and replied, "Master, they are the most miserable people in the county. In the past, when county magistrate Wen was here, they had to send many things to the county every year. When they came to sell meat, they could only sell it to one family, which was Jin Lai Restaurant. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to accept it. The price given by Jin Lai Restaurant is even lower than the price of pork. In the past, it was only enough to fill their stomachs. I asked around in the county. Last year, they also levied double the tax. In order to get enough fur, they went out at night. 3 people and 2 people died in the 2 villages respectively. It's good to be able to eat meat, but people can't always eat meat. They have to eat other things. Vegetables are wild vegetables. They also opened up some land next to the village and planted some vegetables. However, they have to wear clothes, eat salt, and come out to buy rice and noodles. Every year, they have to come out to work dozens of days, and the rent is not reduced. I don't know how they are now. Before Master came, they changed their things once and never came out again. Zhang Zhong listened quietly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He really couldn't think of how the person surnamed one could do this without caring about the lives of the people. Even when his family was not better, he wouldn't do this to the villagers. No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to submit a memorial. The person surnamed one should be cut into pieces. Get off the horse. Leave 2 yamen runners behind to watch. The rest of you, bring our food and come with me. I want the people in the 2 villages to know that the change of officials is different from the original. Zhang Zhong was originally the kind of person who would let people off easily. This time, he was finally angry. It was one thing for a county magistrate to be greedy for the county's money and make fake accounts, but he actually wanted to exploit the people like this. It was simply infuriating. After getting off the horse, he took out the realgar and sprinkled it on his body. He also took out a small bamboo box and took out something to apply on his face. He handed it to the people who were going to follow him into the mountains. Apply it. This is the medicine made at home. A group of 27 people began to walk into the mountains. 20 bodyguards, 6 yamen runners, and Zhang Zhong himself walked all the way into the mountains. They could vaguely see the places where people had walked before. The sun above their heads was blocked by the leaves. It was not very hot, but the heat in the woods was not easy to dissipate. It was stuffy and unbearable. Sweat seeped out from their pores and wet their clothes from the inside out. Zhang Zhong was wearing his official robes. It was even more uncomfortable. His light green robes had turned dark green. Those who didn't know would think that a 6th-rank official had come. He also grabbed the goldfish bag hanging from his waist. This could not be lost. Everything else was fine, but this was something to show his identity. Although he was a 7th-rank official, he still had a goldfish bag. This was the additional benefit of giving something and being the top scorer.